unclassified / for official use only, unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta Standard Operating Procedures SOP Headquarters, Joint Task Force, Guantanamo JTF Gitmo, Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, 28 March 2003. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOP, 28 March 2003. Unclassified / for official use only, intentionally left blank. Unclassified / for official use only. Headquarters, Joint Detention Operations Group, JDOG, Joint Task Force, Guantanamo JTF Gitmo, Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. Effective 28 March 2003. 28 March 2003. Camp Delta Standard Operating Procedures SOP, Camp Delta SOP, 28 March 2003. Unclassified / for official use only. I, by order of the Commander Jeffrey D. Miller, Major General, United States Army Commander, JTF Gitmo. Official Adolph McQueen, Colonel, Military Police Commander, JDOG. History. This is a revised update to the Joint Task Force Guantanamo JTF Gitmo Standard Operating Procedures SOP for Camp Delta. This publication has been reorganized and consolidated to include all aspects of detention and security operations toward being more efficient for its intended users. Summary. This revision implements established Department of Defense directives and establishes policies and procedures for the securing, treatment, care, and accountability required for detainees in support of the global war on terrorism (GWAT). Policies and procedures established herein apply to the services and agencies that function in, and support thereof, detainee operations at JTF Gitmo in general and Camp Delta specifically. Applicability. This is a multi-service, multi-agency set of standard operating procedures. It applies to the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, and Coast Guard, as well as United States government organizations and international non-governmental organizations operating inside Camp Delta 1-3. Proponent and Exception Authority. The proponent of this set of operating procedures and special orders is the Commander, Joint Detention Operations Group JDOG. The proponent has the authority to approve exceptions to this SOP that are consistent with controlling law, regulations, and directives from the National Command Authority. The proponent may delegate this approval authority, in writing, to either the JDOG Deputy Commander or JDOG S3. Army Management Control Process. Army Regulation 11-2 does not apply to this SOP. Supplementation. Supplementation of this SOP and establishment of command or local forms is prohibited without prior approval of the JDOG Commander. Suggested improvements. Users are invited to send comments and suggested improvements through that chain of command to the JDOG S3 for proper consideration and staffing. Interim changes. Policies and procedures will be reviewed every 120 days. Any interim changes will be signed by the JDOG Commander and posted to the front of this SOP until incorporated in the next revision. Distribution. This document, and any part therein, are classified as for official use only, and are limited to those requiring operational and procedural knowledge in the direct performance of their duties, as well as those directly associated with JTF Gitmo. It is the responsibility of all personnel to protect and safeguard the contents of this SOP and ensure appropriate distribution thereof. This Camp Delta SOP supersedes all previous additions and supplements. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOP, 28 March 2003. Unclassified / for official use only. Contents listed by paragraph and page number. Chapter 1 Introduction. Page 1.1 Purpose 1-1. Page 1.1 SOP Modifications 1-2. Page 1.1 References 1-3. Page 1.1 Explanation of abbreviations and terms 1-4. Page 1.1 JDOG Mission and Commander's Intent 1-5. Page 1.1 Responsibilities 1-6. Page 1.1 U.S. Personnel Standards of Conduct 1-7. Page 1.2 General Protection Policy 1-8. Page 1.3 Chapter 2 Command and Control. Page 2.1 Chain of Command 2-1. Page 2.1 Physical Plant 2-2. Page 2.1 Camp Delta Operations 2-3. Page 2.1 Section I Personnel. Page 2.1 Detention Operations Branch 2-5. Page 2.1 Detention Services Branch 2-6. Page 2.2 Section I Functions. Page 2.2 Detention Operations Center Doc 2-7. Page 2.2 Record Keeping 2-8. Page 2.3 Chapter 3 Detainee Reception Operations. Page 3.1 Overview 3-1. Page 3.1 Infantry Support Operations 3-2. Page 3.1 Infantry Support Force 3-3. Page 3.1 Land Movement 3-4. Page 3.2 In Processing Security 3-5. Page 3.2 Inbound and Outbound Operations 3-6. Page 3.4 Linguist Support 3-7. Page 3.4 Chapter 4 Detainee Processing Reception / Transfer / Release. Page 4.1 Purpose 4-1. Page 4.1 Initial Processing 4-2. Page 4.1 Documents 4-3. Page 4.1 Preparation for Processing 4-4. Page 4.1 Personnel Requirements 4-5. Page 4.1 In Processing Procedures 4-6. Page 4.1 MPS Court Responsibilities 4-7. Page 4.2 Clothing Removal Room Station 1 4-8. Page 4.2 Shower Station 2 4-9. Page 4. 2 Cavity Search Station 3 4-10. Page 4.2 Dressing / Shackle Exchange Station 4 4-11. Page 4.2 DNA Sample Station 5 4-12. Page 4.2 Height and Weights Station 6 4-13. Page 4.2 DRS in Processing Station 7 4-14. Page 4.3 Wristband / Dossier Station 8 4-15. Page 4.3 Fingerprint Station 9 4-16. Page 4.3 Camp Rules Station 10 4-17. Page 4.3 Post-Processing 4-18. Page 4.3 Reporting 4-19. Page 4.3 Behavior Management Plan 4-20. Page 4.3 Chapter 5 Detention Facility Operations. Page 5.1 Rules of Engagement RO and Rules for the Use of Force RUF 5-1. Page 5.1 Daily Reports 5-2. Page 5.1 Camp Rules 5-3. Page 5.2 Incident Reports 5-4. Page 5.2 Spot Reports 5-5. Page 5.2 Serious Incident Reports 5-6. Page 5.3 Discipline Records 5-7. Page 5.3 Guard Mount 5-8. Page 5.3 Change of Shift Procedures 5-9. Page 5.3 Early Orison Capsicum Occuse 5-10. Page 5.3 Public Address System 5-11. Page 5.4 Radio Discipline 5-12. Page 5.4 Equipment Chit System 5-13. Page 5.4 Evidence and Contraband Procedures 5-14. Page 5.4 Investigations 5-15. Page 5.5 Chapter 6 Cell Block Operations. Page 6.1 Section I Security Procedures Overview 6-1. Page 6.1 Head Count 6-2. Page 6.1 Searches 6-3. Page 6.1 Searching the Quran 6-4. Page 6.1 Keys 6-5. Page 6.2 Food Tray Slot Bean Hole Covers 6-6. Page 6.2 Applying Restraints Shackling 6-7. Page 6.2 Section I is Support Operations Shower and Recreation 6-8. Page 6.3 Detainee Mess Operations 6-9. Page 6.3 Laundry / Linen 6-10. Page 6.4 Barber 6-11. Page 6.4 Other Personnel 6-12. Page 6.4 Library Book 6-13. Page 6.5 Medical Appointment 6-14. Page 6.5 Section E Documentation and Reporting Block Documentation 6-15. Page 6.5 Passive Collection 6-16. Page 6.7 Cell Block Report 6-17. Page 6.7 Section If Block Maintenance Inspections and Inventory 6-18. Page 6.7 Cell/Block Cleaning 6-19. Page 6.7 Equipment Maintenance 6-20. Page 6.7 Section V Detainee Standard of Conduct 6-21. Page 6.7 Unclassified/for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003 Unclassified/for official use only of detainee identification band 6-22. Page 6.8 Uniform and Dress Rules 6-23. Page 6.8 Personal Hygiene and Appearance 6-24. Page 6.8 Chapter 7 Sally Port Operations. Page 7.1 Sally Ports 7-1. Page 7.1 Sally Ports 1 and 8 7-2. Page 7.1 Sally Ports 3 and 9 7-3. Page 7.4 Sally Ports 4 and 10 7-4. Page 7.5 Detainee Medical Clinic Gate 7-5. Page 7.5 Jive Gate 7-6. Page 7.6 Roving Sally 7-7. Page 7.6 Weapon Boxes 7-8. Page 7.6 Chapter 8 Detainee Behavioral Management. Page 8.1 Purpose 8-1. Page 8.1 Provision of Basic Needs 8-2. Page 8.1 Discipline Process 8-3. Page 8.1 Loss of Recreation 8-4. Page 8.2 Loss of Hot Meals 8-5. Page 8.2 Comfort Items 8-6. Page 8.2 Detainee Classification System 8-7. Page 8.2 Gitmo Form 508-1 8-8. Page 8.4 Level 5 Blocks 8-9. Page 8.4 Confiscation of Items 8-10. Page 8.5 Special Rewards 8-11. Page 8.7 Chapter 9 Maximum Security Unit Operations. Page 9.1. Section 9 Processing, In-Processing and Documentation 9-1. Page 9.1 Placement for Intelligence Purposes 9-2. Page 9.1 Section I Operations Block Operations 9-3. Page 9.1 Chapter 10 Navsberg Operations. Page 10.1 Purpose 10-1. Page 10.1 Transport to Navsberg 10-2. Page 10.1 Personnel Support Requirements 10-3. Page 10.1 Medical Support Requirements 10-4. Page 10.1 Meals 10-5. Page 10.1 Recreation 10-6. Page 10.1 Showers and Laundry 10-7. Page 10.1 Special Orders for Guard Staff 10-8. Page 10.2 Visitation 10-9. Page 10.2 Use of the Television 10-10. Page 10.3 Chapter 11 Escort Operations. Page 11.1 General 11-1. Page 11.1 Escort Control 11-2. Page 11.1 Priority of Escorts 11-3. Page 11.1 Escort Teams 11-4. Page 11.1 Vehicle Usage 11-5. Page 11.3 Equipment Maintenance 11-6. Page 11.4 Communications 11-7. Page 11.4 Distinguished Visitors 11-8. Page 11.4 Nav Base Hospital Escorts 11-9. Page 11.4 Chapter 12 Detainee Property. Page 12.1 Authorized Personnel 12-1. Page 12.1 Property Handling 12-2. Page 12.1 Chapter 13 Detainee Mail Operations. Page 13.1 Types of Mail 13-1. Page 13.1 Incoming Mail 13-2. Page 13.1 Outgoing Mail 13-3. Page 13.1 IC Mail 13-4. Page 13.2 Cleared Mail 13-5. Page 13.3 Redacted Mail 13-6. Page 13.3 Held Mail 13-7. Page 13.3 Mail Screening 13-8. Page 13.3 Mail transmittal records 13-9. Page 13.4 Mail for detainees held at locations other than Gitmo 13-10. Page 13.4 Mail sent directly to detainees 13-11. Page 13.4 Incorrectly addressed mail 13-12. Page 13.5 Mail for released detainees 13-13. Page 13.5 Detainees in isolation 13-14. Page 13.5 Detainees with more than 12 items of mail 13-15. Page 13.5 Detainees passing mail between cells 13-16. Page 13. 5 Chapter 14 Intelligence Operations. Page 14.1 General 14-1. Page 14.1 Force Protection 14-2. Page 14.1 Significant Activity Report 14-3. Page 14.1 Disturbance Matrix 14-4. Page 14.1 Communication Matrix and Link Diagram 14-5. Page 14.1 Leadership Matrices 14-6. Page 14.1 Items of Intelligence Value 14-7. Page 14.1 Detainee Mail Screening 14-8. Page 14.1 Operational Intelligence 14-9. Page 14.2 Source Operations and Reports 14-10. Page 14.2 Duties 14-11. Page 14.2 JFMP Personnel 14-12. Page 14.2 SIF Security 14-13. Page 14.3 Chapter 15 Linguist Operations. Page 15.1 General 15-1. Page 15.1 Organization 15-2. Page 15.1 Roles and Responsibilities 15-3. Page 15.1 Camp Delta Operations 15-4. Page 15.1 Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003 Unclassified / for official use only V Detainee in Processing Operations 15-5. Page 15.2 Document Exploitation DOS X 15-6. Page 15.2 DOS X Translation Guidelines 15-7. Page 15.3 DOS X Quality Control 15-8. Page 15.3 Detainee Library 15-9. Page 15.3 Passive Collection of PSI Information 15-10. Page 15.5 Intelligence Reference Guide for Linguists 15-11. Page 15.5 Security Considerations 15-12. Page 15.5 Chapter 16 Religious Support. Page 16.1 Section I Accommodation of Religion Chaplain 16-1. Page 16.1 Religious Practices 16-2. Page 16.1 Chaplain Requests 16-3. Page 16.1 Fasting Requests 16-4. Page 16.1 Section I Muslim Detainee Religious Practices The Muslim Prayer 16-5. Page 16.2 Friday Prayer Service 16-6. Page 16.2 Muslim Fasting 16-7. Page 16.2 Muslim Holiday, Eid 16-8. Page 16.2 Dietary Practices 16-9. Page 16.3 Medical Practices 16-10. Page 16.3 Wear and Appearance of Clothing 16-11. Page 16.3 Showers and Hygiene 16-12. Page 16.3 Religious Items 16-13. Page 16.3 Section E Islam Cultural Considerations 16-14. Page 16.3 Section of Christian Detainee Religious Practices The Christian Prayer 16-15. Page 16.4 Christian Holidays 16-16. Page 16.4 Religious Items 16-17. Page 16.5 Section V Muslim Funerals Muslim Funeral and Burial Rites 16-18. Page 16.5 Washing the Body 16-19. Page 16.5 Shrouding the Body 16-20. Page 16.5 Procedures for the Burial 16-21. Page 16.6 Chapter 17 International Committee of the Red Cross IC. Page 17.1 Personnel 17-1. page 17.1 Operation 17-2, page 17.1 Equisitation Rules 17-3, page 17.1 Levels of Visitation 17-4, page 17.1 Chapter 18 Food Service, page 18.1 Responsibilities 18-1, page 18.1 Operations 18-2, page 18.1 Duties 18-3, page 18.1 Chapter 19 Medical, page 19.1 Section I, Procedures Restraint Procedures 19-1, page 19.1 Dispensing of Medications 19-2, page 19.1 Self-harm blankets and smocks 19-3, page 19.1 Sick call 19-4, page 19.2 Section I Emergencies Emergency sick call 19-5, page 19.2 Emergency condition responses 19-6, page 19.2 Combat lifesavers 19-7, page 19.3 Section E Medical problems hunger strike 19-8, page 19.4 Bodily fluids 19-9, page 19.4 Heat category measure 19-10, page 19.5 Section of Facilities Detention Hospital 19-11, page 19.6 Chapter 20 Repair and Utility, page 20.1 Work Orders 20-1, page 20.1 Tool Accountability 20-2, page 20.2 Chapter 21 Force Protection, page 21.1 Section I Precautions Searches 21-1, page 21.1 Security Inspections and Vulnerability Assessments 21-2, page 21.15 Prevention Precautions 21-3, page 21.1 Section I Measures Change in FPCON 21-4, page 21.1 Alert roster/recall roster 21-5, page 21.7 Brevity Codes for Implementation of FPCON Levels 21-6, page 21.7. Section E Alert Systems Duress Condition 21-7, page 21.7 Nav-based Siren System 21-8, page 21.8 Section of Weapons Weapon Conditions 21-9, page 21.8 Weapons and Ammunition Storage Facility 21-10, page 21.8 Chapter 22 Key Control, page 22.1 Overview 22-1, page 22.1 Key Custodian 22-2, page 22.1 Key Control Register 22-3, page 22.1 Unclassified/for official use only Camp Delta SOP 28 March 2003 Unclassified/for official use only via Key Access Roster 22-4, page 22.1 Key and Lock Accountability 22-5, page 22.1 Key Issue Procedures 22-6, page 22.1 Emergency Procedures 22-7, page 22.2 Chapter 23 External Security Operations, page 23.1 Conduct of Infantry Soldiers 23-1, page 23.1 Task Organization 23-2, page 23.1 Infantry FPCON Actions 23-3, page 23.1 Tower Operations 23-4, page 23.1 Debrief Format 23-5, page 23.2 External Positions 23-6, page 23.2 Special Instructions 23-7, page 23.3 Mounted Patrols 23-8, page 23.4 Listening Posts LP/Observation Posts OP 23-9, page 23.5 Ammunition Handling 23-10, page 23.5 Lexington DC P23-11, page 23.5 Harrisonburg TCP 23-12, page 23.7 Staunton Blocking Position BP 23-13, page 23.8 Chapter 24 Initial Reaction Force of Operations, page 24. 1 Section I Preparation Team Organization 24-1, page 24.1 Earth Team Equipment 24-2, page 24.1 Additional Equipment 24-3, page 24.1 training 24-4, page 24.1 brevity code 24-5, page 24.2 section I operations of team guidelines 24-6, page 24.2 of team use 24-7, page 24.2 section EE documentation verbal reporting 24-8, page 24.3 written reporting 24-9, page 24.3 chapter 25 quick response force QRF operations, page 25.1 mission 25-1, page 25.1 requirements 25-2, page 25.1 notification procedures 25-3, page 25.1 ammunition numbers and accountability 25-4, page 25.1 uniform 25-5, page 25.1 chapter 26 military working dogs MWD, page 26.1 responsibilities 26-1, page 26.1 operations 26-2, page 26.1 training 26-3, page 26.2 logistics 26-4, page 26.2 chapter 27 operational security OPSIC and deceptive lighting plan, page 27.1 purpose 27-1, page 27.1 responsibilities 27-2, page 27.1 punitive action 27-3, page 27.1 essential elements of friendly information FE 27-4, page 27.1 prohibited activity 27-5, page 27.1 deceptive light plan 27-6, page 27.2 chapter 28 public affairs, page 28.1 operations 28-1, page 28.1 themes for global war on terrorism GWAT 28-2, page 28.1 detainee international public information themes 28-3, page 28.1 chapter 29 transitions, page 29.1 section I to camp of preparation 29-1, page 29.1 process 29-2, page 29.1 movement to camp of 29-3, page 29.1 section I for transfers preparation 29-4, page 29.1 process 29-5, page 29.1 movement to camp of 29-6, page 29.2 standing orders 29-7, page 29.2 chapter 30 Delta Block mental health facility MHF, page 30.1 operations 30-1, page 30.1 chapter 31 supply operations, page 31.1 waste disposal 31-1, page 31.1 camp supply rooms 31-2, page 31.1 supply requests 31-3, page 31.1 computer requests 31-4, page 31.1 chapter 32 emergency action plans EAPS, page 32.1 attempted/actual suicide 32-1, page 32.1 mass disturbance 32-2, page 32.1 power outage 32-3, page 32.3 hostage situation 32-4, page 32.3 death 32-5, page 32.4 medical emergency 32-6, page 32.5 fratricide 32-7, page 32.6 fire 32-8, page 32.7 bomb threat/discovery/explosion 32-9, page 32.8 mass casualty incident MSI 32-10, page 32.8 unclassified/for official use only Camp Delta SOP 28 March 2003 unclassified/for official use only via evacuation routes 32-11, page 32.16 destructive weather 32-12, Page 32.17 Appendixes A references B local forms C badge identification sheets D Camp Delta maps E detainee transfer operations classified F military commissions classified G Camp Echo classified H General's Cottage classified glossary index unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta Sub 28 March 2003 unclassified / for official use only VE intentionally left blank unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOP 28 March 2003 unclassified / for official use only 1.1 Chapter 1 Introduction 1-1 Purpose A. This standard operating procedure SOP provides policy, procedures, and responsibilities for the security, administration, and treatment of detainees in custody at Camp Delta. This SOP also establishes procedures for transfer or release of custody from Camp Delta. B. This SOP is consistent with the intent and spirit of the Geneva Conventions for the Protection of War Victims, dated 12 August 1949, in accordance with directives from the National Command Authority and current chain of command. C. All personnel will enforce all orders and regulations pertaining to the daily operation of the facility in their assigned posts. Further, all personnel will be familiar with all facility directives, emergency plans and all special orders pertaining to their post, carry out all general orders for a sentry on post, and wear the prescribed uniform of the day. D. This policy is punitive, in that a violation of any provision of this policy may provide a basis for appropriate administrative or judicial / disciplinary action under the Uniform Code of Military Justice or appropriate military / civilian personnel regulations, ejection from Camp Delta, and or denial of entry. E. All personnel will sign a statement of understanding / acknowledgement that they have read and will adhere to the provisions of all SOPs for Camp Delta. 1-2 Minnesota modifications A. Any personnel may send suggestions for improvement of the SOP through their chain of command to the JDOG S3. B. Minor revisions will be made in a memorandum format, appropriately staffed, and approved by the JDOG. Example is in Appendix C. Copies of memorandums will be distributed and placed in the front of all SOP books. D. The SOP will be reviewed every 120 days to incorporate any changes. All suggested changes and procedures for operations would be in writing, endorsed by the JDOG, and approved by CJTF. ESOPs may be modified through a guard mount message. JDOG S3 must approve these messages prior to their release. F. No SOP modification is valid unless in memorandum approved by JDOG or in an approved guard mount message. G. A copy of all guard mount messages and approved memorandums will be filed by the JDOG Detention Services Branch DSB. This file will be used to update the SOP during the revision process. After the memorandum or guard mount message is included in the SOP through rewrite, it will be placed in a separate file of items included in the SOP. 1-3 References Appendix A lists required and related publications along with prescribed and referenced addenda forms. Appendix B contains all local forms. 1-4 Explanation of abbreviations and terms. The glossary explains abbreviations and special terms used in this SOP. 1-5 JDOG Mission and Commander's Intent A. The Joint Detention Operations Group JDOG conducts detention and area security operations in assigned sector of the Joint Operational Area or in support of intelligence operations in the Global War on Terrorism (GWOT). B. The JDOG Commander's JDOG intent is to conduct detention and security operations with emphasis on force protection, humane treatment of detainees, and an aggressive mobile defense in sector. Conduct detention operations in a manner that supports the intelligence gathering efforts of the Joint Interrogation Group JIG, the Criminal Investigation Task Force CITF, and the Counter-Terrorism Cell CDC, while providing for the safety, security and care of the detainees. Assigned/attached security forces provide the external security necessary to detect, deter, and defend against enemy sabotage, surveillance, and attack. End state is an efficiently run detention facility, a secure operating environment, and a force protection posture that provides for the safety and security of all service members, civilian personnel, and detainees. 1-6. Responsibilities. A commander, Joint Detention Operations Group (CTOG) will 1. Be responsible for all facets of the operation of Camp Delta and outlying detention facilities, and all facility-related administrative matters. To ensure detention operations meet with the principles of the Geneva Convention and the intent of the Commander-in-Chief Second Commander, Joint Task Force Guantanamo CJTF. 3. Support and improve the intelligence gathering process with all those who have contact with detainees. 4. Provide effective liaison with IC within the limits of military necessity. Be subordinate unit commanders, JDOG. The commander will 1. Train all assigned personnel on this SOP within 72 hours of assignment. Unclassified/for official use only. Camp Delta SOP 28 March 2003. Unclassified/for official use only. 1.22 Conduct SOP refresher training at least every 3 months thereafter, and whenever any portion is changed. 3. Ensure all assigned personnel carry the Southcom Human Rights Standing Orders card on them at all times. 4. Ensure all assigned personnel carry the Gitmo/RUF card on them at all times. C. All personnel entering Camp Delta, all military and civilian personnel assigned to, having access to, or working at Camp Delta or other JTF Gitmo detention facilities are required to read and adhere to the standards set forth in this SOP. D. Contractor and vendor personnel. Contractor and vendor personnel will 1. Strictly comply with the rule against bringing prohibited items into or out of Camp Delta or other JTF Gitmo detention facilities. 2. Never communicate in any manner with any detainee. 3. Ensure that workers properly clean the work area to preclude leaving any debris or material that might be taken and modified into a weapon. 1-7. U.S. Personnel Standards of Conduct. A personnel assigned to JDOG will familiarize themselves with the references and comply with them and other related regulations in letter and spirit. The following will govern the conduct of all personnel assigned to JDOG or working within the confines of Camp Delta or other JTF Gitmo detention facilities. 1. Security mission. Security is the primary mission of all personnel who work at Camp Delta or other JTF Gitmo detention facilities, regardless of job, military occupational specialty, MOS, section, or office. All personnel will be alert for security violations or discrepancies and immediately report any unusual, questionable incidents or observations to their immediate supervisor. Supervisors will report all violations to the Detention Operations Center and/or JDOG S3. 2. Humane treatment. Treat detainees humanely. Abuse or any form of corporal punishment is prohibited. Verbal harassment, interrogation except by proper authority, and the imposing of physical exercise as punishment is prohibited. All soldiers will carry the Southcom Human Rights Standing Orders card on them at all times. 3. Professionalism. Maintain a fair, firm, impartial, and professional demeanor toward detainees at all times. 4. Use of force. Personnel will not strike, nor lay hands upon a detainee except in self-defense, to prevent a serious injury to a person or damage to property, to quell a disturbance, or for purposes of escorting, properly restraining, or searching a detainee. In such cases, exercise only the amount of force necessary to gain the compliance of the detainee. Apply all uses of force in accordance with JTF Gitmo/RUF, dated 13 November 02. Immediately report all uses of force to the DOC and/or JDOG S3. Report to JDOG any excessive use of force as expeditiously as feasible. All personnel will carry JTF Gitmo/RUF card at all times. 5. Alertness. Personnel will be alert to detect and prevent a detainee from escaping or harming himself or others. 6. Contraband. Contraband is any item, article, or substance not authorized to be in the possession of personnel while within the confines of Camp Delta or other Gitmo detention facilities. Personnel will not bring or permit others to bring any items for detainees into the facility. Do not give or make accessible contraband to detainees. Anything not issued to detainees or authorized for their use is contraband. A partial list of contraband follows: guns or firearms of any type, be explosives or munitions, see chemical components, or incendiary devices, knives, unauthorized handcuff keys, drugs or narcotics without a prescription, intoxicants/alcoholic beverages, currency, not on person, razor blades, obscene material, photographic equipment, unless approved by proper authority, recording devices, unless approved by proper authority, extra clothing not worn on the job site, and food products, unless being consumed by individual, cell phones, unless approved by proper authority, handbags, duffel bags, and book bags, unless required by mission and approved by proper authority, non-government laptops, unless approved by proper authority, are reading material other than military publications such as FMs, Oz, TMs, etc. 7. Social contact. Personnel will only interact with detainees on official business that is essential for mission accomplishment. Personnel will not fraternize with detainees, nor accept personal favors or services. This includes idle chatter and small talk conducted with the detainee. 8. Gifts. Personnel will not give or receive from any detainee anything that could be construed as a gift, or in any manner buy, sell, or barter any items with the detainee. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified / for official use only. 1.39 Promises and privileges. Personnel will not extend nor promise to a detainee any special privilege or favor not available to all detainees, nor furnish detainees with information except through official channels. Exceptions may be granted by the JIG commander for the purpose of interrogations. 10. Privacy of information. The privacy of information applies to all information concerning any of the detainees. Personnel will discuss information only with authorized personnel requiring this information in the performance of their official duties. Obtain permission from the JDOG 3 or higher authority to release information. Personnel will not discuss facility activities, operations or detainee information in public areas, where they may be overheard. 11. Appearance. All military personnel will maintain a high standard of bearing and appearance. Leaders will ensure proper performance of duties through professionalism, training, effective communication, leadership, teamwork and discipline. Personnel will set the example in conduct and performance on and off duty. The duty uniform for those military personnel assigned to JDOG at Camp Delta and other JTF detention facilities is the following: BDUs with so on rank and insignia, sleeves down. Anytime personnel are in the vicinity of detainees, escorts, cell blocks, interrogation/monitor rooms, medical clinic, detention hospital, or other detention facilities, the name tape will be covered with adhesive tape. BDU patrol cap with rank sewn on. See appropriate civilian attire. Select personnel. D. Camelback or similar container, or stripped pistol belt with canteen. E. Pen and paper. F. Whistle in pocket or clipped on pocket, no lanyard. 12. Weapons. Unless specifically authorized by JDOG. Quick reaction force. Personnel will not introduce or knowingly allow to be introduced into Camp Delta or other JTF detention facilities unauthorized firearms, nightsticks, or any instruments that might be considered as or possibly used as a weapon. Personnel are not authorized to use or have in their possession unauthorized weapons including, but not limited to, firearms, knives, batons, sap gloves, lead-filled padded gloves, Coubertons, nightsticks, PR-24s, collapsing/expandable batons and any other weapons not specifically authorized. Personnel are authorized to utilize field expedient weapons under situations of extreme danger, when other efforts have failed, or are unfeasible, and it is necessary to prevent the death or severe bodily injury to themselves or other personnel, including detainees. The only exception to this policy is in the event of escape, riot or disorder, and then only when directed by competent authority. Competent authority is CJTF, GTDOG, or the on-duty company commander. 13. Alcohol and other substances. Personnel will not consume mind-altering substances within 8 hours prior to assuming duty, including but not limited to alcoholic beverages. Soldiers with prescriptions for such medications should immediately notify their chain of command, and fitness for shift determinations will be made on a case-by-case basis. The consumption of alcoholic beverages and/or other mind-altering substances is sufficient cause to effect relief from duty and disciplinary action. B. All violations of the standards of conduct will be promptly reported to the chain of command. 1-8. General Protection Policy. Give all persons detained at Camp Delta and other JTF Gitmo detention facilities humanitarian care and treatment within the spirit of the Geneva Conventions. B. The inhumane treatment of detainees is prohibited and is never justified. Further, anyone who treats a detainee inhumanely or fails to report such an incident is subject to punishment under the Uniform Code of Military Justice and/or other applicable laws and statutes. C. Respect all detainees as human beings and protect them against all acts of violence. Unclassified/for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified/for official use only. 1.4 Intentionally left blank. Unclassified/for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified/for official use only. 2.1 Chapter 2 Command and Control 2-1 Chain of Command. A commander, Joint Detention Operations Group GTDOG. The GTDOG is also the detention facility commander and is responsible for all facets of operations in Camp Delta and other JTF Gitmo detention facilities, including, but not limited to, administrative, security, operational, and logistical matters involving both detainees and U.S. forces assigned, attached, or working at Camp Delta and other JTF Gitmo detention facilities. The following is the security force chain of command for any given shift at Camp Delta and other Gitmo detention facilities. Position reports to S3. GTDOG Co S3. GTDOG PL Co SOG PL Block and Co XOG SP/Gate Guards SOG JIF Monitor SOG Escort Control and Co Escort SOG Block Guards Block and Co Doc and Co 2-2. Physical plant. A Camp Delta currently has 19 maximum security detention areas for confining detainees individually, and 4 medium security areas for confining detainees in 12-person rooms within a 48-capacity building. These detention areas are grouped into 4 distinct camps: Delta 1, Delta 2, Delta 3, and Delta 4. B. Each of the maximum security detention areas contains a block of cells having 24, 36, or 48 individual units. C. Blocks are categorized as maximum security individual cells, or medium security 12-person rooms. Several maximum security areas are designated as maximum security units (MSU), that are designed for segregation and isolation of detainees for disciplinary or intelligence gathering purposes. 2-3. Camp Delta Operations. A. The DOG S3 section also serves as the Camp Delta Operations section. The primary focus for the Camp Delta Operations section is the safe, secure, and efficient operation of Camp Delta and other Gitmo detention facilities. B. The Camp Delta Operations section is organized into 2 distinct branches: Detention Operations Branch and Detention Services Branch. Section I Personnel. 2-4. duty positions described in this SOP are necessary for the effective operation of Camp Delta and other JTF Gitmo detention facilities. However, not all positions are annotated in the current JTF Gitmo Joint Manning Document JMD. Non-JMD positions identified with and will be filled via tasking to subordinate units, or identified as additional duties for other personnel in the JDOG headquarters. 2-5. Detention Operations Branch. A detention operations officer assists the JDOG S3 and on-duty commanding officer co with all aspects of detention operations, including detainee custody and control, detainee movement and cell assignments, internal security, mission tracking, and reporting requirements. Responsible for development of SOPs for both JDOG and detention facility operations and coordination with JTF Gitmo staff, subordinate units, contractors, medical staff, JIG, law enforcement agencies, and naval base staff and support agencies. B. Detention operations and co-assists the detention operations officer with all aspects of detention operations, including detainee custody and control, internal security, mission tracking and daily reports. Conducts surveys and inspections to ensure consistent application of detention facility policies and procedures. Coordinates with JTF Gitmo staff, subordinate units, contractors, medical staff, JIG, law enforcement agencies, and naval base staff and support agencies. Serves as JDOG physical security and co-and-key custodian for Camp Delta and other JTF Gitmo detention facilities. C. On-duty commanding officer Co-1 MP company commander will be assigned for each duty shift. The Co serves as the watch officer in the dock and takes direction from the JDOG S3 and is responsible for all aspects of the operation of Camp Delta. Responsibilities include the day-to-day humane care, custody, and control, discipline, safety, and welfare of all detainees. The Co is overall responsible for the care, conduct, and discipline of the guard force. Specific duties of the Co are detailed in the special orders portion of this SOP. D. On-duty platoon leader PL2 MP platoon leaders will be assigned for each duty shift. PL assists the Co in the day-to-day operation of Camp Delta. Specific duties of the PL are detailed in the special orders portion of this SOP. Each PL will be assigned an area of responsibility, as follows. 1 PL1 will be assigned to Camp Delta 1 and 4. Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOP 28 March 2003 Unclassified / for official use only 2.22 PL2 will be assigned to Camp Delta 2 and 3. E. Sergeant of the Guard SOG 3 MP NCOs will be assigned for each duty shift and designated the SOG for their assigned area, as outlined below. The SOGs report to the PL assigned to their area of Camp Delta. The SOGs are the immediate shift supervisors for block NCOICs and sally port / gate guards for their respective areas. The SOGs are responsible for the care, conduct, and safety of the guard force. They enforce accountability, control, safety, care, and humane treatment of detainees, ensure that all personnel perform their assigned duties, and asks to standard and adhere to the Camp Delta SOP, and coordinate logistical support of the guard force and detainees for their shift. Specific duties of the SOG are detailed in the special orders portion of this SOP. 1 SOG1 will be assigned to Camp Delta 1 and will be an MPNCO, SFC or above. SOG1 is designated as the senior SOG for the shift. 2 SOG2 will be assigned to Camp Delta 2 and 3 and will be an MPNCO, SFC or above. 3 SOG3 will be assigned to Camp Delta 4 and will be an MPNCO, SSG or above. F Block and Clerk will be assigned to each occupied cell block for each shift. The Block and Clerk supervises all block guards assigned to the block and is responsible for all aspects of custody and control, care, shelter, feeding, and treatment of all detainees housed in the cell block. G Escort Control Co and Assistant Escort Control Co and Co SGT or above will be assigned as the escort control co for each shift, and co CPL, or above will be assigned as the assistant escort control co for day and swing shift. The escort control co and assistant co are responsible for all aspects of Camp Delta escort operations. H. Co and assistant Co and co SGT, or above will be assigned as the Co, and co CPL, or above will be assigned as the assistant Co for day and swing shift. The Co and assistant Co are responsible for controlling, reporting, and tracking all aspects of detention facility operations. I. Detention Hospital Security Force Co and co SSG, or above will be detailed to perform duty at the detention hospital. This NCO is responsible for all security provided at the detention hospital and for the custody and control of all detainees treated at the detention hospital, inpatient and outpatient. All guards assigned to work a shift at the detention hospital are opkin to the detention hospital security force NCO. J. Clerk responsibilities include, but are not limited to, maintaining the Camp Delta blotter, radio telephone operator tasks, detainee tracking, and other duties as assigned by Co. 2-6. Detention Services Branch DSBA Detention Services Officer supervises all aspects of detainee record administration, Camp Delta operational records administration, detainee administrative and logistic support, detainee database management, mission tracking, and reporting requirements. Responsible for staffing and publishing SUPs for detention facility operations, and coordination with JTF Gitmo staff, subordinate units, contractors, medical staff, JIG, law enforcement agencies, and naval base staff and support agencies. B. Detention Services and co-assists the Detention Services Officer with all aspects of detainee record administration, Camp Delta operational records administration, detainee administrative and logistic support, detainee database management, mission tracking, and reporting requirements. Responsible for compiling and forwarding daily detainee accountability reports, maintaining all detainee and operational records or the Modern Army record-keeping system ARCS, and providing administrative assistance to the JDOG S3 and DOC. C. Detainee Administration and Records Clerk assists the Detention Services Officer and Co. with all aspects of detainee record administration, Camp Delta operational records administration, detainee administrative and logistic support, detainee database management, mission tracking, and reporting requirements. Assist with compiling and forwarding daily detainee accountability reports, maintaining all detainee and operational records or the Modern Army record-keeping system ARCS, and providing administrative assistance to the JDOG S3 and DOC. Section I Functions 2-7. Detention Operations Center DOC A. The DOC is the focal point for all detention and security operations, and is the nerve center of the facility. It is from here that all detainee movements are directed, controlled, and accounted for, that all keys are controlled and accounted for, where entry and exit of all detainees are accounted for, and where emergency equipment is stored. B. The DOC will be occupied at all times. Access is limited to those assigned for duty. C. The DOC will be the visitation checkpoint for all visitors coming into the facility. All persons requesting access to the facility must have a valid reason to be there. Chaplain visits, special VIP guests, etc. All personnel must have positive identification with a picture ID and must have authorization from the CTDOG. No visitors will enter the facility without unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOP 28 March 2003 unclassified / for official use only 2.3 express authorization. All visitors must sign in the visitation logbook located at Sally Port Number 1. All visitors without authorization for unescorted access will be escorted. 2-8. Record Keeping 8. The DSB is responsible for all detainee records, correspondence concerning detention and administrative correspondences required by operational demands, and control of internal facility orders and memorandums. B. Strict control and continuous record management is critical to ensure thorough accountability of all information concerning detainee records, other administrative documents, and accountability of equipment. All personnel will strictly comply with the Privacy Act and Freedom of Information Act concerning divulging of information, either telephonically or in hard copy. See, much of the operational and administrative records of Camp Delta are classified or sensitive in nature, and will be safeguarded as such. Personnel will not authorize release of information to the media. The records will not be removed from the facility without authority from the CTDOG. Requests from outside organizations will be routed through command channels for decisions. Under no circumstances will a detainee review or have access to his records. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified / for official use only. 2.4 Intentionally left blank. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified / for official use only. 3.1 Chapter 3 Detainee Reception Operations 3-1 Overview. Periodically, detainees will arrive at Leeward Airfield to be moved to Camp Delta for detention. The DOG S3 will provide for specific instructions and training prior to the reception of detainees. 3-2 Infantry Support Operations. A detainee reception operations consist of 4 phases. Outlined below are the inbound mission phases. 1 Phase 1 consists of preparation of movement, the staging of personnel, securing of vehicles, and a route reconnaissance. 2 Phase 2 consists of the transferring of detainees from the aircraft to JTF Gitmo, the detainee searched, loaded, secured for transport, and convoy to Leeward Ferry Landing. 3 Phase 3 consists of the detainee movement from Leeward to Windward Landing, and C3 with the JOC and the Camp Delta dock. 4 The last phase consists of the detainee movement from Windward Ferry Landing to Camp Delta utilizing checkpoints for movement. Detainee transfers to another installation is conducted the same, but the process is executed in reverse. B. During Phase 1, the unit stages its personnel and equipment consisting of the following requirement: 4 HMMWVs with .50 cal MGs, 1 2-ton truck and 1 cargo HMMWV. 38 total passengers from Leeward Airfield to Camp Delta. The 4 HMMWVs will have a .50 cal milligrams mounted on each of them. Unit will also provide 1 squad minimum 9 soldiers with cargo HMMWV as a dismounted security force, a 17-soldier QRF both lethal and non-lethal capable element on the 2-ton, and a minimal C2 cell. Initially, 2 gun trucks and a maintenance contact team will go to the leeward side 1 hour prior to the main body departure, performing a route recon. Once on the leeward side, both gun trucks will conduct a sweep of the airfield and establish support by fire SBF positions overlooking the ferry landing. 1 gun truck will remain in its SBF position while the other continues to sweep the airfield. The second gun truck will occupy its designated SBF position once the ferry nears the landing. The lead gun truck will coordinate with JTF on the flight call signs. The main body links up with the buses and the ambulance at the Windward Ferry Landing and proceeds across to the Leeward Ferry Landing. Once offloaded on the leeward side, the convoy proceeds to the flight line. 1 gun truck, the security team cargo HMMWV, the MP working dog team, and the last gun truck proceed up route number 1 west. The 2 buses, ambulance, and the QRF vehicle proceed up route number 2 south. All vehicles will stage and wait for the aircraft to arrive. The maintenance contact team moves to the Leeward Ferry Landing and provides security of the ferry while docked. C Phase 2 begins once the aircraft is on the ground. The gun trucks proceed to positions forming a perimeter around the aircraft. One security squad team positions itself from the aircraft's 11 o'clock to 1 o'clock position. The second security squad team positions itself from 5 o'clock to 7 o'clock, covering in between the two gun trucks. Correct spacing of troops in paramount. Deploy these soldiers by vehicle. The two buses, the ambulance, and the QRF element will then move into position to the rear of the aircraft. The QRF dismounts with shields and batons, no weapons, and forms a cordon from the aircraft ramp to the lead bus and ambulance. The CO coordinates with the aircraft commander to get all pertinent information on detainees. MPs will move detainees to the buses, secure the detainees on the buses, and then the convoy proceeds to the ferry and loads for return to the windward side. D. During Phase 3, position a sniper 1 soldier from the QRF with 2 spotters on top of the ferry during the movement from the leeward side to the windward side. QRF provides security with weapons on the deck of the ferry for the crossing. The security squad provides security from the bridge side of the ferry. The sniper team will remain in position until the ramp of the ferry begins to deploy. Upon docking on the windward side, the convoy offloads and lines up for movement back to Camp Delta. E. During the last phase, the order of march is 1 gun truck, the 2 detainee buses, the ambulance, 1 gun truck, the QRF element, the security squad, the MP working dog team, and finally the last 2 gun trucks. March speed is 30 miles per hour. The convoy will report all 7 checkpoints coordinating instructions in the OPED back to Camp Delta to the JOC. The lead gun truck establishes a blocking position BP on the road at Sally Port 1 of Camp Delta as the buses and ambulances enter the gate. Once detainees are in the camp and the gate is closed, all vehicles will proceed to Seaside Galley parking lot for an after-action review and a mission debriefing. The QRF will remain on the 2-ton truck outside of Sally Port No. 1 until properly relieved by the MPs. 3-3. Infantry Support Force AT Momoha secures the airfield and designated route to facilitate the safe and unhindered transportation of detainees to / from the Camp Delta detainment facility. B. The mission consists of the following elements: Quick Reaction Force QRF, a dismounted security element 1 squad, a mounted security element unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOP 28 March 2003 unclassified / for official use only 3.24 HMMWVs with .50 cal MGs, 2 bus teams, a MP working dog MWD team, and a C2 element. C. The QRF comes from the platoon currently the QRF in Camp Delta, or if the designated platoon has enough personnel for the mission. It consists of 2 squads and the QRFPL. This element rides on a 2-ton truck and carries both lethal and non-lethal weapons. The QRFPL maintains command and control C2 of this element. D. The dismounted security element is a squad. It comes from the same platoon designated for the detainee movement operation. This squad rides on a troop/cargo HMMWV and carries only lethal weapon systems. E. The mounted security element consists of 4 HMMWVs with .50 cal MGs. The PL maintains command and control C2 of this element. F. The DOG provides the 2 teams of bus personnel. They link up with the buses at either the leeward or windward ferry landing. G. The DOG also provides a military working dog team. They utilize an A/CHMMWV that provides comfort to the dogs. The combat camera team will also be located in this vehicle. H. The C2 element consists of the CO and the infantry task force commander. They both ride in each of the gun trucks from the mounted security squads. Each of these personnel has the following responsibilities. 1. The CO is overall responsible for the download of detainees. He has command and control C2 of the QRF, the security squad, and the mounted security element, the 2 bus teams, the military working dog team, and the medical assets. He coordinates with Air Force personnel prior to the plane landing and the security crew on the plane once the plane has landed. He reports directly to the infantry task force commander. To the task force commander has command and control C2 of all operational assets. The crew reports to him. He has taken of the port security unit's U-boats and reports directly to the Joint Operations Center JOC. 3-4. Land movement A. Follow the guidelines listed below for the airfield reception of detainees. B. The dog will identify two NCOs to receive detainee property in the manifest. NCO number 1 will obtain the manifest from the personnel on the aircraft and ride with the lead bus to Camp Delta. NCO number 1 will turn over this manifest upon arrival at Camp Delta to the in-processing scout cook. NCO number 2 will receive the detainee property and coordinate with JIG for custody of the property. Once this coordination is done, and property needed by the JIG is released to them, the remaining property will be taken to JDOG S4 and released to the Property Book Office of BO for storage, IOR 210-174. C. Utilize 6 MPs, including 1 MP with a shotgun, per detainee bus. D. 2 MPs will receive the detainee from the aircraft escort team. They will pat down the detainee, then turn the detainee over to the MPs on the bus. E. 3 MPs will remain on the bus and receive the patted down detainee from the 2 MPs on the ground. They will move the detainee to his position on the bus and secure him to the floor. F. Once the bus is full, all 6 MPs will travel on the bus to provide security for the detainees. G. Both buses will be loaded at the same time. H. Infantry will be responsible for area router security during the airfield operations and the convoy from the airport to Camp Delta. I. The detainees will be in a 3-piece suit. J. The bus guards must bring sufficient handcuffs to secure the detainees to the chain in the bus. 3-5. In processing security A. Periodically, detainees will arrive at Camp Delta to be detained until an appropriate disposition is decided. The following guidelines will be followed for the in-processing. B. The doc will be responsible for transmitting via brevity code the following actions. Separate brevity codes are used for the dress rehearsal and mission for the following phases. 1. Offloading of detainees commences to offloading of detainees completed 3. Completion of in-processing. C. 2 escort NCOICs should be identified for the operation of detainee in-processing. 1 will be responsible for receiving detainees and moving them through in-processing. The other NCOIC will be responsible for the movement of detainees from in-processing to their various destinations and the accountability of the detainees. Deep pre-staging prior to detainee arrival will include, but is not limited to, the following. 1. Dressing room personnel must stage 3-piece suits in the dressing room based on the number of detainees scheduled to arrive. 2. Dressing room personnel will also prepare jumpsuits, i.e. insert shorts into bottoms and roll pant legs up at least halfway. 3. Stage trash cans with liners, 1 outside dressing room for goggles, 2 inside stripping room for clothes, 3 in holding area number 1 for mittens, earmuffs, and miscellaneous trash. 4. 2 cardboard boxes should be placed in holding area number 1 for the Air Force black boxes and chains. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified / for official use only. 3.35 Set up 2 tables in holding area number 1 for water. MPs will use 3 coolers identified for their use. Detainees will use 2 coolers identified for their use. Secure styrofoam cups and coordinate with medics to obtain ice. 6. Get rubber gloves from medics. 7. Coordinate with the dock to stage 4 golf carts with keys, fueled up, and outside holding area number 2. 8. Secure gate keys A and B from the dock. 9. Secure at least 6 SABE radios from the dock. 1 for each of the NCOICs and 1 for each of the golf cart drivers. 10. Shades will be closed on blocks to restrict detainees' view of in-processing. 11. Security road guard vests for soldiers directing convoy. Once in processing personnel arrive, they will begin by sweeping holding areas number 1 and number 2. MPs will then be tasked as follows: 1-2 for holding area number 1 security, 2-2 for mitten and earmuff removal as well as distributing water to detainees in holding area, 3-2 for restraint removal and preparing clothing to be removed, 4-2 for the strip room, 5-2 for shower and lice room. Wet weather gear will be provided for soldiers, 6-2 for physical inspection room, 7-2 for the dressing room, 8-2 to direct detainee convoy into Camp Delta. Road guard vests will be issued from supply. 9-1 to check off detainee roster inside holding area number 1. 10-4 to 6 in riot gear to serve as the immediate reaction force of team. 11 remaining soldiers will be paired with an NCO who will sign for a handcuff key. 4 of these soldiers will be identified to be letter escorts if needed. NCO from the JDOG turns keys to black boxes to reception clerk and manifest over to JDOG S1 at processing area. The manifest will identify the order of processing for detainees. The manifest usually will designate a top 10 list of the first detainees to be interviewed at the Joint Intelligence Interrogation Facility JIF. Processing area escort MPs move detainees into holding area as they are taken off of the buses. Escorts operators teams of 2. Escorts remove earmuffs and black boxes from detainees. Black boxes are staged outside of holding area pending return to Air Force. 4 medics from the JDOG check detainees after they are placed in holding area. This is a check for any medical condition requiring immediate attention. Heat problems. 8 Cetera escort teams move detainees through the processing stations. Unless otherwise specified, restraints remain on detainees. Some stations require removal of some restraints, however, at no time, unless directed by appropriate authority, will all restraints be removed from a detainee. 1 Station 1 escorts remove uniform off of detainee. Uniform is thrown in trash, to later be collected and washed. Goggles will be lowered and placed around the detainee's neck. Mask remains on. 2 Station 2 escort team moves detainee to shower room. A medical conductor check for lice. If lice are found, detainee will be treated for lice and will wait approximately 15 minutes for treatment to work before continuing with shower. If no lice are detected, the detainee will shower. 3 Station 3 escort team moves detainee to medical exam room. The physician assistant performs a quick exam, a body survey check, and a body cavity search. Photos of scars and tattoos are taken. 4 Station 4 escort team moves detainee to dressing room and assists with dressing of detainee. A second escort team is specifically assigned to the dressing room to assist detainee escorts with the dressing. During this process, only one portion of the restraint system will be removed at a time as needed for the dressing process. During this process, the Air Force restraints are removed and replaced with restraints from JTF Gitmo. 5 Station 5 escorts move detainee to hallway outside of dressing room, where a DNA sample is taken. Height and weight are also taken. JIG takes photographs. 6 Station 6 detainee information is entered into PWIS database. 7 Station 7 photo for identity bracelet is taken in room adjacent to database interview room. 8 Station 8 move to hallway for taking of fingerprints. The dog be prepared to provide 2 MPs to take fingerprints. 9 Station 9 detainee is moved to medical in processing. Detainee is placed on cot for blood draw. 10 Station 10 detainee is moved to X-ray room and receives chest X-ray. Medical personnel will place lead aprons over MPs, while MPs maintain control of detainee. 11 Station 11 detainee is moved to medical exam room. 12 Station 12 detainee is moved to dental exam room. Station 11 and Station 12 can be done in the reverse order, depending on their availability. J. If the detainee is one of the first 10 being processed, as identified by the manifest, he is taken directly to JIVE and turned over to JIVE escort personnel at the JIVE Sally Port. Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003 Unclassified / for official use only 3.4K. If the detainee is not one of the first 10 being processed, he is moved through the system in the normal order. L escorts provide for MPs to drive golf carts moving detainees to and from the blocks and medical. An escort team will accompany the golf carts as detainees are moved to and from the blocks to medical at processing. Once all processing is complete, MPs will ensure that all handcuffs, goggles, earmuffs, leggings, black boxes, and belly chains are accounted for and assembled for return to the Air Force. These items will be picked up for return to Leawood Airfield. Once all processing is complete, the processing building will be cleaned and policed. 3-6. Inbound and outbound operations refer to Annex E air bridge operations. 3-7. Linguists support the JDOG S3. It will task linguists to support reception operations. The languages of the transferring detainees will determine which linguists will be used in the transfer process from the point of origin to Camp Delta and from Camp Delta to transfer location for an outbound mission. Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003 Unclassified / for official use only 4.1 Chapter 4 Detainee Processing Reception / Transfer / Release 4-1 Purpose to in-process detainees, update and maintain the DRS Detainee Reporting System database, send daily upload and report to the National Detainee Records Center NDRC. Support other JDOG sections through database research and queries. DRS is the principal database for detainees' administrative records. 4-2. Initial processing upon notification of inbound detainees 24 to 48 prior to arrival. Prepare 2 sets of folders for each detainee with the internment serial number ISN. The doc will receive 1 folder, and the processing section PS keeps the other. 4-3. Documents added to the folder during the process include 1 height and weight register to initial medical screening card, 3 detainee personnel records. 4-4. Preparation for processing 8. At 1 hour after the detainee plane leaves theater, a World Up report will be received. This report confirms the identity and number of detainees on board. Notify medical and property of any changes. B. Between 24 to 48 hours prior to wheels down, the unit transferring detainees or the NDRC will email to the section OIC/NCOC a final confirmed manifest from either. Forward a copy to the medical in-processing OIC and detainee property custodian. C. Between 2 to 12 hours prior to detainee aircraft wheels down, NDRC will send an upload containing all detainee information collected during the in-processing in theater. Use SIPNet to send this. D. Between 4 to 6 hours prior to arrival, an order list will arrive from the JIG detailing the order in which they want the detainees processed. Processing line personnel will attempt to follow this order. However, the processing mission takes precedent. If the order list does not arrive, contact the JIG to confirm order. 4-5. Personnel requirements. A holding area. 1 MP co-assigned from a subordinate MP company to control the offloading of the buses, positioning of detainees in the holding area, and security of the holding area. 2. There will be 2 MP escorts per detainee. A ratio of 2:1 is required. 3 medical personnel and 4 medics set up and operate a first aid station. B. Processing trailer. 1 controls traffic in the trailer and coordinates with all entities for smooth flow of detainees. C. Undressing room. 1-2 MPs D. Shower room. 1 preventive medicine specialist. 2 medic. 3-2 MPs Z. Cavity search. 1 Part 2 medical and 3-1 linguist F. Dressing room. 1-2 MPs G. DNR sample. 1 to active personnel height and weight. 1 to admin personnel processing room. 1-3 processing clerks. 2-3 intelligence personnel. 3-3 linguists camera room. 1 to admin clerks for picture and wristband processing. 2-2 spy personnel for 5-stage picture fingerprinting. 1-2 to 4 spy personnel. In their absence, 2 to 4 MPs camp rules. 1-1 linguist M. The linguisto control interpreter station throughout the processing trailer. 4-6 In processing procedures prior to detainee arrival, prepare and stage the following: 1 water cooler with ice water and cups for MPs. 2 water cooler with water without ice and cups for detainees. 3 several boxes of latex gloves for MPs. 4 hand sanitizer. 5 golf carts staged and fueled for transporting detainees to block. 6 keys to all gates in both holding areas. 7 race blinds on north side of Delta block to prevent detainees from seeing new arrivals. 8 station 4 stage detainee uniforms and footwear. 9 shut down Camp Delta with no non-essential traffic in or out and movement of detainees. B. Upon arrival, with the buses staged next to the holding area, the DOG S3 representative on the lead bus will give the manifest with notes, medical records, unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003 unclassified / for official use only. 4.2 Air Force shackle keys and the disk with detainee information to the processing clerk. Pass the appropriate information to medical and processing personnel, and give the Air Force shackle keys to the MP staffing station. Number 5. Dressing and shackle exchange. CMPs form 2 lines from the bus to the holding area entrance. As the detainees are brought off the bus, the first escort from both lines will escort the detainee through the sally port of the holding area. The NCOIC of the holding area will station himself at the sally port and direct the placement of each detainee. NCOIC of the holding area is responsible for placing the detainees in the sequence requested by the JIG. D. Detainee entrance into holding area. Take the detainees off the bus in the reverse order in which they were loaded. Place the detainees on the JIG order list closest to the processing trailer door. Once in the holding area, seat the detainees, legs folded and head down with their backs to the processing trailer door. Remove the earmuffs and leather mitts, and put surgical masks in place, after seating and securing all detainees. All detainees will be off the bus and seated prior to processing beginning. In the holding area, medics check the detainees for distress and administer aid as necessary. If a detainee is in need of urgent medical care, he can be front-loaded into the processing sequence or taken to the hospital, where admin personnel will process him, after processing all other detainees. E. On direction from the processing clerk, 2 MPs will escort in the first detainee to the processing trailer. F. Any detainee requiring special treatment such as going directly to the JIG will be front-loaded in the processing line. 4-7. MP escort responsibilities. A team of 2 MPs will escort each detainee through the entire processing line. On average, the processing cycle will last 3 hours. There is no provision for rest breaks during these evolutions. Escorts must be aware of this requirement. B. Escorts will maintain 4-point contact with their detainee at all times, unless directed to modify their control by processing harder. C. Escorts will assist processing harder as directed at each processing station. D. Escorts will ensure that the detainee's ISIN sequence number is clearly written on their goggles. E. Escorts will ensure that the goggles remain on the detainee at all times until a wristband has been attached at Station 9. Goggles may be lowered around the detainee's neck, but not removed or pushed up on their foreheads. F. Escorts may be given records during processing. Carry all records in a cargo pocket and turned over with the detainee to either JIG interrogators or new escort team at the end of processing. 4-8. Clothing removal room. Station 1 detainee remains shackled while clothing is cut off and disposed of. 4-9. Shower Station 288 preventive medicine specialists will check detainee for lice, scabies, and open wounds that require treatment. If no treatment is necessary, lower the goggles from face, but stay around detainee neck, and place the detainee in the shower for 5 minutes and scrubbed by MPs. B. If treatment is required, medics will apply treatment, while the next detainee in line showers. 4-10. Cavity Search Station 388 Physician's Assistant PAR will give the detainee a quick exam, checks for scars, markings, and tattoos. If there are any, take a picture of the area for FBI records. B. PAR performs a body cavity search. A linguist will be present to communicate the procedure. 4-11. Dressing/shackle exchange station 4A kneel the detainee down on the floor or chair. Remove the Air Force leggings and place them in the storage box to go back to the Air Force. B. Place orange pants and leg shackles from 3-piece suit on detainee. C. Remove handy-ons and place in the storage box. D. Put the orange shirt on the detainee, while the MPs have positive control of arms. E. Place handcuffs from 3-piece suit on detainee. 4-12. NAR Sample Station 5 MPs lower surgical mask from detainee. Naval Criminal Investigation Service NSIS personnel have detainee open mouth and obtain the NAR swab. Replace the surgical mask. 4-13. Height and weight Station 6 using a standard scale and cloth tape measure tape to the wall. Measure the detainee and annotate the results on the weight register and forward to DRS personnel for processing. 4-14. DRS in Processing Station 7A DRS clerks take personal information from detainee through interpreters. At a minimum, record the following: 1. Capturing country unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOP 28 March 2003 unclassified / for official use only 4.32 Theatre Command 3 Powers served 4 Prisoner Category 5 Last name 6 First name 7 Grade 8 Nationality 9 Sex. BJG representatives may be present and ask additional questions that the DRS processes will input under the remarks field. C. As time permits, gather additional information. 4-15. At wristband / dossier Station 8A seat the detainee in front of the blue screen and MP on each side. B. Take a front picture. Hold the detainee in the chair until confirmation of a good picture. C. Move the detainee to stand in front of the white screen and take 5 pictures for the FBI's image recognition software. The 5 pictures are in terms of o'clock 0900, 1000, 1200, 1300, and 1500. D. 4 detainee dossiers are printed and distributed as follows: 1 used for detainee ID bracelet and ID card. 2 in processing detainee file. 3 in doc detainee file. 4 given to FBI. ID band placed on detainee while standing in front of white screen. Instruct the detainee that if he removes the ID bracelet he will not be fed until another is made for him. F. Escort handed the detainee ID card. G. Escort gives the ID card to block after placing the detainee in his cell. 4-16. Fingerprint Station 9 FBI personnel operate the fingerprint station and use their automated system and manual system. This station is required to have handcuff keys. In the event the FBI cannot send technicians, MPs will operate the station and use the manual fingerprint forms. 4-17. Camp Rules Station 10A post the camp rules in 4 languages. B. If detainee cannot read, provide a linguist to read the rules to him. C. The goggles are removed and placed in the collection can for return to the Air Force. D. Escort the detainee through the medical section. 4-18. Post-processing A. Collect and turn over handcuffs, leggings, padlocks, and goggles to the JDOG S3 section for return to the Air Force. B. Processing trailer cleaned and sterilized. 4-19. Reporting A. After securing the detainees in the holding area, a Wills Down report is due to the NDRC. B. After processing the last detainee, an action closed report is due to the NDRC and perform an upload, sending all new information to the NDRC. 4-20 Behavior Management Plan 8 Phase 1 Behavior Management Plan First 30 days, or as directed by JIG. The purpose of the Behavior Management Plan is to enhance and exploit the disorientation and disorganization felt by a newly arrived detainee in the interrogation process. It concentrates on isolating the detainee and fostering dependence of the detainee on his interrogator. During the first 2 weeks at Camp Delta, classify the detainees as Level 5 and house in a maximum security unit MSU block. During this time, the following conditions will apply: 1. Restricted contact NOC or chaplain contact. 2. No books or mail privileges. 3. MREs for all meals. 4. Basic comfort items only: a rhizomat, B1 blanket, C1 towel, D toothpaste/finger toothbrush, E1 styrofoam cup, F bar of soap, G camp rules, H no Quran, prayer beads, prayer cap. 5. Mail writing and delivery will be at the direction of the J2. B. Phase 2 Behavior Management Plan. The 2-week period following Phase 1 will continue the process of isolating the detainee and fostering dependence on the interrogator. Until the JIG commander changes his classification, the detainee will remain Level 5 with the following: 1. Continued MSU, 2. Quran, prayer beads and prayer cap distributed by interrogator. 3. Context decided by interrogator. 4. Interrogator decides when to move the detainee to general population. Unclassified/for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified/for official use only. 4.4 Intentionally left blank. Unclassified/for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified/for official use only. 5.1 Chapter 5 Detention Facility Operations 5-1 Rules of Engagement RO and Rules for the Use of Force RUF. A references 1. KCSI 3121.01 RO, DOD 5210.56 RUF, and a sync SOSA 1 to JTF Gitmo RO/RUF 13 of 02B. The physical security of U.S. forces and detainees in U.S. care is paramount. Use the minimum force necessary for mission accomplishment and force protection. See right of self-defense. Nothing limits your right to use all necessary means available and take all appropriate actions in defense of yourself and U.S. forces against a hostile act or hostile intent. Hostile act is an attack or other use of force against U.S. forces, or force used directly to prevent or interfere with the mission and all duties of U.S. forces. Hostile intent is the threat of imminent use of force against U.S. forces, or the threat of force to prevent or interfere with the mission and all duties of U.S. forces. D. Defend detainees as you would yourself against a hostile act or intent, death or serious bodily harm. E. Priorities of force. When force is necessary to protect or control detainees, follow these steps. If time and circumstances permit: 1. Use verbal persuasion. 2. Use show of force. 3. Use pepper spray or CS gas. 4. Use physical force, then non-lethal weapons. NLW 5. Present deadly force. 6. Use of deadly force is authorized below. F. Deadly force is force that can cause death or serious bodily harm. Deadly force may be used when lesser means are exhausted, unavailable, or cannot reasonably be used. The risk of death or serious bodily harm to innocent persons is not significantly increased, and the purpose is: 1. Self-defense. 2. Defense of other in imminent danger of death or serious bodily harm. 3. To prevent theft or sabotage of weapons, ammunition, or other sensitive items that present a substantial danger of death or serious bodily harm to others. 4. To prevent a violent offense against another person in imminent danger of death or serious bodily harm, i.e. murder, assault. 5. To apprehend a person who committed one of the serious offenses above. Or 6. To prevent escape of detainee S who is beyond the outside fence of the detention camp. If detainee S attempt to escape, Follow these steps. Shout halt 3 times. B. Use the least amount of force necessary to stop escape. C. Detainee S is escaping beyond the outside fence of the detention camp, and there is no other effective means to prevent escape. The use of deadly force is authorized. If you have another justification to use deadly force besides escape, you do not have to wait until the detainee is beyond the outside fence. 7. No warning shots. 8. Fire to make the person S unable to continue the behavior that prompted you to shoot. 9. Fire with regard for the safety of innocent bystanders. 10. A holstered weapon should not be unholstered unless you expect to use it. 11. Report the use of force to your chain of command. 5-2. Daily reports. A. Use an incident report when an incident occurs that is not documented by the detainee. Discipline or serious incident report. B. Anyone who finds evidence or contraband will complete UDA 4137 evidence/property custody document to document the chain of custody and turn-in of evidence or contraband seized at Camp Delta. The DA 4137 and evidence/contraband will be turned into the Military Police Investigations MPI section. The MPI section will determine if the items are evidence or contraband. Contraband will be given to the JDOG S2, who will evaluate the contraband for intelligence purposes. Contraband will then be turned over to JDOG S4 to be stored with the detainee's property. The MPI section will retain evidence until it is turned over to NSIS. All evidence and contraband must be properly marked before being submitted. Examples of potential evidence include, but are not limited to: 1. Evidence classified as dangerous contraband, 2. Videotape of earth movements or disturbances, 3. Evidence seized from a suicide attempt. Examples of potential contraband include, but are not limited to: 1. Drawings, 2. Modified items of linen, 3. Writing on cups. CDD Form 508 Report of/a recommendation for disciplinary action is used to recommend and document disciplinary actions taken against a detainee for violations of the rules. The PL will sign his name in the confinement officer block. The JDOG S3 will sign as the confinement officer. D. The MP who is reporting the incident will complete the DA Form 2823 sworn statement. If that MP is not available, the SOG will complete the sworn unclassified/for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003 unclassified/for official use only 5.2 statement, and include the reason for the guard not completing it in the witness statement. Gitmo Form 509-1 Inspection record of prisoner in segregation will be utilized to document welfare checks of detainees who are in cell. Conduct checks every 10 minutes and document on Gitmo Form 509-1. F. Use the guard shift manning roster to assign guards to duty positions. G. Detainee tracking log is used to track detainee refusals, chow, recreation, showers, etc. and travels with the detainee when he makes a permanent move. Detainee discipline logs are used to track detainee discipline infractions and document this on the discipline log. The block discipline log travels with the detainee when he makes a permanent move. Head count form is used to document results of head counts. H. Supply request form is used to request supplies from JDOG S4. It will be picked up each day. Significant activities sheet is used to track significant activities in blocks for JDOG S2. JDOG S2 picks it up each day. JMSU block log is used for tracking placement of detainees in maximum security units. K-ID band or card request is used to request new ID bands or cards from medical processing. The doc admin co will furnish it to JDOG S1. L movement log is used to record all permanent movements of detainees. M tracking sheet is a tracking sheet for escorts. N medical escort tracking sheet is used for tracking medical escorts. O reservation tracking sheet is used to track JIF escorts. P detainee medical request is used to pass on detainee non-urgent or emergency medical requests to medical QDAR 1594 Daily Staff Journal or Duty Officer's Log will be used by each shift to document daily activity. The journal will at a minimum document chow arrival times, head count times and results, prayer call times, detainee requests to CJTF Gitmo, detainee movements and other significant operational activities. Our visitor's logbook will contain the following information: 1. Name to rank of visitor. 3. Organization. 4. Escort name. 5. Rank and organization. 6. Date/time in. 7. Date/time outdated of block guard entering data. Serious incident report. SIR is used to report serious incidents or disturbances. TDAR 3997 Military Police Desk Blotter will be used in the dock to track daily activity in the camp. At a minimum, it will be used to track detainees at the hospital, JIF escorts, everything that happens in the camp including contractor activities. The CO will use the company commander checklist to perform checks during the shift. The CO will complete the end of shift hour at the end of every shift. VCDS 319, Observation of Self-Injurious Behavior form, will be used to record observations of detainees on self-harm watch. Document the activity of the detainee every 15 minutes on this form. 5-3. Camp rules. Each detainee will be given the opportunity to read the camp rules in their native language. The current camp rules are at figure 5-1. 5-4. Incident report. SIR An O will be used when an incident occurs that is not documented via DD Form 508 or Serious Incident Reports. Documentation. Required format for is at figure 5-2. Control numbers will be assigned by Detention Services Branch. Examples of incidents requiring incident reports include, but are not limited to: 1. Loss key reporting. 2. Occupational accident. 3. To document an incident that requires more documentation than a log entry or daily journal entry. Example: large disturbance with no discipline measure taken to provide documentation. B. Incident reports will be completed and turned in by end of shift with the supporting paperwork by the CO. C. Incident reports will be briefed at CO. Change of shift brief. 5-5. Spot reports. Spot repairs. Spot trip will be completed and sent to the Jock Watch Officer CC2 designated individuals within 30 minutes of end of incident listed on the notification matrix. Required format for the spot trip is at figure 5-3. B. A spot trip will be sent to JDOG S3 for any contraband found in a detainee area such as a cell or shower. A follow-up spot trip with additional detail will be sent up within 2 hours if necessary. D. The method of transmission will be as follows: 1. Priority means is SIPNet email. 2. Secondary means is secure telephone units. 2. 3. Tertiary means is runner/courier. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified / for official use only. 5.35-6. Serious incident reports. SIR The Serious Incident Report SIR will be used for an incident that requires the use of force such as a cell extraction using the ERF team. A SIR should also be used on any incident that is classified as an attempt self-harm by a detainee, especially when it will be as justification for taking some type of action against the detainee moved removing items he could kill himself with, etc. B. The CO will complete the SIR using the format at figure 5-4. Once it is completed, forward the SIR to JDOG S3. It will then be forwarded to JDOG and Gitmo. Utilize the floppy disk in the dock to save the SIR by date. Do not save over the template. A template for the SIR is saved on a disk located in the dock, titled SIR. Double-click on the file, and it will open up to a template. Tab from gray box to gray box, filling in the required information. In the summary of incident include who, what, when, where, why, and how information. 5-7. Discipline records. In addition to daily staff journal and pass-on book entries, DAR Form 2823 and DD Form 508 are the forms used to recommend and document disciplinary actions taken against a detainee for violations of the rules. The forms will be used to document any instances in which a detainee is disciplined. B. A copy of DD Form 508 will be kept at the dock. Another copy will be placed in the detainee alpha roster binder, which is kept on the block of that particular detainee. 5-8. Guard mount ASOGs will arrive 45 minutes prior to shift change to speak with the off-going SOG on any relevant information relating to the shift. B. Guard mount will be conducted 30 minutes prior to shift change. The oncoming SOGs will be responsible for holding guard mount for their prospective camp. C. SOGs should ensure that all personnel know and understand where they are going to be working and what they will be doing. D. During the guard mount formation, the soldiers will receive any specific changes relating to their shift. E. The immediate reaction for serve word of the day will also be put out during guard mount both the primary and alternate teams. 5-9. Change of shift procedures. A duty position relief will be conducted by relief in place. It is imperative that outgoing personnel remain at their position until relieved by incoming personnel. This ensures that no detainees or posts are ever left unmonitored. B. Oncoming SOGs will ensure that manning rosters are filled out and that personnel are accounted for during the guard mount formation. The SOG will also speak with the outgoing SOG on any relevant issues that may have or will occur during the past or present shift. C. The off-going SOG checks the paperwork from the off-going shift and verifies its accuracy, completeness, and legibility. The off-going SOG signs the bottom of each significant activity sheet, verifying the accuracy, completeness, and legibility. D. Once the oncoming SOG has accounted for personnel during the guard mount formation, he or she will release the shift to allow them to draw keys, radios, batteries and 3-piece suit keys. 1. Drawing equipment. The block NCOs will pick up any forms they need from the dock. Oncoming personnel will receive 3-piece suit from off-going personnel at post. Individuals requiring a handheld radio would sign for a new battery and will hot seat the radio from off-going personnel at the block. The person issuing the batteries will have the individual sign out radio battery using the radio sign out log. Once the oncoming shift relieves the off-going shift will return to the dock to turn in radio battery and all paperwork. Off-going personnel will remain under the control of the off-going SOG until relieved. Keys will be signed for on the key log on the block. Radios and shackles will be signed for on the block. To the block NCOs will correctly complete the key log and sign out of equipment on each block. The oncoming SOG will spot check the key log and shackle sign out on each block to ensure that all off-going and oncoming personnel have properly signed back in or signed out items. If there are any discrepancies, the SOG will correct the problem. Once all oncoming personnel sign for items and relieve all positions, the oncoming SOG will then relieve the off-going SOG. Once the off-going SOG has been relieved, he or she will then release all other off-going personnel. The doctor will begin duty log and will conduct radio checks with all positions. Once the radio checks are complete, the admin co will notify the PL. 5-10. Olearis and capsicum accuse the CTDOG S3, Co, PL, or SOG may authorize the use of pepper spray to preclude the use of physical force by the ERF team/escorts. This will be to control an unruly detainee or detainees, to prevent the commission of a serious offense involving violence and threatening death or serious bodily harm, in self-defense, to prevent unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003 unclassified / for official use only 5.4 a detainee from escaping, or to extract and detainees involved in riot or disturbance. Do not use to respond to spitters or urinators. B. Use the current issued FTEC Mark 4 spray. Administer by aiming at the eyes, nose, and mouth when possible. Use a 2 to 1 second burst from a distance of 36 to 72 inches away. C. If control cannot be achieved after the first application within 30 seconds, subsequent applications of 1-second bursts can be applied. It is not necessary to spray just a single detainee, as the spray can affect an entire block if the situation requires it, and can be used as a riot control agent. D. The CO, PL, and SOG will carry OC. Certified personnel will only use OC, unless directed by the CO. The sprayer will document all OC usage, and the incident will be reported to the CO, PL, and SOG S3 as soon as possible. When practical, the following steps should be followed prior to utilizing OC1 in a loud, clear voice. Command the detainee to follow whatever directive was given. When possible, have an interpreter present to allow the detainee time to comply. 3. Warn bystanders and block guards prior to OC use using a brevity code word or phrase. 4. Once the situation has been declared under control, the detainee will be checked by medical personnel and decontaminated by at a minimum, having medical personnel flush their eyes out with water. 5. Have medical personnel again check the detainee for health problems. 6. Once cleared, the detainee should be monitored for 2 hours after contamination. 7. An narrator will be completed after each spray. 8. Documentation of all OC sprays, earth actions and the decontamination process will be done by video and written reports. 9. Once the canister of OC is half empty, it will be exchanged for a new full canister. 5-11. Public Address System A. The public address system is to be used to play the call to prayer to all blocks, and for emergency users only. The emergency status is to be determined by the CO, SOG, PL, or SOG S3. B. Before any announcement to the detainees is made, the script to be read must be submitted to JDOG for approval. 5-12. Radio Discipline A. All soldiers who are issued radios will use common language on the radio net. All radio traffic broadcast will be in a calm, clear voice. All non-emergency transmissions will wait until the net is clear prior to broadcasting. All transmissions will be professional and respectful. No sarcastic or insulting language or sounds will be broadcast. B. In the event of an emergency, a predetermined code word will be broadcast. The doc will repeat this code word, and this will clear all traffic from the net. Only the doc in the unit sending the transmission will broadcast. The doc will rebroadcast any information, to include dispatching any needed personnel. All non-essential radio traffic either will hold, or will be sent via landline. C. After the emergency has passed, the doc will broadcast the all clear and normal radio traffic will continue. D. Only English will be used at any time, on the net. E. It is up to the soldier issued the radio to monitor the radio at all times. It will be the responsibility of that individual to use the radio correctly. 5-13. Equipment Chit System A. All equipment signed out by a block guard / block and co will use a chit system, where a NID card will be used for entry into the site. That card will then be exchanged for the signed out items. In the case of multiple items, i.e. keys, radio, shackles, nail clipper, all will be listed on a sign out roster, and the ID is left. The sign out / chit will be checked prior to end of shift. B. The ID will be checked prior to entry and exit of site. 5-14. Evidence and contraband procedures A. Evidence is items taken after an actual injury or death. Contraband is items taken during searches that have not led to injury or death. B. All evidence and contraband that is acquired be logged on a DAR Form 4137I or R195-5. Entries should be typed or printed legibly in black ink. The original copy goes to the evidence custodian. Complete the administrative section of the custody document, stating clearly how the evidence was obtained. In the description of articles section, describe each item of evidence accurately and in detail. The chain of custody section provides information about the release and receipt of evidence. From initial acquisition of evidence to its final disposition, every change in custody must be recorded in this section. The first entry under the released by column is the signature, name, and grade or title of the person from whom the property was taken. If the evidence was found at the scene, write near in the signature block. C. The SOG or PL will ensure the DAR 4137 is complete and accurate prior to turning to the evidence custodian. D. Under purpose of change of custody column write evidence or contraband, or if you are also the evidence custodian, write received by evidence unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003 unclassified / for official use only 5.5 custodian. When any change of custody occurs, it is the responsibility of the person in control of the evidence at that time to ensure that entries of the change are made on the original Form 4137 and all appropriate copies. The importance of keeping accurate and complete custody documents cannot be overemphasized. E. Anything that is not an issue item to a detainee is to be considered contraband and will be collected along with any item that is on the prohibited items list contained in Section 1-HE. All collected items will be turned into the evidence custodian along with a sworn statement about the discovery of the item S. F. In the event of an incident involving death, serious bodily harm, and rape of any person inside Camp Delta including detainees, the military police working in the facility will notify the CO immediately after the situation is controlled. G. It is the responsibility of the CO to notify the JDOG S3 of the incident H. The JDOG will dispatch an appointed, school-trained MPI to the scene. It is the responsibility of the MPI to secure the scene upon arrival. The MPI will ensure that the crime scene and the evidence is neither contaminated nor destroyed. I or R195-5, R190, 30, and R195-2. The JDOG will immediately notify Naval Criminal Investigation Service NCIS to investigate the incident. I. After normal working hours, the JDOG will notify JDOG and Post Security and they will contact the agent on call. J. When NCIS arrives on the scene, they will assume all responsibility for the investigation in the crime scene and any evidence connected to the offense. K. Once contraband and evidence is turned into the EC, it will be maintained by R195-5. Security Standards for Evidence Storage, Chapter 4, Paragraphs 1 through 4. L. After contraband and evidence are logged, it may be released to JDOG S2 for intelligence gathering purposes. M. It is their responsibility to follow proper procedure to ensure no contraband or evidence is contaminated or destroyed. N. After intelligence value is extracted from the material, it will be turned back over to the evidence custodian. O. Photograph and turn in all damaged self-harm blankets and smocks to the JDOG S4 except when the item was used in a suicide or near suicide. P. The evidence custodian will forward a copy of the DAR 4137 to the JDOG S4 for all semi-durable goods that are confiscated for evidence. All damaged items that are not evidence will be sent to the JDOG S4 for disposition. 5-15. Investigations A. When warranted, the MPI will investigate any alleged incident of misconduct inside Camp Delta. B. After the investigation is completed, the MPI will review the evidence and all other investigation-related material with the Staff Judge Advocate's JAR. C. If the results of the investigation are determined to be unfounded by the MPI, the investigation material will be returned to the JDOG S3 to be filed appropriately. D. If the results of the investigation are determined to be founded, the investigation material will be given to the JDOG to determine how the matter will be resolved. Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003 Unclassified / for official use only 5.6 Intentionally left blank Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003 Unclassified / for official use only 6.1 Chapter 6 Cell Block Operations Section I Security Procedures 6-1 Overview 8 Fair, firm, and impartial enforcement of rules and regulations facilitates the control of detainees. Custody and control measures maintain good order and discipline, and protect the welfare of all personnel and detainees alike. Supervisors must know where assigned detainees are and what they are doing at all times. B. Supervision of detainees consists of much more than observing detainee conduct and activity. Supervision includes searching the detainee's person, his billeting areas, conducting counts, conducting night inspections of billeting areas, and maintaining a high level of alertness to prevent escapes, violence, sexual incidents, or other disturbances. C. Security is a series of checks and balances performed at various levels both internal and external to the facility. It requires all personnel to continually maintain an effective working knowledge of rules, regulations, and special orders, maintain constant vigilance throughout their daily duties, review / evaluate procedures, and initiate recommendations to proper authority for improvements. D. There must be a continuous presence on the blocks by the block guards. At no time should the block not have a block guard walking up and down the block. At random times, 2 block guards will walk the block, and it will be annotated in the pass-on book. 6-2 Head counts. Detainees will not be responsible for conducting any part of the count. Detainees will not move about during count, to include any escorted detainees to areas outside the blocks. All detainee escorts will hold in place until the count is complete and cleared by the dock. B. Conduct ISN head counts as scheduled. The block guard conducting the ISN head count will compare the ISN number on the IG bracelet with the ISN number on the alpha roster, and the picture on the IG bracelet to the detainee. C. To count a detainee at night, the block guard counting detainees must see skin or movement. D. Conduct additional counts whenever there is suspicion of a missing detainee, after a disturbance, after a drill, or when deemed necessary by the co or higher authority. E. Conduct a picture head count at any time the identity of a missing detainee is not apparent. F. Random head counts will occur on every shift. During each 2-hour block of time starting at the beginning of the shift, the dock will call for a random head count, and the blocks will conduct it. 6-3 Searches. A searching will be done technically correct and professionally at all times. The intent is to search for safety, not harass or invade dignity. B. Search cells whenever a detainee exits a cell, or prior to his return to his cell. C. A minimum of 3 random cell searches will be done on day shift and swing shift. Cells scheduled for shower and recreation that day will not be included in the count of cells randomly searched. D. Search showers and recreation areas before and after every detainee use. E. All shifts will do area searches. F. When searching, use a systematic method to ensure all areas are covered. G. Midnight shift will conduct visual search of the cells and detainees every 10 minutes by walking through the block. Annotate every check on the block journal. Report all unusual activity. H. Submit a work order any time a cell has inoperable equipment. Each cell that needs a work order must be on a separate work order. Search detainees at a minimum of each time they are removed from a cell. J. Conduct physical searches by the same gender, whenever possible as a matter of principle. Only during exigent conditions for security purposes should an opposite gender conduct any physical search, when no other same gender MP is available as determined by the SOG. 6-4 Searching the coroner. To ensure the safety of the detainees and MPs, while respecting the cultural dignity of the Korans, thereby reducing the friction over the searching the Korans. JTF Gitmo personnel directly working with detainees will avoid handling or touching the detainee's Koran whenever possible. When military necessity does require the Koran to be searched, the subsequent procedures will be followed. 1. The MP informs a detainee that the chaplain or a Muslim interpreter will inspect Koran. If the detainee refuses the inspection at any time, the non-compliance is reported to the doc and logged appropriately by the block and co. 2. The Koran will not be touched or handled by the MP. 3. The chaplain or Muslim interpreter will give instructions to the detainee who will handle the Koran. He may or may not require a language-specific interpreter. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified / for official use only. 6.24. The inspector is examining to notice unauthorized items, markings, or any indicators that raises suspicion about the contents of the Quran. 5. The inspector will instruct the detainee to first open the one cover with one hand, while holding the Quran in the other, thus exposing the inside cover completely. 6. The inspector instructs the detainee to open pages in an upright manner, as if reading the Quran. This is a random page search, and not every page is to be turned. Pages will be turned slowly enough to clearly see the pages. 7. The inspector has the detainee show the inside of the back cover of the Quran. 8. The detainee is instructed to show both ends of the Quran while the book is closed, so that inspector can note the binding while closed, paying attention to abnormal contours or protrusions associated with the binding. The intent is to deduce if anything may be in the binding without forcing the detainee to expose the binding, which may be construed as culturally insensitive or offensive given the significance of the Quran. 9. How the detainee reacted. Observation by other detainees and other potentially relevant observations will be annotated appropriately on the block significant activities sheet as well as staff journal. B. Handling. 1. Clean gloves will be put on in full view of the detainees prior to handling. 2. Two hands will be used at all times when handling the Quran in manner signaling respect and reverence. Care should be used so that the right hand is the primary one used to manipulate any part of the Quran due to the cultural association with the left hand. Handle the Quran as if it were a fragile piece of delicate art. 3. Ensure that the Quran is not placed in offensive areas such as the floor, near the toilet or sink, near the feet, or dirty/wet areas. C. Removal. 1. Qurans should be left in the cell as a rule save in Msu, even when a detainee is moved to another cell or block. In principle, every cell except Msu will have a Quran assigned to it. 2. If a Quran must be removed at the direction of the detainee library personnel or chaplain will be contacted to retrieve and properly store the Quran in the detainee library. The request for the librarian/chaplain, as well as the retrieval itself, will be logged appropriately. 3. If the chaplain, librarian, or Muslim interpreter, within the needs of the situation, cannot remove the Quran, then the MP may remove the Quran after approved by the doc who notes this in the MP blotter right or the following procedures. Clean gloves will be put on in full view of the detainees prior to handling. B. Two hands will be used at all times when handling the Quran in manner signaling respect and reverence. C. Place a clean, dry, detainee towel on the detainee bed, and then place the Quran on top of the clean towel in a manner which allows it to be wrapped without turning the Quran over at any time in a reverent manner. Ensure that the Quran is not placed in offensive areas such as the floor, near the toilet or sink, near the feet, or dirty/wet area when doing this activity. 4. How the detainee reacted. Observation by other detainees and other potentially relevant observations will be annotated appropriately on the block significant activities sheet as well as staff journal. 5. The Quran shall be returned to the librarian, chaplain, or doc in that order. 6. Exception. Detainee in Msu may have a Quran if specifically authorized by 508-1 or the Level 5 block entitlement form. Once detainee leaves MSU, the same handling/removing policies and procedures remain in effect. 7 Korans are the property of the U.S. government and as such will remain in the cells, only to be removed at the CTDOG's decision. 6-5. Keys A. Maintain all cell and Sally port keys on your person continuously. B. Never leave keys unsecured and unattended within the facility. Keys are not to be laid down on tables, chairs, steps, etc. at any time. Keys are not to be left hanging on hooks or the fence. C. Keys will not leave the block. They will be handed to another block guard prior to leaving the block. 6-6. Food tray slot beanhole covers. A beanhole covers will be closed at all times except when serving food, shackling, passing an item to the detainee, or is required for a medical check. These beanhole covers do include the observation windows on the MSU cell doors. B. Beanhole covers will be latched at all times. 6-7. Applying restraints. Shackling. A shackling of detainees will follow a minimum force policy. The intent is to create a standard for shackling without sacrificing the ability to escalate due to MP safety concerns. Unclassified/for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified/for official use only. 6.3b. As a general rule, detainees will be shackled in the standing up position. It will be the block NCO's responsibility to justify the need to escalate and require a detainee to kneel to be shackled. C. If a detainee is required to kneel, the block NCO will note in the block pass-on book whenever a detainee is required to kneel to be shackled. The notation will include the time, ISN, type of escort, shower and recreation, reservation, etc. and a brief reason as to the deviation from shackling in the standing position. D. Forced cell extractions. Moves in which the detainee has required an F stand to are obvious reasons for use of the kneeling position. Section I is support operations. 6-8. Shower and recreation. A. Utilize the following schedule on levels 2, 3, 4, and 5 blocks for shower and recreation call. Day shift, swing shift, Sunday none on Monday. Units 1-8, Units 9-16, Tuesday Units 17-24, Units 25-32, Wednesday Units 33-40, Units 41-48, Thursday Units 1-8, Units 9-16, Friday Units 17-24, Units 25-32, Saturday Units 33-40, Units 41-48. B. Level 1 blocks will utilize the below schedule. Day shift, swing shift, Sunday Units 1-10, Units 11-21, Monday Units 22-31, Units 32-41, Tuesday Units 41-48/1, 3 Units 4-14, Wednesday Units 15-24, Units 25-34, Thursday Units 35-44, Units 45-48/1. 7 Friday Units 8-17, Units 18-27, Saturday Units 28-37, Units 38-48. C. Conduct shower and recreation call in conjunction with each other. The block NCO will be responsible for ensuring each Level 1 detainee receives showers and recreation 3 times per week on each Level 2, 3, and 4 detainee receives showers and recreation 2 times per week, unless they are on discipline measures that include no recreation. D. Allow each detainee 20 minutes for recreation. Allow 5 minutes to shower immediately after recreation. Female MPs will not escort detainees to and from their cell during shower and recreation. If the detainee desires to shave his body hair, allow an additional 5 minutes. Only allow shaving of body hair on the first rotation of each week, Monday through Wednesday, but will not be done on MSU blocks or for Delta block patients. Block guards will constantly monitor detainees during shaving at all times. Detainees will possess no nail clippers, while they possess a razor. Ensure the return of intact razors. Allow Level 1 detainees to use a shower curtain during their shower period. The detainee must exchange the shower curtain for the razor. No detainee will have a razor with the shower curtain hung up. After returning from shower and recreation, offer the detainee the use of a brush to clean their cell. They will have until the next detainee on their side of the block returns from shower and recreation to use the brush. The detainee will receive no cleaning supplies or agents to clean their cell. The last detainee who has shower will receive the brush for 30 minutes. If the detainee refuses shower, they will not get the floor brush. Track refusals in the refusals log. Search the refusing detainee cell. Detainees may exercise in their cell, as long as it is an approved exercise. No detainee may perform any hand-to-hand combat or martial arts PT, either organized or individual, in the recreation yard, or in their cell. Amputees will receive their normal recreation time and any other, if prescribed by a doctor. Detainees that have a walker may take the walker with them to the recreation yard. Escort Level 1 detainees to and from shower and recreation in handcuffs and waist belt. They will not have leg irons placed on them. 6-9. Detainee mess operations SOG. The SOG is responsible for the adequate quality and quantity of food served to include MREs to detainees and U.S. personnel, and that sanitation, preparation, handling, and servicing of food meet established criteria. Detainees will have 30 minutes in which to consume their meals. During times of fasting or religious requirements and special diets, refer to the Chapter 19 Food Service. Block & Co. The Block & Co. will accept and account for the plastic spoons from mess personnel. While the block guards are serving the meal to the detainees, the Block & Co. will pass out the plastic spoons to each detainee. The Block & Co. will account for all plastic spoons passed out once the meal time is completed. Notify the SOG of unreturned plastic spoons and conduct a search to locate the missing spoon. The Block & Co. will ensure no contents are removed from MREs, nor that damaged MREs are issued. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified / for official use only. 6.4c. Block guards. Block guards will issue meals to the detainees and monitor them during chow. At the conclusion of the meal, the block guards will collect the trash from the detainees. Block guards will inventory the return of all packaging, plates, spoons, and styrofoam cups. If unreturned items cannot be found, the detainee will receive his meals poured onto a paper plate for the next 3 days. This is done with the intention of reducing the amount of trash being flushed down the toilet. Food service personnel. When serving hot meals, food service personnel will portion the food from the Mermite containers to the plate to ensure each detainee has the proper proportions. If a detainee refuses a meal, the refusal must be noted in the detainee's record. When the number of consecutive refusals reaches 9, refer to Section 20(5), Hunger Strike. 6-10. Laundry/linen. Guards will exchange dirty detainee laundry with clean laundry or the Level 1-5 shower and recreation schedule contained in Appendix B. Exchange your laundry and linen at the same time with the exception of blankets. Do not allow detainees to refuse linen/laundry exchange. Use reasonable force to complete the laundry exchange. Guards will conduct this in a manner to determine specifically which, if any, detainee is missing an item, i.e. flushed in toilet or hiding it. Report findings to the dock and log appropriately. Guards will have detainee hold up all items for visual inspection prior to exchanging them for a clean item. Confiscate any modified item, as contraband, and discipline will be imposed according to the discipline matrix. Guards will place no more than 4 uniform sets into each trash bag. Place sheets in a separate bag. Place towels and washcloths in a separate bag. Place shirts in a separate bag. Place blankets in a separate bag. Place all dirty linen in the storage sheds located near Building 1 for Camp I. and near Building 7 for Camp Hyatt. Return all clean laundry to the supply room. D. Blankets will be exchanged according to the following schedule: 1 first Sunday of the month A, E, I, N, R, and U 2 second Sunday of the month B, F, K, O, S, and V 3 third Sunday of the month C, G, L, P, T, and W 4 fourth Sunday of the month D, H, M, Q, Y, and special missions 5 fifth Sunday of the month occurs twice a year. None. 6-11. Barbary offer detainees on a voluntary basis at least once a month. The barbers will rotate through the camps from Monday to Friday, starting with Block Alpha, with a maximum of 48 detainees offered a haircut per day. Haircuts will be the same for all detainees, i.e. styled haircuts not allowed. Haircuts will be simple and standard. Sample monthly schedule below. Date block 27x02 I21 January 03 I28 December 02 K22 January 03 K29 December 02 L23 January 03 L01 Jan 03 M24 January 03 M02 Jan 03 N27 January 03 N03 Jan 03 P28 January 03 P06 Jan 03 Q29 January 03 Q07 Jan 03 R30 January 03 R08 Jan 03 S31 January 03 S09 Jan 03 A10 January 03 B13 January 03 C14 January 03 D15 January 03 E16 January 03 F17 January 03 G20 January 03 HB. Haircuts will take place in the recreation area of the blocks. Postpone all recreation and showers on the block receiving haircuts until all haircuts are completed. MPs working the block will provide an escort to the barber, and a minimum of 1 MP stays as a block guard while detainees receiving a haircut. Use MPs working as additional escorts in Camp Delta to assist, if not required for other escorts. C. Barbers are responsible to PMCS their equipment. Barbers are responsible for cleaning the haircut area after each haircut. Maintain all necessary supplies in the camp supply room. D. The doc will coordinate haircut appointments for detainees in the hospital. 6-12. Other personnel A. The detainee librarian will be given sufficient time to perform their mission. Block NCOs will allow at least 5 minutes per detainee for issuing books. B. Do not escort interrogators if they have the proper ID in the blocks. The block NCO will greet them, and they will have complete access to the detainees. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified / for official use only. 6.5c. Visitors to the blocks are not required to be in uniform, such as civilian interpreters working with interrogators or contractors. D. Each male clerk will be allowed to issue up to 5 pens to detainees. These pens must be collected prior to the male clerk leaving the block. The male clerk will keep the block NCO informed of who has a pen and number issued. If the male clerk is unable to retrieve a pen from a detainee, the male clerk will immediately inform the block NCO. 6-13. Library books A. Do not allow the passing of detainee library books among detainees. BMPs will not remove library books from a detainee cell, except for disciplinary reasons. C. If removed for disciplinary reasons, do not place the book on top of the cells with other comfort items removed. Place the library book on the block table, where the librarian will pick up the book during rounds. D. Notify the doc of any uncollected books. E. If the librarian is unavailable to collect the books, turn them into the doc to prevent weather damage. F. Do not count library books that have an ID that start with an IR intelligence-directed reading material and as library book. Coordinate with the doc when collecting these books. 6-14. Medical appointments say, if medical says that they must be at the appointment, then the detainee cannot refuse and must go. B. If medical says it can wait another day, minor medical issue, allow the detainee to refuse. However, they will be disciplined for failure to obey. Section E, Documentation and Reporting 6-15. Block Documentation A. All documentation filled out on the block must be specific and complete. Reference ISNs when discussing a cell occupied by an individual. All documentation needs to answer who, what, when, where, why, and how. Annotate all visits by non-block personnel in the block logbook. Be documentation that stays with the detainee one field file. Each detainee will have a brown field file that will contain the detainee's name, ISN, spoken language, and any cautionary medical conditions such as hepatitis or tuberculosis on the cover. The ISN will be on the tab. When an escort team arrives on the block to make a permanent move, the block anchor will pull the detainee field file, and the escort team will carry the file with them to the detainee's new assigned location. This will ensure all detainee information will follow the detainee. Inside the file will be the following sections: a page 1 detainee information sheet. The detainee information sheet will contain a picture, vital information about the detainee, and any detainee-specific information not covered on any of the below forms, i.e. likes to tell jokes. B. Page 2 detainee supply roster. A current listing of authorized items a detainee can possess according to the current block level. Use the supply roster to inventory all detainee property, to be used in conjunction with cell searches. It will remain in the field folder until full, at which point it will be turned into the doc and replaced with a new sheet. See page 3 DD 508. List all detainee discipline on a DD 508. The PL will sign his name in the confinement officer block. The DOG S3 will sign as the confinement officer. Maintain the original in the detainee's permanent record, and the copy on the block. Return this form to the doc upon completion of discipline. D. Page 4 CDS 341s and CDS 319. All MSU blocks will utilize a CDS 341 to document the welfare of the detainee. Guards will continuously walk the block and document the conducted checks every 10 minutes on CDS 341. PL and SOG will check the CDS 341 throughout the shift. Any detainee on self-harm watch will require the use of CDS 319. All self-harm watch detainees will be continuously observed and actions documented every 15 minutes. Turn in these forms to the doc when the discipline or self-harm period ends. CDS 341s will stay on the block for lesser of 30 days, or until the completion of the detainee's time in MSU. The CDS 319 will stay on the block for the lesser of the completion of the self-harm watch or 7 days. E. Page 5 detainee refusal tracking record. Used to document the time, date, current location, and what a detainee refused. When full, turn into the doc and replace it with a new sheet. F. Page 6 detainee medical request complaints form. Kept in detainee field file and used to document date, time, current location and all detainee non-urgent medical requests. Includes a block for medical personnel to document remarks and date/time detainee was seen. Document all medical refusals on this form. When full, turn into the doc and replace it with a new sheet. 2. Detainee ID card. The detainee's ID contains the detainee's picture, name, ISN, spoken language, and any cautionary medical conditions. When an escort team arrives to escort a detainee of any non-permanent move, the block anchor will pull the detainee's ID card, and the escort team will carry the ID as long as they escort that detainee. While the detainee unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003 unclassified / for official use only 6.6 is gone, fill the empty card slot with a business card containing detainee's ISN, departure time, and destination of the escort team. Upon the return of the escort team, Return the detainee's card to the slot in the block notebook and place the business card in a burn bag. See block documentation that stays on the block 1 detainee behavioral tracking. Every shift will fill out the detainee behavioral tracking form and leave it in the block notebook for the oncoming shift to reference. Turn this form to the dock every Sunday on swing shift. To pass on book. Each block will maintain a pass on book to provide a means to pass on information. Obtain new pass on books from the dock and turn in completed pass on books to the dock. Use highlighters to mark pertinent information. Examples of activities include, but are not limited to, the following: are all detainee movements: be shower/recreation, start and end time, C work orders submitted and completed, D discipline incident, C detainee request for chaplain, EC, or reservation, F chaplain or library visits, G head counts, H visits by any non-block personnel such as SOGI cells that exchanged linen, J cells that went to shower and or recreation. Do not choose any of the following phrases in pass-on books or block logs: a suicide attempt, B suicide gesture, C suicide ideation. Use the phrase self-injurious behavior in all documentation. D documentation that is turned to command post 1 repair and utilities work order request. Used to document and request any repair work needed on the block. Requests will be completed, logged in the pass-on book, and turned in at the end of shift. Not the short version of this on any occupied cell that requires repair. Log any completed work order that in the pass-on book and the doc notified. 2.2823. The MP who is reporting the incident, the one who was spit on, threatened, hit, kicked, etc., will complete a sworn statement as soon as possible and have it sworn by the PL. If that MP is not available, hospitalized, etc., the SOG will complete the sworn statement and include the reason for the block guard not completing it. The SOG or PL will ensure the completeness and accuracy of the .2823 before it is complete. See the example in Appendix D for a properly filled out .2823. 3.4137. Complete an evidence/property custody document to document the chain of custody and turn in of evidence or contraband seized at Camp Delta. Turn in the .4137 and evidence/contraband to the MPI section. The MPI section will determine if the items are evidence or contraband. Properly mark all evidence and contraband before submission. Examples of potential evidence include, but are not limited to, the following: are evidence classified as dangerous contraband, B videotape of earth movements or disturbances, C evidence seized from a suicide attempt. Examples of potential contraband include, but are not limited to, the following: are drawings, B modified items of linen, C writing on cups. Forward band or card request. Used to request new detainee bands or cards. Noted in the pass-on book and turned into the dock at the end of shift. 5 significant activities sheet. Used to track significant activities in blocks for dog S2. Turn into the dock at the end of each shift. Examples of significant activities include, but are not limited to, the following: are assault, B making weapons, C harms himself, D harassing guard, E banging cell, F failure to comply, or anything the guard G deems to be a hostile act, H extreme emotion, I do in PT in cell, J fasting, K showing reverence to another detainee, L inciting disturbance, M leading prayer/PT, N teaching/preaching, O verbal same block/cross block, P sign language, Q passing notes on paper, foam cups, etc. R requests interpreter, S requests chaplain, T requests to see GIF, U refuses meals, V refuses shower and recreation time, W refuses meds, X lookouts, Y instigators, Z visits by dog/non-dog personnel, VIPs, etc. Communication to detainees on other blocks unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOP 28 March 2003 unclassified / for official use only 6.7 BB. The above list is not all-inclusive. MP should feel free to use his or her judgment and report anything he or she feels may be of importance. 6. Daily block and go checklist. Used to ensure each shift conducts all inspections, inventories. 7. Detainee alpha roster. Used to ensure the block and co knows the total number of and the ISNs of all detainees that he or she is responsible for when assuming shift. 6-16. Passive intelligence collection. A. The MP Guard Force is tasked with passively looking for items of intelligence value and reporting it via the significant activities sheet SIGACT. B. The following is a list of pertinent information needed. 1. Associations between detainees. 2. Association with other detainees prior to capture. 3. Identity of formal and informal leaders of each block. 4. Conversations that entail threats to us personnel and/or assets. 5. Discussion or planning of terrorist activity. 6. Discussion or planning of escape. 7. Location of leaders in other countries. 8. Information regarding all activity outside camp. 9. History of each detainee. Things that can be exploited by interrogators. 10. Do the detainees have access to outside sources of information? What are they? 11. Anything else significant to the security of us personnel/assets here or abroad? See collection efforts. 1. Do not question detainees, other than for clarification of a statement. 2. Do not initiate questioning, unless directed to by SI agent from JDOG-S2/J2JTF Gitmo. 3. Listen to conversations while on the blocks during an interpreter's routine interpretation call. 4. Do not show indication that you are listening or watching for intelligence collection purposes. 5. Make mental notes, or if the situation allows, take written notes. 6. Do not hesitate to call for interpreters. They are there for your benefit. 7. Fill out a significant activities sheet and turn into the doc or drop off at JDOG-S2 office. 8. Be sure to include the ISN number and date time group when noting a particular detainee's activity. 9. As you spend more time with the detainees than any other group, you are the best source of indicators on mood, leadership, group dynamics, and anti-terrorism/force protection information. 6-17. Cell block report. A. The block and cook or senior block guard, when block and cook is not present, will report the status of the block to the SOG, PL, CO, JDOG-S3, GTDOG, or CJTF, when these individuals visit the block. B. Required items to report are 1. Block name, 2. Number of detainees assigned, 3. Number of detainees present, and the location of the detainees currently not on the block. 4. Number of MPs assigned, 5. Number of MPs present, 6. Detainees with a self-harm history. Section of block maintenance. 6-18. Inspections and inventories. A. Conduct inspections upon assumption of the block with the off-going block and co to verify the security of all the locks. The discipline documentation and actions are correct. I remove when designated, etc. If the block and co signs for deficient equipment, the current block and co is responsible for its condition, regardless of whether it occurred on the current shift or a previous shift. B. Conduct inventories upon assumption of the block with the off-going block and co to verify all block equipment is present and serviceable. Note all non-serviceable equipment in the pass-on book and turned into dock with the off-going shift. C. The swing shift block NCOICs on Sunday will ensure all locks are functional during the shift. 6-19. Cell/block cleaning. Wash out the block and/or individual cells using the water hose, a mop, and a mild cleaning solution every Sunday on midnight shift or as necessary. 6-20. Equipment maintenance. A. Check the block equipment used by the MPs for damage and inoperability during mid-shift. Turn in any broken equipment to the dock and submit replacement requisition. B. Midnight shift will oil and clean all block equipment used by the MPs. Section V. Detainee. 6-21. Detainee standards of conduct. A. Military and civilian staff members will address detainees by the detainee cell number or ISN. B. Detainees will obey promptly and fully all instructions or orders given by civilian or military personnel. If orders conflict, obey the last order given. C. All persons, places, and property are subject to search or inspection at any time by any staff member in the performance of their duties. All property may be unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOP 28 March 2003 Unclassified / for official use only. 6.8 Searched for contraband. Each detainee is responsible for all items within their assigned cell or on their person. All suspicious items will be seized for evaluation as evidence. When a search or inspection is conducted of any area under the control of the assignee, inside or outside the facility boundaries, detainees will not observe, view, stand, or pass by the search area. 6-22. Detainee Identification Band. A. All detainees will be issued a picture identification band. Identification bands are a part of the detainee uniform and will be worn at all times except when collected by a CARDA member for accountability or safety reasons. B. The badge will be worn attached to the left arm so that the band remains visible. Detainees are not authorized to wear identification bands in any other manner. Detainees will exercise reasonable care to protect their band from damage, loss, and theft. C. Identification bands will not be switched, defaced, altered, or tampered with in any manner. If a badge is lost, stolen, or damaged, the detainee will immediately report it to a staff member. Losing or damaging a badge will result in disciplinary action. 6-23. Uniform and dress rules. A detainee uniforms will be worn as a duty/work uniform, with the outer shirt worn untucked. B. The wearing of sleeves rolled up or worn down is not authorized. Trousers will be the proper length and worn properly. Waistband worn at the waist, not on the hips or buttocks. Rolling of the legs are not authorized, and they will not be cuffed. If a detainee uniform is damaged or does not fit properly, the detainee must notify his block guard immediately. Display of any items outside the uniform pockets is prohibited, e.g., handkerchief. C. Mutilation or unauthorized alteration of clothing, i.e., tapering of trousers and cutting/tearing of shirts or making unauthorized markings or lettering on any part of the uniform is prohibited. Clothing will be worn in the manner for which it was designed. There will be no additional creases in the uniform. D. At a minimum, detainees will be dressed in PT shorts, orange suit top and shower shoes. E. Headbands, decorative beads, earrings, threads, symbols, etc. or decorative clothing are not authorized for wear. F. Religious apparel, when worn, will be neat and conservative, approved by the CTDOG, and concealed inside of the orange shirt at all times. For operational or safety reasons, the CTDOG may place reasonable limits on the wear of items of religious apparel. 6-24. Personal hygiene and appearance. A. Detainees are required to maintain good daily hygiene and a clean and groomed appearance at all times. Detainees will shower. The detainee will ensure that their clothing is clean, neat and in good repair. B. Fingernails will be kept clean and neatly trimmed. Fingernails will not extend past the end of the fingertips. C. Detainees' hair will be clean and neatly groomed at all times. Extreme or fad-style haircuts or hairstyles are not authorized. D. Detainees are not allowed to color their hair. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003 Unclassified / for official use only. 7.1 Chapter 7 Sally Port Operation 7-1 Sally Port. Say Sally Port 1. Sally Port Gate 1 is located in Camp Number 1, next to main roadway, and is a pedestrian/vehicular sally port that will be utilized as the main pedestrian entrance and exit point for Camp Delta. The primary mission is to keep the sally port secure and control movement through that area for official business only. It is operational 24 hours per day and 7 days per week. B. Sallyport 3. Sallyport Gate 3 is located in Camp Number 1 and is a pedestrian/vehicular sallyport. The primary mission is to keep the sallyport secure and control movement to the dock and blocks for official business only. It is operational 24 hours per day and 7 days per week. See Sallyport 4. Sallyport Gate 4 is located in Camp Number 1 and is a pedestrian/vehicular sallyport. The primary mission is to keep the sallyport secure and control movement to Camp I blocks for official business only. It is operational 24 hours per day and 7 days per week. D. Sallyport 8. Sallyport Gate 8 is located in Camp Number 2, next to the main roadway, and is a pedestrian/vehicular sallyport. When manned, the primary mission is to keep the sallyport secure and control vehicular movement into and out of Camp Delta. It is operational from 0600-2200 hours 7 days per week. E. Sallyport 9. Sallyport Gate 9 is located in Camp Number 2 and is a pedestrian/vehicular sallyport. The primary mission is to keep the sallyport secure and control movement blocks for official business only. It is operational 24 hours per day and 7 days per week. F. Sallyport 10. Sallyport Gate 10 is located in Camp Number 2 and is a pedestrian/vehicular sallyport. The primary mission is to keep the sallyport secure and control movement to Camp I blocks for official business only. It is operational 24 hours per day and 7 days per week. G. Detainee Medical Sally. The Detainee Medical Gate is located in Camp Number 1 and is only a pedestrian gate. The primary mission is to control movement into the Detainee Medical Clinic for official business only. It is operational 24 hours per day and 7 days per week. H. Jive Sally. The Jive Gate is located in Camp Number 1, directly across from the dock, and is only a pedestrian gate. The primary mission is to control movement into the Jive for official business only. It is operational 24 hours per day and 7 days per week. I. Roving Sally. The Roving Sallies are located in the causeway between the blocks in both camps. They are operational 24 hours per day and 7 days per week. J. A map of Camp Delta is located in Appendix F that contains the locations of the sallyports. 7-2. Sallyports 1 and 8 A Manning. Sallyport Gates 1 and 8 will have 2 MPs assigned to each gate, 1 clerk with 1 other MP. B. Duties and responsibilities. 1 clerk ensure all assigned personnel are thoroughly trained and familiar with all JTF Gitmo regulations, SOPs, policies, and special orders/memorandums concerning sallyport activities. Also, oversee all of that sallyport's operations. Be directly responsible to the SOG for the operation of the sallyport gate, including daily functional management of the gates and overall responsibility for their respective Camp Delta sallyport gate. C. Keep SOG and PL briefed on events. D. Review the pass-on book from the last 2 weeks and be knowledgeable of all scheduled events, i.e. VIPs, chow truck traffic, contractors, supply/laundry vehicles, land bridge missions, etc. E. Supervise pedestrian/vehicle searches. F. Ensure an inventory of all sensitive items, equipment, and keys upon assumption of duties. G. Ensure only 1 vehicle is allowed into the sallyport at a time, entering or exiting. See Special Instructions. 1. Only 1 sallyport gate will be open at any given time during operations, unless authorized by the co-watchdog, with 1 exception. Both gates will be open for vehicles responding to emergency that are too long to enter the sallyport in the normal manner, i.e. fire truck. 2. Sallyport personnel will notify the PL and/or CO of DIVA/VIP visits. E. For all personnel and/or equipment that require an escort, log the escort request time, the escort, and the time the escort arrived. F. Pedestrian entry/exit. 1 Sallyport personnel will keep the road in front of Sallyport number 1 and number 8 clear of unnecessarily halted vehicles and large groups of people. B. Require identification from all personnel attempting to pass through to verify eligibility to pass through the Sallyport. C. Maintain a visitor's logbook. Positively identify all visitors, including escorted visitors, and enter into the logbook. The logbook will contain the following information: name, rank of visitor, organization, escort name, rank, and organization, date/time in, date/time out. D. Conduct a hands-on badge check of all pedestrians entering or exiting the Sallyport. Deny access to Camp Delta if badges are expired or not unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003 unclassified / for official use only. 7.2 Physically present. Reference the badge identification sheets in Appendix E to recognize the access level for each individual entering the facility. Call for appropriate escorts via escort control. Check all bags entering / exiting the Sallyport gate. Ensure all government property has a property pass signed by appropriate personnel prior to exiting the facility. Ensure the authorization for the entry of any device capable of recording / relaying information. Refer to the most updated access roster IEPC notebook, cell phone. To request an updated access roster or clarification of authorization, call the doc. For an unauthorized item, complete to DAR 4137 chain of custody. Each item confiscated and kept at the Sallyport until the property is claimed upon exiting the facility. F. The PL will identify a random number of searches at the beginning of each shift. Randomly search the person identified by this number as they enter the Camp Delta. If the number is 20, then search every 20th person through the Sallyport. This search will be a pat-down search or a hand scanner search. The search will be for items prohibited in the camp. This is in addition to the mandatory check of all bags and carried items. G. There will be a new placard system put in place to ensure efficiency of movement through the Sallyport and offset confusion for vehicle access. The placards will come in 4 colors, each denoting access, as well as identification and search procedures. The 4 categories will be as follows. 1. Green. Use this color to denote military vehicles and those used to transport military personnel. A soldier wearing the military Class AC duty uniform will drive vehicles with this placard. Proof of identification in the form of the JTF Gitmo identification card will be the only access media required for entry. No escort is required with this vehicle. Allow vehicles with this placard access through either Sallyport 1 or Sallyport 8. Consider all emergency vehicles in this category. Base security will still have to secure their weapons in the pistol lock boxes in SP1. 2. Yellow. Use this color to denote non-tactical government vehicles used on a regular basis in and out of Camp Delta. Examples of these vehicles will be chow vehicles as well as supply/R&D vehicles. Gitmo identification as well as a cursory vehicle search will be required for all vehicles with this placard each time the vehicle enters the Sallyport. No escort is required with this vehicle. Allow vehicles with this placard access to Camp Delta through Sallyport 8. 3. Purple. Use this color to denote contract vehicles. Examples of these vehicles are Vena, Brown and Root, etc. A systematic search of these vehicles is required, encompassing both the underside and interior of the vehicle. An escort is required for these vehicles before allowing access to Camp Delta. Access to Camp Delta will be through Sallyport 8 for vehicles with this placard. 4. White. This is a temporary placard and will have a DTG written on the placard. These placards are valid for no longer than 8 hours. The doc will approve any issuance of a temporary placard. Only Sallyport 8 will issue temporary placards. A systematic search is required, encompassing both the underside and interior of the vehicle. An escort is required for these vehicles before allowing access to Camp Delta. The escorts will ensure that the vehicle is out of the camp before the DTG expires on the placard. Access to Camp Delta will be through Sallyport 8 for vehicles with this placard. 5. The dock will issue all placards except white ones. To receive a placard, the OIC of the organization requesting a placard will send to the JDOG S3 a memorandum for approval. The memorandum must contain organization, type of vehicle, license plate number for civilian vehicles, bumper number for military vehicles, and reason for access. 6. Placards will be valid for 90 days from date of issue. Turn in the expired placard to the dock before issuing a new placard, unless it is an initial issue. 7. When discovered, report lost placards to the JDOG S3. Send a new request memorandum to the JDOG S3 for approval. 8. A red front license plate with a star on it denoting a general officer's vehicle will be the equivalent of a green placard. This access will not expire at any time. 8. Sallyport 1. This post is located in Campi, next to the main roadway, and is a pedestrian/vehicular. Sallyport 1 is the main entrance and exit point for Camp Delta. The primary mission is to keep the Sallyport secure and control movement through that area for official business only. This post will be manned 24/7. 1. The only vehicles allowed past Sallyport 1 are those that have a requirement to be inside the camp. These vehicles will have a green placard. Do not allow vehicles with any other color placard access through Sallyport 1. The only exceptions will be emergency vehicles, fire, ambulance, police, those transporting JDOG and higher, and mission-specific. Shift change vehicles will park across the street on the shoulder, offset from the entrance for loading and offloading of personnel, ensuring that the roadway is not blocked. Being a military or government vehicle in itself is not a sufficient reason for access into the camp. 2. The sentry will keep the road in front of the Sallyport clear of unnecessarily halted vehicles and large groups of people. The Sallyport sentry will require identification from all personnel attempting to gain access to Camp Delta. Sallyport 1 will maintain unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOP 28 March 2003 unclassified / for official use only 7.3 A visitor's logbook. All visitors, including escorted visitors, will be positively identified and entered into the logbook. The logbook will contain the following information: name, rank, organization, escort name and rank, DTG in, DTG out, and ID of block guard entering data. All pedestrian personnel will enter Camp Delta through the Sallyport. 3. Sallyport 1 personnel will contact the dock or SOG if they have questions about Sallyport 1 operations. 4. The PL will identify a random number of persons to be searched at the beginning of each shift. 5. Contraband or Camp Delta SOP will be cross-referenced against the access roster for Camp Delta. Once checked, items still classified as contraband will be stored in the bins located in Sallyport 1. A chain of custody sheet will be completed before MP retains positive control of the item. Contraband items will be returned upon the visitor's exit from Camp Delta. The chain of custody sheet will be maintained in the custody binder for 2 months. 6. Escort control will provide escorts for individuals requiring access to Camp Delta who must be escorted. The only exception to this is individuals who are traveling with personnel that have unescorted access badges will be allowed to sign in and be escorted by those they are traveling with. If an interpreter has an escort-only badge and is traveling with by personnel that have unescorted access, the interpreter will be escorted by the personnel that have unescorted access badges. 7. All personnel will have access badges checked upon entering and exiting Camp Delta. Sallyport 8. This post is located in Campi, next to the main roadway, and is strictly a vehicular entrance and exit point. Sallyport 8 is the main entrance and exit point for contractor and supply vehicles. The primary mission is to keep the Sallyport secure and control movement through that area for official business only. This post will be manned from 0600 to 2007 days a week. This is the only post where temporary placards will be issued and collected. 1. The only vehicles allowed access through the Sally Port are those with yellow, purple, and temporary placards. VIPs and emergency vehicles will be allowed unimpeded access through the Sally Port after checking for proper access media. 2. The search of the chow vehicle will be a quick search of the underside and interior of the vehicle. At no time will the food containers be opened and searched. All other vehicles will be searched I or SOP. Refer to paragraph 7-2.g and 7-2.j. 3. Pedestrians will not be allowed access through the Sally Port. The only exceptions are escorted contractors. 4. All personnel will have access media checked prior to entering and exiting the Sally Port. All escorted badge holders will be searched prior to entering and exiting Camp Delta. This search will be conducted using either the handheld metal detector or a pat-down search. Any contraband found will be returned to the person, and the person will not be allowed access through Sally Port 8. Personnel with contraband will be directed to enter Camp Delta through Sally Port 1. 5. Sally Port 8 will contact the dock for escorts. Personnel requiring escort will not be allowed access to Camp Delta until escort arrives. 6. Sally Port 8 will contact dock or the SOG 2 if they have questions about Sally Port 8 operations. J. Inspections will be conducted upon entry and exit of all vehicles as required by placard. Sally Port sentry will 1. Gain a positive identification of the driver and any passengers prior to opening the gate. 2. Open exterior gate and allow vehicle to enter the Sally Port. 3. Instruct driver to place the vehicle in park, engage the emergency brake, stop engine, and exit the vehicle including passengers. Collect identification badges. Upon exiting, the MP will instruct the driver to open all doors, hood, trunk, and tailgate, or any other compartment to be searched. 4. Log vehicle information to include time and tag number, driver's name, organization, destination, and purpose of visit. 5. MPs will systematically search the vehicle by examining the interior, exterior, top, underneath hoods, in trunks, and the undercarriage. Search the vehicle using the following pattern: behind and under the seats, B under the dashboard, C glove and tool compartments, D above the sun visors. 6. Search the exterior of the vehicle using the mirror to search underneath and the top of the vehicle, to include but not restricted to the left front fender well and behind the wheel, B under the front bumper, behind and under the grille, C under the hood. Have the driver raise the hood. Check all areas behind the radiator and around the engine, D the right front fender well and behind the wheelie underneath the right side of the body, back to and including the right rear fender well and behind the wheel, left inside all cargo areas including the trunk, G the left rear fender well and behind the wheel. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified / for official use only. 7.4H underneath the left side of the body up to the left front fender well. 6. MPs will look for suspicious packages, boxes, and items not needed for the incoming personnel to conduct their business within the facility. If an item is not authorized or unnecessary, a DAR 4137 chain of custody will be done for each item confiscated and kept at the Sally Port until the property is claimed upon exiting the facility. Tools and loose equipment entering the facility in a vehicle must be accounted for upon exiting. Resolve all discrepancies before allowing the vehicle to exit. When in doubt, call for the SOG, PL, or dock. 7. Upon completion of the vehicle search, the driver and passengers will re-enter the vehicle. An MP will open interior Sally Port gate and allow vehicle to access Camp Delta. K. Emergencies will take priority over all other ongoing Sally Port operations. It is the responsibility of the Sally Port guards to stop all traffic though the sally port that will hinder the entry/exit of emergency vehicles. L. Emergency vehicles. 1. The entry and exit of emergency vehicles such as base security, fire trucks, ambulance will be brought to the attention of DOC immediately via radio or runner. 2. Emergency vehicles will be logged in and out. 3. Vehicles responding to an emergency within Camp Delta will be expeditiously searched upon entering and exiting the facility. In an expeditious search, guards will quickly verify identification badges of emergency personnel and allow them to pass through the sally port. They will verify same number of personnel exiting that came in with the vehicle and that no additional personnel leave with it. Detainee patients leaving in an ambulance for NA Base Hospital will be accounted for and verified through DOC after the ambulance has been allowed to leave. Ambulances transporting detainees in and out of Camp Delta will not be searched. It is the responsibility of the MP medical escort teams to conduct searches of the ambulances. In cases where there is no MP escort team present in the ambulance, sally port guards will search the ambulance upon entering or exiting Camp Delta. Necessary medical treatment instruments will not be seized or delay the ambulance's entry or exit through a sally port. 4. Vehicles responding to an emergency will enter Camp Delta through sally port 8 and exit Camp Delta through sally port 1. 5. In the event that large emergency vehicles must pass through the sally port, i.e. fire truck, both interior and exterior gates will be open to allow entry and exit. When entering, guards will expeditiously verify identification badges of emergency personnel and allow them to pass through the sally port. Upon exiting, the vehicle will be searched prior to entering the sally port with the exception of escorted ambulances. Sentries will verify same number of personnel exiting that came in with the vehicle and that no additional personnel leave with it. Resolve all discrepancies before allowing the vehicle to exit. After search, both gates will again be open to allow the vehicle to exit. Land bridge missions will take priority over all other ongoing sally port operations except emergencies. It is the responsibility of the sally port guards to stop all traffic, though the sally port that will hinder the entry/exit of land bridge vehicles. N. Upon receipt of a land bridge mission, all direction will be taken from JDOG personnel and the Co. Any tool will be provided to sally port 1 as the land bridge vehicles are en route to Camp Delta. 7-3. Sally ports 3 and 9A manning. Sally port gates 3 and 9 will have 1 soldier assigned to each gate. Any soldier attached to JTF Gitmo with a secret security clearance may work the gate. B. Duties and responsibilities. 1 soldier assigned will 1 be directly responsible to the SOG for the operation of the sally port gate, including daily functional management of the gates and overall responsibility for their respective Camp Delta sally port gate. 2. Keep SOG and PL briefed on events. 3. Conduct hands-on check of all personnel entering. 4. Ensure an inventory of all sensitive items, equipment, and keys upon assumption of duties. 5. Ensure only 1 vehicle is allowed to enter or exit the sally port at a time. See special instructions. 1. Only 1 sally port gate will be open at any given time during operations, unless authorized by the Co or JDOG with 1 exception. Both gates will be open for vehicles responding to emergency that are too long to enter the sally port in the normal manner, i.e. fire truck. 2. Sally port personnel will notify the PL and or Co of DV/VIP visits. D. Pedestrian entry/exit. Soldier assigned will 1. Keep the alleyway in front of the sally port clear of unnecessarily halted vehicles and large groups of people. 2. Require identification from all personnel attempting to pass through to verify eligibility to pass through the sally port. Unclassified/for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified/for official use only. 7.53 Conduct a hands-on badge check of all pedestrians entering the sally port. Access to Camp Delta is denied if badges are expired. or not physically present, ensuring that personnel requiring escorts enter with the escortess. Reference the badge identification sheet to recognize the access level for each individual entering the facility. E-vehicle entry/exit. All vehicles may enter and exit campaign block areas through sally ports 3 and 9. This includes and is not limited to the following: 1 contract, 2 food service, 3 gators and golf carts for emergency, 5 fuel, 6 garbage. F. Emergencies will take priority over all other ongoing sally port operations. It is the responsibility of the sally port sentry to stop all traffic, though the sally port that will hinder the entry/exit of emergency vehicles. G. Emergency vehicles. 1. The entry and exit of emergency vehicles such as base security, fire trucks, ambulance will be brought to the attention of the dock immediately via radio or runner. 2. In the event that large emergency vehicles must pass through the sally port, i.e. fire truck, both interior and exterior gates will be open to allow entry and exit. 7-4. Sally ports 4 and 10A manning. Sally port gates 4 and 10 will have 1 soldier assigned to each gate. Any soldier attached to the JTF Gitmo with a secret security clearance may work the gate. B. Duties and responsibilities. 1 soldier assigned will 1 directly responsible to the SOG for the operation of the sally port gate, including daily functional management of the gates and overall responsibility for their respective Camp Delta sally port gate. 2. Keep SOG and PL briefed on events. 3. Ensure an inventory of all sensitive items, equipment, and keys upon assumption of duties. 4. Ensure only 1 vehicle is allowed into the sally port at a time, entering or exiting. See special instructions. 1. Only 1 sally port gate will be open at any given time during operations, unless authorized by the co-watchdog, with 1 exception. Both gates will be open for vehicles responding to emergency or are too long to enter the sally port in the normal manner, i.e. fire truck, chow truck. 2. Sally port personnel will notify the PL and/or co of diva/VIP visits. D. Pedestrian entry/exit. Soldier assigned will keep the alleyway in front of the sally port clear of unnecessarily halted vehicles and large groups of people. E-vehicle entry/exit. All vehicles may enter and exit campaign block areas through sally ports 4 and 10. This includes and is limited to the following: 1 contract, 2 food service, 3 gators and golf carts for emergency, 5 fuel, 6 garbage. F. Emergencies will take priority over all other ongoing sally port operations. It is the responsibility of the sally port sentry to stop all traffic, though the sally port that will hinder the entry/exit of emergency vehicles. G. Emergency vehicles. 1. The entry and exit of emergency vehicles such as base security, fire trucks, ambulance will be brought to the attention of the dock immediately via radio or runner. 2. In the event that large emergency vehicles must pass through the sally port, i.e. fire truck, both interior and exterior gates will be open to allow entry and exit. 7-5. Detainee medical clinic gate A manning. The detainee medical gate will have 1 soldier assigned. Any soldier attached to Gitmo with a secret security clearance may work the gate. B. Duties and responsibilities. 1 soldier assigned will 1 directly responsible to the SOG for the operation of the gate, including daily functional management of the gate and overall responsibility. 2. Keep SOG and PL briefed on events. 3. Ensure an inventory of all sensitive items, equipment, and keys upon assumption of duties. See special instructions. Gate personnel will notify the PL and/or co of diva/VIP visits to detainee medical clinic. D. Pedestrian entry/exit. Soldier assigned will keep the alleyway in front of the gate clear of unnecessarily halted vehicles and large groups of people. B. Ensure personnel entering had official business and/or orders. E. Emergencies will take priority over all other ongoing gate operations. It is the responsibility of the unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOP 28 March 2003 unclassified / for official use only 7.6 Sentry to stop all traffic, though the gate that will hinder the entry / exit of emergency personnel. 7-6 Jive Gate A Manning. The Jive Gate will have one soldier assigned. Any soldier attached to the JTF with a secret security clearance may work the gate. B duties and responsibilities. One soldier assigned will one directly responsible to the SOG for the operation of the gate, including daily functional management of the gate and overall responsibility. 2 keep SOG and PL briefed on events. 3 ensure an inventory of all sensitive items, equipment, and keys upon assumption of duties. See special instructions. 1 gate sentry will keep a working staff duty log annotating all detainees requested by the JIF passing through the gate. Include detainee cell number and ISN. 2 gate sentry will notify the PL and or DFC of DV/VIP visits to JIF. D pedestrian entry / exit. Soldier assigned will keep the alleyway in front of the gate clear of unnecessarily halted vehicles and large groups of people. B ensure personnel entering had official business and or orders. E emergencies will take priority over all other ongoing gate operations. It is the responsibility of the sentry to stop all traffic, though the gate that will hinder the entry / exit of emergency personnel. 7-7 Roving Sally A Manning. The Roving Sally will have 2 soldiers assigned. Any soldier attached to the Gitmo with a secret security clearance may work the gate. B duties and responsibilities. The 2 soldiers assigned will one directly responsible to the SOG for the operation of the gates, including daily functional management of the gate and overall responsibility. 2 keep SOG and PL briefed on events. 3 ensure an inventory of all sensitive items, equipment, and keys upon assumption of duties. See special instructions. 1 In the event of a NERF team request, the Roving Sally will ensure reserve team members leave the blocks, that they open the gates as quickly as possible. ERF team and support members have priority for gate openings. 2 In the event of fire, Roving Sally will ensure the centrally located fire extinguishers are placed in between the Sally port gates of the affected block S. D pedestrian entry / exit. Soldier assigned will keep the central causeway clear of unnecessarily halted vehicles and large groups of people. B ensure personnel entering had official business and or orders. E emergencies will take priority over all other ongoing gate operations. It is the responsibility of the sentry to stop all traffic, though the gate that will hinder the entry / exit of emergency personnel. 7-8 Weapon boxes. A weapon boxes at main entry Sally ports will be used to store handguns, mace, knives, or any other small weapons not authorized to enter the facility. B Sally port guards will perform the following tasks. If an unauthorized weapon is carried into the Sally port, and the personnel who is in possession needs to enter the facility, 1 Inform the personnel that the unauthorized item is not allowed into the facility. 2 Issue a weapon box key to personnel from the key box using Form 5539. 3 Inform personnel to place the item S in the weapon box. 4 Inform personnel to remove the key from the weapon box and secure it on their person. 5 Log personnel into the facility. C. When personnel return to the Sally port and are ready to exit the facility, the following steps will take place. 1 Remove weapon box key from their person and open the appropriate gun box. 2 Removes item S from the weapon box. 3 Secure item S on their person. 4 Close gun box and remove weapon box key. 5 Return key to the Sally port guard. D Sally port guard logs weapon box key back in on Form 5539, returns key to key box and secures key box. E Sally port guard logs personnel out of facility. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified / for official use only. 8.1 Chapter 8 Detainee Behavioral Management 8-1 Purpose: to outline requirements and procedures for managing detainee discipline and positive behavior rewards programs. This system will protect the health, safety, and security of all persons within the facility by providing for a fair and consistent delivery of consequences for negative behavior and rewards for positive behavior. 8-2 Provision of basic needs. Detainees held at Camp Delta and other JTF Gitmo detention facilities will not be deprived of adequate shelter, food, or water at any time. Detainees will be housed in areas providing adequate shelter from the elements and with adequate ventilation. Detainees in cell blocks will have access to potable drinking water at all times through the use of the water faucet located in the cell. Appropriate meals will be provided to all detainees at least 3 times per day. Additionally, all detainees will be provided with the means to maintain adequate personal hygiene. This will include opportunities for showers and the availability of soap and water to wash themselves while in the cell. 8-3 Discipline Process A. When a detainee commits a camp rules infraction or an offence listed in Table 8-1, List of Offences, the chain of command within the camp will be notified. The priority of notification is the Sergeant of the Guard SOG, Platoon Leader PL, and on-duty Commanding Officer CO, in that order. B. The SOG and/or PL will 1. Review Table 8-1 and locate the offence on the list. If the offence is not listed, attempt to locate a similar offence, or an offence of equal severity to the offence committed by the detainee. Identify the category level of the most severe offence. 2. Review the discipline record of the detainee to determine the detainee's previous discipline history. 3. Using Table 8-2, Detainee Movement and Discipline Matrix, cross-reference the category of the most severe offence from Table 8-1 with the number of days between the current offence and the previous offence. This will give you 2 results. The result from the movement section of Table 8-2 is where to move the detainee. The discipline section of Table 8-2 determines the type and length of discipline imposed on the detainee. C. If several offences were committed at the same time, and the resulting discipline does not include time in MSU, move 1 column to the right on the discipline section of the Table 8-2 to determine punishment. If several offences were committed at the same time, and the resulting discipline does include time in MSU, add 5 days to loss of comfort items (SI), and 5 days to the time in MSU for each additional offence. D. The GTDOG, or GTDOG S3 must approve any discipline that includes movement to MSU by signing as the authenticating officer on the DD Form 508. This does not apply to moves to MSU by the JIG for intelligence purposes. JIG moves will be coordinated through the Detention Operations Branch and do not need any further approval. However, the Detention Operations Center will not move the detainee until directed by the Detention Operations Officer or GTDOG S3. E. The on-duty CO will approve all discipline measures except MSU time, will check the recommended block of the DD Form 508, and sign as the confinement officer. F. Notification to the chain of command will be made for any situations involving unusual circumstances, and for any use of force beyond verbal persuasion or show of force. G. The Detention Operations Center doc will be notified of any moves made to MSU. This notification must include SN number, reason for moves, approving authority and length of discipline. The doc will annotate all moves on the daily blotter. H. When a discipline measure is applied to a detainee, he will be notified of the reason for the discipline and the type/length of the discipline measure. I. Do not confiscate any item unless it is for discipline purposes or for the prevention of self-harm or harm to others. J. When comfort items are taken from a detainee, The items will be inventoried and placed in a large trash bag or box, and the Block & Co. will complete and sign the detainee supply roster. The bag will have a toe tag tied to it with the detainee's ISN annotated. The box will be marked with the detainee's ISN. The box or bag will be stored in an orderly manner on top of the detainee cell. Block NCOs will be responsible for ensuring that the storage of the PSI presents an orderly appearance and that the inventory matches the detainee supply roster. Any difficulties encountered will be directed to the SOG. Items will not be returned to the detainee until the length of discipline is completed. End documentation of any discipline measure will be annotated on DD Form 508. DA Forms 2823. Sworn statements from all U.S. personnel involved in the incident will be attached to the DD Form 508 and forwarded to the on-duty CO for disposition. A detainee that has been moved to Level 2 or Level 3 for discipline must spend at least 30 days at that level before being considered for movement to the next higher classification level. The detainee will be considered for movement 30 days from the end of the unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOP 28 March 2003 unclassified / for official use only 8.2 discipline period, if the detainee has not had any discipline problems within that time. A detainee that has been moved to Level 4 for discipline will be moved to Level 3 upon completion of the mandated period of time annotated on the DD Form 508 or Memorandum of Approval of Extension signed by CJTF. The Detention Services Branch DSB will conduct the review of records for movement from one classification level to a new level. Any exceptions to this procedure must be approved by the JDOG S3. Many detainee actions that result in disciplinary measures may also result in future criminal charges. Accurate and complete documentation is always required. Q. Any proposed discipline for detainees under the care of the detention hospital psychologist requires consultation between the senior on-duty psychology staff member and the on-duty CO prior to imposing discipline. Detainees being treated as mental health patients will only have basic issue items, authorized SIS, and/or authorized activities taken away as a medical necessity. In those cases, the senior on-duty psychology staff member will be cited on the Gitmo Form 508-1 as the authority for removing items or prohibiting activities. 8-4. Loss of recreation A. If a detainee has lost his privilege of recreation for the number of recreation periods determined by Table 8-2, the DOC will notify the appropriate Block & Co. of the beginning date and the end date. The DOC will annotate this information in the discipline log. B. The Block & Co. will annotate the beginning date and ending date on the discipline log sheet assigned to each detainee. This form will remain in the detainee file. The Block & Co. will annotate loss of recreation and write the dates under the corresponding column of date began and end date. The Block & Co. will also make an entry in the duty logs. A copy of the DD Form 508 will be placed into the detainee file on the block, and a copy kept in the detainee's file in the doc. 8-5. Loss of hot meals A. If a detainee has lost his privilege of hot meals for the number of days determined by Table 8-2, the DOC will notify the appropriate Block & Co. of the beginning date and the end date. The DOC will annotate this information in the discipline log. B. The Block & Co. will annotate the beginning date and ending date on the discipline log sheet assigned to each detainee. This form will remain in the detainee file. The Block & Co. will annotate loss of hot meals and write the dates under the corresponding column of date began and end date. The Block & Co. will also make an entry in the duty logs. A copy of the DD Form 508 will be placed into the detainee file on the block, and a copy kept in the detainee's file in the doc. 8-6. Comfort items PSI A. If a detainee has lost PSI as determined by Table 8-2, the DOC will notify the appropriate Block & Co. of the beginning date and end date. The DOC will annotate this information in the discipline log. B. The Block & Co. will annotate the beginning dates and ending dates on the discipline log sheet assigned to each detainee. This form will remain in the detainee file. The block and co will annotate loss of comfort items, mark the all, and write the dates under the corresponding column of date began and end date. The block and co will also make an entry in the duty logs. C. In the case of lost or damaged property, the block and co will annotate the item on the detainee discipline log in the detainee file for those items that have been damaged, destroyed, or lost. Annotate the number or numbers and the date, or dates under the corresponding column of date began and end date. The block and co will also make an entry in the duty logs. D. When a detainee changes classification level, the detainee will lose or gain comfort items at the new block based on the block's classification level. The receiving block and co must ensure that, when a detainee is moving to a higher classification level, he is issued the required items. The receiving block and co must ensure that, when a detainee is moving to a lower classification level, he loses unauthorized items. E. The block and co of a moving detainee must ensure all items on the inventory sheet depart with the detainee. The receiving block will confiscate all excess items. If the detainee does not have an item listed on the current inventory sheet, the detainee is subject to punishment for failure to return property, per Table 8-1. F. If a detainee refuses a PSI, place an R on the inventory sheet in the block that corresponds to the item refused. 8-7. Detainee Classification System A. The detainee classification system is a 5-level system of rewards based on the premise that a detainee's behavior determines the privileges they are allowed. As the detainee adapts to the rules of the camp, his conduct will earn him more privileges. Basic issue items, CIS, and authorized/unauthorized activities for detainees are listed in Tables 8-3 through 8. 5. Detainees qualified for classification Level 1 may unclassified/for official use only Camp Delta SOP 28 March 2003 unclassified/for official use only 8.3 also be eligible for additional items and activities not listed in Tables 8-3 through 8-5. 1. Classification Level 1. Detainees receive a higher level of privileges than Level 2, and having spent at least 30 days at Level 2. 2. Classification Level 2. Detainees at this level receive a higher level of privileges than Level 3, and having spent at least 30 days at Level 3. 3. Classification Level 3. All detainees start at this level, following an initial period of segregation upon arrival at Camp Delta. The length of time of this initial segregation will be determined by the JIG. This level includes detainees who are on discipline measures not including MSU. For Classification Level 4, detainees normally located in MSU, but also includes detainees who have completed MSU time, but have not yet moved to Level 3. Detainees in this status will have their classification re-evaluated by the Detention Services Branch daily. Detainees can be housed in MSU up to 90 days, but their status will be reviewed every 30 days by CJTF. 5. Classification Level 5 Intel Level. JIG Directed Segregation, for intelligence gathering purposes. Detainees will be segregated at the direction of the JIG through the Detention Operations Branch. Are housed in a group on an Intel block. Be housed in MSU block for Intel purposes. C. Receive Reward Level 1-4 privileges as recommended by JIG. B. Delta Block is designated as the Mental Health Facility MHF for the housing of detainees requiring a higher level clinical care and monitoring. C. A qualifying disciplinary event is defined as a disciplinary event that has not expired and dropped off their disciplinary record for the purposes of this program only. These offences will remain on their disciplinary records for the purpose of disciplinary actions. D. Category E offences, as listed in Table 8-1, will expire on their 30-day anniversary for each step higher, and will not be counted against a detainee for the purposes of this program. 30 days is considered his required good behavior period. Each category of offences will expire on their 45-day anniversary for each step higher, and will not be counted against a detainee for the purposes of this program. 45 days is considered his required good behavior period. F category offences will expire on their 60-day anniversary for each step higher, and will not be counted against a detainee for the purposes of this program. 60 days is considered his required good behavior period. A detainee will change levels based on his behavior or meeting other criteria for a level. Detainees who do not meet the program based on behavior may still participate in the program based on JIG-directed requests, but will be housed on a separate block designated as an intel block. JIG will determine higher-level privileges on this block. If a detainee is moved to a level 4 block, he will spend the time required in MSU according to the matrix. At the completion of his time in MSU, he will immediately move to a level 3 block. The detainee will then stay on the level 3 block until the required good behavior period is satisfied, and then move to a level 2 block. The detainee will then stay on a level 2 block until his required good behavior period is satisfied, and then move to a level 1 block. A detainee must spend this entire time incident-free at his current level to qualify for movement to the next higher level. This is in order to prove his ability to function at a higher level of privileges. If no room is available on a block at the next higher level, the detainee will still have his classification level changed on his current block and will move at the next available opening for that level. Example: a detainee who is currently on a level 3 block was disciplined for inciting a disturbance. This offense has a required good behavior period of 30 days. Once he has had no discipline for 30 days, he is eligible for level 2. If a cell is open on a level 2 block, the detainee will be moved there and will be issued the additional comfort items for reward level 2. If a cell is not open on a level 2 block, the detainee will remain on his current block and receive additional comfort items for level 2. Once the detainee has had no discipline for an additional 30 days, regardless if on a level 2 or level 3 block, he will be eligible to be moved to a reward level 1 block. If a cell is open on a level 1 block, the detainee will be moved there and will be issued the additional comfort items for level 1. If a cell is not open on a level 1 block, the detainee will remain on his current block and receive additional comfort items for level 1. H. If a detainee commits an offense in MSU that requires additional MSU time and will extend his total time beyond 30 consecutive days, the following procedure will be used. 1. If the detainee has not yet reached 30 days of actual MSU time served, a memorandum will be forwarded to CJTF requesting an extension of MSU time. The memorandum will detail how many days the extension is for, why it is necessary, and will include the DD Form 508 with the punishment on it. See Figure 8-1 for example memorandum. If the extension is granted, the detainee will be removed at the end of the total approved MSU period and moved to a level 3 block. If the extension is not granted, the detainee will be removed after serving 30 days in MSU and moved to a level 3 block. 2. If the detainee has reached 30 days of actual MSU time served, the detainee will be removed from unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOP 28 March 2003 unclassified / for official use only 8.4 MSU, placed on a level 3 block, with level 4 signed authorized activities. This action will be documented on Gitmo Form 508-1, cons / approved by the JDOG S3. A memorandum will be forwarded to CJTF requesting an extension of MSU time. The memorandum will detail how many days the extension is for, why it is necessary, and will include the DA 508 with the punishment on it. See Figure 8-2 for example memorandum. Upon approval of the extension, the detainee will be moved back to MSU to serve the length of the approved extension. Either the JIG or the JDOG S3 will decide the detainee's classification. Level 5 block assignments will be determined by the JIG. J. An order of merit list OML will be created to form a waiting list for qualified detainees to get into either a level 1 or level 2 block. The Detention Services Branch will develop and monitor this OML. Detainees will be chosen from the OML for movement to a higher level block. If sufficient detainees are on the OML, S3 can direct that a block be converted to a higher level block. K. If a detainee exhibits a positive behavior over and above that of fellow detainees, a block and co, SOG, PL, or on-duty co can request a CTDOG to remove 5 days from his period of good behavior to transition to a higher reward level on a Gitmo Form 508-1. Examples include 1. A detainee who notifies a block guard of a cell door being unlocked. 2. A detainee who acts as an interpreter during a critical incident. 3. A detainee that finds a welding rod in the recreation yard and gives it to an MP. 8-8. Gitmo Form 508-1A. The Gitmo Form 508-1 is used to determine which rewards a detainee will lose or gain. B. Process for issuing Gitmo Form 508-1 for Discipline 1. Details about incident phone to to begin processing a DD Form 508. 2. DA Form S2823 filled out by personnel witnessing the incident, detailing the incident. 3. PL determines discipline based on matrix and previous record of offences by a detainee, then prepares Gitmo Form 508-1 for on-duty co's review. The form must include a brief description of the offence, the number of times the detainee has committed offences, and the discipline to be imposed. For if the on-duty co concurs, the discipline is entered on the DD Form 508 from the Gitmo Form 508-1. 5. After all required forms are complete, the on-duty co signs the DD Form 508 as the confinement officer and forwards to S3 for approval. Upon approval, the offence is entered into the discipline log for the detainee. 6. A copy of the Gitmo Form 508-1 is sent to the block to be briefed to the detainee by the block and co, SOG, or PL. The copy will be retained with the detainee's records on the block. 7. All original forms will be forwarded to Detention Services Branch at the end of shift. C. Process for issuing Gitmo Form 508-1 for Reward 1. JIG authorizes a reward for a detainee. 2. Gitmo Form 508-1 is used to record the reward and is submitted to Detention Services Branch. 3. Detention Services Branch processes the Gitmo Form 508-1 and forwards through Detention Operations Branch to S3. For if the detainee is in Level 5 block, the Level 5 block entitlement form will be used to determine if the detainee is in the correct cell based on his reward level. If he is changing levels, he will be moved to an area, if possible, on the same block, where he will not be next to detainees with a different reward level. If the detainee receives a reward outside of the matrix, that will be annotated on the block diagram. The Gitmo Forms 508-1 for Level 5 blocks will be maintained by Detention Services Branch, and the block diagrams will be distributed to the Level 5 blocks within 24 hours of any changes. 5. If a detainee is not in a Level 5 block, a copy of the Gitmo Form 508-1 will be sent to the block to be placed in the detainee's records on the block. The original will be placed in the detainee's file in the doc. 8-9. Level 5 blocks. A detainees on Level 5 blocks will be segregated based on the individual's reward level as determined by the JIG. Upon receipt by Detention Services Branch of a Gitmo Form 508-1, the detainee will be classified by his reward level and placed in an appropriate cell in Level 5 block. JIG personnel will issue and confiscate all non-expendable items. Block personnel will replenish all expendable items after the initial issue by JIG personnel. Block personnel may only confiscate items for discipline purposes, and then must notify Detention Services Branch immediately, so this information can be forwarded to the JIG. B. The Positive Behavior Reward Program will supplement the work of the JIG. As the detainee works with the JIG, his conduct will earn him more or less privileges. The Gitmo Form 508-1 is used to document detainee rewards lost or gained. See process for an existing resident of a level 5 block unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOP 28 March 2003 unclassified / for official use only 8.51 ensure Gitmo Form 508-1 is filled out properly. 2. Check to see if the detainee is adjacent to a detainee at a different reward level. 3. Coordinate with the jig to move the detainee to another cell adjacent to individuals with the same reward level, or as directed to a specific cell by jig. 4. Update the block diagrams and forward to the block for their use. 5. Send the updated block diagram to the jig for their information. D. Process for a new resident of a level 5 block 1 jig submits a move request along with a Gitmo Form 508-1. To ensure the Gitmo Form 508-1 is filled out properly. 3. If the move request has no specific cell, determine which cell to move him into based on the reward level indicated on the Gitmo Form 508-1. 4. Update the block diagrams and forward to the block for their use. 5. Send the updated block diagram to the jig for their information. 8-10. Confiscation of items A. For any confiscated item, a DAR Form 4137 will be completed, and both the form and item will be turned into the evidence custodian located in Camp Delta 2, Building 7. B. Any item may also be taken neuter self-harm precautions, based on advice of psychology staff. All items taken for self-harm precautions will be stored in a container marked with the detainee's ISN, and the container placed above the detainee cell. C. If a detainee does not leave the block when disciplined, place any non-damaged confiscated items in a container marked with the detainee's ISN, and place the container above the detainee cell. D. Detainees are authorized all of the items listed per their reward level, except under the following circumstances. 1. The item is taken away for a defined period of time for discipline. 2. The detainees on self-harm precautions as determined by the psychology staff. 3. If the detainee is housed in a medical or mental health segregation area, and the medical and/or mental health staff has directed confiscation of certain items, medical or mental health staff will determine which item a detainee in medical or mental health segregation can have, as long as the item is also authorized for the detainee's current discipline level. For an approved Gitmo Form 508-1 directs otherwise. E. No linen item, prayer bead, prayer cap, book, flip-flops, sew mat, mattress, shoes, storage tub, game, or playing cards will be thrown away if damaged. F. Deliberate damage is any damage done by the detainee to his property. This does not include tears and holes caused by day-to-day use and living inside of a metal cell, or the wear of footgear used to walk on gravel. The MP will use his best judgment to determine if the damage was deliberate or not. When disciplining a detainee for damage to any item, the damage must be deliberate. G. During all inventories and prior to any discipline for lost items, the bag and/or box holding items above the cell must be checked for that item. The contents of that bag and/or box must also follow the detainee whenever he is permanently moved. The block and co of the losing block is responsible to ensure that all of the detainee's items leave with him. The block and co of the gaining block is responsible to ensure that all of the detainee's items arrive with him and are present before the escort team leaves the block. The escort team is responsible to ensure all items are taken from the losing block to the gaining block. H. Linen items. These items are distributed through the supply room. All of these items are exchanged on a one-for-one basis during linen exchange. All items will be held up by the detainee and visually inspected prior to exchange. Any modifications or deliberate damage seen, including such modifications as tying a knot in a towel, will result in the detainee being disciplined. All dirty items are placed inside a white mesh bag, which is placed inside a garbage bag, and then stored in the dirty linen shed next to Building 1 for Camp Delta 1. and Building 7 for Camp Delta 2 and Camp Delta 3. 1 blanket, clothing at top and bottom, PT shorts, sheets, towels, t-shirt has a pocket, washcloth. If a detainee tears, rips, or otherwise damages this item, or makes it into a weapon or self-harm device, it will be confiscated, and the detainee disciplined for damaging or destroying government property. If the detainee does not have the item during any inventory, ensure the item was not confiscated. If it was confiscated, and it was issued to him, he will be disciplined for damaging or destroying government property. Also, consult the damaged property matrix to determine the length of time the detainee loses the item. 2 suicide blanket. If a detainee tears, rips, or otherwise damages the suicide blanket, or makes it into a weapon or self-harm device, it will be confiscated, and the detainee disciplined for damaging or destroying government property. If the detainee does not have the suicide blanket during any inventory, ensure it was not confiscated. If it was not confiscated, and it was issued to him, he will be disciplined for damaging, or unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003 Unclassified / for official use only. 8.6 Destroying government property. A replacement suicide blanket will be given to the detainee. 3 Suicide smock. If a detainee tears, rips, or otherwise damages the suicide smock, or makes it into a weapon or self-harm device, it will be confiscated, and the detainee disciplined for damaging or destroying government property. A replacement suicide smock will be given to the detainee. Only psychiatry may authorize the use of a suicide smock. Religious items. These items are distributed in coordination with the chaplain. 1 Quran. Religious book with special handling rules and search rules. Refer to section 6-11 for details. 2 Perfume/oil. Expendable item. Ensure no items are hidden inside of container. 3 Prayer beads. A religious item similar to a rosary. Prayer beads may not be modified in any fashion. Any modification to prayers will result in the confiscation of the prayer beads and the detainee disciplined. Fill out a form of 4137 and turn the form and prayer beads into the evidence custodian. 4 Prayer cap. A black or white item that is worn on the head of the detainee. May be searched and handled by an MP wearing gloves. Examine for damage such as removal of threading. Any damage or modification to the prayer cap will result in the detainee being disciplined. Fill out a form of 4137 and turn the form and prayer cap into the evidence custodian. J books. These items are distributed through the detainee librarian. Examine all books for writing or any hidden items. Any book that contains writing should be confiscated and turned in immediately for intelligence purposes. Books will not be left on the blocks or put in the detainee's box or bag with other confiscated items. Any damage to books will result in the detainee being disciplined. A DAR Form 4137 should accompany any damaged book. K items. These items are distributed through the supply room. 1 Bar soap, small. If the detainee is authorized a small bar of soap, he may keep this in his cell. 2 Bar soap, regular. If the detainee is authorized a regular bar of soap, he may keep this in his cell. 3 Bucket for double amputees. Do not confiscate this item. 4 Comb. This will be given to the detainee during shower time. It will be stored in an evidence bag with the detainee's name written on it. Store the bag in the block supply box. Inspect for damage after use. 5 Flip-flops. Detainees wear this item. Inspect them for damage. Discipline the detainee for damage only, not wear and tear from use. When in doubt about what caused the damage to this item, err on the side of damage caused by wear. 6 Isomat. Used by the detainees to sleep on or to screen their bathroom use from others. The isomat will stay with the detainee at all times. Inspect the ISO-mat for damage. If there is any damage, the detainee will be disciplined for damage or destruction of government property. Also, consult the damaged property matrix to determine the length of time the detainee loses the blanket cannot be removed. 7. Mask, surgical type. This item is used to hold the Quran. Typically, it is tied to the cell wall, and the Quran is placed inside. Ensure the strip of metal that would normally go over the nose when worn is not present in the mask. 8. Mattress. This item will stay with the detainee regardless if he loses it for the level he is in or not. Inspect the mattress for any damage or items hidden within it. If the mattress is damaged, the detainee will be disciplined for damage or destruction of government property. Also, consult the damaged property matrix to determine the length of time the detainee loses the blanket. 9. Salt packets. These may be kept by the detainee and are a consumable supply. These may be obtained from the supply room as required. 10. Shoes. Detainees wear this item. Inspect them for damage. Discipline the detainee for damage only, not wear and tear from use. When in doubt about what caused the damage to this item, err on the side of damage caused by wear. 11. Storage tab. This item will be marked with the detainee's ISIN and will be the storage device for detainee property. Any damage to the tab needs to be documented, and the detainee disciplined for damage or destruction of government property. 12. Styrofoam cups. If the cup has writing on it, confiscate. Complete to DAR 4137 and give to the evidence custodian. If the cup is damaged or destroyed, the detainee will be disciplined for destruction of government property. Also, consult the damaged property matrix to determine the length of time the detainee loses the styrofoam cup. If the detainee has lost his cup due to discipline, he will receive a cup with his meal, but must return it at the completion of the meal. Due to supply issues, different size cups may be used at any time. All cups are considered equal regardless of size. 13. Toothpaste. This item will only be issued on Sundays. Ensure there is nothing hidden inside the toothpaste. If there is an object hidden inside, discipline the detainee for contraband. Fill out a Form DAR 4137 and give the toothpaste and form to the evidence custodian. 14. Toothbrush, small travel type. This is a small toothbrush with regular bristles. These will be unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003 unclassified / for official use only 8.7 issued once a month. Inspect for any modification or damage to the handle. If found, discipline the detainee appropriately. Fill out a Form DAR 4137 and give the toothbrush and form to the evidence custodian. Also, consult the damaged property matrix to determine the length of time the detainee loses the toothbrush. 15. Toothbrush, finger. Inspect this item for any modifications that could result in injury, such as attaching a sharp object to it. If any dangerous modification is done to the toothbrush, confiscate it. Fill out a Form DAR 4137. Give the toothbrush and form to the evidence custodian. 16. Water bottle. The water bottle is not an expendable item. The detainee will receive a water bottle when his reward level is changed to 1, or he has completed his discipline for destroying or damaging a water bottle. The water bottle needs to be inspected for damage or containing hidden objects. If the water bottle is damaged, the detainee will be disciplined for damage or destruction to government property. Also, consult the damaged property matrix to determine the length of time the detainee loses the water bottle. 17. Games. Games need to be inspected for damage or lost pieces. If the game is damaged or has lost pieces, the detainee is to be disciplined for damage or destruction to government property. It is the detainee's responsibility to inform the block guards if a game piece is accidentally lost and will not be disciplined. If detainee tells the block guard, the detainee will be informed of this responsibility when the game is issued. Also, Consult the damaged property matrix to determine the length of time the detainee loses the game. 18 playing cards. Playing cards need to be inspected for damage or lost cards. If the cards are damaged or have been lost, the detainee is to be disciplined for damage or destruction to government property. It is the detainee's responsibility to inform the block guards if a card is accidentally lost and will not be disciplined. If detainee tells the block guard, the detainee will be informed of this responsibility when the cards are issued. Also, consult the damaged property matrix to determine the length of time the detainee loses the playing cards. Mail. Mail personnel distribute this item to the detainees. A piece of mail is a complete letter, regardless of the number of pages, and the envelope. A piece of mail may also be a postcard. Additional items and privileges. 1 additional toilet paper. The detainee normally receives a set amount of toilet paper per shift at specific times. This privilege allows the detainee to get toilet paper as required. The detainee is responsible for asking for the additional toilet paper. Guards need to ensure that the detainee doesn't receive 2 pen and paper upon request. The detainee may request pen and paper from the block guards. The detainee may not have more than 10 sheets of paper in his cell at any one time. The paper will not be passed between cells. If the detainee writes any letters and requests them to be mailed, they will be given to the detainee mail personnel. Paper will be plain white paper such as that used in the Xerox machine. Pens will be the soft, flexible safety version. Block personnel must document who receives a pen and must collect them prior to shift change. Pens will not be issued on midnight shift. The paper may be obtained from the supply room, or the dock, and the pens will be obtained from supply. When getting pens, they must be exchanged on a 1-for-1 basis. 3 Intel directed reading material. This material, which may be magazines, books, etc., will be labeled with a NID that starts with the letter I. All intelligence reading material will not be counted against the number of items that the detainee has from the detainee library. All intelligence reading material will be turned into the JIG when the detainee is disciplined, and not the detainee library. 4 Shampoo. Shampoo will be kept in a container and placed on top of his cell, visible to the block guard. It will not be kept in the cell. The detainee may ask for shampoo to clean himself in his cell. The shampoo will be poured into the detainee's hand, and the container placed back on top of the cell. Unauthorized activities. The following are guidelines for activities where the authorized activities form is not complete in the description. 1 Allowed to save and memory for later. The detainee is allowed to keep 1 memory for later use. If the detainee is issued a memory and already has a saved memory, 1 must be consumed or returned. The detainee may not combine the contents of both memories into 1 memory in any form. 2 Performing approved exercises in cells. Approved exercise does not include any type of martial arts training. 3 Authorized exercises in recreation yard. Approved exercise does not include any type of martial arts training. 4 Cold water after/during recreation. A 5-gallon water can/jug will be used to provide the detainee with cold water. Put ice in the water can prior to the start of the shower and recreation period. The water can/jug will not be the same water sources that used by the block personnel. The detainee is responsible to take his cup to the recreation yard if he wants cold water. 8-11. Special rewards. At times, JIG personnel will give out special rewards outside of the normal reward system. Unclassified/for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified/for official use only. 8.8b. For the special reward of 2 detainees in the same recreation yard, the following procedure will apply. 1 Putting the first of 2 detainees in the recreation yard will be conducted according to current methodology. 2 Before placing the second detainee in the recreation yard, The first detainee must kneel in the corner opposite the recreation yard door, with his back towards the door, and grab the fence. 3. If the detainee refuses to cooperate with the MP instructions at any time, the detainee will be subject to disciplinary measures based on his failure to follow MP instructions. 4. To take a detainee out when more than one occupies the cell. Reverse the process. C. For the special reward of a roll of toilet paper, the following procedure will apply. 1. Give the detainee the roll of toilet paper. 2. If the detainee tries to force the roll into the toilet, or passes it out to other detainees, confiscate the roll of toilet paper. D. With any special rewards, immediately notify the doc, so that the JIG may be informed of an uncooperative detainee. In addition, the detainee will be disciplined accordingly. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified / for official use only. 9.1 Chapter 9 Maximum Security Units MSU Operations Section 9 Processing 9-1 In processing and documentation. A. Before placing a detainee in MSU, the following procedures should be followed. 1. New detainees will be placed in MSU for processing for up to 30 days. 2. And military personnel involved with detainees in a disruptive behavior must write a sworn statement describing the offense committed by the detainee. 3. PL will annotate discipline measures on DD Form 508. 4. The co or higher must endorse any discipline that includes movements into MSU. The co can recommend a maximum of 10 days of discipline. If exceeding 11 days of discipline, the dog S3, deputy dog commander dog or dog must approve. If a detainee, while at MSU, commits another offense, the dog S3 or the dog can approve an extension over 30 days in the same process used for intel detainees. 5. When a detainee is sent to MSU, a CDS 341 must be completed to include offense committed and discipline imposed. 9-2 Placement for intelligence purposes. A request by interrogation to place detainees will be coordinated with the interrogator section's chief and the interrogation control element ISOIC or JIG to ensure there is a valid reason for detainee placement in MSU. B. After concurrence by the ISOIC, requester or section chief will indicate on the MSU transfer request form the specific reasons for placements in the MSU and the proposal level of detainees access allowed to IC representatives. The request form is then forwarded to the JIG commander or his designated representative for approval. The initial period of time which a detainee may be placed in the maximum security unit without IC access or restricted access shall be 30 days. Unless the JIG approves of a detainee placement in MSU, such placement is not permitted. C. When a detainee placement is approved, the JIG commander, through his representative at the detention facility, notifies the JDOG to transfer the detainee to MSU. D. When it is determined that military necessity justifies continued detention beyond this initial 30 days period, the J3 will prepare a notification memorandum for Commander JTF Gitmo signature to Commander US Southcom. This notification memorandum will be prepared at least 5 days before the end of the initial segregation period and will include justification for the extended MSU detention. Section I Operations 9-3 Block Operations. A block personnel will operate MSU Blocks I or Chapter 6, except for the provisions as noted in this chapter. B. Due to behavior, some detainees may be housed in MSU either for their own protection or for security or safety reasons. C. For detainees other than those in self-harm/injured behavior, guards will walk the block and document the conducted checks every 10 minutes on CDS 341. The block guard conducting the checks will initial the CDS 341. For detainees in self-harm/injured behavior, follow self-harm/injured behavior SOP contained in Section 31-1. Defeat tray doors will only be open during meal times. It will be opened when detainee is issued a meal and left open until the meal remnants and trash are recovered. Once trash has been collected, the feed tray doors will be closed. E. The viewing doors will remain open at all times. F. Detainees who are in MSU block for intel purposes will be allowed to have their viewing door open at their request. G. An alpha roster will be maintained on the block identifying the IS numbers of all the detainees on the block. H. Maximum security log will be maintained on the block with entrance/departure dates of MSU, IC access. I. All MSU blocks have a fire alarm system with electronic control system that can be reset in false alarm. J. All MSU have an air conditioning system. The temperature control system is set to temperature within 5 degrees of the week's average high temperature. K. Detainee comfort items and confiscated property will be stored in box above their cell until time served. H. Intelligence directed segregation. MSU receive level 1, level 2, or level 3 privileges as recommended by JIG. Each MSU cell will have an assigned suicide prevention blanket. This blanket will stay in the assigned cell. Day shift will check daily all seams of the blankets for cells 1-12 in India and November blocks, and cells 1-18 in Oscar block. Swing shift will check daily all seams of the blankets for cells 13-24 in India and November blocks, and 19-36 in Oscar block. If any seam has been chewed, or otherwise compromised, the blanket should be repaired before use. Use of this blanket is not a substitute for careful monitoring of individuals on self-harm watch. Unclassified/for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003 Unclassified/for official use only 9.2 Intentionally left blank Unclassified/for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 03 Unclassified/for official use only 10.1 Chapter 10 Avstabrig Operations 10-1 Purpose to establish a policy and procedure for transportation to and thus army security of detainees housed at the Navstabrig, Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. 10-2 Transport to Navstabrig based on the number of detainees to be moved. The following vehicles can be utilized: 1 Navstabrig vehicle, 2 detention hospital ambulance, 3 detainee bus. B. As needed medical personnel will accompany detainees to the brig. C. Detainee will be escorted to the brig in 3-piece restraints. 2 MPs will provide security inside the transporting vehicle. Escorts will execute duties or Chapter 11. D. The vehicle will enter the Navstabrig through the vehicle sally port. At no time will the detainee be outside of the vehicle except when they are inside the Navstabrig compound. E. The vehicle will pull to the far end of the block for offloading. F. Once positioned inside the compound, 2 MPs will escort detainee from the vehicle to the cell. The cells nearest the door will be occupied first. The cell will be searched for weapons and contraband before the detainee is placed into the cell. G. Detainee comfort items will be searched and placed into cell before detainee arrives. H. Once detainee is inside the cell, 2 escorting MPs will conduct standard unshackling procedures. 10-3 Personnel support requirements: Sage Dog will provide 3 guards per shift when detainees are confined in the Navstabrig. Beach Dog will provide chaplain and interpreter support as needed. 10-4 Medical support requirements: Detention hospital will continue to provide daily medical support throughout the duration of confinement within Navstabrig. 10-5 Meals: The detainees will have 30 minutes to consume meals. Dog will provide meals for detainees as follows: 1 breakfast 0715-0745, 2 lunch 1100 to 1133, dinner 1715 to 1745. 10-6 Recreation: detainees will receive 2 20-minute recreation periods a week. B. The recreation period will take place inside the Navstabrig day room or recreation yard. C. If the exercise yard is used, 1 detainee at a time will be allowed to exercise in the yard adjacent to the brig. In order to accomplish this, the following procedures apply. 1. There is a 20-minute time limit placed upon this exercise period. 2. A green brig uniform will be issued to the detainee, and he will change prior to exiting his cell. Upon returning, the detainee will change back into his orange jumpsuit. 3. The detainee will be moved in the following manner. The entry gate will be closed. B. The detainee will be cuffed and shackled. C. The detainee will be escorted to the yard by 2 MPs. D. The detainee will be uncuffed at the request of the interrogator. E. Shackles will not be removed. 4. 1 MP will be positioned outside the entrance to the brig leading into the yard. The other MP will be positioned in the yard by the exit gate. 5. The detainee will be allowed to walk the entire yard, however the interrogator must be with him at all times. 6. Only one detainee will be out of his cell at a time. 10-7. Showers and laundry. The 3 MPs on duty are responsible for all functions that are required for detainee showers. This includes, but is not limited to 1 escort to and from shower, 2 sanitation and cleanliness of shower point. 3 detainees will receive 2 5-minute showers a week, unless otherwise directed by the dog. 4. The following will be the procedure for conducting showers and laundry exchange for the detainees. There will be no set schedule for showers and laundry of the detainees. B. Showers will be conducted twice per week per detainee. C. Laundry will be exchanged or washed on one of the days the detainee showers. B. If there are multiple detainees, 1 detainee per day will shower and have his laundry exchanged or washed. C. The exception to this policy will be detainees being interrogated by the GIF. If a detainee is unclassified / for official use only, Camp Delta SOP 28 March 03 unclassified / for official use only 10.2 scheduled to shower and have his laundry exchanged at a time the GIF needs to do their interrogation, the needs of the GIF will supersede the detainee shower and laundry exchange. That detainee will be rescheduled for his shower and laundry exchange. At no time will a detainee be excluded from his weekly showers and laundry exchange. 10-8. Special orders for guard staff. A. The guard staff is responsible to the base BPL for all detainees, areas, and all events occurring within the brig area. When detainees are in the cells, this post will be manned 24 hours a day. The guard staff will handle all the detainee functions and will be responsible for the cleanliness of all the occupied cells, shower room, and the day room. Dog guard personnel will be familiar with all emergency instructions. B. Maintain accountability of all detainees assigned. C. Ensure security measures are adhered to for all detainees. D. Ensure close observation of all detainees' health and welfare to ensure health is maintained. E. Ensure medical attention is rendered to detainees during medical emergencies. F. Ensure security measures are adhered to during emergencies. G. Ensure emergency exits and security doors are secured at all times. H. Ensure daily cleaning of day room and showers is conducted. Clean occupied cells as needed. I. Ensure search of occupied cells is conducted daily. J. Search detainee whenever removing from or returning to cell. K. Ensure day room is free of any item that may be used as a weapon. L. Maintain the proper entries on the CDS 341. M. Maintain good order and discipline in the day room. N. Ensure all cleaning gear and chemicals are properly stowed and not easily accessible to detainees, or responsible to the BPL for carrying out this post order. 10-9. Visitation. A. All access to detainees confined at Navstabrig must first be checked and cleared from the access roster provided by JDOG. B. Visit. IC is authorized visitation I or Chapter 18 and designated IC access level. C. Chaplain visit. The chaplain is authorized to visit the detainees only if he has coordinated with JDOG. The chaplain is not authorized in the brig unescorted without the authorization of the JDOG or the JDOG operations. D. Only one detainee will be out of his cell at a time. E. The detainee will be cuffed and shackled at all times. 15 minutes is permitted with each detainee. G. Interrogator and GIF visit. H. Interrogators and GIF personnel are authorized unlimited access to the detainees within the brig. I conduct authorized interrogations in one of three places: one within the block, cell number 10. When cell number 10 is utilized, the following rules will be adhered to. This will be coordinated by the GIF with the JDOG prior to the interrogators arriving at the brig. B1 interrogation will be conducted at a time. At no time will more than one detainee be out of his cell at a time, unless the JDOG grants approval. C. Detainees will be moved to cell number 10 with cuffs and shackles secured and the entry gate closed. D. The interrogators may ask to have the cuffs removed prior to the interrogation beginning. This is authorized after the detainee is moved and placed in cell number 10. The leg shackles will never be removed. E1 MP will be stationed outside the door of cell number 10 observing the detainee. The other MP will continue to watch the remaining detainees within the block. F. After the interrogation is completed, the interrogators will leave cell number 10, but remain within the block. The MPs will recuff the detainee and return him to his cell, where he will be secured. At this time, the interrogators will be permitted to leave the brig, or conduct an interrogation with another detainee. 2. Within the block at a table, interrogators are permitted to conduct the interrogation within the confines of the block. The detainee will be removed from his cell with handcuffs and shackles on. B. The entry gate will be closed when a detainee is not in his individual cell. C. The detainee will sit at the far table with the interrogator sitting across from the detainee. D. At no time will the leg shackles be removed. Remove handcuffs at the interrogator's request. 3. Within the confines of the adjacent building, interrogators and GIF personnel are authorized to interview/interrogate detainees within the confines of the building adjacent to the holding/cell area. There is no time limit placed upon the interrogators/GIF personnel. B. There will be no limit as to the duration of the interrogation/interview. C. The interrogators/GIF personnel will coordinate with the JDOG for the support of an additional MP to accompany them. D. The detainee will be moved in the following manner: unclassified/for official use only, Camp Delta SOP 28 March 03. Unclassified/for official use only 10.3. The entry gate will be closed. The detainee will be cuffed and shackled. The detainee will be escorted by 2 MPs to the adjacent building. The small room will be utilized. The detainee will be uncuffed at the request of the interrogator. Shackles will not be removed. 1 MP will position himself/herself outside the entrance to the room being utilized. The other MP will be positioned outside at the rear door of the room being utilized. The third MP will remain inside the block as security for the detainees remaining within their cells. Only one detainee will be out of his cell at a time. If more than one interview is going to be conducted, the first interview will be completed in its entirety before the second interview commences. 10-10. Use of the television. A. The television is there for the enjoyment of the MPs and brig personnel on duty. B. Between the hours of 2200 and 0600, the television will be moved to an area in the vicinity of the shower outside the gate. C. The volume will be at the lowest level possible to be heard by the MPs and brig personnel, but not loud enough to disturb the detainees. Unclassified/for official use only, Camp Delta SOP 28 March 03. Unclassified/for official use only 10.4. Intentionally left blank. Unclassified/for official use only, Camp Delta SOP 28 March 2003. Unclassified/for official use only 11.1. Chapter 11 Escort Operations 11-1. General escorts provide 2 missions within Camp Delta. The first mission is to provide MPs for the movement of detainees within Camp Delta for GIF, medical, and appointments and block transfers. The second mission is to provide MPs for escort of all personnel entering Camp Delta who require escorted access to the facility. 11-2. Escort Control. A description serves as a central control facility for all escorts assigned to Camp Delta. All escorts report movement to escort control via secure radio or telephone based on the type of escort. B. Staffing. Escort control is staffed with a minimum of 2 personnel familiar with escort operations. However, between the hours of 0700-1800, the staff should be augmented by 1 additional staff member to assist with heightened daytime escort requirements. C. Escort management. Escort control is responsible for coordinating all escort operations within Camp Delta. Escort control will maintain a tracking board that displays the status and location of all escort teams within Camp Delta. Escort control personnel will call for a status check with all escort teams at least every 30 minutes to verify location and status of all escort teams. Escort control will coordinate the assignment of escort teams to escort missions based on current mission requirements and ensures that the priority of support doesn't conflict with the CTDOG commander's intent. With the consent of the on-duty co, escort control can retask escort teams as necessary to support the CTDOG's intent. 11-3. Priority of escorts. The CTDOG establishes the priority of escorts based on mission and available resources. The normal priority for escorts is A. GIF, BIC, C. Medical, D. Contractor, E. Detainee block transfers. 11-4. Escort teams. A. Escorts are broken into 2 distinct groups. Group 1 provides escort teams typically to detainees within Camp Delta involving block transfers or moving to appointments at GIF or medical. Group 2 provides MPs to escort teams who are not authorized unaccompanied access to Camp Delta. Typically, these escorts involve 2 groups of people, either the International Committee of the Red Cross or contract workers making improvements or repairs within Camp Delta. Group 1, Group 2 who detainees escorted personnel, YGIF medical block transfers, contractors DV personnel, B detainee escorts. Group 1 escorts typically involve 2 types of escort missions. Each type of escort mission is explained below. 1. GIF escort. These escorts are responsible for moving detainees for appointments with the Joint Interrogation Facility. These escorts are staged in the brown BLEG located in the GIF and are notified by escort control when needed to escort a detainee to the GIF. The process follows these steps. Escort team. Escort control interrogator reports to escort control and notifies escort control of integration. Escort control assigns the interrogator an interrogation booth based on the interrogator's needs and organization. Interrogator departs for interrogation booth and prepares for interrogation. Escort control assigns a GIF escort team to pick up the detainee and calls the escort team to escort control via secure radio on channel 4. The escort team reports to escort control and draws shackles and receives an escort briefing which includes the following: current location of detainee block and cell number, location of interrogation booth, special instructions. Escort team moves to pick up detainee. Escort control notifies dock of interrogation. Escort team secures detainee from cell. Escort team calls escort control and reports beginning of escort. Escort control logs the start of escort on escort control log. Block and co notifies dock of detainee departure from block and gives new head count to dock. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified / for official use only. 11.2 Steps. Escort team. Escort control. Escort team secures detainee in the interrogation booth. Escort team reports to escort control completion of escort via secure radio. Escort team returns to escort control and turns in shackles and place detainee ID card in the appropriate slot on the interrogation building board. Interrogator completes interrogation. Interrogator reports to escort control that the interrogation is complete. Escort control assigns a GIF escort team to pick up the detainee and calls the escort team to escort control via secure radio on channel 4. The escort team reports to escort control and draws shackles and receives an escort briefing which includes the following: current location of detainee, interrogation booth, location of cell, special instructions. Escort team moves to pick up detainee. Escort control notifies doc of interrogation completion. Escort team secures detainee from interrogation booth. Escort team notifies escort control that they have detainee in custody and are en route to block. Escort team secures detainee in the cell. Escort team reports to escort control the completion of escort. Escort control logs the completion of escort on escort control log. Block and Co notifies doc of detainee arrival from interrogation and gives new head count to doc. Escort team returns to escort control and turns in shackles to medical escort. These escorts are responsible for moving detainees for appointments with the detainee clinic located outside Sallyport 3. At 0830 hours, one medical escort team will report to the detention hospital. At 1000, two more teams will report to the detention hospital. These teams will be dispatched by the detention hospital and will maintain contact with escort control. These escorts are staged in the detainee clinic and are notified by medical personnel when needed to escort a detainee to the medical. The process typically follows these steps. Escort team, escort control, medical personnel notify escort control of medical escort requirement via phone. Escort control assigns a medical escort team to pick up the detainee and calls the escort team via secure radio on channel 4. Escort team moves to pick up detainee. Escort control notifies doc of medical escort. Escort team secures detainee from cell. Escort team calls escort control and reports beginning of escort. Escort control logs the start of escort on escort control log. Block and Co notifies doc of detainee departure from block and gives new head count to doc. Escort team secures detainee in the medical. Medical provides treatment. Escort team secures detainee from medical. Escort team notifies escort control that they have detainee in custody and are en route to block. Escort team secures detainee in the cell. Escort team reports to escort control the completion of escort. Escort control logs the completion of escort on escort control log. Block and Co notifies doc of detainee arrival from medical and gives new head count to doc. Escort team returns to medical. 3 block transfers. The doc will direct on a regular basis the movement of detainees from one block to another. General escorts will normally be used to accomplish these escorts. The doc will give the escort controller a list of detainees that require movement during the coming shift. The escort can go unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOP 28 March 2003 unclassified / for official use only. 11.3 will ensure the timely execution of these cells movements by using general escorts. See accompanied access escorts. Group 2 escorts typically involve 3 types of escort missions. Each type of escort mission is explained below. 1. Contractor escorts. Contractor escorts are necessary when personnel need access to Camp Delta facilities in order to conduct maintenance or improvements. Escorts control will work closely with Sallyports in order to understand and manage contractor escort requirements. If there is an unused contractor escort, they will stage at Sallyport 1. The escorts will not allow any vehicle to be left unattended with the motor running. The process typically follows these steps. Escort team escort control Sallyport 1 or 8 will notify escort control concerning requirement for contractor escort over secure radio on channel 4. Escort control will assign a general escort team to provide escort to the contractors. Escort team will report to the appropriate sally port and begin escort mission. Escort team calls escort control and reports beginning of escort. Escort control logs the start of escort on escort control log. Escort team will remain with contractors throughout escort and report status every 30 minutes to escort control. Contractor will complete assigned work. Escort team will return with contract to appropriate sally port. Escort team reports to escort control the completion of escort. Escort control logs the completion of escort on escort control log. Escort team will return to the Brown building and wait next mission. To IC escort. IC escorts are available to escort IC personnel during their visitation and interviews within Camp Delta. IC escorts are dedicated to this mission and may not be used for any other escort mission. IC escorts are only required with IC personnel are on ground in Cuba. IC escorts will not be required when IC is not present in Cuba. IC escorts are managed through escort control. IC provides a list of detainees that they would like to visit, typically 24 hours prior to visit. IC escorts are usually staged out of the Brown building until called upon by escort control. IC escort team is composed of 3 MPs and likely most escort teams which are only composed of 2 MPs. These escorts should be ready at all times. IC escorts typically follow the following process steps. Escort team escort control IC will call the doc and notify them that they are en route to sally port 1. Doc will notify escort control. Escort control will assign an IC escort team to the mission. Escort control will notify the assigned IC escort team via secure radio on channel 4. IC escort team will move to sally port 1 and await the arrival of the IC representatives. Escort team calls escort control and reports beginning of escort. Escort control logs the start of escort on escort control log. Escort team conducts escort mission. Escort team returns to sally port 1 with IC representatives. IC leaves Camp Delta through sally port 1. Escort team reports to escort control the completion of escort. Escort control logs the completion of escort on escort control log. 11-5. Vehicle usage. A teams will utilize gators or golf carts when moving detainees from Camp I or Camp F for appointments in medical or GIF. The keys for the gators and golf carts will be maintained in escort control. B. Only GIF escorts will use golf carts. C. Gators will be used for any escort mission. The SOG also can use them to move bulk items. D. Gators and golf carts will be utilized in Camp Delta only. E. Gators and golf carts will not be operated in excess of 5 miles per hour. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOP 28 March 2003. Unclassified / for official use only. 11.4 F. Gators and golf carts will be kept clean and free of trash and debris. G. Gators and golf carts will be topped off at the end of each shift. H. Gator and golf cart keys will be maintained in the escort control when not in use. ICOS will inspect the vehicle logbook at the end of the duty week. J. Maintenance issues will be brought to the attention of the JDOG S3. 11-6. Equipment maintenance. Escort teams assigned duty during midnight shift will conduct PMCS of all escort equipment to include shackles, golf carts and gators. The midnight shift escort control NCOIC should be sure that PMCS is completed and noted in the dock staff journal. 11-7. Communications between escort control and escort teams will management primarily over secure radios on channel 4. Escort control call sign will be escort control. Escort teams will be assigned a call sign based on the following matrix. Escort teams call sign medical escorts. Medical escort 1 mic 1 medical escort 2 mic 2 medical escort 3 mic 3 medical escort 4 mic 4 medical escort 5 mic 5 general escorts. General escort 1 golf 1 general escort 2 golf 2 general escort 3 golf 3 general escort 4 golf 4 general escort 5 golf 5 jive escorts. Jive escort 1 echo 1 jive escort 2 echo 2 jive escort 3 echo 3 jive escort 4 echo 4 jive escort 5 echo 5 jive escort 6 echo 6 jive escort 7 echo 7 escort escort 1 India 1 escort 2 India 2 escort 3 India 3 11-8. Distinguished visitors COS escort all distinguished visitors inside the Camp Delta complex. If the visitor is military, it will be for grade 05 and above. This will not include POW tours. 11-9. Nav Base Hospital Escort. Say a 2-man team from day shift will man the hospital escorts. This team will be on call for 24 hours. Upon notification, the team will go to Camp Delta to draw equipment and to be briefed. B escort to the Nav Base Hospital will be executed using 2:1 ratio with 1 MP armed with a 9mm sidearm and both MPs armed with pepper spray. C weapons will be stored at the hospital upon arrival. DMP hospital escort teams will 1 search the interior of the ambulance prior to the detainee being placed inside. 2 check the exterior and undercarriage of the ambulance prior to the ambulance being moved. 3 maintain continuous observation of the ambulance following search until completion of the moves. E. When the MP hospital escort team is traveling to pick up a detainee already at the Nav Base Hospital or returning to Camp Delta after dropping off a detainee at the Nav Base Hospital, it remains the MP hospital escort team's responsibility to search the interior and exterior of the ambulance prior to exiting or entering Camp Delta. If continual observation of the ambulance is lost following search, and before entering or exiting Camp Delta, the MP hospital escort team will conduct another full search of the ambulance before proceeding through any sally port. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified / for official use only. 12.1 Chapter 12 Detainee Property 12-1. Authorized personnel. A personnel authorized to receipt, issue, and store detainee property must be designated on a memorandum from the CTDOG. Personnel designated must be in the grade of E7 or above and shall be the only personnel allowed access into the detainee property storage room. B. Personnel authorized to receipt, issue, and store detainee evidence property must be designated on a memorandum from the CTDOG. Personnel must be trained in proper handling of evidence. 12-2. Property handling. 8. Upon arrival of aircraft at Leeward on US Naval Base, Gitmo, the MP signs for detainee property from the use of security officer assigned the air bridge mission. B. The MP will sign for all detainee pocket litter property packets. All property packets containing items of military intelligence value are signed for by the J2. Fleet medical personnel sign for medical record packets. CJ2 personnel will review detainee pocket litter property packets to determine if any remaining property has any intelligence value. Packets are opened, inventoried, and transfer of property documented under Form 4137. Any transfer of property to J2 personnel is annotated by item on the DAF 4137 and signatures secured. D. Upon completion of J2 review, the remaining property is transported to the JDOG S4. Inventory of remaining property is completed and transferred to the property custodian, JDOG. Signatures are secured to document property transfer of property packets. Copy made of the 4137, sealed, and placed in storage locker. Each JDOG S4 personnel will use the copy of the DAF 4137 to enter the individual property items into the NDRC database. The property printout is verified against the DAR 4137 to ensure 100% accuracy, and filed in the JDOG property custodian file. F. The JDOG S3 will notify the JDOG property custodian of any scheduled release or transfer operations to facilitate retrieval of property for transfer to the former detainee. Final signature will be secured from the repatriated individual upon receipt of any personal property and filed in the JDOG property custodian file. G. The personal property of a deceased detainee will disposed of in accordance with R630-10, R638-1, or R700-84 as appropriate. An independent individual will be appointed by the JDOG to audit and sign the detainee's personal property record for the detainee. H. All items are individually inventoried and sealed into a packet. Up to 100 packets are stored in a container secured in a locked storage room located in Camp America. Access is limited to a property custodian and an alternate. Inventories are conducted upon change of custodian. Records are kept by the JDOG S4 and in the DRS system. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified / for official use only. 12.2 Intentionally left blank. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified / for official use only. 13.1 Chapter 13 Detainee Mail Operations 13-1. Types of mail. Ordinary mail. Normal incoming mail processed through the Washington, D.C. postal address not deemed to be from the IC or legal mail. Big mail. Mail that is written in the presence of an IC representative, handled through the IC, and delivered by IC representatives. The mail section only translates and screens a mail. See legal mail. Mail that is obviously from a lawyer, court, or other legal representative. D. Incoming. Mail that is sent from an outside party to a detainee. E. Outgoing. Mail that a detainee writes. F. Hold/file. Mail that is designated to be placed only in a detainee's mail file and passed on for screening purposes. Will not be sent out or given to the detainee. 13-2. Incoming mail. Every time anyone handles ordinary incoming mail, they should wear latex gloves to protect against any chemical hazard on the envelopes or letters. All mail is irradiated against biological hazards, but this may not protect against chemical hazards. B. When incoming mail is received at the JTFA or postal room, the NCOIC of the postal room will call the detainee mail section and notify the mail section of the arrival of mail. A representative of the Detainee Mail Processing Center DMPC will then go to the mail room to pick up the mail. The representative will count and verify the correct number of incoming mail items. The representative from the Detainee Mail section will then sign for the incoming mail. Detainees are not authorized to receive anything other than flat letters weighing less than 1 ounce. All postal units have been told any other items will be immediately returned to the sender. C. The mail will then be entered into the Detainee Mail Tracking Database, Mail Management System MMS. D. The alphanumeric code representing the sequence number of the detainee that the mail is addressed to is entered into the MMS. As each item is entered into the MMS, it is assigned a mail item number. This mail item number will be written on all items arriving in the mail and in the envelope. This includes each page of the letter, any enclosures, and the envelope. Example I001234E. After the mail is entered into the MMS, the original mail item is copied. The original mail is placed in the detainee's incoming mail pending file. The copies will be sent to the translators. After the copies of original incoming mail are placed in the detainee pending files, all work will be done with copies of the mail. Any original photographs accompanying the letters will be stapled to the final copy that will be delivered to the detainee. F. The copy machine and work area must be wiped down and cleaned after each batch of incoming mail is copied. This will ensure nothing is transferred from detainee mail to any other items being copied. G. After the mail is copied, it is transferred to translation. Refer to section 13-10. H. After translation, the copy is returned to the detainee mail processing center. 4 copies of the translation will be made. 1 copy of the translated mail will be placed in the detainee file. 3 copies of the mail will be transferred to the JDOG S2 possible document exploitation DOSX. At this point, the mail is entered into the computer as transferred to both the JIG and to the JDOG S2 for screening. A copy of the incoming mail will be given out to the detainee 5 days after screening by the JDOG S2 personnel, unless contacted by the JDOG S2 section to hold the mail for a specific reason. If the mail has been redacted, then a copy of the redacted piece will be given to the detainee. The mail must be entered into the computer as delivered to the detainee on the day it is given out to the detainee. J. The JDOG S2 section will screen the mail as a group according to the transmittal record it is transferred to the JDOG S2 shop on. After screening, a copy of this transmittal record will be given back to the detainee mail processing section with the date the mail is eligible for delivery to the detainee. If any items are to be held or redacted, those items will also be annotated on that transmittal record. 13-3. Outgoing mail. A outgoing mail is collected by the detainee mail section daily or the mail collection schedule. This schedule rotates collection between blocks and between types of outgoing mail. This schedule allows the detainees to write 4 postcards 6x4 in size and to let a single side of one piece of paper not larger than 8.5x11 per month or R190-8. Section 3-5, page 7. Note per R190-8, para 3-5, sec f. 3. Maps, sketches, and drawings are not permitted in outgoing correspondences. A sample schedule follows BLOCKS Day Letters Postcards 1 Wednesday 2:30 PQK 3 Fry BMNOS Fossat 5 Sun Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta Sub 28 March 2003 Unclassified / for official use only 13.26 Monsi IKL 72 QMFGH 8 Wed RSCDE 9 Fudet Hosp GAB 10 Friday DPQR 11 Saturday 12 Sun 13 Moni MNOS 14 TUFNIKLT 15 Wed KOFGH 16th LPCDE 17 Fry MTBR 18 Sat 19 Sun 20 Mon GRPQRS 21 CHCMNOB 22 Wed IDKLT 23 NEFGH 24 Fry OFCD 25 Saturday 26 Sun 27 Mon PDET Hosp BIS 28 2KHPQRC 29 Wedris MNOD 33 BKLET 31 Fry LQFGHB. If there is a situation that involves a security risk and the block is closed down for that specific time, the mail clerk will be informed and that block will be skipped for that rotation. See detainee mail clerks will take no more than 5 pens with black ink to the blocks at a time. The mail clerks can allow up to 5 detainees to write at one time. The mail clerk must closely observe the detainees while they write the letter / postcard to ensure the detainee is not choosing the pen to write anything other than the letter / postcard. When leaving the block, the mail clerk and block and co will ensure all pens and materials are accounted for. 1 detainee mail clerks should attempt to wake up sleeping detainees and offer them a chance to write. If a detainee refuses to write when he is offered his chance, the mail clerk continues. If a detainee changes his mind after being offered an opportunity to write, he will not be offered a second chance to write. 2. If a detainee is praying, prayer should not be interrupted in order to inform the detainee of the opportunity to write. However, if the detainee stops praying on his own, and the mail clerk is still in the block, then the detainee should be offered the opportunity to write. 3 detainees are given 20 minutes per postcard and 30 minutes per letter. If a detainee takes longer than this, he should be told to address the item and turn it in. For if a detainee refuses, he will be instructed to turn in the mail immediately, or it will not be sent out. If he still refuses, then it is up to the MPs to retrieve the mail and the pen in accordance with their operating procedures. Mail clerks will complete an incident report if this occurs. D. After the detainee mail clerk allows all detainees scheduled to write that day, the mail is taken to the detainee mail processing center and entered into MMS. As each letter is entered, the MMS assigns a mail item number, an alphanumeric tracking number, example T001234. The mail item number must be written on the lower left-hand corner of both the letter and envelope. For postcards, the mail item number will be written on the upper left-hand corner. E. After the mail is processed into MMS, the mail is copied, and the original is placed into the detainee outgoing mail pending file. Then the mail is transferred to the linguist section for translation in the same manner as incoming mail. Refer to section 13-10. F. If a detainee declines the opportunity to write, this declination is documented on the daily mail schedule. The mail schedules are kept in binders to document when each detainee was given an opportunity to write. G. After translation, the mail is transferred back to the DMPC. 4 copies of the translated mail will be made. 1 copy of the translated mail will be placed in the detainee file. 3 copies of the mail will be transferred to the JDOG-S2 DOSX. At this point, the mail is entered into the computer as transferred to both the JIG and to the JDOG-S2 for screening. H mail is sent to the JTF Gitmo APO or mail room. Refer to section 13-10 for mailing 5 days after being screened, unless contacted by the JDOG-S2 section to hold the mail for a specific reason. The mail must be entered into the computer as mailed on the day it is transferred to the JTF mail room. I. The JDOG-S2 section will screen the mail as a group according to the transmittal record it is transferred to the JDOG-S2 section on. After screening, a copy of this transmittal record will be given back to the detainee mail section with the date the mail is eligible for delivery to the JTF Gitmo mail room. If any items are to be held or redacted, those items will also be annotated on that transmittal record. 13-4. IC-mail. Ordinarily, IC-mail is collected by representatives of the IC and transferred to the unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003 unclassified / for official use only 13.3 detainee mail section by the JDOG-IC liaison. The JDOG representative normally delivers the IC-mail to the detainee mail section. B. If the IC rep wishes to document outgoing pieces of mail prior to handing them over to the detainee mail section, a non-networked computer that has no sensitive information on it will be provided for their use in the vicinity of the mail room. Under no circumstance may unscreened mail leave the detention facility. Neither the IC rep nor the JDOG liaison is authorized to remove unscreened mail from the facility. C. When IC-mail is delivered to the detainee mail section, the mail must first be entered into MMS. After the mail is entered into MMS, it is transferred to the linguist section for translation in the same manner ordinary mail is transferred. Refer to section 13-10D. When IC-mail is returned from translation, it is forwarded to the JDOG-S2 for screening DOSX. After screening IC-mail, the JDOG-S2 will return the mail to the detainee mail processing center. 13-5. Cleared mail. Cleared mail will be stamped "Cleared by us forces" on each page of a letter and on the back of photographs. Incoming IC-mail will be returned to the IC rep while inside the detention facility for delivery to the detainees. Outgoing mail will be returned to the IC rep for delivery at their expense. 13-6. Redacted mail. A redacted copy will be stamped "Cleared by us forces" on each page and given to the IC rep for them to deliver. A redacted copy, an unredacted translation, and the original letter will be placed in the detainee mail file. Only the redacted copy may be stamped with cleared by US forces. 13-7. Held mail A. If S2 determines letter is to be held, they will notify the detainee mail section. The original letter or photo will be placed in the detainee mail file. IC will be notified that the letter has been held. Notification to the IC will be on a transmittal sheet and will include their tracking number and RMMS identification number. No copies will be returned to the IC. Held mail will be annotated as closed on the MMS. B. During absences of IC from Guantanamo Bay, IC mail is handled per directions of the IC representative to the JDOG and the CTDOG. 13-8. Mail screening A. Receive mail from JDOG S1 for JDOG S2 and JIG review. A JDOG S2 representative will sign and make a copy of each transmittal record TR from the JDOG S1 section. The JDOG S2 copy of the TR is filed in the appropriate detainee mail binder. Binders are divided according to the type of mail, IC or ordinary. Each binder is further subdivided into the step of the mail process the TR represents received from JDOG S1 to JIG, etc. B. Deliver mail to JIG and have them sign transmittal record. Persons delivering the letters will inventory all mail with the JIG representative. Mail is usually delivered to the JDOG S2 admin representative. If this person is not available, the JIG linguists are the secondary pot for mail delivery. After the JIG representative signs for the mail, a copy of each TR is made for their record keeping. Original transmittal sheet S is filed in the correct detainee mail binders. See JDOG S2 review of detainee mail. Pull out any redacted, whole/file, rewrites, or some mail. De-redacted mail. This is mail that is not appropriate to be mailed out or given to the detainee. This would include one mail containing complaints or criticism of any governmental agency or official. 2. Refer to events or circumstances of capture. 3. Comparing camps. 4. Containing numbers, ciphers, codes, music symbols, shorthand marks, or signs other than those used for normal punctuation. 5. Containing military information on numbers of detainees. This also includes the use of IS number. 6. Location of the camps. This includes maps, sketches, and drawings. 7. Any item that could be used against the camps as a force protection issue. 8. Any item that has intelligence value. Incoming mail. All mail selected for redaction will be copied, and the copy will be redacted and copied again. The second redacted copy will go to the detainee in the incoming envelope. The unblemished original and redacted copy will go into the detainee file. Redacts need to be completely marked through and be unable to read. F. Outgoing mail. There are 2 types of outgoing correspondence: letters and postcards. Letters will be copied and redacted, and the second redacted copy will be mailed out. The original and redacted copy will be filed in detainee file. Postcards will be redacted on originals and then copied. The copy of the redaction will go into the detainee file, and the original will be mailed out. G/file mail. Any detainee mail that is not addressed to family incoming and outgoing, to include mail addressed to fellow detainees, needs to be held/filed or sective guidance. The JDOG S2 rep will build a transmittal sheet and pull the originals from the JDOG S1 files. The originals are then unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOP 28 March 2003 unclassified / for official use only. 13.4 appropriately marked as hold/file, and the transfer is annotated in MMS computer database. H. Rewrites. Any mail that needs to be rewritten will need to be marked with the reason why. A transmittal record will be made in MMS for JDOG S1 to take the original and reasons why back to the detainee for rewrite. Mail that violates the provisions of R190-8 listed under redacted mail can be sent back to the JDOG S1 and the detainee to be rewritten. Eintrip mail. This category describes any mail that contains information pertinent to the intelligence community. These items may contain suicidal threats, capture information, known acquaintances, etc. The copy of the designated letter is marked for inclusion in the daily in-trip and then shredded if the mail is cleared for delivery. Once noted, the mail will continue through the detainee mail process. If required, the original piece of mail can be pulled from the JDOG-S1. J. If the mail clears screening, the JDOG-S2 copy is shredded, as there is no further need for this document. The JDOG-S1 will automatically deliver the remaining mail that has not been pulled or marked for non-delivery. 13-9. Mail transmittal records. A transfer transmittal sheets will accompany all mail transfers. In all cases the process is as follows. B. Print 3 mail transmittal sheets. One is immediately filed in the appropriate binder in the DMPC. This copy is kept only until a signed copy can replace it. C. 2 copies go with the mail for signatures. One is a file copy to be provided to the receiving location translation, JDOG-S2, etc. The other will replace the unsigned copy that has been filed in the DMPC. D. These records will be kept in binders. There should be a separate binder for each category of mail as follows: 1. Letters and postcards are ordinary incoming mail to translation. B. Ordinary outgoing mail to translation. C. Ordinary incoming mail to JDOG-S2/JIG. D. Ordinary outgoing mail to JDOG-S2/JIG. Ordinary incoming mail to redact/hold F. Ordinary outgoing mail to redact/hold G. Ordinary outgoing mail to post office. To ICRIC. Incoming mail to translation. B. Outgoing mail to translation. C. Incoming mail to JDOG-S2/JIG. D. Outgoing mail to JDOG-S2/JIG. Incoming mail to redact/hold F. Outgoing mail to redact/hold G. Incoming mail to ICREP. Outgoing mail to ICREP. These are the permanent history of each item that has been transferred through the system. F. Within the MMS database, IC may be referred to as BLD, or BLD may be linked to IC files, such as IC outgoing mail to ICREP/BLD. This is an organic feature of the current software. 13-10. Mail for detainees held at locations other than Gitmo. A. In accordance with Joint Chief of Staff guidance, mail for detainees not held at the Camp Delta facility will also be processed and screened by the detainee mail section. The incoming mail for the detainee should be sent to the Camp Delta detainee mail section through the Washington, D.C. address. This ensures the mail is properly cleared of hazardous materials before handling. If the mail is sent directly to the other holding facility, that holding facility should package it, unopened, into another envelope and forward the mail to the detainee mail section through the Washington, D.C. address. Once the detainee mail section has received the mail, it will be processed and screened in the same fashion as all other mail. After screening, it will be forwarded back to the separate holding facility with instructions. If the mail is held, a memorandum will be sent to the detention facility documenting the status of the mail. See, outgoing mail can be handled in 2 ways. The original document can be sent to the JTF Gitmo detainee mail section through the Washington, D.C. address. This mail will then be processed and screened in the normal manner. Once the item is cleared, the mail will be mailed out, and a memorandum will be sent back to the detention facility documenting the disposition of the mail. The mail can also be scanned and emailed over secure email to the OIC of the detainee mail section or to the JDOG-S2. This mail will then be processed and screened. Once the mail has been screened, instructions for the handling of the mail will be emailed back to the detention facility. D. The Washington, D.C. address is detainee XXXXXX alphanumeric code Camp Delta, Washington, D.C. 20355 USA 13-11. Mail sent directly to detainees. A. Any mail containing a return address and sent directly to detainees without processing through the Washington, D.C. postal address will be returned to the sender. The mail should under no circumstances be opened. The postal room, at their discretion, can write the proper address somewhere on the envelope for future reference of the sender. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified / for official use only. 13.5b. If the mail does not have a return address, the mail will be handled or with postal room procedures for processing undeliverable mail without a return address. 13-12. Incorrectly addressed mail. A mail without a detainee alpha code or return address will be processed and screened as any other piece of mail. After the mail has been cleared, a reasonable effort will be made to determine the detainee to whom the mail is addressed. If the detainee cannot be determined, the mail will be placed in a hold file. B. Mail arriving in the detainee mailbag, clearly not belonging to a detainee, will be returned to the postal room unopened. C. Mail arriving in the detainee mailbag that cannot be determined, if it belongs to a detainee or not, will be opened and processed. If at some point during the process or screening it becomes evident that the mail is not for a detainee, it will be returned to the postal room with an explanation of why the mail was opened. The outgoing mail return for lack of a country name in English will be corrected and sent out again. A new transmittal sheet will be created to transfer it to the post office. File the transmittal sheet under outgoing mail for the current day. 13-13. Mail for released detainees. A. Detainees that are released may have mail in the system. When determination is made to repatriate a detainee, the JDOG S2 should notify the detainee mail section through the JDOG S1. B. The detainee mail section should search the mail database and determine if the detainee has any mail in the system. If there is mail in the system, the mail NCOIC should determine where in the process the mail is. The NCOIC should then notify that part of the process that the detainee is scheduled for repatriation. The mail should then be treated as priority to complete the screening process. After screening, the mail should be given to the detainees so it can be carried back with all other items returned to the detainee. C. Only mail that has been stamp cleared by US forces will be returned to a detainee upon his release. D. When a detainee is released, all original mail that has been stamp cleared by US forces and a copy of all redacted items that have been stamp cleared by US forces that are in their detainee mail file will be given to them. Email coming in after the detainee has left the detention facility should be automatically returned to the sender. 13-14. Detainees in isolation. Mail for detainees in MSU will be handled in accordance with the most current approved discipline matrix. It is up to the JDOG S3 to ensure the detainee mail section is aware of current discipline matrix procedures. 13-15. Detainees with more than 12 items of mail. A. When the mail NCOIC notices a detainee who has received a total amount of mail greater than 12 pieces, the NCOIC should notify the JDOG S3 section in writing of the detainee number and the total amount of mail he has received. This will assist the JDOG S3 and MPs in controlling the amount of mail in the cells. B. If a detainee does accumulate more than 12 mail items, the excess mail will be collected by the MPs and sent to the detainee mail section for storage. C. The detainee is allowed to choose which 12 letters to keep in his possession. He is also allowed to exchange one letter in his possession for a letter held in the detainee mail section. When the detainee requests a letter held in the mail section, the MPs should notify the detainee mail section. D. The detainee mail section will bring the letter out to the detainee. The mail clerk will exchange the new letter for one already in the detainee's possession. E. If the mail clerk knows a detainee has 12 mail items in his possession, the clerk should exchange any new mail items for one already in the detainee's possession. F. For those detainees in Level 2 block, this number for Section 13-16 paragraph CE will be 15. For those detainees in Level 1 block, this number for Section 13-16 paragraph CE will be 20. 13-16. Detainees passing mail between cells. A. At no time Should anyone from the detainee mail section pass mail, or any other items from one detainee to another, B. Items can only be passed between detainees with prior approval from the JDOG-S3 or other specified individuals for intelligence purposes. The MP block code does not have the authority to tell the mail clerks to pass items between detainees. C. If a detainee is passing, attempting to pass, or requesting to pass items amongst each other, this should be documented on a significant activity report and forwarded to the JDOG-S2 shop, including, if possible, the detainees involved in the type of item being passed. D. At no time should ICREPS pass any mail between detainees. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified / for official use only. 13.6 Intentionally left blank. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified / for official use only. 14.1 Chapter 14 Intelligence Operations 14-1. General, the JDOG-S2 is tasked with maintaining records for the following information: A. Force protection. B. Significant activities report. C. Disturbance matrix. D. Communication matrix and link diagram. E. Leadership matrices and diagrams. F. Religious. G. Secular. H. Communication. I. Lookouts. J. Teachers. K. Processing and storage of items of intelligence. L. Detainee mail screening. M. Detainee and processing. N. Operational intelligence. O. Source operation reports. B. JIG directed observation reports. Q. Counterintelligence information reports. IR counter reconnaissance support for detainee movements. 14-2. Force protection information collected within Camp Delta utilized for the protection of US forces and detained persons at Gitmo. This information will be provided to the JDOG-S2 OIC, who will then disseminate it to the JDOG commander, appropriate military police MPCOS, and the Gitmo J2. The information will be applied to all operational levels to provide maximum security and safety of personnel under the respective commands. 14-3. Significant activity report. A report generated by Camp Delta block guards on a shift-by-shift basis, which details the activities of the detainees on each block. These reports are to include a date-time group of any incident, the internment serial numbers of the detainees involved, a description of events, and an evidentiary custody chain of any items with intelligence value collected. This report is turned into the dock at the end of each shift, where the PL and the CO review it. The JDOG-S2 counterintelligence PSI agents will then collect and screen the reports for pertinent force protection information. The significant activity report will then be entered into the Internet Management Database and for production of the daily intelligence report in TRIP. 14-4. Disturbance matrix. This is a comprehensive monthly matrix detailing the reported instances of disturbances within Camp Delta. A disturbance is defined as any aggression or hostile action directed at US forces or other detainees, inciting riotous or inflammatory behavior, and acts that undermine the guard force's authority. The data will be compiled in a spreadsheet by data as well as by ISN. The information will come from the screening of significant activity reports, staff journal logs maintained on each block, the discipline matrix maintained in the dock, and discipline tracking log maintained in the JDOG-S3 office. 14-5. Communication matrix and link diagram. The communication matrix on a monthly basis will track all cross-block communication initiated and received by all detainees within Camp Delta. The information for this matrix can be found in significant activity reports, staff journal logs maintained on each block, and by observations made by JDOG-S2 PSI agents. The communication link diagram is a graphical representation of the empirical data contained in the communication matrix. The diagram will be formatted in such a way as to allow lines of communication to be viewed between every detainee that engages in cross-block communication, while maintaining a graphical similarity of Camp Delta. For ease of reading, The diagram should hold to the structure outlined in STP 34-97B1 SM, Figure 13. However, exceptions will be made as the situation dictates. 14-6. Leadership matrices. The matrices will track all discernible acts of leadership that occur within Camp Delta. The individual matrices report various types of leadership. These types include religious, secular/block, communication, block lookouts, and teachers. Each instance of leadership will be recorded on a spreadsheet. This system will allow the JDOG-2 section to readily identify the primary leadership structure on the blocks and within Camp Delta as a whole. The data is obtained by screening the significant activity reports, staff journal logs maintained on each block, side debriefing of block guards working in Camp Delta, debriefing of JDOG linguists, and from interrogation packet review, the last being coordinated through appropriate PSI personnel assigned to the JIG. 14-7. Items of intelligence value. All items of intelligence value collected from detainees will be reviewed by JDOG-2 PSI agents and translated by JDOG linguists if necessary. The JDOG-2 will then provide storage for the items. All such items will be stored for the duration of the individual's detention at Camp Delta. 14-8. Detainee mail screening. All incoming and outgoing detainee correspondence will be translated by JDOG linguists and screened by PSI personnel. The mail will be screened for all material prohibited by R190-8. Once the mail has been screened, the JDOG unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003 unclassified / for official use only 14.2 mail section will process it. In the event unsuitable material is found, the following actions will be taken in accordance with the detainee mail SOP. Identify unsuitable material, remove mail from distribution, redact individual lines of text or hold the entire letter as appropriate. The censorship of detainee mail will be coordinated with the JDOG mail section. In some instances, screened mail will contain information of intelligence or force protection value. A summary of these letters and the pertinent information will be included in the daily intrip. See Chapter 13 for more information. 14-9. Operational intelligence information collected that falls under the purview of the JIG will be transmitted through appropriate channels. On occasion, the JIG or J2 may have cause to request information from the JDOG-2 PSI section. Examples of the type of information provided by the PSI section to the JIG include, but are not limited to, SOS operation reports, PSI observation reports, and PSI information reports. Information will be reported back to the requesting authority in a timely and professional manner. 14-10. Source operations and reports. SOS operations will be conducted in conjunction with and under the direction of the JIG PSI element. PSI observation reports. The observations of the JDOG-2 PSI section will be recorded in the Agent's Notes section of the daily intrip. The need may arise to report specific observations to be reported to other intelligence sections. The spot report format will be used on these occasions. I or FM 19-4, Appendix DC PSI information reports. In an effort to supplement current JIG intelligence and provide updated relevant information regarding detainees, a PSI will be produced upon request. The PSI is to include all pertinent biographical information, cross-reference and analysis of all PSI section matrices, summation of detainees' mail files, current observations of the detainee, and PSI notes and recommendations. The Notes and Recommendations section is a free remarks section in which the reporting agent can comment on the intangible aspects of the detainee and make suggestions for possible interrogation approaches. 14-11. Duties. A duty day 1 first shift 0800-1700 2 second shift 1300 to 2200 3 working hours are subject to mission requirements. B. Uniform 1 blue is the normal working uniform. 2. Civilian clothing is authorized for counter-reconnaissance missions. 3. Exception to R 670-1 MR tips and insignia may be covered when working on blocks. See Daily Operations 1 First shift to collect and screen significant activity reports. B. Input data into appropriate matrices. C. Compile information for overview chart. Follow up all incomplete entries on significant activities report. D. Monitor blocks on a rotating basis. C. Screen detain email to second shifter. Input data into appropriate matrices. B. Compile information for overview chart. C. Follow up all incomplete entries on significant activities report. D. Monitor blocks on a rotating basis. C. Screen detain email. F. Conduct end of day security procedures. D. Monthly operations. 1. Compilation of matrices and diagrams. 2. Briefings for appropriate intelligence sections and commandos. E. All other products listed above will be done on an as-needed basis. 14-12. GIF-MP personnel. A. The GIF will require personnel to monitor and to react in the event of an altercation between detainee and interrogator. B. A GIF monitor will be located either in a monitor room that is equipped with two-way mirrors and CCTV, or in a CCTV-only room. C. A roving MP will be present in the hallways of all buildings that have interrogations being conducted. This MP will respond to any problems in an interrogation room. D. Detainees will be secured to the eye bolt in the floor of the interrogation room. Detainees may be unshackled at the request of the interrogators. E. GIF monitors will observe all interrogations. They will not listen to any interrogations. They will not discuss any events that occur inside an interrogation room. If a GIF monitor observes a perceived security threat by a detainee, the GIF monitor will alert the roving MP. The roving MP will enter the room and alert the interrogators by note. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified / for official use only. 14.314-13. SIF security. A. The following personnel are needed to man full sensitive compartmented information facility SIF operations per shift. 1 SOG 5 or above. 2 1 soldier for the access control point. 3 1 soldier for roving patrol. B. SOG is responsible for the total operation of the SIF for their shift. He or she is directly responsible to the MP duty officer. The SOG will be responsible for the following: 1 posting of the oncoming guard section. 2 disorders and actions taken. 3 ensure the duties of shift are carried out. Notify higher authority of any discrepancies or alterations to the approved schedule. 4 inspect the oncoming shift of escort guards and pass any information required to maximize efficiency and control. 5 inspect the entire facility to ensure security of locks, doors, gates, and fences on their shift. This will be completed at once per shift. Any discrepancies will be noted and reported to the duty officer. 6 be responsible for the supervision, discipline, and performance of the guard section. 7 ensure all military police roving patrols are alert and appropriately conducting their duties. C. Access control point. Access to the SIF will be restricted to a single entrance point, which will be guarded on a continuous 24-hour basis. 1 only personnel displaying a JTF Gitmo Level 5 access badge will be allowed to enter the SIF unescorted. Those personnel displaying a Level 3 or 4 JTF Gitmo access badge must have an escort and must be signed in with the SO in room 2226. All other personnel with a Level 1 or 2 access badge must be escorted at all times by an individual with a Level 5 badge in order to access the SIF. They will also be logged into the SIF logbook by name, name of organization, name of escort, and time in and out of the SIF. These personnel will also be given a yellow and red visitor badge in exchange for their ID card. The number of each visitor badge will also be annotated in the SIF logbook. Any escort with a Level 5 access badge will escort no more than 4 personnel at one time into the SIF area. 2. The access control point will question all individuals regardless of rank or clearance entering the SIF for possession of the following items: transmitters or receivers, i.e. cell phones, pagers, handheld radios of any kind, B cameras and film, video and photo, C firearms of any kind, I ammunition, E pyrotechnics, smoke grenades, flares, fireworks, etc. The access control point will allow transmitters in the compound, but not in the SIF area. Any individual with prohibited items will leave those items with the access control point MP guard. These items may be retrieved upon leaving the compound. MP guards may search bags for these items as they feel necessary. 3. The access control point is also responsible for maintaining the keys to all of the gate entrances to the SIF. These gates will remain locked at all times with the exception of the one access point, unless otherwise directed by JTF Gitmo personnel displaying a level 5 access badge. All keys will be kept at the access control point desk in a key box and will be signed out in the key log. D. Roving patrol. The roving guard is responsible for identifying and monitoring all possible exterior access points to the SIF for evidence of unauthorized access. During daylight hours, the roving patrol will perform his or her duties at least once every hour. After hours of darkness, the SIF perimeter will be monitored at least twice hourly by the roving patrol. When not performing his or her duties as a roving guard, this patrol will assist the access control point with their duties. Emergency actions. 1. When a security threat has been observed by an MP, such as persons attempting to enter through other than the main access gate or taking photos of the SIF compound, the following chain of events must be followed in order to safely and effectively assess and deal with the situation, or assess the situation and notify the special security officer, so see paragraph Q, of the current situation. The SO will advise the guard of any further action necessary. B. Once action has been taken, notify the SOG of the situation. C. If necessary, and upon direction from either the SOG or SO, call 911. 2. In the event of an emergency caused by a hostile entity, armed or unarmed, the guard will use rules of force I or paragraph PB. Do not leave SIF unsecured in any attempt to stop a hostile entity. C. Immediately notify the Naval Security Police, Fire Department, or EMS Ambulance 911 for further instructions. D. Notify the SO of the situation. E. Contact the military police SOG. 3. In the event of an extreme emergency, severe threat to national security or imminent personal casualties or fatalities, use rules of force I or paragraph PB. Keep SIF as priority for security while reacting to the threat. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified / for official use only. 14.4 C. The SIF guard will call 911 for further instructions. D. They will then notify the SO of the situation. For in the event of a gate found unsecured, the guard will take the appropriate action to secure the gate. B. Notify the SO of the unsecured gate. C. Notify the MP SOG of the security violation. F. Communications. 1. Primary communications will be by handheld radio. The SOG will carry one long-range SAB radio. The access control point will have one long-range radio for communications with the SOG. Both the access control point and the roving patrol will carry one short-range SAB radio. In addition to these handheld radios, the SIF access control point will have communications with the MP duty officer and commanding officer at all times via landline at X3102. 2. Secondary communications will be by landline at extension 3102. 3. Tertiary communications will be by messenger. G. Uniform. All soldiers will wear garrison MP brassard. The access control point and roving patrol will each carry one 9mm pistol and wear the law enforcement gear. H. Facility equipment requirements. The following is a list of all equipment necessary to operate the SIF. 1. For SAB radios. 2. 9mm pistols. I. Cleanliness of the facility. All those who work in the SIF must clean up after themselves. MPs are responsible for cleaning the access control point desk and the area around the desk. MPs are to be security focused during shift. They are not responsible for any janitorial duties such as sweeping stairwells, emptying trash cans, or picking up trash outside the compound. In addition, MPs will not monitor cell phones for any Gitmo personnel, with the exception of general officers. Any unreasonable requests such as these made by personnel that work in the SIF will be directed toward the SOG. J. Smoking policy. Smoking inside the facility is prohibited. The only smoking authorized will be done outside the facility doors. K. Entertainment policy. Security of the facility is the primary focus during guard shift. Any distractions that prohibit guards from carrying out their duties are prohibited. LMP documentation. DAR Form 1594 Daily Staff Journal, DAR 5513 Marquee Control Register, and any other form used at the TSIF will be held at the SIF for the month, and then turned into the JDOG administration section on the 1st of every month. Midnight shift is responsible to turn in these forms to appropriate office at the end of their shift. MMP meals. SOG will coordinate with his or her company CP for providing meals to MP personnel. And transportation. SOG and access control point guard will have transportation while at the SIF. Transportation will be coordinated between the SOG and his or her company. When an incident happens at the SIF, the access control point notifies the following personnel via phone in the below order right or paragraph 1 JTF Gitmo Special Security Officer So 2 JTF Gitmo Assistant Special Security Officer 3 MP SOG 4 MPPL 5 MP COP CIFRO. If circumstances dictate, deadly force may be used in self-defense or a threat against national security. 1 Deadly force is authorized in defense of the SIF. 2 Never use more force than the minimum necessary to maintain discipline and compliance. 3 Warning shots are not authorized. Q Communication Plan. 1 Special Security Officer 2031/2032 to USO 31043 JTF Gitmo Duty Co 3008 for Camp Delta Doc 3239 5 Security Police 911 6 Fire 911 7 M/Ambulance 911 Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003 Unclassified / for official use only 15.1 Chapter 15 Linguist Operations 15-1 Generally, the interpreter section's role in detainee operations is to facilitate communication between Gitmo personnel and the detainees. Interpreters will translate, to the best of their ability, the dialogue between the requesting agency and the detainees. Interpreters will at all times make every effort to convey the intent of the requesting official statement. They may also offer any cultural insight into the situation that may affect the understanding of a given statement between requesting official and detainee. Interpreters will perform their duties or JTF Gitmo rules of engagement and the JTF Gitmo rules on use of force rough. B. The interpreter section will maintain a language library consisting of materials in a variety of languages for the detainees. Additionally, the library will maintain foreign language training materials for assigned interpreters. 15-2. Organization A. The interpreter section organization will, when manning permits, be comprised of an officer in charge OIC, a non-commissioned officer in charge NCOIC, and shift supervisors. Interpreters will be assigned to teams to provide the best possible coverage of all required languages on every shift. At least 2 Arabic interpreters will be assigned to each day shift when manning permits. Typically, 2 Arabic interpreters will be assigned to the night shift. During such operations, all members will perform interpreter duties as required. B. Linguists will be assigned to DOSEX as required. If the flow of material does not warrant permanently assigning a member with a specific language skill, Members of the interpreter cell with that skill will perform dos ex duties when they arise. Translations requests will be accomplished in the timeliest manner possible. 15-3. Roles and responsibilities. A officer in charge OIC. The OIC's foremost responsibility is for the effective and safe conduct of the section's interpretation and translation mission or JTF Gitmo directives. He or she is also ultimately responsible to the JDOG for all administrative and disciplinary issues of assigned members, regardless of service affiliation. The OIC may delegate the day-to-day management of these duties as he or she sees fit. If there is another officer assigned to the section, the OIC may designate this officer as Assistant OIC. B. Non-commissioned officer in charge NCOIC. NCOIC duties include the day-to-day oversight and administration of assigned enlisted personnel. All administrative and disciplinary actions should be addressed by the NCOIC prior to being presented to the OIC. In instances where this is not practical, the issue may be raised directly to the OIC/AOIC. C. Shift NCO. The Shift NCO is the senior ranking member assigned to the shift, and is primarily responsible for ensuring his or her team members are present for duty when scheduled. He or she is also responsible for maintaining good order and discipline of shift members, both on and off duty. The Shift NCO will forward and administrative and/or disciplinary issues that warrant NCOIC or OIC involvement up the chain of command. As in any military organization, shift NCOs have full authority to make on-the-spot corrections. D. Interpreter. Interpreters will carry out interpreter/translator duties as directed by the chain of command. Interpreter section members will maintain their military bearing and will conduct themselves in a professional manner at all times. They will present for duty as directed and will utilize the chain of command beginning with the Shift NCO to address and requests/concerns. Should the concern lie within the immediate chain of command, the member may go directly to the NCOIC or OIC for resolution. In all cases, issues should be resolved at the lowest level possible. E. Assigned driver. Personnel the NCOIC designates as drivers are responsible for the transport of section members to and from their assigned duty locations. Additionally, the assigned driver will conduct scheduled and unscheduled exchange/commissary runs and other transportation requests by section members as time permits. Official businesses always take priority over non-duty runs. The following list sets the priorities for various users of transportation assets assigned to the section. F. Changes to the van schedule are authorized. However, both parties involved will notify the OIC or NCOIC prior to making the change. The assigned driver will take the duty vehicle to the motor pool every Monday for preventive maintenance check and service PMCS and cleaning. Drivers will immediately notify the OIC or NCOIC of any maintenance problems. Assigned drivers will monitor their radios at all times during their shift and will ensure the van is fueled at the end of their shift. Failure to accomplish the PMCS or perform driver duties as assigned will result in disciplinary action. 15-4. Camp Delta Operations. A. The interpreter section will monitor the SABE radio at all times while on duty. All transmissions on the radio will be professional and concise. Unclassified/for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified/for official use only. 15.2b. Upon request, the appropriate interpreter will proceed to the requested location immediately or at the specified time. C. If an interpreter for a requested language is not available, the interpreter section will inform the requesting agency when the interpreter will be available, i.e. the next shift, tomorrow, etc. If there is an immediate and compelling need for the interpreter, the shift supervisor will contact the OIC/NCOIC who will make every effort to locate and dispatch an interpreter with the requested language skill. The interpreters will translate, to the best of their ability, the statement of the requesting official or detainee. If the interpreter does not understand or cannot convey the statement, The interpreter will convey as much as possible and inform the requesting agency of what he or she was unable to convey. E. If detainees utter obscene or inappropriate statement, interpreters will inform the requesting agency of the general nature of the detainee statement, and will then ask the requesting agency if they want to know exactly what the detainee said. If so, the interpreter will state, as closely to verbatim as possible, the detainee statement. F. At the end of the shift, a tally of all interpretations, by shift and language, will be entered into the interpreter calls log located on a clipboard in the interpreter section office. G. Should an interpreter overhear or otherwise obtain information of potential intelligence value from detainees, the interpreter will annotate this on the Standard Intelligence Reporting Form. See Section 16.10 below. 15-5. Detainee in processing operations. 8. During detainee in processing operations, one interpreter per bus will accompany detainees. The assigned interpreter per second will rendezvous with escort teams at a predetermined location, usually the Gitmo hangar on time, and will be issued a flak jacket to be worn when there is a loaded weapon on board the bus. B. The on-duty interpreter shift will be augmented with additional interpreters as required to facilitate administrative and medical processing. C. All interpreters will be on call and readily available during detainee in processing operations. 15-6. Document exploitation. Dos Ex. At least 2 native Arabic linguists, 2 native Urdu linguists and 2 native Pashto linguists who are qualified to read and write handwritten materials will be assigned to Dos Ex as manning permits. Other linguists such as French, Russian, and Turkish will assist with mail as needed. JIG linguists will assist in other languages such as Farsi, Dari, Tajik, Uzbek, etc. if available per request. B. Operation 1. Receive mail from JDOG S1. A reached packet of incoming mail comes with 2 copies of the mail transmittal sheet mountains. Process the incoming mail by going through every item, checking that the item numbers on the mail and the mountains match, and marking the languages on the mountains. B. Keep 1 copy of the outgoing/incoming mail transmittal sheet for Dos Ex, and after signing the second copy, return it to JDOG S1. C. File the mail, to be processed according to language. 2. Translate the mail. Translate the mail on computer. This allows for rapid editing and easy quality control. B. Some mail must be translated by hand, due to lack of sufficient computer resources. C. The following languages are translated locally: Arabic, Pashto, French, Farsi, Urdu, Tajik, Uzbek, Uyghur, Russian, Turkish, Spanish, and German. D. Due to lack of qualified Dos Ex linguists, the following languages must translated off-island: Bosnian, Bengali, Dvahi Maldiv, Kurdish. Hand this mail to JDOG S2 and record the date. Annotate the mountains accordingly. E. Check English mail items for any non-English text and return these items to JDOG S1. 3. Process the translated mail. Array so designated quality control linguist reviews each piece of translated mail. B. Update the Dos Ex log to reflect the new handwritten and computer-typed mail. C. Record the item numbers of the translated mail on the mountains. D. Log the total number of processed mail also on a daily basis according to language. E. Separate the processed mail into outgoing and incoming stacks, and return to JDOG S1, who, after their internal action, will pass the mail to JDOG S2 for evaluation, and if necessary, redaction. F. On a weekly basis, put all the logs, which contain information about the numbers of each language, and whether individual mail items are handwritten or typed, onto a CDRW and back this up to the SIPNet for redaction. A JDOG S2 will return any letters that require redaction back to Dos Ex. B. After redaction, return the finished items to JDOG S2. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified / for official use only. 15.3 15-7 Dos Ex Translation Guidelines. A. If there's anything anywhere in the letter that could possibly be used as a code of some sort, be sure to make note of it in the interpreter's comments section. B. Write clearly and legibly, and skip lines. Keep in mind a one-page letter shouldn't come out to more than 3 finished pages. C. Make your translation as close as possible to the meaning of the original text. D. Don't use abbreviations, e.g. circa for California, 2 for Tuesday. E. Don't write in the third-person format, i.e. detainees says hello to his family. Maintain the same tense and person the writer used. F. Don't translate proverbs word for word. Give intended meaning only. G. Don't translate poems word for word. Read the poem and summarize it to the best of your ability. H. When translating a Quranic verse or Islamic expression, give the closest possible meaning, rather than a word-for-word translation. I. If you aren't sure about the meaning of a word, then ask someone else for help. If you have to guess the meaning of some words, make sure to note those parts in the interpreter's comments section, i.e. A. B. Best possible translation. J. In general, use the interpreter's comments section if you need to further clarify something to the reader. K. Write names in capital letters. L. If you don't know how to spell a word, look it up in the dictionary. M. Make an effort to finish the letter you started. N. Remember that our job is to translate letters, not analyze them. 15-8. Dos Ex Quality Control. A. Ensure that the Dos Ex template format DTF reflects whether the letter is incoming or outgoing. B. Check the DTF for proper format Army, EC, and overseas mail. C. Ensure the IS number is recorded correctly on the DTF. D. Ensure the date, if any, is recorded correctly on the DTF. E. Ensure the addresses for sender and addressee are recorded correctly on the DTF. F. Ensure that the language has been identified and annotated on the DTF. G. Scan the entire translation for grammar, spelling, and accuracy of translation, to include Quranic verses and poems. Apply any minor corrections if required. If errors larger than a paragraph exist in the translation, return it to Dos Ex. H. If anything strange catches your attention, or anything dubious exists in the letter, make sure it's noted in the interpreter's comments section on the DTF. I. Determine whether the letter is addressed to a family member or not, and annotate the DTF appropriately. J. Ensure the translator has included his or her name on the DTF. 15-9. Detainee Library. A. The Detainee Library Deciliters is established to support the approved reward/punishment guidelines as set by the JTF Gitmo commander. B. The Deciliters is presently staffed, maintained by, and responsible to the JDOG. It is tasked with supporting the joint interrogation process and assisting in maintaining order in the camp, with emphasis placed on force protection and fostering maximum cooperation from the detainees. C. The Deciliters will have 2 full-time service members drawn from the JDOG interpreter cell to perform duties as librarians during hours of operation. One of these personnel will serve as the co-supervisor/librarian, and the other as the assistant librarian. 2 more interpreters will assist the librarians in the actual distribution and return of the reading materials. These designated personnel will be the sole POCs authorized for issues/return of reading materials from the Deciliters. The librarians will ensure that all reading materials are issued/returned in accordance with this SOP. In special situations, other federal agencies may wish to issue reading material to detainees for reading outside interview sessions in their cells. These special circumstances must be coordinated with library personnel. This would include cases where the interrogators need to deliver books personally to detainees. At no time will detainees receive or return reading materials through a third party. In particular, military police must not engage in unaccounted book exchange. D. The dog will provide an appropriate location for storage of all library reading materials and issuance documentation. This location will provide physical security lock and key to prevent unauthorized access. The dog will maintain a contingency spare key. One computer will be designated for library operations. The hours of operation for book issue/return are 0800-1530 Monday Friday. The circulation schedule is subject to change. A typical circulation schedule will be as follows: Day of week cell block K level Monday A, D, 1 unclassified//for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003 unclassified//for official use only 15.4H Tuesday K, R1 Wednesday Q, P1 Thursday B, F2 Friday E, G3F cells at level 1 are allowed a Quran and 6 books. Cells at level 2 are allowed 1 Quran and 4 books. Cells at level 3 are allowed 1 Quran and 2 books. Native Arab speakers are allowed 1 Arabic Quran only, while non-native Arabic speakers are allowed 1 Arabic Quran and a translation of the Quran in their native language. Cells at level 4 I and N and at level 5 M, T, and O do not normally receive reading material. Cells at level 4 and level 5 may receive books by exception. G. The following procedure will be used for every issue of reading material. 1 confirmed detainee is authorized reading material privileges. 2 confirmed detainee is authorized that particular title category. 3 examine the reading material for damage or markings. Report any evidence of covert messages to JDOG immediately. 4 annotate on the issue sheet date, ISN, publication ID, and title. For publications requested by interrogators, annotate requesting person and publication pool date. H. The following procedure will be used for each return of reading material. 1 examine the reading material for damage or markings. Report any evidence of covert messages to JDOG immediately. 2 annotate on the issue sheet enclosure DTG of return and name of person returning the reading material. I. General Library Guidelines. 1 All approved materials will be catalogued prior to circulation. 2 Selected detainees are authorized reading material according to level of cooperation, and as the reading material supply allows, unless otherwise directed by camp officials. 3 Dictionaries may be issued in addition to the reading materials listed above to include English dictionaries, if desired by the interrogators. 4 2 Interpreters distribute reading material. Reading material may be issued or returned during unscheduled days, at the discretion of the library personnel within the interpreter section. 5 Each selected detainee is offered reading material once a week in exchange for a publication already in the detainee's possession. A new book will not be issued until the previous publication has been returned. 6 With the exception of the interrogators, the chaplain and library section members will issue reading materials. The chaplain will issue Qurans and other reading materials. 7 The chaplain has unrestricted access to library materials in the performance of his duties. However, reading material presented to the detainees by the chaplain should be performed using the guidelines as prescribed in this SOP. Library personnel will accompany the chaplain during the reading material exchange as needed. 8 Reading material provided by the JIG during interrogation should be screened and approved by interrogators and coordinated with the librarian before they enter the library system for cataloguing. For these additions, the letter I will be included in the number of the publication. 9 No English instructional materials, dictionaries, or other related reading material will be distributed, unless requested by the JIG. These materials will be kept in a separate section in the library. 10 A copy of the reading material distribution process and number of approved publications will be included in the binder at each block as a reference to the MPs. Documentation should include an updated list of any detainees who have lost reading privileges due to discipline problems. MPs are not allowed to distribute or exchange reading material from one detainee to another. 11 On order. The desolators will implement a distribution process in support of the JIF reward or incentive program, which presently allows levels 1, 2, and 3 detainees to receive Qurans and other reading materials, while detainees in level 4 discipline hold and level 5 intelligence hold will not receive Qurans or any other reading material, unless specified by the interrogators. 12 interrogators are the final approval authority for the issuance of reading material. It is their duty to assist the librarian in updating the issuance database. Library personnel will submit a weekly summary to the J2 analysis commander to include detainee ISN, book title, and date checked out/inch J reading material purchases/screening. Funding for new reading material purchases will be requested through normal J4 process. A non-expendable/consumable request form enclosure 2 will be completed and forwarded through Gitmo. Qualified interpreters will screen new publication titles. Any books, which include the content listed below, will not be circulated and will be immediately returned to the Sosijiak, private donor. 8. 1 Extremism modernist writing that incites jihad unclassified/for official use only Camp Delta SOP 28 March 2003 unclassified/for official use only 15.52 militant Islam/militant jihad 3 anti-American topics 4 anti-Semitic topics 5 anti-Western topics 6 any military topics 7 sexual situations. K Library Working Group. The Library Working Group will meet bi-weekly to review library operations and forward recommendations to the JIF commander. This group will consist of the chaplain's office, JDOG, J2 Jigansai, J3 Iowansai, CTC, SITF, and others as needed. This SOP is subject to change by recommendation and approval of the Library Working Group. 15-10 Passive collection of PSI information. A collaboration between interpreter and JDOG S2 provides a framework within which interpreters can materially contribute to the intelligence mission. B. Each interpreter is allowed to loiter in blocks and be drawn into conversations with detainees. C. The interpreter notes what the detainees say, ask for, and the overall mental climate of the block. D. The interpreter maintains radio contact with the dispatcher and is subject to recall or redirection. E. When the interpreter leaves the block, he or she immediately records findings on standard intelligence reporting form SURF. See section 4.6.df. JDOG S2 collects SURFs from interpretership code daily. JDOG S2 digests information gleaned from the SURFs. JDOG S2 directs further interpreter sorties. I. The Standard Intelligence Reporting Form SURF. 15-11. Intelligence Reference Guide for Linguists. Interpreters are to use the following list as a reference when walking the blocks. They are to make casual observations on the following detainee behavior: 1. Communication to hostile actions. 3. Reverence to other detainees. 4. Wanting to give the other detainee an item book. 8. 5. Cheering when the other detainee says something or passes by to the shower. 8. 6. Leading prayer. 7. Teachers. 8. Lookouts. 9. Any type of leadership behavior. 10. Instigators. 11. Anything suspicious or out of the ordinary. 12. Alliances those detainees have formed with their neighboring detainees. 13. General attitude of the block. 14. If they're angry, why? 15-12. Security considerations. Interpreters will practice good OPSEC and COMSEC both on and off duty. Essential elements of friendly information IFAs will be protected at all times. Operations within the camp are not to be discussed outside the JTF Gitmo channels. B. Interpreters are ordered to guard their personal information from disclosure to detainees. NAMR tips will be covered by duct tape. In addition, recommended practices include the concealing of service affiliation, rank, and unit patches. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified / for official use only. 15.6 Intentionally left blank. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified / for official use only. 16.1 Chapter 16 Religious Support Section I Accommodation of Religion 16-1 Chaplain A. The chaplain is responsible for administering the religious program for the facility, and shall be directly responsible to the CTDOG for providing religious coverage and pastoral care to all detainees. The chaplain is the principal advisor to the CTDOG on the religious needs of detainees. B. The chaplain is authorized unaccompanied access to the detainee holding areas, and will be allowed to speak freely with detainees. The chaplain is allowed to distribute books and religious items to detainees in accordance with the detainee library SOP. Block guards will give as much privacy to the chaplain as possible. A linguist and/or a chaplain assistant may often accompany the chaplain. The chaplain may request an MP escort in circumstances where personal security is of concern. C. The chaplain provides the CTDOG an additional resource by detainee issues and concerns can be addressed. The chaplain will provide observation and recommendations pertaining to both the general detainee population and to individual detainee treatment requirements to the CTDOG and appropriate staff officers. 16-2 Religious Practices A. All detainees regardless of religious denomination will be given complete liberty in the exercise of their religion on the condition that they comply with the disciplinary routine prescribed by CTDOG in a manner consistent with the Articles of the Geneva Conventions to the extent allowed by military necessity. CTDOG may choose to accommodate certain detainee religious rites and observances when mission requirements and military necessity permit. C. The religious practices listed in sections 17-3 and 17-4 will be considered for accommodation when military necessity allows. D. At no time will personnel working at Camp Delta will not say or act in a manner that disrespectful to any religion or religious practice. 16-3 Chaplain requests A. Any requests to see the chaplain by the detainees will be called into the dock by the block. B. The dock will annotate all requests to see the chaplain on the chaplain requests form and placed in the chaplain distribution box. C. If the detainee requests to see a Christian chaplain, this will be annotated on the request form. 16-4 Fasting requests A. Detainees will be given the opportunity to identify themselves as wanting to fast per week. B. For recurring fasting periods, such as the every Monday and Thursday fasting, the following procedure will be used. 1. The day shift on the Friday before the week of Friday will ask the detainees if they want to fast. Detainees will not be added to or removed from the list after the Friday day shift ends. 2. Each block will list the fasting detainees by ISN cell number. 3. This list will be forwarded to the dock by the end of the shift. 4. All lists will be consolidated into a single list, which contains the ISN cell number. 5. The list will be marked as Monday and Thursday fasting and distributed to all MP companies. 6. Detainees on this list will not be removed unless directed by a medical professional. 7. The count will be forwarded through the supply room personnel to the CTDOG S4, so the MREs will be available. 8. The list of fasting detainees will be distributed to the blocks on the day of fasting. C. For other fasting periods, such as Ramadan or Eid, the following procedure will be used. 1. The chaplain will write an announcement to be read over the CAMPA system. The announcement will include at the minimum what the fasting period is for, that the MPs will be asking if the detainees want to fast, and once they are on the fasting list, the detainee will stay on the fasting list. 2. CTDOG will approve the announcement, and it will then be translated. 3. The chaplain will read the English version followed by the other translated text 3 days prior to the start of the fasting period. The announcement will be completed NLT 1000 hours in all camps. 4 block personnel will then ask the detainees who wants to fast. 5 each block will list the fasting detainees by ISNN cell number. 6 this list will be forwarded to the dock by the end of the shift. 7 all lists will be consolidated into a single list, which contains the ISNN cell number. 8 the list will be marked with the special fasting period date and distributed to all MP companies. 9 detainees on this list will not be removed, unless directed by a medical professional. 10 the count will be forwarded through the supply room personnel to the JDOG S4, so the MREs will be available. Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003 Unclassified / for official use only 16.211 The list of fasting detainees will be distributed to the blocks on the day of fasting. Section I Muslim detainee religious practices 16-5 The Muslim prayer. A Muslim detainees perform prayer at least 5 times daily according to a specific prayer schedule. The chaplain will provide prayer times and are announced by camp personnel. B. The Muslim prayer requires the detainee to wash with water his or her face, hands, arms, head, and feet before prayer. In addition to the washing, the detainee's body must also be free of filth. A source of running water should be provided. C. The Muslim prayer requires the detainee to pray towards the direction of Mecca, Saudi Arabia. Prayer direction should be predetermined with the assistance of a subject matter expert in the Islamic faith. D. The Muslim prayer requires that the prayer be made in a place free of filth. An isomat and large towel is provided for this purpose. E. The Muslim prayer requires that the male detainee pray in clothing that covers at minimum the area between the navel and knees. At a minimum, clothing issued to detainees should meet this requirement. Detainee-issued orange suit meets this requirement. The Muslim prayer requires that the female pray in clothing that modestly covers all except the hands and face. An additional headscarf should be provided to Muslim females to cover the hair, head, and neck areas. F. It is preferable according to Islamic doctrine that the Muslim prayer is prayed in congregation. This aspect of prayer is accommodated based on operational conditions of the camp. 16-6 Friday prayer service. According to Islamic law, the weekly Friday prayer service is traditionally held on Fridays during the time of the noon second daily prayer time. B. The congregational Friday prayer service includes a message or sermon and a shortened noon prayer. The Friday prayer service can be led by any male Muslim knowledgeable in the requirements of conducting the Friday prayer. See Muslim requirements for participating and attending the Friday prayer service are the same as in paragraph 17-4.b through 17-4.a listed above. D. The Muslim Friday prayer service is accommodated by providing an open room or place with a clean area free of filth and spacious enough for a congregation of Muslims to perform the prayer in straight rows facing a specific direction of prayer. In addition, Muslim detainees will be provided the opportunity to perform the Friday prayer service to the extent allowed by military necessity. 16-7 Muslim fasting. A Ramadan a month-long fast in which a Muslim abstains from food, drink, sexual relations, smoking, and in general taking anything into the body from the hours of dawn time of the first daily prayer until sunset time of fourth daily prayer. Ramadan is the 9th lunar month of the Islamic calendar. 2 Muslim detainees are provided a pre-dawn meal to be served no later than 45 minutes prior to the time of the first daily prayer dawn. 3 dates and honey is provided for Muslim detainees to break their fast at time of the fourth prayer sunset. 4 Muslim detainees are served a full meal 15 minutes following sunset fourth prayer. 5 The chaplain will provide scheduled prayer times, which includes projected times for dawn first prayer and sunset fourth prayer. 6 special Ramadan prayers called tarawih are performed after the evening fifth prayer daily during the month of Ramadan. These prayers could last approximately 1 to 2 hours. B. Other Muslim fasts. 1. There are several days of prescribed fasting based on authentic prophetic tradition. These days of fasting are highly recommended religious practices based on Islamic law. These days of fasting include the post-Ramadan 6 days of the 10th lunar month of the Islamic calendar Shawwal. This lunar month 30 days immediately follows the holy month of Ramadan. Some Muslim detainees may desire to fast these 6 days consecutively immediately following the Muslim Eid al-Fitr holiday feast of breaking the fast, which occurs the first day immediately following the completion of Ramadan. Muslim detainees will not fast on Eid al-Fitr. B. Mondays and Thursdays. See the 9th and 10th days of the first lunar month of the Islamic calendar Muharram. D. The first 9 days of the 12th lunar month of the Islamic calendar Dhul-Hijjah. These are the 9 days immediately preceding the Eid al-Adha feast of sacrifice holiday. C. The manner of fasting these prescribed days is performed in the same manner as one would fast a day of Ramadan. D. Muslims detainees desiring to maintain this practice of fasting these prescribed days are accommodated in the same manner as in accommodating a day of fasting in Ramadan. 16-8. Muslim holiday. Eid-e-Islam has 2 major religious holidays: Eid al-Fitr feast of breaking the fast and Eid al-Adha unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOP 28 March 2003 unclassified / for official use only. 16.3 Feast of Sacrifice. Eid al-Fitr celebrates completing the month-long fast of Ramadan. Projected dates will be provided by the chaplain or by a subject matter expert in Islam. 1. Eid al-Fitr feast of breaking the fast celebrates completing the month-long fast of Ramadan. It occurs on the first day immediately following Ramadan and is traditionally determined by the sighting of the new moon. 2. Eid al-Adha feast of sacrifice commemorates the biblical and Quranic sacrifice of Abraham. It occurs on the 10th day of the 12th lunar month of the Islamic calendar Dhul-Hijjah, which is approximately 69 days following the Eid al-Fitr. B. On both Eid holidays, an Eid prayer service is held in the morning after sunrise, but before the noon second prayer. The Eid prayer service is congregational and consists of a group prayer followed by a message or sermon. C. The Eid prayer service is accommodated in the same manner as in accommodating the Friday prayer service. Eid holiday meals with traditional Arabic sweets are provided to detainees on the day of Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Adha. Islamic tradition also encourages Eid holiday meals on the 3 days following Eid al-Adha. Muslim detainees will not fast on the Eid holidays. 16-9. Dietary practices. Meals and food provided to Muslim detainees will strive to meet standards according to Islamic guidelines. B. Muslim detainees will not be served pork, alcohol, any foods which may contain by-products thereof, or meats beef, chicken, lamb, etc. not slaughtered according to Islamic guidelines. 16-10. Medical practices. A medical personnel will consider Muslim detainee religious practices when administering medical care to Muslim detainees. B. Medical personnel will inform Muslim detainees of any medications, injections, and vaccinations that contain pork and alcohol by-products or ingredient. C. Female medical personnel will administer medical care to female Muslim detainees whenever possible. In addition, for medical care involving the exposure of a Muslim male detainee's genitals and/or the areas between the navel and the knees, male medical personnel will administer the treatment. In general, consideration should be given to provide same-sex medical treatment for Muslim detainees whenever possible. 16-11. Wear and appearance of clothing. Islamic guidelines for clothing and dress require that Muslim detainees be covered with specific limits of physical bodily exposure. B. Muslim male detainees will be provided clothing that at a minimum covers the body from the navel to the knees. C. Female Muslim detainees will be provided clothing that modestly covers her entire body with the exception of the face and hands. A separate headscarf that covers the hair, head, and nefarious should be provided to female Muslim detainees. 16-12. Showers and hygiene. Islamic law establishes limits to exposing areas of one's body to another, male or female. Detainee showers will allow the Muslim male detainee enough privacy to ensure that his genitals and/or area between the navel and eyes is not exposed to another individual. Detainee showers will allow the Muslim female detainee enough privacy to ensure that the area between her shoulders and her knees is not exposed to another female individual. D. All detainee showers will allow the Muslim detainee complete privacy from members of the opposite sex. Islamic guidelines for health and hygiene dictate the practice of shaving the body hair of armpit and pubic areas. Periodically, razors will be provided for Muslim detainees desiring to maintain this practice, unless the detainee is in a MSU block. 16-13. Religious items. A. The chaplain will provide specific religious items to Muslim detainees to facilitate worship and religious practices. Those items include, but are not limited to, the following: 1 Quran, 2 prayer cap, 3 prayer beads, 4 Islamic oils, 5 religious books provided by detainee library personnel. B. Religious items are distributed in accordance with the detainee rewards program. Section E. Islam. 16-14. Cultural considerations. A. Do not disrespect the Quran. Let it touch the floor, kick it, step on it. 1 Muslims even wash their hands before touching the Quran. Non-Muslims should avoid touching a detainee's Quran whenever possible. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified / for official use only. 16.42. Anyone disrespecting the Quran most likely will get no cooperation and could provoke a violent reaction from detainees. B. Friday is the Islamic holy day. Prayer time is most sacred on this day. C. Do not talk, play loud music in front of, or otherwise interrupt detainees during prayer or the call to prayer. 1 Interrupting a Muslim during prayer is considered inappropriate, and he is unlikely to respond. To avoid mocking or imitating detainees' prayer. D. Do not eat or drink in front of detainees during the Islamic holy month of Ramadan. 1 Ramadan has significant religious importance. 2 Detainees will be fasting during daylight hours. 3 During Ramadan, the detainees will for the most part be non-argumentative and non-confrontational, as to not upset their fast. E. Do not ask about female members of a Muslim's family, e.g., wife, daughter, mother, sister, etc. It is culturally unsuitable. Do not insist on asking the names of the women. F. Do not use the left hand to give a detainee food. Muslims use their left hand to clean themselves, and it is culturally inappropriate to offer food with the left hand. G. Do not relate terrorism to Islam. It is inappropriate to equate any religion to such heinous activity. H. Do not point a finger at detainees, as it is considered very disrespectful and derogatory. I avoid using foul language as it displays a lack of composure. J. Female block guards and interpreters should not insist that the detainees make eye contact with them during interactions. Close contact with unrelated females is culturally inappropriate. K. Detainees might cover their eyes or not talk to female block guards. Such actions are not considered disrespectful, but instead are considered a form of modesty by the detainee. L. The loudspeakers should not be covered, nor any form of music be played through the unit block speakers. The playing of the call to prayer should not have the volume adjusted up or down. M. If you do not understand what is going on, or have questions about some cultural practice, ask the Islamic chaplain. N. Communicating through an interpreter. 1 Interpreters are tasked to facilitate the communication process between camp personnel and the detainees. Interpreters will relay detainee questions/requests to the block and co. or other authority as appropriate for follow-up. 2 Direct your statement to the detainee, and then pause for the interpreter to translate. 3 Avoid using slang, e.g., we're in the same boat. When utilizing an interpreter, slang is difficult to translate and often loses its meaning during translation. Section of Christian detainee religious practices 16-15. The Christian prayer. A prayer is an important element in the development of the Christian detainee. B. The Christian detainee should be allowed to pray daily. C. The Christian chaplain can be used to provide additional information on the impact of prayer for the Christian detainee. 16-16. Christian holidays. A Christianity has two major religious holidays, Christmas and Easter. B. Some Christian groups also celebrate Pentecost Sunday. C. The Roman Catholic Church celebrates Ash Wednesday and the Lenten season, both of which are linked to the celebration of Easter. One Ash Wednesday often involves the smearing of ashes on the forehead on the Wednesday before Easter. Two special sacraments that are essential to the Roman Catholic are sacrament of confession, B. Sacrament of Holy Communion, C. Sacrament of healing, to be administered just before death or during a serious illness. 3 additional special days to be observed by the Roman Catholic Church are as follows, also known as Holy Days of Obligation, are January 1 the Solemnity of Mary, Mother of God, B. Thursday of the 6th week of Easter the Solemnity of the Ascension, C. August 15 the Solemnity of the Assumption of the Blessed Virgin Mary, D. November 1 the Solemnity of All Saints, C. December 8 the Solemnity of the Immaculate. D. Christian detainees, to include those who follow the beliefs of the Roman Catholic Church, should be allowed to celebrate these special days in accordance with their personal faith. E. The Christian chaplain can be used to provide additional information relating to the celebration of these days. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified / for official use only 16.5 16-17. Religious items. A. The chaplain may provide specific religious items to Christian detainees to facilitate worship and religious practices. Those items include, but are not limited to, the following: 1. The Holy Bible, 2. A crucifix, 3. Rosary beads, 4. Religious books provided by detainee library personnel. B. Religious items are distributed in accordance with the detainee rewards program. Section V. Muslim funerals 16-18. Muslim funeral and burial rites. A. The chaplain will perform or provide for the honorable burial of a deceased detainee in a manner consistent with Article 120 of the Geneva Convention to the extent allowed by military necessity. B. Funeral and burial rites according to Islamic law necessitate that 4 actions be performed. All 4 actions must be performed by persons of the Muslim faith. Muslims performing these actions must be knowledgeable in the requirements of Islamic purification and Muslim funeral/burial rites. The 4 necessary actions are to be performed in the following order: 1. Washing the body, 2. Shrouding the body, 3. Funeral prayer, janazah prayer for burial. 16-19. Washing the body. A. Protect the nakedness of the deceased by keeping the body clothed while the washing is performed. In addition, if the deceased is male, then only a Muslim male should wash the body of the deceased. Likewise, if the deceased is a female, then a Muslim female will wash the body of the deceased. B. Only the washer and an assistant should be present during the washing of the body. C. The body will be clothed in an ankle-length shirt. The washer will be able to insert his hand from the sleeve while pouring water over the garment to wash the body under it. The seam from the side under the arm can be torn to facilitate the washer's access to the body, however at no time will the area between the navel and the knees of the deceased be uncovered. D. Any waste from the stomach should be forced out, and private parts of the deceased be cleansed of filth. E. The washer performs the usual ablution before prayer, in Arabic wudu, for the deceased and on the deceased. F. The washer then performs the purificatory bath, in Arabic ghusl, with religious intention. The purificatory bath consists of washing the head, beard, and body each 3 times. The washer begins each repetition by washing the right side of the deceased, front and back, to the feet. The repetition is completed by doing the same to the left side. The washer ensures that water reaches and covers every external part of the body, and that the body is free of all filth. The hair and beard, if matted, is gently combed with a wide tooth comb, being careful not to extract any hair. The final washing should be performed with water containing some camphor or perfume. G. The washer and the assistant should utilize hand towels, washcloths and gloves. H. The place of washing should be on an incline, allowing the water to flow from the head downward and away. The assistant helps in pouring abundant water. Incense should be burned during the washing. J. Upon completion of the washing, the body of the deceased is dried with a clean towel, laid on his back with his feet towards the direction of prayer, and covered completely with a white sheet until shrouded. 16-20. Shrouding the body. A shrouding to completely cover the nakedness of the body is a religious obligation. B. The body of the deceased Muslim is perfumed with scented oils like sandalwood. C. The body of the deceased Muslim is wrapped in 3 washed, white shrouds approx. 7 feet x 7 feet, cotton sheets. The 3 sheets are spread out one on top of the other. The deceased, covered with a sheet, is lifted and laid on his back on the top sheet. Some scent or perfume should be applied with cotton on the parts of body upon which one rests during prayer prostration, i.e. forehead, nose, hands, knees and feet. Also include the eyes, mouth, nostrils, and ears. D. If possible, the deceased's left hand is placed on the chest, and then the deceased's right hand is placed on the left, similar to the position of the hands in the form of the Muslim prayer. Each shroud covers the whole body. The edge of the top sheet is folded over the deceased's right side, then the other edge is folded over the deceased's left side. The second sheet is folded in the same manner, and then the third sheet is folded in the same manner. If the deceased is male, the body is wrapped without the ankle-length shirt or turban/prayer cap. If the deceased is female, the following is done. Before wrapping of the sheets, 1 to approx 4 feet x 1 foot loin cloths are first wrapped around the upper legs, acting as underwear. 2 1 approx 6 feet x 3 feet sheet is used to wrap the lower portion of the body. 3 The body dressed in a full, loose-fitting sleeveless shirt, full length and long enough to cover from shoulders to feet. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOP 28 March 2003. Unclassified / for official use only. 16.64 The head is veiled with a Muslim headscarf. The sheets are then fastened with 4 cloth strips or tie ropes above the head, under the feet, and 2 around the body. F. Materials used to wrap and dress the body of the deceased should be cotton. G. The washed, white cotton shrouds are scented with incense or aloes and sprinkled with an aromatic compound of camphor, scented oils and or perfumes. H. Procedures for funeral prayer. 1. If possible, the funeral prayer over the dead should be a congregational prayer. 2. The funeral prayer is led by an imam or any other Muslim male fully knowledgeable of the conditions and requirements for the funeral prayer, and capable of performing the funeral prayer. Capable of performing the funeral prayer also infers one's ability to recite/supplicate necessary integrals in the Arabic language. 3. The shrouded body of the deceased may be transported to the place of the funeral prayer site in a coffin. 4. The funeral prayer should not be held at the grave or burial site of the deceased. 5. The enshrouded body of the deceased is placed lying on his or her right side facing the direction of prayer. 6. The body of the deceased may remain in a coffin during the funeral prayer. 7. The imam or Muslim leading the funeral prayer stands behind the body by the head, if the deceased is male, and by the posterior, if the deceased is female. 8. At minimum, the one performing the funeral prayer includes the following: the intention of praying the funeral prayer, be performing the prayer standing, c saying Allahu Akbar 4 times, d the Fatiha opening chapter of the Quran, the prayer for the Prophet, f supplication for the deceased, the minimum being O Allah, forgive this deceased, g ending the prayer by saying Assalamu alaikum, peace be upon you, the first of 2 mentioning 16-21. Procedures for the burial. A. The deceased will be buried in a cemetery, and not in a grave, where another person is previously buried. Muslims should not be buried beside non-Muslims, nor non-Muslims beside Muslims. Muslims should have their own graveyard. B. The burial should be done as soon as possible after death, and within 24 hours. C. The burial should take place immediately after the funeral prayer. D. The deceased is not buried in a coffin, but one may be used to transport the body of the deceased to the grave. E. The grave must be dug deep enough to totally hide the body of the deceased. A recommendation is to dig the grave a depth equal to the height of an average man with his arm fully extended upward approx. 6 feet in depth. F. The grave must be perpendicular facing, horizontal to the direction of prayer/Mecca. G. A trench centered on the floor of the grave will be dug. The trench should be just wide and deep enough to place the shrouded body of the deceased on his right side. Figure 16-1. H. Muslim men will bury the deceased regardless of the gender of the deceased. I. The body of the deceased enters the grave from the direction where his feet will be from the rear of the grave. J. The body of the deceased will be placed in the trench of the grave resting on his right side, close to the wall and supported, so that the body will not fall back. The face of the deceased will be towards the direction of prayer. Figure 16-1. K. The tie at the head and feet of the deceased will be undone. L. A bottomless burial vault is further placed over the floor of the grave to prevent the earth from being put directly on the body when the grave is filled. Figure 16-1. M. Marking the grave is permissible. N. Muslims present at the burial once the grave has been filled should supplicate for the steadfastness and forgiveness of the deceased. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified / for official use only. 16.7 Muslim burial side view. Figure 16-1. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified / for official use only. 16.8 Intentionally left blank. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified / for official use only. 17.1 Chapter 17 International Committee of the Red Cross. 17-1. Personnel. A. There will be 4 escort teams consisting of 2 MPs. B. There will be 1 IC monitor located in Juliet Block. C. IC escort teams or the IC monitor will escort all IC personnel at all times while in Camp Delta. D. Escort control will control all IC escorts and the IC monitor. E. The Juliet Block monitor will escort all IC personnel. If the visit is an individual interview, the Juliet Block monitor will escort the IC personnel to Juliet Block. 1 MP will stay with the IC personnel, while the other 2 get the detainee and return with him. If it is a cell visit, the 3-man team will escort the IC personnel to and throughout the block visit. 17-2. Operations. A. The physical security of U.S. forces and detainees in U.S. care is paramount. Safety and security of U.S. forces and detainees will not be compromised in an effort to conform to the wishes and requests of the IC that are not covered in this SOP. B. The IC will provide the JDOG list of detainees on the IC request form. This list will stipulate either individual interviews or cell visits. C. All IC personnel and detainees will be escorted by MPs and detainees will be in 3-piece suites while they are out of their cell. At no time will the detainee be unaccompanied by MPs. D. If any interviews by IC are conducted on the blocks, the MPs will remain with IC far enough away as to not interfere with the interviews. This is to ensure the safety of the IC personnel and the detainee. IC personnel must collect any item, such as a pen to write with, that they give to a detainee prior to moving on to the next detainee. F. While in the interview block, only one hand may be unshackled to allow the detainee to write. GIC personnel are allowed access to all blocks. IC visit lists should be scrubbed to ensure there are no discrepancies such as disciplinary actions or restricted IC access. There is no time limit for IC visits. HDOG will also provide an alternate place for IC, so that the IC may conduct interviews without other detainees present. This location is currently Juliet Block 17-3. IC visitation rules. The following rules apply to IC personnel while they are at any part of Camp Delta. IC personnel are allowed to talk to detainees on all blocks at the detainee cell, as long as there is no interference with the safeguard of U.S. forces or detainees, except for detainees placed at the maximum security units MSU. IC personnel are allowed to talk to detainees who are placed in MSU for disciplinary reasons only, with the exception of the following: 1. Detainees placed in MSU by the JIG will be listed on the MSU log. The level of allowable contact with IC will be listed on the MSU log. 2. If the log is unavailable, the PL or SOG will contact the JIG during duty hours for clearance. They will also receive from the JIG what visitation level the IC has with the detainee. 3. Detainees will not be allowed to leave the MSU block for IC visits. 17-4. Levels of visitation. All detainees will have a level of IC contact designated for them. These different levels are as follows: A. No access, no contact of any kind with the IC. This includes the delivery of IC mail. B. Restricted IC is allowed to ask the detainee about health and welfare only. No prolonged questions. C. Unrestricted IC is allowed full access to talk to the detainee. D. Visual access is restricted to visual inspection of the detainee's physical condition. No form of communication is permitted. No delivery of IC mail. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified / for official use only. 17.2 Intentionally left blank. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified / for official use only. 18.1 Chapter 18 Food Service 18-1. Responsibilities. AJ for food service personnel are responsible for delivering, serving, and providing all necessary supplies to feed the detainees. B block personnel will serve the meals to the detainees. 18-2. Operations. A. Detainees will be provided with 3 meals per day according to the mealtime needs of the facility. For camps 1-3. This will be at the following times: 1. Breakfast at 06:30, lunch at 1200, 3. Dinner at 1930. B. For camps 1-3, the rations schedule consists of 2 hot meals a day for breakfast and in randomly for lunch, except under inclement weather, in which case it shall be MREs for all meals until the weather passes. For Camp IV, the ration schedule will consist of 3 hot meals. C. For camps 1-3, all meals will be served through the bean hole in the cell gate and consumed inside the cell. For Camp IV, all meals will be served through the bean hole in the block gate and consumed in the bay. D. For camps 1-3, food service section will provide cooks to deliver and portion all food in the correct portions, while the MPs issue the food to the detainee through the bean hole in the cell gate. For Camp IV, food service personnel will provide cooks to deliver and portion all food in the correct portions, while the MPs issue the food to the detainee through the bean hole in the block gate. The food service personnel shall ensure that also any dirty dishes are returned to the contractor for cleaning. E-meals will be served on all blocks simultaneously. Serving and consumption of meals will be allowed a maximum of 30 minutes per detainee. FMPs on duty are responsible for providing escort to the cooks, directing the detainees in an orderly fashion and ensuring that all required items are issued, returned, and accounted for. MPs are also responsible for the removal of trash from all compounds and placing it in the designated dumpsters per the Waste Disposal SOP in Chapter 33. G. During inclement weather, all meals will be MREs. H. The PL is responsible to the commanding officer for the adequate quality and quantity of food served to detainees and U.S. personnel, and that sanitation, preparation, handling, and servicing of food meet established criteria. Detainees will have 30 minutes in which to consume their meals. During times of fasting or religious requirements for the detainees, modifications to this portion of the SOP will be directed as appropriate. J. At any time there is large pieces of construction equipment such as portable generators in the roving Sally area of Camp 1, the food service truck will stop at Sally Port 4. 18-3. Duties H-Dog S4. The Dog S4 will be responsible for coordinating the hours of all meals with the needs of the facility. BPL. PLs will coordinate meals for those detainees who are on discipline measures that include loss of hot meals. CSOG. The SOG will keep the PL informed of all issues pertaining to the meal feeding times. The SOG will ensure the meal hours are in accordance with the schedule of calls. If the meals arrive late, the SOG will notify Dog S4. D. Block & Co. The Block & Co. will accept and account for the utensils used for eating from mess personnel. In Camp I3, while the block guards are serving the meal to the detainees, the Block & Co. will pass out the utensils to each detainee. In Camp IV, the Block & Co. will serve the meal and distribute the utensils at the same time. Once the meal time is completed, the Block & Co. will account for all utensils that were passed out. The SOG will be notified if utensils are not returned, and a search will be conducted to locate the missing spoon. E-Block Guards. In Camps 1-3, they will issue meals to the detainees and monitor them during chow. At the conclusion of the meal, the block guards will collect the trash from the detainees. Block guards will inventory the return of all packaging, plates, spoons, and styrofoam cups. If items are not returned and cannot be found, the detainee will receive his meals poured onto a paper plate for the next 3 days. This is done with the intention of reducing the amount of trash being flushed down the toilet. In Camp IV, the block guards will only be able to observe the detainees eating from their observation location. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified / for official use only. 18.2 intentionally left blank. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified / for official use only. 19.1 Chapter 19 Detainee Health Services Section I Procedures 19-1. Restraint procedures. Restraints will be used at all times when detainees are moved from their cell as a precaution against escape, for medical reasons as directed by a medical officer, or to prevent self-injury, injury to others, or property damage. B. Restraints should not be applied for more time than is necessary. Detainees will not normally remain in 3-piece restraints for more than 2 continuous hours. Restraints will only be removed from the detainee when the detainee is secured in his cell or other secure area. Any deviation of this policy must be authorized by the Co.PL or the on-duty SOG with prior approval of the JDOG CDR and will never be applied as punishment. See restraint types 1. 3-piece suit handy-ons, leg-irons, connecting chain, and belly chains. 2. 4/5-point position. Arms, head, and legs are secured. The emergency use of special restraints. 1. The SOG will obtain advanced approval from the CO and a psychologist prior to placing 4/5-point restraints on a detainee. 2. If 4/5-point restraints are applied to a detainee, the CO will contact the CTDOG and on-duty medical officer or designated representative. 3. Direct visual observation by block guard will be continuous until on-duty medical officer or designated representative arrive and assess the situation. 4. The medical officer will assess the detainee's physical condition and psych-evaluate mental health, and advise the CO on the necessity of further medical treatment. 5. If the detainee is not transferred to a medical/mental health facility, and is restrained in a 4/5-point position, the block personnel will continuously observe the detainee and document activity every 15 minutes until the restraints are removed. This will be recorded on a CDS 319. Routine use of restraints. 1. To ensure safety and prevent injury, guard will maintain positive control of all detainees being escorted while wearing restraints. When a detainee is in full restraints, the guard will grasp the belly chain behind the detainee with his or her strong hand. B. When a detainee is restrained with their hands in the rear, the guard will grasp the detainee's upper arm just below the armpit with his or her strong hand. 2. If there is an injury that could be aggravated, guards should seek guidance through the chain of command before applying restraints, time permitting. Sound judgment applies in emergencies. F. Only medical personnel will authorize the use of suicide prevention smocks. Only medical personnel will authorize discontinuing the use of the smocks. 19-2. Dispensing of medications. 8. The assigned hospital corpsman shall review NAVM 6550/8 medication administration record MA and compare detainee's number and location against current alpha roster. If necessary, make appropriate changes in individual MA folders and move medications to appropriate place in medicinal locker. B. Gather appropriate medicinals from Camp Delta Clinic. Notify security personnel of each block which detainees require meds. C. The hospital corpsman will dispense the medication at each cell's bin hole. The hospital corpsman will verify the following prior to dispensing any medications. 1. Have orders and MA been verified by nursing staff? 2. Are you authorized to give this medication? 3. Is it the correct patient? Verify against a wristband. 4. Is it the correct medication? 5. Is it the correct dose? 6. Is it the correct route of administration? 7. Is it the correct time to give the medication? D. Document the administration of all medications and or refusals on the MA and notify nursing staff of any concerns. E. Transcribe any changes to medications on MA. The nursing staff will verify accuracy on a regular basis. F. Medication types and frequencies will determine when medications are dispensed. 19-3. Self-harm blankets and smocks. A. Prior to completion of the psychiatric unit, use of the seclusion cell/suicide prevention smocks and blankets for a psychiatric patient on self-harm precautions or in administrative or disciplinary segregation will be at the discretion of the psychiatric nurse or licensed independent practitioner and documented in the patient's chart. B. After completion of the psychiatric unit, medical use of the seclusion cell/suicide prevention smocks and blankets will be as follows. 1. Required use for a psychiatric patient on self-harm precautions or in medical seclusion, unless clinically not indicated and documented by a licensed independent practitioner in the patient's chart. 2. For a psychiatric patient in administrative or disciplinary segregation, use will be at the discretion of unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOP 28 March 2003 unclassified / for official use only. 19.2 The psychiatric nurse or licensed independent practitioner and documented in the patient's chart. C. For non-psychiatric detainees, recommend that the use of seclusion cell/suicide prevention smocks and blankets be utilized on a case-by-case basis in administrative or disciplinary segregation cells. Strongly recommend consultation with a psychiatric nurse or licensed independent provider at the detention hospital. The reason for case-by-case use is that, like being stripped, smocks can be humiliating for some and may actually increase the risk of suicide. Additionally, the anticipated humiliation may deter a detainee from voicing their psychological concerns. D. Detainees should not be transported in smocks except within the psychiatric unit or in an emergency. 19-4. Sick call. A. Both medical and dental sick calls are conducted in accordance with the same procedures. Detainees needing to see a dentist will be screened at normal sick call and referred if necessary, to the dental clinic. B. The medic will screen all detainees while conducting rounds. If the medic is able to treat the detainee's ailment, he or she will do so, and advise the detainee that he does not need to see a doctor. If the detainee still wishes to see a doctor, he or will not be denied that right. C. The medic will compile a list of all detainees and detainees who were seen each day. The list will be turned into the front office before the medic leaves the facility. Section I. Emergencies 19-5. Emergency sick call. A detainees who have a medical emergency will be seen immediately at any time. B. During duty hours, all medical/dental problems deemed a possible emergency will be referred to the health clinic for evaluation as to whether or not a real emergency exists. C. After duty hours, the SOG will determine whether an emergency condition exists. He will consult via telephone with the detention hospital as needed to assist in making the determination. 19-6. Emergency condition responses. A. The international color codes for triage will be utilized to conduct triage of a patient, to convey the seriousness of a patient's medical condition. The following criteria are examples of medical conditions indicating a specific triage. 1. Code green utilized for non-serious, non-life-threatening medical condition: cut hand, scrape, broken arm, nausea, and headache with no other indicators, does not require immediate medical attention. 2. Code yellow utilized for potentially life-threatening medical condition: decreased level of consciousness, chest pain, unconsciousness for unknown reason, loss of feeling/motor skills in an extremity, requires expedited treatment. 3. Code red utilized for serious life-threatening medical condition: penetrating trauma to the torso, severe loss of blood, severe head injury, and chest pain followed by unconsciousness, requires immediate treatment. 4. Code blue utilized for critical life-threatening medical condition: no breathing/no heartbeat. 5. Code black utilized to describe a dead person: rigor mortis, post-mortem lividity, decapitation, decomposition, etc. BMPs on duty will utilize the following instructions to respond to emergency conditions within Camp Delta. CO will respond to the scene of all emergencies to assess the situation. Once the situation is declared, the CO will make appropriate notifications. See Medical Code Blue. This is a medical emergency condition in which a person in the camp has been medically triaged as Code Blue. This means that the person has no heartbeat or respiration or both, and requires immediate medical care. 1. Guards involved with the Code Blue patient to state call sign, location, and Code Blue on radio. B. Contact medical directly and request medical assistance for a Code Blue. If unable to contact medical, contact the doc and request medical assistance for a Code Blue. Give medical the location of the incident. C. Render medical care as appropriate based on the guard's level of training and equipment available. Continue until medical arrives. 2. Doctor if requested, notify medical of the emergency and the location. B. Broadcast on the radio notification to all blocks that there is a Code Blue. RTO will establish emergency traffic radio conditions by stating emergency traffic only. This means that only personnel with radio traffic about the situation or another emergency will use the radio. C. Notify the CO/PL of the situation. D. Continue monitoring the radio. 3. CO/PL/SOG respond to the scene as needed to assess the situation. Render medical care as appropriate based on the level of training and equipment available. Continue until medical arrives. Unclassified/for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified/for official use only. 19.3b. Consider altering the security posture of the facility lockdown, etc. as appropriate to facilitate medical access to the patient. C. Make appropriate notifications. I. Or the notification instructions on the notification matrix. D. Supervise reporting of the incident. For sally ports to be prepared for medical personnel to need immediate access through the sally port. This includes vehicle access to the area and departing from Delta. B. Stop other traffic through sally port if it impedes with the movement of personnel associated with the code blue situation. C. Be prepared to implement a lockdown if called by the CO/PL/SOG. 5. Block NCO/block guard/other duty positions and monitor the situation by radio, and be prepared to take action as directed. Lockdown. 8. Be prepared for reaction by other detainees as they learn about the situation. 19-7. Combat lifesavers. A combat lifesavers will be permitted to provide medical care in accordance with the combat lifesaver curriculum. B. Combat lifesavers will not treat any detainee for any medical problem. C. Medical tasks taught to combat lifesavers that they may perform without restriction on the installation. 1. Monitor a pulse. 2. Monitor respirations. 3. Apply a splint, aluminum, malleable splint for insert in a oropharyngeal airway. 5. Evaluate a casualty. D. Combat lifesavers must fill out a field medical card at the time of incident and transfer this to the receiving medical unit with a complete patient report. E. Medical tasks taught to combat lifesavers that they may perform with the below restrictions. On the installation. 1. Administer acetaminophen and pseudoephedrine tablets. The purpose of these medications in the combat lifesaver bag is to eliminate minor complaints until the soldier can be seen at sick call by medical personnel. While in garrison, combat lifesavers may not dispense these medications. B. While on the installation, but not in garrison, i.e., field training exercises, combat lifesavers may dispense these medications or the medical tasks sub-course of the combat lifesaver course. They are not to dispense more than 8 tablets per individual. C. A medical officer must see all individuals who receive these medications from a combat lifesaver within 24 hours. To administer intravenous solution. Before attempting to start an intravenous of infusion, 911 must be called. B. Combat lifesavers who determine a casualty needs a NIV solution may administer it. C. No more than 2 attempts will be made on any one patient to initiate NIV. D. No more than 1,000 milliliters bag will be given to any one patient. E. Upon initiation of a NIV, the patient must be seen by a medical officer and cleared for duty. F. Medical supplies Class VE. Combat lifesavers are authorized to carry NSN nomenclature tie description 651,000,926888822 adhesive tape. Surgical 1-in-1 SP 651 5,000,000,000 and 6,878,052 1 airway pharyngeal. Large adult 651 5,000,000,000 and 9,582,232 1 airway pharyngeal. Small adult 651 0,009,137,909 bandage or adhesive X 3 inches flesh 651 0,005,830,472 bandage GAU 4-651 0,002,011,755 bandage muslin compressed brown 37. X37 X52 triangular with pins 651 5,000,000,000 and 13,156,227 2 catheter and needle unit D12 IV18 GAR 651 0,00159488834 dressing first aid field camouflage for WX 6.25-7.25 VIG. ABS 651 0,002,0174251 dress FLD 11-3/4 inches 651 5,000,000,000 and 2,267,692 3 PR gloves. Exam LRG 651 5,000,000,000 and 14,721,863 2 intravenous inj set. 7 comp macro drip 10 drops per milliliter to 651 0,010100307 12 pad povidone iodine per Stir 2x 1.375, Brown 651,000,786373612, Bad isopropyl alcohol 651,000,14640822612, Sponge Circ 2x 2651, 5,9,357,138, 1 Scissors Bandage 1.5, Cut LG 7.250/ALG, both blades blunt, CRS 651, 5,252,254,681, 1 Splint Universal 36x 4.5, malleable Lumrady Olierson TLTWT, unclassified / for official use only, Camp Delta Sub 28 March 2003, unclassified / for official use only, 19.4G resupply for Combat Lifesaver Class VE items will be the JTF Joint Aid Stations jars. HPOC for Combat Lifesavers is the JARZO. Section E, Medical Problems 19-8. Hunger strike. A detainee is considered to be on a hunger strike when he refuses to eat 9 consecutive meals as a form of protest, or refuses fluids for 48 hours. The protest may or may not be verbalized. Detainees who eat portions of the meals are not normally considered to be on a hunger strike. B. The hunger strike is terminated when the following occur: 1. The detainee eats a meal or portion of a meal excluding liquids. 2. A medical officer or physician's assistant, after examining the detainee, recommends that the hunger strike protocol be terminated. 3. The co-doc will terminate the hunger strike protocol. See initial monitoring procedures. 1. Submit an observation report to doc recording a detainee's refusal to consume a meal. 2. Make a blotter entry. 3. Continue to monitor the detainee during meal times to see if he refuses to consume any other meals. 4. Continue to inspect the detainee's food tray to see if any portion of the meal was consumed. Check the tray before and after each meal time. 5. Record any subsequent refusal to consume meals and number them sequentially. 6. Monitor the detainee's behavior and record / report anything out of the ordinary to doc. 7. Notify doc when a detainee refuses to consume 9 consecutive meals. 8. After the hunger strike protocol has been initiated, ensure that the detainee does not receive any caffeine products, coffee, tea, hot chocolate because of its diuretic effect. Only water is provided during the hunger strike. D. Close confinement procedures. 1. Monitor the detainee's behavior and meal consumption. 2. Notify the SOG, who will then notify doc, the CO, and the health clinic when a detainee refuses to consume 9 consecutive meals. 3. Segregate the detainee for better observation by moving them to Delta Block. E-doc procedures. 1. Brief the CO. 2. Monitor the detainee's behavior and meal consumption. 3. After a detainee has refused to consume 9 consecutive meals, ensure the health clinic begins the hunger strike protocol. F. As directed by the doc, the admin section will 1. Make a blotter entry recording when a detainee was placed on the hunger strike protocol and how many consecutive meals were refused at that time. 2. Make a blotter entry recording when the health clinic medical officer of the day mod conducts checks without or paragraph F. 3. Make a blotter entry recording when a detainee was removed from the hunger strike protocol and which medical officer conducted the examination and recommended the termination of the hunger strike protocol. G. The health clinic will ensure that the following occur: 1. The CO is briefed daily on the detainee's condition. 2. During duty hours, a physician assistant PAR will examine the detainee. 3. After duty hours, the medical officer of the day mod will examine the detainee. H. Immediately after the hunger strike protocol has been initiated, the following procedures will occur: 1. A blood sample CBC, SMART20, albumin, and ion panel will be drawn from the detainee. 2. A urine sample 24-hour urine for creatinine and protein will be taken from the detainee. 3. An electrocardiograph will be conducted at 12 lead ECG. I consider supplemental feeding when the detainee's body weight reaches 85-90% of ideal body weight. When incapacitated or ordered by a medical officer, the detainee will be admitted to Naval Station Hospital if supplemental feeding is necessary. J. Consult with the command judge advocate before force treatment is initiated. The legal opinion should be noted in the detainee's medical chart. K. The duty investigator will take the photographs required for the hunger strike protocol. L. The CO will review the situation and ensure it meets the criteria required for the hunger strike protocol. Coordinate with medical authorities for detainee health considerations. 19-9. Bodily fluids. Safe protective equipment is available in each block, and resupply is on hand in the supply room. A biohazard spill care kit includes 1. A protective polypropylene gown, 2. 1 pair of shoe covers, 3. eye shield and mask, 4. 1 red biohazard bag, 5. 1 pair of vinyl gloves, 6 ounces pouch absorbent, 7 scoop shovel, 8 sunny cloth surface disinfectant, 9 2 antimicrobial hand wipes. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified / for official use only. 19.5 10 2 paper towels, 11 bleach, 12 hand soap. B. The guard force will always carry disposable gloves and a CPR physical barrier. C. The staff will make sure their own open wounds and sores are covered with clean dry bandages to prevent possible exchange of blood and other body fluids. Change wet bandages frequently. D. The staff will assume that all detainees and any exposed body fluids carry an infectious disease. E. The staff will remain aware of the fact that a respirator mask is required to protect against airborne infectious diseases. F. The staff members who conduct a forced move of an unreleased detainee must take universal precautions in order to prevent accidental transmission of diseases through transfer of a body fluid. G. Cell and body searches. Staff will 1. Wear disposable gloves when conducting a search to avoid punctures with any sharp objects, e.g., knives, razors, or needles. Do not place hands in areas where there may be sharp objects that could cut or puncture the skin. Look first, then probe. B. Do not slide hands across surfaces when searching. C. Use a crushing motion when conducting frisk searches. H. Controlling aggressive or violent detainees. Staff will 1. Wear protective apparel any time that there is a possibility of being exposed to an infectious disease. 2. Wear protective apparel, body armor and clothing that prevent breaks in the skin. 3. Develop a plan of action that will reduce the risk of exposure to infectious diseases. 4. Assess each incident separately. Determine if the urgency of the situation will allow time for more protective measures to be used. Cleaning of blood or other body fluid spills. Clean contaminated equipment and supplies immediately in the following manner. 1. Wear disposable gloves and use a disinfectant solution of household bleach. Dilute 1 part bleach with 10 parts water. 1:10 ratio to clean work surfaces. 2. Place contaminated clothing in a red biohazard bag and destroy it as soon as possible. 3. Clean contaminated equipment, e.g., handcuffs, leg irons, flashlights, crime scene kits with a disinfectant solution of hot water and household bleach. 4. Place contaminated disposable items such as gloves, mask, prongs, rags, or other material in red plastic biohazard bags. If red biohazard bags are not available, use other strong plastic bags and label with biohazard markings. J. Disposal of contaminated items. 1. The staff will take any bags containing contaminated items to the Delta Medical Center. B. Inform the health clinic personnel that the bags contain contaminated items. 2. The Navy Health Clinic will take bags containing contaminated material to Delta Medical Center. B. Ensure that all disposable contaminated material is placed in red biohazard bags before transporting it. K. Suspected exposure. Staff who suspect exposure to body fluids will 1. Wash the area with warm water and soap. When mucous membranes may have been exposed, flush the areas with warm water for 10 minutes. 2. Report the incident to the SOG and seek medical attention at the Navy Health Clinic. 19-10. Heat category measures. A. The following are the heat categories and flag colors being utilized at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. 1. Green flag heat stress index 75F85F. Discretion required in heavy exercise for new personnel during the first weeks of heat exposure. Acclimated personnel who participate in regular physical exercise are unrestricted. 2. Yellow flag heat stress index 86F100F. Strenuous exercise should be curtailed for new personnel during the first weeks of heat exposure. Acclimated personnel who participate in regular physical exercise are unrestricted. 3. Red flag heat stress index 101F115F. All physical training should be halted for those who have not become acclimated by at least 30 days of routine physical activity at this temperature. Those who are properly acclimated may carry on limited activity. 4. Black flag heat stress index above 115F. All strenuous activity should be halted. But due to the demands of the mission, it is not possible to stop all strenuous activity at black flag. Reduction in workloads at lesser heat categories will be balanced with the mission requirements. It will be necessary for shifts to perform relief of their own personnel. Suggested relief measures include using IC, medical escorts, and IRF team members to periodically relieve sally port guards, escorts, and block guards. C. The following actions will be taken at each heat stress index. 1. Green flag, no special actions taken. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified / for official use only. 19.62 Yellow flag, increase water intake 2 quarts per hour for easy and moderate work and 1 quart per hour for hard work. 3. Red flag, increase water intake 2 quarts per hour for easy and moderate work and 1 quart per hour for hard work. Leaders monitor the condition of soldiers and take any additional appropriate actions on an individual basis. 4. Black flag, increase water intake 2 NLT 1 quart per hour. Unblouse boots and implement relief for soldiers in more exposed positions. Block fans are turned on. Deep blouses will not be removed. E. If wearing body armor, add 5 of to WBGT index. If wearing mop overgarment, add 10 of. F. Fluid intake should not exceed 1 quarts. Section of Facilities 19-11. Detention Hospital AMP personnel have been asked to provide a security force to the United States Navy Fleet Hospital Detention Hospital. Primary responsibilities of the security force are B. Ensure the secure custody and control of all detainees being quartered and treated at the detention hospital. C. Ensure the safety of all hospital staff administering medical care to the detainees. D. Detention Hospital Guard Detail Clerk 1 attend Detention Hospital daily staff meeting at 0900 to communicate dog and hospital concerns to military police personnel working in the hospital. 3. Identify and reduce mission deficiencies. 4. Overseeing all shift operation and will report all feedback to the camp operations. 5. Report any information between detainees to the Intel personnel. E-shift clerk 1 per shift to supervise, inspect and train the security force. 3. Maintain daily staff journal to 1594 and turn in weekly to Camp Delta Doc. 4. Coordinate with hospital staff for changes in staffing requirements and duty positions. 5. Maintain communications between the Fleet Security Force and Delta Doc, making radio checks every hour. 6. Ensure accountability of all security force equipment, radios, keys, batteries, charger, and restraints. 7. Escort, brief and monitor all visitors. 8. Brief the oncoming cook. 9. Report any information between detainees to the JDOG-S2. 10. Perform security check with detention hospital staff and advise of security deficiencies and concerns. 11. Attend the daily detention hospital staff meeting. 12. Assist with the cleanup in the break area. 13. Conduct a daily assessment of personnel. 14. Maintain a record of security force shift. 15. Maintain SIG-Act sheets and turn in at the end of shift. F. Escort team 1 2 teams per shift to escort detainee through the detention hospital operating room, recovery ward, therapy, and radiology. 3. Escort team will apply, modify, and maintain the appropriated level of restraints of each detainee while being escorted through the detention hospital. 4. Escort team will search detainees prior to and after any movements. 5. Report any information between detainees to the JDOG-S2. G. Operating room escort 1 2 escorts as needed to inside or MP1 MP scrubbed will provide security support to the OR staff inside the OR. 3. Outside or MP1 MP will provide security support and access control to the OR and apply and maintain appropriate level of restraints to the detainee. H. Ward security 1 number dependent on detainee patient population. 2. Monitor detainee behavior and movements. 3. Provide direct security to hospital staff administering care to the detainees. 4. Search detainees as appropriate. 5. Report any information discussed between detainees to the JDOG-S2. 6. Check, apply and maintain appropriate level of restraints. 7. Accountability of the keys and restraints. I. Escort and security force special instructions. 1. All detainees will be properly restrained prior to being escorted. Exceptions will be made at the discretion of the security force shift and cook. 2. All escorts will be executed using 2:1 ratio MP detainee. 3. MPs will not allow detainees to talk to each other during any escort. 4. Upon completion of escort, detainees will be properly restrained to their gurneys. Padded leather restraints will be utilized. 5. Report any unusual activity or conditions to the shift and cook. Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003 Unclassified / for official use only 19.76 for escort to the base naval hospital, see section 11-10 hospital escorts. 7. If normal restraints interfere with a procedure, detainees may be restrained with flex cuffs. 8. While in the OR, detainee will remain restrained until the sedative takes effect. Detainees will be unrestrained during surgery. 9. After surgery, detainees will again be fully restrained and secured. 10. When detainees are sitting in the chair, they will remain in full restraints. 11. During latrine escorts, one hand of the detainee will be unsecured while the detainee is using the latrine. Detainee will be in full restraints prior to escorting the detainee back. 12. COIC should consider medical condition and background of the detainee when determining level and method of restraint. If there are questions about the level of restraint, the shift and cook will make the final determination regarding the level of restraint necessary. J. Communications and coordination. 1. Shift and cook will conduct radio check with the doc. 2. Radio checks will be conducted once per hour and logged in the Daily Staff Journal DA 1594. 3. At the start of the new shift, the briefing should include, but is not limited to, the following number of detainees, losses or gains, visitors to the hospital, special cases, any incident on the previous shift. 4. Shift MPs will maintain a significant information SIG-Act sheet for intel purpose only. This record will be used for intelligence record, should include conversation between detainees, personal information between detainees and hospital staff, personal information detainees may relate to MP or translator. K-log entries. Shift and cook will maintain a daily staff journal DA 1594 detailing all activities at the detention hospital. The journal will be continuous, and will be passed on to the next shift. The staff journal should include the following: 1 shift changes, 2 detainees head count and ISN, 3 detainee movement within the facility, 4 communication check with DOC, 5 any radio or phone communication between detention hospital, DOC, and camp operations, 6 visitors to the detention hospital, 7 feed times, 8 searches of gurneys, 9 injuries or illness of members of the security force. 10 additional entries can be made at the discretion of the cook. Posting procedures. 1 shift cook will inspect all personnel during guard mount. 2 cook will assign personnel to their post prior of taking over the shift. 3 upon arrival at the hospital, all personnel will be posted without delay and will conduct a relief in place. 4 outgoing cook would collect all keys and turn them over to the incoming shift. 5 cook should ensure that security force is given frequent rest. 10 to 15 minutes every 2 hours, at least. MPs should be rotated from post to post to combat fatigue and complacency. 6. The desk guard, stationed at a desk near the front door, will know who key medical personnel are and their location, so that they can direct entering people to the proper individual. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified / for official use only. 19.8 intentionally left blank. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified / for official use only. 20.1 Chapter 20 Repair and Utility 20-1 Work orders. A. Procedures for repair work and modifications to Camp Delta and other areas designated by the CTDOG. The primary goal of the RNU section is to significantly reduce the number of work orders being submitted to contractors for work inside Camp Delta. B. Priorities of work. 1. Camp Delta emergency work orders. Critical repairs needed to be completely as soon as possible. Seriously affects the security of the detainees, health of US personnel and detainees, or safety of US personnel or detainees. Repairs need to start within 1 hour of the report. 2. Camp Delta routine work orders. Non-critical repairs needed that can wait until the next day. Repair work need to start in 1 to 5 days of the report. 3. Non-detention operations emergency work orders. 4. Non-detention operations routine work orders. See contractors consider label emergency work orders as O2. All calls will go to the CVENA Trouble Desk or Text 4224. CVENA will log the work order, assign a number, and call the appropriate contractor to perform the repairs. All emergency work orders have a 30-minute response time unless told otherwise. Emergency work orders can be called in with time periods such as 1, 2 or 8 hours. Deep procedures. Camp Delta / detention operations. Repair and utility and you will pick up sanctioned work orders from the dock each morning in LT 0800 hours. They may pick up subsequent work orders post 0800 hours from the dock as time and missions permit. MPs will remove detainees from requisite cells prior to any work being done. At no time will work be done in a cell with a detainee present in said cell. 1. Prevent further damage and establish a safe environment. This will always be done with personal safety, safety of detainees, and good judgment in mind. 2. Attempt to correct the problem, if within your means / ability, i.e. plunging a clogged drain. 3. If you cannot, or it fails, individual initially reporting item will complete the work request order. 4. Notify the Block & Co. who will in turn log the problem in their pass-along logbook. 5. Any outstanding problems / work orders and their status will be verbally briefed to the oncoming Block & Co. to avoid duplication. 6. Block & Co. will notify the doc, and the doc will annotate the date / time group and nature of problem in the staff journal. 7. The doc will determine work order priority judicially based upon the needs of the mission. Camp Delta emergency work orders. Emergency work will take into account the possibility of moving detainees to other areas, reducing the emergency to a lower priority. This will be at the discretion of the doc. 1 duty hours 0700-1700 AR&U subject matter specialists will determine if work is an emergency work order or routine. B subject matter specialists will determine through his or her chain of command if the work can be done by the R&U or if a contractor must perform it. C supply for parts and material will be requested through the JDOGS for only. D only R&U will coordinate directly with any contractor. No other personnel or section is authorized. E the doc will be notified as to the status and estimated repair time. F completed work orders will be filed with R&U with a copy sent to the doc. G completed work order will include cause of problem, work performed, date and time of work completed, and name of doc personnel contacted. H R&U will log the work done, along with estimated cost. 8 if any R&U repair work cannot be done completely, then the doc will establish the priority of work. 2 non-duty hours 1700 to 0700 or the doc will contact R&U or a corn cook. B a subject matter specialist will review the work order in the doc to determine if emergency action is needed. If deemed necessary by the doc, R&U will be required to physically inspect the problem to determine the best course of action. C if the doc and R&U representative disagree on the emergency status, then the doc operations officer will have the final determination. D supply for parts and material will be requested through the JDOGS for only. If the work cannot be performed by R&U will contact contractors through the J4. F the doc will be notified as to the status and estimated repair time. G completed work orders will be filed with R&U with a copy sent to the doc. H completed work order will include cause of problem, work performed, date and time of work completed, and name of doc personnel contacted. I R&U will log the work done, along with estimated cost. J if any R&U repair work cannot be done completely, then the doc will establish the priority of work. 3 processing of emergency work orders. A emergency work order is called into X4424. Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003 Unclassified / for official use only 20.2 Beekvena's work order number is recorded. C escort control dispatches an escort team to Sallyport 8 from 0600 to 2200 or to Sallyport 1 from 2200 to 0600. The escort team will have the Kvena work order number. The arriving contractor will not have any paperwork, just the work order number. Emergency work order calls will not require the paperwork that normal work orders require. E Camp Delta routine work orders. 1 during duty hours 0700-1700. Same procedures as emergency, just the time started and finished will be delayed according to priorities set by the doc. 2 during non-duty hours 1700 to 0700. Same procedures as emergency, just the time started and finished will be delayed according to priorities set by the doc. F non-detention operations emergency work orders 1 during duty hours 0700-1700. Same procedures as emergency, just the time started and finished will be delayed according to priorities set by the doc. 2 during non-duty hours 1700 to 0700. Same procedures as emergency, just the time started and finished will be delayed according to priorities set by the doc. G non-detention operations routine work orders 1 during duty hours 0700-1700. Same procedures as emergency, just the time started and finished will be delayed according to priorities set by the doc. 2 during non-duty hours 1700 to 0700. Same procedures as emergency, just the time started and finished will be delayed according to priorities set by the doc. 20-2. Tool accountability. A toolboxes / pouches shall be assembled for the use specifically inside Camp Delta. B items included in such boxes will be inventoried prior to entry into the facility, and an inventory sheet will be maintained in the R&U office and provided to other offices that request such information. C. Tools will be secured in R&U storage room adjacent to Building 7. D. Tools will be inventoried upon checkout for use and upon return for storage when daily work has been completed. E. In the event addition tools are needed, they will be added to or removed from the inventory log as the situation rises. F. Upon completion of work in the facility, the work party will account for all tools and equipment and ensure the work area is free of debris. G. Tools and equipment shall be inventoried and accounted for by both the incoming and outgoing work crew for those work orders that span more than one shift. The outgoing shift shall clear the work area of debris prior to handoff. Shift change will not take place unless all tools and equipment have accounted for. Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003 Unclassified / for official use only 21.1 Chapter 21 Force Protection Section I Precautions 21-1 Searches. Anyone entering Camp Delta implicitly consents to a search of his or her person and property / vehicle at any time within the bounds of Camp Delta or any of its outlying activities for the purposes of safety, security, or custody and control of the facility. 21-2 Security Inspections and Vulnerability Assessment. A. The dog commander will appoint a safety officer in writing. This can be an additional duty for an officer. B. At the end of every shift, an after-action review will be conducted. The safety officer will ensure to collect the information from those Rs, make the necessary observations, and take the proper provisions. C. The safety officer will conduct a security inspection every 2 weeks to ensure all the security provisions had been taken. 21-3 Fire Prevention Precautions. A. The dog commander will appoint a fire marshal in writing. This will be an additional duty for a senior NCO. This NCO will coordinate fire prevention activities with the fire department. B. All personnel working at Camp Delta should be familiar with the fire response and evacuation plans. C. The only smoking areas at Camp Delta are the break area to the rear of dock and the break area between the JIG and QRF building. D. It is responsibility of all personnel working at Camp Delta to turn the cigarette butts off and put them inside the specific container. E. Do not smoke 50 meters close to a container and or any flammable and combustible liquids, grease, material or gases. F. Fire extinguishers will be available in all structures except blocks. For blocks, the fire extinguishers will be centrally located in the central causeway. All personnel should know how to operate them. Section I Measures 21-4 Change in FPCON. A. The implementation of FPCON Charlie or FPCON Delta will include several levels of response: immediate response and sustained response. 1. Immediate response. Upon identification of a move to FPCON Charlie or FPCON Delta, immediately initiate a lockdown on the camp and conduct a head count as soon as possible. This includes returning detainees to their cell, or if that is not possible, to the closest vacant cell. Inform the dock if a detainee was not returned to their original cell. B. Lock the end doors for each block. C. Take any defensive actions necessary to protect camp personnel and detainees within the limits of the row. D. Co will initiate contact with higher command and provide a sit-rep. E. The tasks under each measure are not all-inclusive, and commanders are encouraged to implement other tasks under each measure as needed. I or the row. They should coordinate these additional implementations with the JOC. FPCON Alpha. This condition is declared when there is a general threat of possible terrorist activity against personnel and facilities, the nature and extent of which are unpredictable, and circumstances do not justify full implementation of FPCON Bravo measures. However, It may be necessary to implement selected measures from FPCON Bravo. This would be called FPCON Alpha Plus. The measures in this FPCON must be capable of being maintained indefinitely. 1. Measure 1. At regular intervals, remind all personnel to be suspicious and inquisitive about strangers, particularly those carrying suitcases or other containers. Watch for unidentified personnel on or in the vicinity of JTF or NAV base facilities. Watch for abandoned parcels or suitcases and any unusual activity. All JTF personnel shall be particularly suspicious of strangers carrying parcels, suitcases, or other containers. 1. Be alert to scantily clad individuals, as they may be Cuban asylum seekers, cars, or detainees who have escaped and are trying to hide their identity. 2. Be inquisitive of strangers/persons taking photographs or video of sensitive items and areas such as magazines, antennas, JTF HQ, detainee operations, detention facilities, radio range site, etc. Report all incidents to the JTF Joint Operations Center JOC Watch Officer at 5010/5038/5037. Tactical telephone at 411 22 19-954 or in person immediately. 3. Review unit level terrorism awareness training. Beach dog @FP officer, ensure the unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003 unclassified / for official use only 21.2 implementation of all steps for FPCON Alpha I or this plan. To Measure 2. All personnel with access to building plans / area evacuation plans must be available at all times. Key personnel should be able to seal off an area immediately. Key personnel required to implement security plans should be on call and readily available. A JDOG @FP officer ensure that 1. All Camp Delta evacuation plans are exercised monthly. To conduct refresher briefings of all personnel concerning fire, bomb, and terrorist threat evacuation procedures monthly. 3. Radio and telephone communications are tested daily. For all JDOG and company CQs are familiar with blue dot and white binnacle procedures. 3. Measure 3. Secure buildings, rooms, and storage areas not in regular use. A JDOG @FP officer ensures that all outbuildings in vicinity of Camp America not being used are secured. B. Commanders or 1SG conduct daily inspections of common troop areas, messing facilities, troop billeting, latrines, recreation huts, etc. for suspicious / abandoned packages. If assistance / guidance is required, contact the JTF JOC Watch Officer at 5010/5038/5037. Tactical telephone at 411 22 19-954 or in person immediately. See subordinate commanders /OX. Ensure vehicle accountability daily. Ensure vehicle drivers conduct daily searches of vehicles for tampering before operating. 4. Measure 4. Increase security spot checks of vehicles and persons entering the JTF areas. A subordinate commander /OX conduct security spot checks during normal work hours. 1. Ensure that classified materials are secured. 2. Ensure that personnel assigned to conduct ID checks at access points are briefed and understand their responsibilities. 3. Ensure that all personnel have required identification cards in their possession at all times. 4. Ensure Guard Force members conduct a 100% ID check on all personnel entering restricted areas, i.e., Camp Delta Right, Camp Delta Right. Beach Dog S2. Coordinate with JTF @FP officer to conduct weekly after-hours counterintelligence inspections of all JTF headquarters spaces including garbage dumpsters, etc. 5. Measure 5. Limit access points for vehicles and personnel commensurate with a reasonable flow of traffic. 6. Measure 6. As a deterrent, apply measures 14, 15, 17, or 18 from FPCON Bravo, either individually or in combination with each other. 7. Measure 7. Review all plans, orders, personnel details, and logistic requirements related to the introduction of higher FPCONs. Commanders review all watch standard procedures and ensure each watch station is aware of their duties and responsibilities. Beach.at/FP officer attend Force Protection Committee meetings and ensure subordinate units understand their responsibilities and can effectively respond to threats in all FPCON levels. Siege.Grito ensure phone listings are up to date and passed out to all sections and companies within the JDOG. Ensure that the companies are briefed on the security communication system frequencies/call signs utilized by the JTF. D. Subordinate commanders/OX ensure key personnel understand they are subject to immediate recall. 1. Inform all personnel to fuel all unclassified/for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003 unclassified/for official use only 21.3 government vehicles and keep them full at all times. E. Subordinate commanders/OX ensure approved RO and UF policies are passed down to the lowest levels so that all personnel understand its application. 8. Measure 8. Review and implement, as appropriate, security measures for high-risk personnel HRP. 9. Measure 9. As appropriate, consult with NAV-based security and NAV-based CENTU on the threatened mutual anti-terrorism measures. 10. Measure 10. Review nuclear, biological, chemical NBC threat and mission-oriented protective posture MOP level. A JDOG operations officer consult with JDOG intelligence officer concerning the chemical/biological threat. Be prepared to raise MOP levels as necessary. Be subordinate commanders/OX review NBC measures with all personnel. FPCON Bravo. This condition is declared when there is an increased and more predictable threat of terrorist activity, even though no particular target has been identified. However, it may be necessary to implement selected measures from FPCON Charlie. This would be called FPCON Bravo Plus. Measures in this FPCON must be maintainable for weeks without causing undue hardship or affecting operational capability. 1. Measure 11. Repeat Measure 1 and warn personnel of any other potential form of terrorist attack. A subordinate commander/OX ensure anti-terrorism awareness briefing for all personnel, including mail procedures and vehicle searches for all hands. Beach.at/FP officer ensure the implementation all steps for FPCON Bravo or this plan. Ensure that NAV-based security police are briefed on additional security measures implemented in this FPCON. 3. Measure 12. Check plans for implementation of next FPCON. 4. Measure 13. Move cars and such objects as trash containers, etc., from vicinity of all buildings. Consider the application of centralized parking. A JDOG/FP officer coordinate with the public works officer and affected department heads to remove all dumpsters, cars, etc. away from all JDOG headquarters buildings and areas. Reference requires a minimum 100-foot standoff from high-density soft targets. Beach.at/FP officer coordinate with JTF@/FP officer to have all dumpsters, cars, etc. removed from vicinity of Camp Delta and guard force billeting areas. 5. Measure 14. Secure and regularly inspect all buildings, rooms, and storage areas not in regular use. A JDOG@/FP officer ensure all abandoned structures in vicinity of Camp America previously secured in FPCON Alpha are inspected daily. B. Subordinate commanders/OX immediately conduct inspections of all secured buildings and areas and report any discrepancies or abnormalities to the JOC Watch officer via telephone or text. 5010/5038/5037 Tactical telephone at 411 22 19-954 or in person immediately. 6. Measure 15. At the beginning and end of each workday, and at other regular and frequent intervals, inspect for suspicious activity or packages of the interior and exterior of buildings in regular use. A subordinate commander/OX at the beginning and end of each workday, and at 4-hour intervals during the workday. Inspect the interior and exterior of buildings in regular use under your control for suspicious activity or packages. Report your findings, positive or negative, to the JTF Jock Watch officer. Text 5010/5058/5037. Tactical telephone at 411 22 19-954, or in person immediately. 7 Measure 16. Examine all mail above the regular examination process for letter or parcel bombs. A subordinate commander/OX, ensure USP's Poster 26 is distributed throughout office spaces, billeting, and unit mail rooms. Review mail handling procedures with all unit mail personnel. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified / for official use only. 21.48 Measure 17. Inspect all deliveries including soda, vending machines, etc. to facilities. A RAT/FP officer, ensure that interior building guards conduct inspections of all deliveries to their respective buildings. All delivery personnel are to be escorted while in JDOG air. B Delta Shift OIC, ensure that all civilian contract vehicles, waste removal trucks, etc. that need access to the inner perimeter of the Camp Delta detention facilities are searched prior to entry. Commence inspection of 1 of every 10 civilian commercial or contract vehicles entering Camp Delta Tower. 9 Measure 18. Increase surveillance of domestic accommodations, schools, messes, clubs, and other soft targets, to improve deterrence and defense, and to build confidence among JTF personnel. A JDOG to intelligence officer, as far as resources allow, increase surveillance of all soft targets. B not used. Does not correspond with JTF measures. C not used. Does not correspond with JTF measures. D not used. Does not correspond with JTF measures. E not used. Does not correspond with JTF measures. 10 Measure 19. Make JDOG and company staffs and personnel aware of the general situation, in order to stop rumors and prevent unnecessary alarm. A subordinate commander/OX, inform personnel of general situation as it progresses or regresses. 11 Measure 20. At an early stage, inform members of local security committees / of any action being taken, and why. A JDOG opens informs subordinate elements, as soon as elevated FPCON is set, and all action being taken. 12 Measure 21. Operate random patrols to check vehicles, people, and buildings. Are not used. Does not correspond with JTF measures. 13 Measure 22. Remind drivers to lock parked vehicles, and to institute a positive system of checking, before they entering or exit the vehicle. 14 Measure 23. Implement additional security measures for high-risk personnel, as appropriate. Are not used. Does not apply to units located at RRDF. 15 Measure 24. Brief personnel who may augment guard forces on the use of deadly force. Ensure that there is no misunderstanding of these instructions. 16 Measure 25. Pre-stage materials for any additional barriers that may be needed in elevated FPCON. A RAT/FP officer, coordinate with JTF AT/FP officer and JTF intelligence officer to design and pre-stage the necessary class of construction materials and pre-constructed barriers at designated access points to the JDOG TAV VH897,015 commensurate with the current threat indications and warnings. Assist JTFCMO as required. B not used. Does not correspond with JTFCMO measures. 17 Measure 26. JDOG AT/FP officer attends increased frequency of AT/FP working group meetings as necessary. FPCON Charlie. This condition is declared when an incident occurs or intelligence is received indicating that some form of terrorist action is imminent. However, It may be necessary to implement selected measures from FPCON Delta. This would be called FPCON Charlie Plus. Implementation for more than a short period will probably create hardship and affect the NAVBSECTMO peacetime operations. Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003 Unclassified / for official use only 21.51 Measure 27. Inform all personnel of the increased FPCON and continue all FPCON Bravo measures. A JTF JOC Watch Officer and JDOG inform all personnel listed in the recall list of this plan to remain at their place of duty / billeting in the event of a recall. BJDOG@FP Officer ensure the implementation all steps for FPCON Charlie RI or this plan. See all JTF personnel have body armor, helmet, load-bearing equipment will be /LBV, protective mask, and weapon readily accessible. All JTF personnel on duty / at work will wear body armor, helmet, LB/LBV, and protective mask and carrier while outdoors, and carry a Condition 3 weapon. 2 Measure 28. Keep all personnel responsible for implementing anti-terrorist plans at their places of duty. A subordinate commander /OX institute checkout log for personnel on liberty status. 3 Measure 29. Limit access points to vital / restricted areas to an absolute minimum. A subordinate commander /OX limit access points to an absolute minimum. All contractor personnel will be escorted while conducting business around Camp America, Camp Bulkily, Camp Delta Right, and Camp Delta Right, if personnel permit. Be not used. Does not correspond with FPCON measures. See Shift OIC. Camp Delta ensures 100% inspection of civilian, commercial, and contractor vehicles entering Delta detention facilities. DJDOG@FP Officer ensures that no vehicles are parked near occupied buildings. All non-military vehicles will be parked in the lot by the bus stop located near Seaside Gully. All military vehicles will be parked in the parking lot west of evacuation route number 1. Each dog S4 coordinate with JTF Logistics Officer to cancel all non-mission essential deliveries soda, vending machines to JDOG Air and Camps Delta. JDOG S4 coordinate with JTF Logistics Officer to stop aerial spraying of insecticide from truck. F not used. Does not correspond with FPCON measures. 4 Measure 30. Enforce control of base entry of residents / visitors. Are not used. Does not correspond with FPCON measures. Be not used. Does not correspond with FPCON measures. 5 Measure 31. Enforce centralized parking of vehicles away from sensitive buildings. Or ensure that all non-military vehicles not necessary for the operation of the JDOG Air are parked in the parking lot next to Seaside Gully. B. Ensure that all non-military vehicles contractor, government ends, etc. are parked at least 100 meters from military work areas parked in parking lot next to Seaside Gully, and no non-military vehicles are permitted to approach or park within 100 meters of Camp Delta Right, or Detention Hospital. 6 Measure 32. Issue weapons to guards. Local orders should include specific orders on issue of ammunition. A JDOG S4 coordinates for issue of weapons and ammunition to subordinate units. Be not used. Does not correspond with FPCON measures. C. Not used. Does not correspond with FPCON measures. 7 Measure 33. Increase patrolling of JDOG areas of responsibility. A JDOG establishes a 24-hour roving patrol of Camp America and Camp Bulkily. Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003 Unclassified / for official use only 21.6 JDOG utilizes infantry to increase patrols of likely avenues of approach / observation points to Camp Delta. 8 Measure 34. Protect all designated vulnerable points. Give special attention to vulnerable points outside of military establishment. Are not used. does not correspond with Gitmo measures. B. Increase frequency of roving patrols of guard force billeting areas. 9. Measure 35. Erect barriers and obstacles to control traffic flow. Are not used. Does not correspond with Gitmo measures. B. Place barriers in front of or inside sally ports for detention, hospital and downright. C. Not used. Does not correspond with Gitmo measures. 10. Measure 36. Consult local authorities about closing public roads and facilities that might make sites more vulnerable to attacks. Are not used. Does not correspond with Gitmo measures. 11. Measure 37. The CJTF will institute a mandatory curfew for all JTF personnel not on duty. The curfew time will be determined by the CJTF. A subordinate commander/OX institute buddy system for individuals in liberty status. Delta. This condition applies in the immediate location where a terrorist attack has occurred, or when intelligence is received that terrorist action against a specific location is likely. Normally this FCON is declared as a localized warning. 1. Measure 38. Inform all personnel of the upgraded FCON and continue to introduce all measures listed for FCON Bravo and Charlie. All dog personnel both on and off duty draw weapons and ammunition 30 rounds 9mm, 60 rounds 5.56. Maintain weapons condition for M16A2 and M9 for off-duty personnel. Weapons condition 3 for on-duty/at work personnel when outdoors. All dog personnel will wear body armor, helmet, protective mask and carrier, and weapon readily available. All dog personnel will wear body armor, helmet, and protective mask and carrier while outdoors. Beach dog @/FP officer, ensure the implementation of all steps for FCON Delta or this appendix. Ensure that the dog's FCON status is reported to higher headquarters. C. Not used. Does not correspond with Gitmo measures. 2. Measure 39. Augment guards as necessary. Are not used. Does not correspond with Gitmo measures. Beach dog opens increase size of internal guards forces manpower allows. 3. Measure 40. Identify all vehicles in operational or mission support areas. 4. Measure 41. Search all vehicles and their contents before allowing entrance to JTF towers. A Camp Delta will search all vehicles entering the camp. B. Not used. Does not correspond with Gitmo measures. 5. Measure 42. Control access and implement positive identification of all personnel, no exceptions. A Camps Delta will conduct 100% check of all personnel entering the camps. Any personnel not necessary for the operation or command and control of the camps will not be allowed access. Any personnel inside the camps who are not necessary for the operation or command and control of the camps will be escorted out of the camps. JIG personnel will be given to option of leaving or staying or their own SOP. Any non-military or non-JIG personnel that must enter unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003 unclassified / for official use only 21.7 The camps will be searched and escorted at all times. 6. Measure 43. Search all suitcases, briefcases, packages, etc. brought into all JTF buildings, facilities, and areas. A Delta ROIC and SOGs will ensure all items brought through the Sally port are searched. 7. Measure 44. Be prepared to displace dog ops and company operations to alternate dock buildings west of Camp Bulkeley. A dog ops ensures that all staff sections have identified primary personnel and essential materials that would need to be moved on short notice to an alternate dock. 8. Measure 45. Make frequent checks of the exterior of buildings and parking lots. A subordinate commander/OX ensure that designated personnel conduct frequent inspections of building exteriors and parking areas. 9. Measure 46. Minimize all administrative journeys and visits. A subordinate commander/OX cancel pass and days off for all personnel. All personnel will be at place of duty, dining facilities, billeting or staging area. Beach Dog S4 will be prepared to provide field rations/MREs. To dog units should dining facilities be declared off limits due to threat. Dog S4 should anticipate the need to provide rations for the detainees being held at Camp Delta Right, and Detention Hospital. 10 Measure 47. Consult intelligence authorities about closing public roads and facilities that might make sites vulnerable to terrorist attack. Are not used. Does not correspond with Gitmo measures. 11 Measure 48. CJTF Gitmo will consider NBC threatened increase in MOP level. 21-5. Alert roster/recall roster. Commanders will implement an alert roster/recall roster for the members of their unit to be implemented in the event of an increase in FPCON. Initial contact attempt will be by telephone. Secondary will be by radio and or cellular phone. Notifications of units at Camp America/Camp Bulkley will be by runner if necessary. JDOG S1 section will maintain and distribute the alert roster/recall roster. 21-6. Brevity codes for implementation of FPCON levels. Line number situation brevity code 001 implement FPCON Charlie measures Preakness takes 002 implement FPCON Delta measures Belmont takes 003 implement FPCON Bravo measures Kentucky Derby. The radio traffic to send the brevity code will be receiving unit. This is sending unit. I have flash traffic break. I send brevity code. Acknowledge receipt of code. Over. Section E Alert Systems 21-7. Duress condition A can be indicated by block guard utilizing a duress code, yelling for help, using a radio, blowing a whistle, or other means. 1. Guards on the affected block attempt to dock the situation and call for assistance as necessary. 2. If a call for assistance is made, 1 block guard from each of the neighboring blocks will respond to the affected block. A block guard from a non-affected block will contact the dock to notify them of the situation. 3. Roving sally port guard will let responding block guards out of their block and into the affected block. Roving sally port guard will not enter the affected block with the sally port keys. 4. As the situation continues, block guards will advise when the situation is under dock or if additional block guards are needed. 5. TOW will establish emergency traffic radio conditions by stating emergency traffic only and stating the location and type of emergency. Only personnel with radio traffic about the situation or another emergency will use the radio until emergency traffic is cleared. 6. PL and SOG will respond and or assist as necessary. 21-8. Nav-based siren system A. The nav base tests the siren system at 1200 hours every Wednesday. Unclassified/for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003. Unclassified/for official use only 21.8b. This alarm has 5 different sounds and a pass system. C. The following action will be taken when the siren is sounded. 1. Whale general alert. A turn on TV/radio for additional information. B. Non-emergency alert. See example hurricane readiness condition upgraded. 2. Alternate whale take cover. Non-immediate threat. A return to quarters all non-essential personnel. B. Stay in quarters until further notice. C. Stay there until all clear is sounded. 3. Pulse whale take cover. Immediate threat. A return to nearest secure location and take cover. B. Immediate danger. 15 minutes or less. C. Stay there until all clear is sounded. D. Example tornado or inbound unknown aircraft. 4. Pulse steady recovery. A recovery disaster teams report to duty. B. All non-essential personnel remain in quarters. See example emergency personnel PW recovery teams. Fire Department 5 steady all clear. Resume normal activities. Section of Weapons 21-9. Weapons conditions. A condition for 1. No magazine in the magazine well to bolt forward on an empty chamber. 3. Weapon on safe for ejection port cover closed. B. Condition 3. 1. Loaded magazine inserted to bolt forward on an empty chamber. 3. Weapon on safe for ejection port cover closed. C. Condition 2. 1. Does not apply to the M16A2 service rifle. D. Condition 1. 1. Loaded magazine inserted to bolt forward round in chamber. 3. Weapon on safe for ejection port cover closed. 21-10. Weapons and ammunition storage facility. A. All personnel assigned to duties at the weapons and ammunition storage facility will be familiar with the provisions of directives, instructions, and regulations contained in references. B. Personnel designated as unit armorers and clerk will be duly designated by the CTDOG and granted unaccompanied access into the facility. C. The weapons and ammunition storage facility support team consists of unit armorers and CTDOG and are directly responsible for access and control of all operations at the facility. The unaccompanied access to AT&T will be kept to an absolute minimum consistent with operational requirements. All personnel authorized unaccompanied access will be on the access roster to receipt for and turn in keys for the facility. E. Armorers escorting unit personnel will maintain visual contact at all times. Unit personnel will not be authorized direct access to ammunition and weapons. Unit armorers will facilitate issue control at all times. All personnel entering AT&T will sign in and out on the access control log and are subject to identification card validation and such. F. Unit armorers will issue and receive weapons and ammunition only for their respective unit. Weapons issued for less than 24 hours will be issued by weapons card. Soldiers will only receive their assigned weapons. Weapons card will be placed in the rack where the weapon was removed. Weapons issued for periods in excess of 24 hours will be signed out and in on the permanent issue log control book. G. Upon issue of weapon, the bolt will be locked to the rear and the weapon placed on safe. The weapons will be handed to the assigned soldier butt first, barrel pointed up and in safe direction. Upon return of weapon, soldier will clear the weapon at the cleaning barrel in accordance with posted instructions. A unit co will be posted at the clearing barrel to ensure safety in return of weapons. Once the weapon is cleared, the soldier will proceed directly to the door of the magazine with barrel of weapon pointed up and in a safe direction. Soldier will hand the weapon to the armorer butt first. Armorer will inspect the chamber and ensure the weapon is on safe. The following procedures will be used. 1. M16 armorer will hit the bolt release. Place the weapon on semi and dry fire, then place weapon in arms rack. 2. M203/shotguns armorer will close the barrel, place weapon on semi or safety off, dry fire, then place weapon in arms rack. 3. M249 armorer will ride the bolt forward, close the cover, then return weapon to arms rack. H keys are controlled and contained in a class of safe in the S2 office at Camp America and are issued and returned daily utilizing the key control roster. Upon entry of the magazine at 18, the armorer clerk will log the time, date, and initial entry log on the inside of the magazine posted on the wall. Keys will remain on the person until the close of the day. At unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003 unclassified / for official use only 21.9 The end of the day the armorer clerk will return the keys to the battalion S2 office and verify posting is completed to the key control log. Armorers will conduct a barrel count of weapons upon opening the weapons and ammunition storage facility. The assigned armorer of a unit will not count their own weapons. Monthly sensitive items inventory will be by serial number and conducted by an E6 or above from respective units. Armorers are to inspect 10% of assigned weapons monthly to ensure proper weapons maintenance is being performed. Any deficiencies or maintenance-related problems are to be reported to the respective unit maintenance officers for resolution. Additional assistance can be obtained from the JDOG S4. Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003 Unclassified / for official use only 21.10 Intentionally left blank Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003 Unclassified / for official use only 22.1 Chapter 22 Key Control 22-1 Overview. This program will establish guidelines, procedures, policies, and measures to ensure efficient implementation of all policies set forth in this plan. 22-2 Key Custodian. A key custodian will be appointed to maintain accountability for operational keys used in the operation of Camp Delta. The key custodian will also ensure that alternate key custodians are designated to issue, receive, and account for keys and they clearly understand key control procedures. The key custodian will adhere to the following: 1. Overall supervision of the key control program. 2. Inventories, inspections / regulation of keys / locks. 3. Custody of master / control keys, if applicable for conduct investigation of lost keys, to include pecuniary liability. 5. Records maintenance. B. The key custodian / alternate will maintain a record of keys by serial number shown on DAR Form 5513R establishing the following: 1. Location of lock / key. 2. Total number of keys on hand / issued. 3. Certificate and or DAR Form 2062/3161 to whom issued. 4. Prepare / maintain key control registers as referenced in paragraph 1 and retain file for 1 year. 5. Inventory all keys and paperwork semi-annually, or as often as needed. or R 190-13. 6. Retain keys in a locked 20 or 26 gauge key control container, when not in use. 7. Ensure that all keys are turned in before and after each shift, e.g., days, swings, and midnights that apply. 8. Maintain a key control register / equipment sign-out roster for personnel provided with keys. 22-3 Key control register keys are signed out to authorized personnel as needed on a key control register. DAR Form 5513 key issue and turn-in section is utilized for this purpose. The key control register / equipment sign-out roster contains the following: identification of the key, date, hour issued, signature of recipient, and initials of the individual receiving the returned key. Keys are identified by serial number. A key tag with a number stamped on it will accompany each key and correspond on the key control register. If a key is signed out, it must have the following: the key tag number, date of issue, printed name and signature of individual who issued the key, the printed name and signature of the person issued the key, date and time the key was returned, and the printed name and signature of the person who received the key back on the DAR Form 5513R key control register and inventory. 22-4 Key access roster. A roster of all personnel authorized access to any key located in Camps Delta will be maintained at all times. The key access roster is made out by rank, name, duty position, and who has access to each. A copy of the key access roster is maintained with the key control register. 22-5 Key and lock accountability. There will be separate 20-26 gauge boxes labeled appropriately for each type of key used. Sally port keys 1, handcuff keys 2, office keys 3, block keys 4, and so forth as applicable. Each box will be marked conspicuously with an inventory sheet located on the inside dated for each semi-annually inventory. Each key will begin with the number 1 and end in sequence. Any individual who signs for a key S must be in the possession of that key S at all times, unless authorized by the PL, SOG, or Block & Co. Keys to locks in use, i.e., detainee cells, shackles, sally ports, will be spot checked to determine if the individual is signed for that particular key. When a key to a padlock is found broken, the key to the broken padlock is either replaced with any additional keys, or the entire padlock is replaced. When a key to a padlock is found to be missing, the padlock will be replaced immediately and reported through the proper channels. At no time will a shift leave without 100% accountability. 22-6. Key issue procedures. A shift PL/SOG. 1. During shift change, the offgoing shift PL in camps 1-4 will sign over the key box key on the Form 5513 and the equipment sign-out sheet. The Form 5513 is maintained in a binder located in the key control book at each camp. 2. When the Form 5513/equipment sign-out sheet is filled out completely, a new form is started, and the old form is placed in the key control book under the appropriate tab. The Form 5513 must be maintained for 1 year. 3. When the Form 5513 is turned in from block NCOs, Sally port operators, and roving Sally port operators, the form is placed in the key control book under the appropriate tab. B. Block and Co. 1. During shift change, the offgoing shift block and Co will sign over the block keys to the oncoming unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOP 28 March 2003 unclassified / for official use only 22.2 block and Co under Form 5513 are maintained in the binder located on that particular block. 2. When the Form 5513 is filled out completely, the NCOIG for that block will submit it to the PL or SOG, who will submit the completed forms to the doc for filing. 3. The block NCO will have positive control of the block keys at all times. At no time will the block NCO go beyond the steps leading out to the shower and recreation, while detainees are in these areas. If the block NCO is needed in the aforementioned areas, the most senior block personnel will take control of the keys until the block NCO completes his or her assigned task. 4. The block NCO will maintain physical control of the block S keys at all times. At no time will the block door be pushed open with the key located in it and unsecured. C. Senior Block Guard. 1. The most senior block guard will take possession of any block or Sally port keys while the block NCO is not present. 2. The senior block guard will maintain physical custody of the shower and recreations keys. If not present, the keys will be given to a block guard other than the block NCO. 3. When unlocking a cell or Sally port, the block NCO and or senior block guard will maintain physical control of the keys. At no time will the door be pushed open with the key in it and unsecured. D. Sally port operators. 1. During shift change, the offgoing Sally port operator will sign over the Sally port keys to the oncoming Sally port operator under Form 5513 are maintained in a binder / clipboard located at that Sally port. 2. When the Form 5513 is filled out completely, the forms will be turned over to the PL or SOG, who will submit the completed forms to the respective doc for filing. 3. The Sally port operator will maintain physical custody of Sally port keys at all times, unless relieved by the proper authority or another block guard. 4. When unlocking the Sally port gate, the Sally port operator will maintain physical control of the keys, and at no time will the door be pushed open with the key still in it and unsecured. Roving Sally port operators. 1. During shift change, the offgoing roving Sally port operator will sign over the Sally port keys to the oncoming roving Sally port operator under Form 5513 are maintained in a binder / clipboard in their respective camp. 2. When the Form 5513 is filled out completely, the roving Sally port operator for that camp will submit it to the respective doc for filing. 3. The roving Sally port operator will maintain physical control of the Sally port keys at all times, unless relieved by the proper authority or another block guard. 4. When unlocking the roving Sally port gate, the roving Sally port operator will maintain physical control of the keys, and at no time will the door be pushed open with the key still in it and unsecured. 22-7. Emergency procedures. A. Upon loss of control of a detainee, i.e., detainee is out of cell and unrestrained, the block NCO will immediately transfer custody of all keys to the roving Sally port operator through the block Sally port. B. If a key is misplaced or lost, The following procedures will be followed. 1. The block and co will immediately notify the PL and or SOG of the situation. 2. The block will immediately implement a 100% lockdown and will continue until the co or S3 state otherwise. 3. The ERF team will be notified and be ready in the event of compromise. 4. An immediate search of the block area will begin. This search will include, but is not limited to, any one area within Camp Delta. 5. All blocks are searched or are subject to search. The search will be conducted and supervised by the PL and or SOG. 6. If keys are still compromised, a 100% lockdown of Camp Delta will occur and all shower, recreation, and appointments are cancelled until the keys are located. 7. The PL will notify the CO if, after step 23, 7. Before above has been completed, and the keys are still missing. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 03. Unclassified / for official use only. 23.1 Chapter 23 External Security Operations 23-1. Conduct of infantry soldiers. 8 platoons will rotate in the following order: towers, QRF, patrols /TCP /ops, reserve REM /refit training cycle. B. Soldiers will stay in the designated uniform while on duty. All soldiers are required to follow the uniform policy established by the CSM. C. The reserve forces will conduct detainee movement operations. The focus of this force is training and REM refit. Detainee movement operations are a no/omission. The reserve forces will also be responsible for ID checkers at designated locations on post. D. The primary means of communication for the company is FM. At no time shall a soldier allow anyone outside the unit to use internal radios. Key leaders will utilize SABE radios as necessary in their duties. E. Soldiers must wear a Kevlar helmet when riding in a military vehicle off-road. Soldiers will wear goggles while operating as the gunner in the mounted patrol in the M1025. Otherwise, follow the Gitmo and company policy, regardless of rank, distance traveling, or time of day or night. FPLs and PSGs are responsible for submitting duty rosters by name and duty position to the 1SG or to the MCOIC of the company prior to assuming a new mission and upon subsequent platoon internal rotations. The duty rosters must be constantly updated and submitted in order to ensure timely accountability of all personnel. G. Soldiers are not permitted to wear personal knives on their LBV. Soldiers are not permitted to carry any type of knife into Camp Delta. H. Soldiers will carry in the left breast pocket a copy of the row/rough dated 13/02 and JTF Gitmo Policy Memorandum No. 11. 23-2. Task Organization A. To accomplish our mission, the battalion is organized with 1-3 infantry companies, 2 platoons per company, 3-4 squads per platoon with 9 soldiers each, 4 fire teams per squad with 4 soldiers each. 23-3. Infantry FPCON Actions A. The battalion will use FPCON B as its minimum operating FPCON level. B. The companies will use the following measures for securing the Camp Delta area of operations at the appropriate FPCON level. C. FPCON Bravo. 1. The platoon with the tower security mission will mount 6 towers, with 1 soldier per tower. 2. The platoon with the dismounted/mounted patrols, LP/ops, TCPs, and the blocking position will establish a mobile reaction force. 3. The platoon with the QRF mission will remain at a high alert status capable of responding to a disturbance within 5 minutes. The QRF will be positioned inside Camp Delta. This QRF element will have riot gear staged with non-lethal munitions. Its primary function is to assist the MP-ERF teams inside Camp Delta. During detainee arrival missions, this element will be on standby, if needed, to provide additional support to the QRF assigned to the detainee movement operation. 4. The company in reserve will perform the detainee movement operations and provide security details on main post. The soldiers of this company will conduct individual and collective tasks, training or the metal and mission-specific tasks. This company will also provide details around the radio range area as needed. The companies will also rearm/refit during this cycle. DIFCONC-1 soldiers will man M249 or M240B fighting positions at the TCPs. 2 patrol platoon will continue to man up Richmond and will man 2 out of 4 dismount bunkers with either a M249 or M240B. Additionally, 1 out of 2 defilade vehicle positions with a .50 col milligrams will be manned along the coastline. 3 random vehicle searches will increase with the special instructions of that SOP and the published random anti-terrorism measure RAM. IFPCOND-1 patrol platoon will occupy all vehicle fighting positions at the TCPs. 2 patrol platoon will man the mounted fighting positions. 3 patrol platoon will continue to man up Richmond. 4 both Kittery and Windmill beaches will be closed. 5 vehicle searches will increase all the special instructions contained within the SOP and published RAM. 6 the reserve forces or other designers will be activated and operate all 4 bunkers along the coastline. 7 the patrol platoon will increase the frequency of roving patrols per the published patrol order. 23-4 Tower Operations 8. The assigned infantry unit will occupy security towers in order to observe the exterior approaches to unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOP 28 March 03 unclassified / for official use only 23.2 Camp Delta. In addition, the element serves as a show of force to deter individuals outside the facility and detainees within the facility from hurting U.S. military or other detainees. B. The element will man security towers with 1 soldier per tower. Soldiers will not spend more than 4 consecutive hours in the towers. The SOG will rotate soldiers from the designated QRF to relieve tower personnel. C. The SOG will conduct a guard mount prior to assuming duty. During the guard mount, at a minimum, the SOG will inspect all soldiers to ensure they are in the proper uniform, have performed personal hygiene, and have water. In addition, he will account for all ammunition and assign posts. Once the SOG has completed the inspection, he will put the soldiers in a formation and march to the detainment facility, unless vehicle support is available. Prior to entering the facility, the SOG will ensure all soldiers clear their weapon using the clearing barrel, and then insert a magazine. No soldiers will lock around into the chamber of the weapon. Row/rough, dated 13 November 02 applies. D. Before assuming post, each soldier will do a quick search of the area immediately surrounding the tower and report any safety hazards or anything out of the ordinary to the tower SOG. The oncoming soldier will then take a position to observe the tower's area of responsibility and sign for all tower equipment. The oncoming soldier will review the sector sketch and range card pertaining to his area. The outgoing soldier will brief important information such as changes to guard orders, security concerns, and any changes in detainee activity. Prior to departing, the outgoing soldier will pick up any trash in or around the tower and discard appropriately. Once on post, the soldier must maintain continuous security and surveillance of the detainment facility and surrounding area. The soldier in the tower will remain standing and visible as a show of force. G. Report to the SOG and log any suspicious personnel, vehicles, aircraft, and activity in the area in the tower binder. H. Report to the SOG and log all security concerns, i.e. holes in fence and open or unlocked gates. I. Report to the SOG and log any suspicious or unusual activity concerning detainees or personnel within the facility. J. The SOG will determine the alert status for the soldier in the tower. There are 2 alert statuses. 1 alert status 1. The SOG uses this status when the threat level is low and there is little or no detainee movement within Camp Delta. At this level of alert, soldiers must maintain weapons within arm's reach. To alert status to the SOG uses this status when the threat level is medium, high, or there is a lot of activity in or around the facility. Soldiers will carry weapons at the ready and ensure the weapons are visible from outside the tower. CAB-2, patrol cap, LBV, ICOM radio, protective mask carried, assigned weapon, night vision devices NVDs, camelback, IT card and dog tags, JTF mode card, and the rough card dated 13 November 02 in the left breast pocket. Soldiers will have their Kevlar and body armor in the tower at the ready. At increased FCON levels, soldiers don the Kevlar and body armor. Soldiers will maintain the following equipment in each tower: Camp Delta map, binoculars, sector sketches, ranged cards, and the SOP binder. The soldier in the tower is responsible for these items. Before relieving a soldier, every soldier must report to the SOG and log all damaged or missing items. All towers have assigned numbers. Soldiers will conduct hourly radio checks on the hour and report to the SOG in sequence. All soldiers in the tower will give status reports at irregular intervals not exceeding 60 minutes. Soldiers will adhere to the debriefing format. Soldiers will focus their watch based on the debrief format. 23-5. Debrief format A. All information should include as many specifics as possible to include the detainees ISN. B. Any potential threat to U.S. military forces or detainees. Include any suspicious activity to include detainee self-harm. C. Verbal communication between external security U.S. military forces or between two or more detainees to include length of conversations, frequency of conversations, subjects discussed if known, and any additional comments. D. Any unusual behavior of detainees or attempts to damage the detainee facility or miscellaneous equipment. E. Any unusual interaction between U.S. military forces and detainees. Examples include routine conversations with same detainee, prolonged conversations outside interrogation areas, etc. Any unusual behavior of civilian contract workers. Examples include attempting to map the area, attempting to communicate with detainees, attempting to hide contraband, etc. 23-6. External positions A. The mission consists of one rifle platoon. B. There is one LP/Op Richmond, two TCPs Lexington and Harrisonburg, and one blocking position Staunton. Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 03 Unclassified / for official use only 23.3c. The patrol platoon mans Op Richmond during all FCON levels. This op is further discussed under the mounted security section. The platoon with this mission will man 1 HMMWV with 50 col milligrams during FCON C during all FCON levels. This platoon mans the two TCPs, the blocking position, conducts dismounted/mounted patrols, and conducts any published/scheduled RAM. D. Traffic Control Point TCP Lexington. 3 soldiers will man TCP Lexington 24 hours a day. During RAM measures and elevated FCONs, manning of Lexington will be increased to reduce the impact of additional searches on the traffic pattern. This TCP will validate that all personnel who attempt to enter the Camp Delta RAW are authorized to enter. The TCP will use the published JTF policy letter on badges to determine who has access. In addition, the soldiers at this TCP will ensure they control traffic flow through the TCP and follow all of the special instructions. Traffic Control Point TCP Harrisonburg. 2 soldiers will man this TCP 24 hours a day. Soldiers will not allow anyone to pass who does not have the JTF mode. All others, to include civilian contractors, must come through TCP Lexington. Windmill Beach is closed from 1930 to 0600 hours. No vehicles are allowed through Harrisonburg during these hours, except for internal patrols or vehicles with prior coordination and authorized by the TOC. Soldiers are not allowed to pass through this TCP during this time frame, unless they are conducting PT. All soldiers will display the JTF mode badge upon re-entry. F blocking position BP Staunton. 2 soldiers will man this position 24 hours per day. This position will allow no one, regardless of unit, to enter through this point. Soldiers are allowed to exit through this point to conduct PT, but they must enter the area through one of the 2 TCPs. There are no exceptions to this policy of re-entry. G uniform and equipment soldiers at the 2 TCPs and the 1 BP will wear the following uniform and possess all the equipment listed below. 1 uniform do, patrol cap, LBV, ICOM radio, protective mask carried, assigned weapon, 1 road vest per soldier, camelback, IT card and dog tags, JTF mode card, and row/rough card dated 13 November 02 in the left breast pocket. At FCON-C&D, the uniform will include Kevlar helmet and all pertinent body armor. 2 common equipment: 1 PRC 119 radio, a logbook, and 1 5-gallon water cooler. The TCP will also have 2 mirrors to inspect the undercarriage of vehicles. H dismounted patrols. These patrols will move via the patrol order published by the Billion Doc. The TOC will identify sectors and named areas of interest NI, which will be the focus of the patrols. The Frago will be published 48 hours in advance. COS will back brief the battalion commander the day of the mission cycle changes. 1 uniform do, patrol cap, LBV, knee pads, ICOM radio, protective mask carried, assigned weapon, camelback, IT card and dog tags, JTF mode card, and row/rough card dated 13 November 02 in left breast pocket. At FCON-C&D, the uniform will include Kevlar helmet and body armor. The squad leader will carry a SABE radio. To information to report, the squad will report any unusual activity, which may include unauthorized personnel and vehicles in the obscure areas of the routes, any unusual activity in the contactless labor camp, personnel taking photographs within the air, unexploded ordnance, and unidentified boats and aircraft. EARD personnel will handle unexploded ordnance. Patrols will mark, provide a grid, and notify the Billion Doc. Additional instructions. The following additional instructions pertain to the platoon that has this mission. 1. Either the PL or the PSG will maintain command and control C2 of their patrols at all times. 2. The platoon will provide 1 soldier to guard the mobile arms room. 23-7. Special instructions. Instructions for inspecting vehicles. These instructions pertain to all vehicles entering the Camp Delta facility. Each FCON has specific criteria that will be followed. 1. FCON Bravo soldiers will allow all military and government vehicles to pass through the TCPs once all occupants of a vehicle have shown a valid JTF mode card. The soldiers at the TCP will stop 1 out of 10 civilian contract vehicles and conduct an inspection in accordance with paragraph 23-60. No JTF Gitmo civilian model vehicles are considered government vehicles. 2. FCON Charlie soldiers will allow all tactical vehicles to pass through the TCP once all of the occupants of a vehicle have shown a valid card. Soldiers will stop 5 out of 10 non-tactical government and civilian contract vehicles and conduct an inspection in accordance with 23-60. 3. FCON Delta soldiers will inspect 5 out of 10 tactical vehicles and non-tactical government vehicles. Soldiers will inspect all civilian contract vehicles. Soldiers will conduct the inspection in accordance with 23-60. B. When inspecting, the soldiers will search the passenger and cargo area of the vehicle, the engine compartment, and the undercarriage of the vehicle. Soldiers will look for weapons, guns, knives, etc. and unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 03 unclassified / for official use only 23.4 suspicious packages that may contain a threat. Soldiers will not damage the vehicle or contents in any manner during the search. C. In the event that weapons or a suspicious package are found, immediately separate the vehicle occupants and move soldiers away from the vehicle. Do not allow anyone to remove or go into the vehicle. Immediately call the CP and have the CP notify the jock. Keep the car secure and personnel detained until appropriate authorities arrive on site. D. Civilian contract bus. Due to the amount of personnel on a civilian contract bus, when a civilian contract bus comes to the TCP, the soldiers at the TCP will have the bus pull over to the shoulder of the road and dismount all personnel. One soldier will have the civilian workers line up, and another soldier will enter the bus and do a thorough search of the bus. When the bus is clear, one soldier will pull security, while another soldier match the workers' identification numbers to the roster in the TCP binder. As the soldier verifies a worker's identification, the soldier will allow that person to re-enter the bus. The soldier who is not involved with the civilian worker bus will continue to check other vehicles as necessary. E. Detainee movement operation. Before the convoy moves from the battalion area, ensure that the right lane exiting the compound is clear from any obstacles, i.e. jersey barriers and concertina wire. This will allow smooth passage of the convoy as they pass the TCP. Once the convoy is en route back to the TCP and reaches checkpoint 5, stop all traffic entering or exiting the TCP. To execute this, one soldier will move 100 meters toward the compound, while another soldier will move 100 meters in the opposite direction. Each soldier will direct the oncoming vehicles to move onto the shoulder on the west side of the road. The soldiers will direct the driver to turn his vehicle off, all occupants to exit the vehicle and step to the opposite side of the car than the road. Once the convoy has passed, and it has been announced over the radio that the buses have entered the Camp Delta, traffic may continue to move normally. Soldiers will then replace all barriers and obstacles in their original positions and request that the barriers are filled with water through the S4. F. Tankers/fuel trucks. When a tanker/fuel truck comes to the TCP, the soldiers at the TCP will have the truck pull over to the shoulder of the road and dismount all personnel. One soldier will monitor the driver and any passenger. A soldier will search the interior of the truck. When the truck's interior is clear, one soldier will pull security, while another soldier verifies the identity of the driver and any passenger using JTF Gitmo badges or workers' identification numbers. After the soldier has verified the driver's information, the soldier will determine what type of material is being carried in the truck. The soldier will then conduct an exterior search of the vehicle and undercarriage. The soldier will first perform a cursory search of the exterior of the vehicle to attempt to identify any hazards or obvious signs of danger. Special attention should be given to possible explosive devices, obvious leakage coming from the vehicle, or anything else that is unusual. The soldier will then have the driver open the front hood of the vehicle so that the engine compartment can be searched. After the engine compartment is cleared, the soldier will have the driver open any other compartment that is on the truck. After the vehicle is determined to be safe, the driver and passengers will be allowed to re-enter the truck and continue through the TCP. In the event that weapons or a suspicious package are found, immediately separate the vehicle occupants and move soldiers away from the vehicle. Do not allow anyone to remove or go into the vehicle. Immediately call the CP and have the CP notify the jock. Keep the truck secure and personnel detained until appropriate authorities arrive on site. In the event that a hazardous material leak is detected on the truck during the search, immediately contain the area by closing the TCP. If the driver can safely stop the leak, then allow them to do so if there is no other threat. If the driver cannot stop the leak, Secure the personnel and move to a safe position. Immediately call the CP and have the CP notify the JOC. Keep the truck secure and personnel detained until appropriate authorities arrive on site. 23-8. Mounted patrols A. The mounted patrols will consist of 2 HMMWVs with .50 caliber MGs and LRAs. The primary means of communication is FM and the alternate is Sabre. The patrol's call signs are their designated platoon call signs. The patrols will move along the designated routes and report the status of each checkpoint to the CP. When the patrols are complete, the crews will report all clear to the CP. The crews will patrol the hour once every 3 hours with the schedules below. 1 patrol schedule 1 per the published patrol order. The Billion Doc will provide a Frago 48 hours in advance of mission assumption. The cost will backbrief the battalion commander the day of the mission cycle change. B weapons control status 1.50 caliber machine guns each .50 col milligrams will have 100 rounds. The gunner will not insert the ammunition belt. The ammunition belt will remain in the container at all times unless instructed otherwise. To M16A2 each M16A2 will have 2 30-round magazines. The soldier will insert the magazine into the weapon and ensure no round is chambered. Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 03 Unclassified / for official use only 23.5C soldiers will wear the following uniform: do Kevlar helmet, LBV, protective mask carried, assigned weapon, NVDs, camelback, IT card and dog tags, JTF Gitmo card, and rough card dated 13 November 02 in the left breast pocket. Soldiers will have their body armor in the HMMWV with them, except for the gunner who will wear his as a force protection measure. During black flag conditions, the gunner may remove his blouse. At FCON C&D, all soldiers will wear body armor. 23-9. Listening posts LP/observation posts op each LP/op will consist of 2 personnel. The primary means of communication is FM per the Billion Soy. The alternate means of communication is Sabre radio. The LP/op will report and record any suspicious activity or unauthorized personnel, boats/ships, or vehicles in the JOA. B weapons control status 1.50 caliber machine gun each LP/op will have 400 rounds. The gunner will not insert the ammunition belt. The ammunition belt will remain in the container at all times unless instructed otherwise. To M16A2 each M16A2 will have 2 30-round magazines. The soldier will insert the magazine into the weapon and ensure no round is chambered. C soldiers will wear the following uniform: do Kevlar helmet, LBV, protective mask carried, assigned weapon, NVDs, camelback, IT card and dog tags, JTF Gitmo card, and rough card dated 13 November 02 in the left breast pocket. Soldiers will have their body armor in the HMMWV with the exception of the gunner who will wear his as a force protection measure. At increased FCON levels, all soldiers will wear body armor. Denamed areas of interest NICE published patrol orders. E. The LP/op will report all contact in the salute format to the TOC. 23-10. Ammunition handling A. The company executive officer is overall responsible for the accountability of all ammunition. B. Each platoon and squad is responsible for the accountability and security of their assigned ammunition. Through direct supervision, the squad leader SL will ensure soldiers follow the proper loading and unloading procedures upon start and completion of each mission. The following will be completed after each mission: C. The SL will conduct a round count. D. The SL will contact the PL or PSG to inform him that the count is accurate. If the count is not accurate, the soldier missing ammunition will write a statement containing the following information: 1 date, time, and name of soldier who lost the ammunition. 2. Explanation of the activity of the soldier missing the rounds. I don't know is not an acceptable answer. 3. The procedures taken to retrieve the lost ammunition. 4. The signature of the soldier and the SL. 5. Before releasing his soldiers, the SL will inform the PL or PSG that he has secured his ammo and all rounds are present and accounted for. If any rounds are missing, the PL or PSG will immediately notify the ZO or First Sergeant 1 SG. Notify the TOC immediately. An investigation will follow. 6. Taped over magazines or coloring the last round in a magazine is not a sufficient means for conducting an accurate round count. This method may be used for periodically checks, but a by-round count must be completed after each mission cycle. 7. When entering the cantonment area, clear weapons at the ammunition transfer point up, rod the weapon, and put weapon on safe. 23-11. Lexington DCPA. 3 soldiers, 1 co-will man TCP Lexington at all times. This TCP will validate that all personnel who attempt to enter the Camp Delta RAU are authorized to enter. The soldiers are responsible for thoroughly inspecting badges, to include the front and back of the badge. If an individual attempts to show a badge through the window, the soldier should ask the individual to roll the window down and visually and physically inspect the badge for authorization. The TCP will use the JTF Gitmo policy letter on badges to determine who has access. Soldiers shall carry flashlights at night to inspect the interior of vehicles. B. All soldiers operating the TCP and controlling the flow of traffic must wear a road guard vest and will carry their assigned weapon. The only exception is for the soldier in the soldier guardhouse monitoring the radio. The weapon will be at the ready at all times and within arm's length. C. The interior/exterior area of the soldier guardhouse will be kept clean and organized at all times. Trash will be discarded properly at each shift change. D. All soldiers checking badges to enter the area will also visually look inside all vehicles, to include the bed of trucks, opening the back and/or side doors of vans. Marine Corps vehicles do not have to produce a JTF Gitmo badge to pass through the TCP. The Marines are only authorized to pass through the checkpoint with prior coordination. Coordination will be a call to the TOC over the ReactNet, stating the approximate time the vehicle will arrive at the TCP, the first phonetic alphabet letter of the day of the week, and the numeric date of the arrival. Example 15 minutes. Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 03 Unclassified / for official use only 23.6 Foxtrot 10 equates to 15 minutes on Friday the 10th. Their vehicle will also be identified with a red placard on the front bumper with the acronym MCSFC in white lettering. If a vehicle reaches the TCP without prior coordination, they will be detained at the TCP until they communicate the above requirement over the net to the TOC. F. All JTF Gitmo soldiers with lost badges may enter through the TCP with an E8 or above to vouch for their identity. G. Contractors are allowed to bring alcohol through the TCP as long as there are no open containers. If an open container is observed, detain the vehicle, its occupants, and report it immediately to the TOC. H. All soldiers must be on alert for any suspicious activity in the area, to include individuals attempting to bypass the TCP on foot. I. The generator light will be turned on prior to sunset or dusk. It is important that the generator light be tested during daylight hours to ensure it is in proper working condition. If there is a problem with the generator, notify the TOC immediately. J. Record all activity in the logbook. If possible, record the names and SSN of all individuals who harass TCP soldiers. Record all names of individuals who attempt to pass through the TCP without the proper badge or authorization. K. When crew-served weapons are employed at the checkpoint, they must have sector sketches. Personnel will rehearse actions for the employment of the crews of weapon systems. All personnel will know their weapon system sectors of fire. L. If any questions arise, soldiers will contact the TOC immediately. M. Special Instructions 1. Instructions for inspecting vehicles. This pertains to all vehicles entering the facility. There are different procedures for FPCON B, C, and D. The procedures are outlined below. FPCON Bravo. Soldiers will allow all military and government vehicles to pass through the TCP once all occupants of a vehicle have shown a valid card. The soldiers at the TCP will stop 1 out of 10 civilian contract vehicles and conduct a thorough inspection of the inside and outside of the vehicle. Note: JTF Gitmo civilian model vehicles are government vehicles. All soldiers will maintain proper military bearing and remain professional at all times. BIFCON Charlie. Soldiers will allow all tactical vehicles to pass through the TCP once all occupants of a vehicle have shown a valid card. Soldiers will stop 5 out of 10 non-tactical government and civilian contract vehicles and conduct a thorough inspection. CFCON Delta. Soldiers will inspect 5 out of 10 tactical vehicles and non-tactical government vehicles. Soldiers will inspect all civilian contract vehicles. Soldiers will conduct a thorough inspection. 2. When inspecting, the soldiers will search the passenger and cargo area of the vehicle, the engine compartment, and the undercarriage of the vehicle. Soldiers will look for weapons, guns, knives, etc. and suspicious packages that may contain a threat. Soldiers will not damage the vehicle or contents in any manner during the search. 3. In the event that weapons or a suspicious package are found, immediately separate the vehicle occupants and move soldiers away from the vehicle. Do not allow anyone to remove or go into the vehicle. Immediately call the CP and have the CP notify the JOC. Keep the vehicle secure and personnel detained until appropriate authorities arrive on site. If a suspected explosive device is discovered, immediately clear the area. All vehicle passengers must be detained and moved at a minimum of 200 meters from the vehicle. All TCP soldiers will also clear at a minimum of 200 meters from the vehicle. A soldier should be posted 200 meters out from each side of the TCP to stop all traffic from moving towards the TCP. All vehicles must have their engines turned off. No cell phones or radios will be used. A TCP soldier will notify the TOC immediately after the area is cleared. 4. Civilian contract bus. Due to the amount of personnel on the bus, when a bus comes to the TCP, the soldiers at the TCP will have the bus pull over to the shoulder of the road and all personnel will dismount. One soldier will have the contract workers line up, and another soldier will enter the bus and do a thorough search of the bus. When the bus is clear, one soldier will pull security, while another soldier matches the workers' ID numbers to the roster in the TCP binder. As the soldier verifies a contract worker's ID, the soldier will allow that person to re-enter the bus. The 2 soldiers who are not involved with the contract worker bus will continue to check other vehicles as necessary and allow them to pass. 5. Detainee movement operations. Before the convoy moves from the area, ensure that the right lane exiting the compound is clear of any obstacles, i.e. barrels and concertina wire. This will allow smooth passage of the convoy as they pass the TCP. Once the convoy is en route back and reaches checkpoint 5, stop all traffic entering or exiting the TCP. To execute this, one soldier will move 100 meters toward the compound, while another soldier will move 100 meters in the opposite direction. Each soldier will direct the oncoming vehicles to move onto the shoulder on the west side of the road. The soldiers will direct the driver to turn his vehicle off, all occupants to exit the vehicle and step to the opposite side of the car. Then the unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOP 28 March 03 unclassified / for official use only 23.7 road. Once the convoy has passed, and it has been announced over the radio that the buses have entered the Camp Delta, traffic may continue to move normally. Soldiers will then replace all barriers and obstacles in their original positions. Notify the TOC to coordinate refilling the barriers with water. 6. Military bus. When a military bus enters the TCP, one soldier will enter the bus without his weapon. The soldier must physically inspect all badges and ensure the photo on the badge matches the individual soldier possessing the badge. One soldier will maintain constant observation from outside the bus. If the bus exceeds the seating capacity, the NCOIC of the TCP must make the determination for all occupants of the bus to dismount in order for the soldier to inspect Gitmo badges. Uniform and common equipment soldiers at the position above will wear the following uniform and have the common equipment listed below. 1. Uniform 2. Patrol cap, LBV, ICOM radio if applicable, protective mask, assigned weapon, road guard vest, camelback, IT card and dog tags, JTF Gitmo IT card, and rough card dated 13 November 02 in the left breast pocket. At FCON C&D, the uniform will include Kevlar helmet and body armor. 2. Common equipment 1 PRC 119 radio, a logbook, and a 5-gallon water cooler. The TCP will also have mirrors to inspect the undercarriage of vehicles. 23-12. Harrisonburg TCPA. 2 soldiers will man this TCP 24 hours a day. This TCP will not allow anyone to pass who does not have the JTF Gitmo badge. All others, to include contractors, must come through TCP Lexington. Windmill Beach is closed from 1900 to 0500. The TCP closes to traffic at 1930. Beginning at 2100 and ending at 0500, it's acceptable to have entrance traffic only for physical training PT and will be allowed to pass through the TCP. This TCP will validate that all personnel who attempt to enter the Camp Delta RAU are authorized to enter. The soldiers are responsible for thoroughly inspecting badges, to include the front and back of the badge, and ensuring the picture on the badge matches the soldier. If ever in doubt, ask for a second form of ID or call the TOC. If an individual attempts to show a badge through the window of a vehicle, the soldier should ask the individual to roll the window down and visually and physically inspect the badge for authorization. The TCP will use the JTF Gitmo policy letter on badges to determine who has access. B. Soldiers will keep the interior/exterior area of the guardhouse clean at all times. All trash will be discarded appropriately before each shift change. C. All soldiers checking badges to enter the area will also visually look inside all vehicles prior to allowing a vehicle to pass, to include the bed of trucks, opening the back and or side doors of vans. DJTF soldiers with lost badges may enter through the TCP with an E8 or above to vouch for their identity. E. Contractors are not allowed through this TCP at any time. F. All soldiers must be on alert for any suspicious activity in the area, to include individuals attempting to bypass the TCP on foot. G. The generator light must be turned on prior to sunset or dusk. It is important that the generator light be tested during daylight hours to ensure it is in proper working condition. If there is a problem, notify the TOC immediately. H. Record all activity in the logbook. If possible, record the names and SSN of all individuals who harass TCP soldiers. Record all names of individuals who attempt to pass through or bypass the TCP without the proper badge or authorization. I. When crew-served weapons are employed at the checkpoint, they must have sector sketches. Personnel will rehearse actions for the employment of the crew-served weapon systems. All personnel will know their weapon system sector of fire. J. If ever in doubt, contact the TOC immediately. K. Special Instructions 1. Instructions for inspecting vehicles. This pertains to all vehicles entering the facility. There are different procedures for FCON B, C, and D. FCON Bravo guards will allow all military and government vehicles to pass through the TCP once all occupants of a vehicle have shown a valid card. The soldiers at the TCP will stop 1 out of 10 civilian contract vehicles and conduct a thorough inspection of the inside and outside of the vehicle. No Gitmo civilian model vehicles are government vehicles. All soldiers will maintain proper military bearing and remain professional at all times. BIFCON Charlie soldiers will allow all tactical vehicles to pass through the TCP once all occupants of a vehicle have shown a valid card. Soldiers will stop 5 out of 10 non-tactical government and civilian contract vehicles and conduct a thorough inspection. CFCON Delta soldiers will inspect 5 out of 10 tactical vehicles and non-tactical government vehicles. Soldiers will inspect all civilian contract vehicles. Soldiers will conduct a thorough inspection. 2. When inspecting, the soldiers will search the passenger and cargo area of the vehicle, the engine compartment, and the undercarriage of the vehicle. Soldiers will look for weapons, guns, knives, etc. and unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 03 unclassified / for official use only. 23.8 Suspicious packages that may contain a threat. Soldiers will not damage the vehicle or contents in any manner during the search. 3. In the event that weapons or a suspicious package are observed, immediately detain the individual s. Move to a safe distance approximately 200 to 300 meters away and block both sides of the road. Immediately call the CP and have the CP notify the JOC. Keep the personnel detained until appropriate authorities arrive on site. If a suspected explosive device is discovered, immediately clear the area. All vehicles and personnel must be detained and moved a minimum of 200 meters from the vehicle. A soldier will be posted 200 meters out from each side of the TCP to stop all traffic from moving towards the TCP. All vehicles must have their engines turned off. No cell phone or radio use. A TCP soldier will notify the TOC immediately after the area is cleared. L uniform and common equipment soldiers at this position will wear the following uniform and have the common equipment listed below. 1. Uniform 2. Patrol cap, LBV, ICOM radio if applicable, protective mask carried, assigned weapon, road guard vest, camelback, IT card and dog tags, JTF mode card, and rough card dated 13 November 02 in the left breast pocket. When the FCON level changes to C&D, the uniform will include Kevlar helmet and body armor. Each soldier will have a flashlight. 2. Common equipment 1 PRC 119 radio, a logbook, and a 5-gallon water cooler. The TCP will also have mirrors to inspect the undercarriage of vehicles. 23-13. Staunton blocking position BPA. 2 soldiers man this position. The position will allow no one, regardless of unit, to pass through this point in a vehicle. There shall be no traffic allowed through this TCP, dismounted or otherwise from 0500 to 2100. The only exception per J2 is that military unit members perform physical training PT through the TCP beginning at 2100. The blocking position is an exit only for PT participants. That means they cannot re-enter through the BP. Advise PT participants that they must pass through the Windmill Beach Road or Kittery Beach Road TCPs to re-enter the area. The BP is blocked with an obstacle consisting of rolls of concertina wire with pickets and barbed wire. B uniform and common equipment soldiers at this position will wear the following uniform and have the common equipment listed below. 1. Uniform 2. Patrol cap, LBV, ICOM radio if applicable, protective mask carried, assigned weapon, road guard vest, camelback, IT card and dog tags, JTF mode card, and rough card dated 13 November 02 in the left breast pocket. When the FCON level changes to C&D, the uniform will include Kevlar helmet and body armor. Each soldier will have a flashlight. 2 common equipment, 1 PRC 119 radio, a logbook, and a 5-gallon water cooler. C. The BP will survey camp bulkily and report any suspicious activity observed in the empty billeting near Camp Bulkily in the Hardball Road, which leads to Windmill Beach. D. Soldiers must maintain communication with the company CP. If ever in doubt about any issue or occurrence, immediately contact the company CP. E. Soldiers are responsible for signing the hand receipt for the equipment located at the BP and maintaining 100% accountability at all times. No exceptions. It is also the responsibility of the soldiers to ensure the equipment is signed for by the next shift reporting to the BP. F. When crew-served weapons are employed at the BP, they must have sector sketches. Personnel will rehearse actions for the employment of the crew-served weapon systems. All personnel will know their weapon system's sector of fire. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 03. Unclassified / for official use only. 24.1 Chapter 24 Immediate Reaction for Serve Operations Section I Preparation 24-1. Team Organization A. There will be primary and alternate ERF team designated for each camp. B. ERF teams consist of 5 MPs. The following of the team positions and their responsibilities: 1. Number 1 man. The number 1 man is also the shield man. His responsibility is to give the conditions of the cell along with the location and activity of the detainee is the team. Upon entry, the number 1 man is responsible to pin the detainee with the shield with the minimal amount of force necessary. The number 1 man is also responsible for securing the head. 2. Number 2 man. The number 2 man is responsible for securing the detainee's right arm with the minimal amount of force necessary. He will also have the handcuffs and keys for the cuffs. He is responsible for proper shackling of the detainee's wrist. 3. Number 3 man. The number 3 man is responsible for securing the detainee's left arm with the minimal amount of force necessary. He will assist the number 2 man in shackling of the detainee's wrist. 4. Number 4 man. The number 4 man is responsible for securing the detainee's right leg. He will also have the leg irons and keys for them. He is responsible for proper shackling of the detainee's ankles. 5. Number 5 man. The number 5 man is also the team leader. He is responsible for all actions of the team. He will give all verbal commands to the team. He is responsible for securing the detainee's left leg. He will assist the number 4 man in shackling of the detainee's ankles. He is responsible for ensuring all shackles are double locked and that medical personnel checks the detainee. He is also responsible to ensure all ERF team equipment is accounted for at all times. C. The PL or SOG for each camp will designate the ERF team leader and ERF team members for both the primary and alternate teams. No more than 1 primary ERF team member will be assigned to each block. ERF team members will only be assigned to blocks. ERF team members must be assigned to a block. 24-2. ERF team equipment. The 5-man ERF team will use the following equipment: 1 riot helmet or Kevlar helmet with ballistic visor, 2 shin protectors, 3 ballistic vest or flak vest, 4 latex or similar gloves. 5 additional leather gloves are optional. 6 legs and shields, 7 handcuffs, 8 leg irons. 24-3. Additional equipment. The additional personnel who support the ERF team will use the following equipment: 1 3-piece suit escort team, 2 gurney escort team, 3 leather restraint kit escort team, 4 crash bag medical team, 5 video camera admin co, 6 2 videos discs admin co, 7 Oxspray PL and or SOG, 8 garden hose block and co. 24-4. Training. The PL will ensure the ERF team is properly instructed to react to all possible emergency response situations. The ERF will ensure all team members are thoroughly familiar with their duties and responsibilities. 8. Training for the ERF team members should occur during every shift and in each camp, under the direction and control of the ERF and PL. The training should take place, but is not limited to, when block activity is slow enough. to allow for pulling the ERF team members from the block to conduct training. B. An hour will be conducted at the end of each ERF training session or drill. See Appendix B for ERF team evaluation checklist. D. The same brevity code will be used for both drills and practices. E. During the ERF team brief, the team will be told that it is a drill. F. A brevity code word will be used to stop the drill in the event of a safety concern or accidental injury. G. Upon use of the brevity code, all actions will stop, and the safety concern will be addressed. H. At no time will the soldier portraying a detainee be in any uniform other than BDUs. I. All drills must still have medical presence in the event of an injury. J. Any injuries will result in an informal inquiry to determine what can be done to prevent injuries in the future. K. A risk assessment will be completed prior to training. L. An ERF team has 8 minutes in campi and 10 minutes in campi to be ready from the brevity code to the end of the briefing. Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 03 Unclassified / for official use only 24.224-5 Brevity code A brevity code will be selected to identify when the ERF team members must respond. B. The brevity code may be a word or short phrase and one that will not be used in daily communications. C. Each shift will have its own brevity code for each camp. The alternate ERF teams will have a separate brevity code. D. The brevity code will be issued at guard mount. E. The doc will notify Camp Delta medical personnel, escort control and interpreters of the ERF brevity code at the beginning of each shift. Section I Operations 24-6 ERF Team Guidelines. A. The ERF team is intended to be used primarily as a force cell extraction team, specializing in the extraction of a detainee who is combative, resistive, or if the possibility of a weapon is in the cell at the time of the extraction. It not intended to be used on every detainee who is to be moved to maximum security, but on those who indicate or demonstrate an intention to resist the move to a maximum security block or another location. B. The physical security of US forces and detainees in USCAR is paramount. Use the minimum force necessary for mission accomplishment and force protection. The use of the ERF team is a level of force and is used in response to a level of resistance by a detainee or in response to an emergency. Use of the ERF team and levels of force are not to be used as a method of punishment. 24-7 ERF team use. Say, when the use of the ERF team is necessary, the PL or SOG will contact the blocks by radio or phone and have the ERF team members report to the ERF equipment box in the appropriate camp. In the event the radio is used for notification, a brevity code will be used to call the ERF team members. The block and co will shut the water off for the block to prevent detainees from throwing water on the ERF team members. B. If a disorder or disturbance occurs within the facility and the ERF team is ordered to respond, the PL or the SOG will be the senior authority. The PL and SOG will have complete freedom of movement during the disturbance situation. All detainee movement on the affected block will cease. All detainee, contractor, and movement in the affected camp will also cease. All contractors being escorted in the affected camp will be secured in an empty block. The only movements in the affected camp will be by the ERF team members, medical personnel, interpreters, escort team, camera crew, JDOG S3 staff, and MWD responding to the ERF. Movement will not resume until the detainee has agreed to be moved by a normal escort team, or the ERF team has completed the extraction to their assigned area, and the PL or SOG has given the order to resume movement. See, once an ERF has been called, all members of the primary and alternate ERF teams will assemble at the ERF equipment box, and the ERF NGOT will report to the PL or SOG. The DOC will contact escort control to dispatch an escort team to report to the affected block with a 3-piece suit and a gurney. Medical will dispatch to the affected block 2 medical personnel with 2 crash bags. The admin co in the dock will bring the video camera to the ERF team location to record the ERF. The PL or SOG will request an interpreter to come to the affected block. Once all members of the ERF team have put on their equipment ballistic/flak vest, shin guards, right/Kevlar helmet with face shield, latex gloves, and leather gloves, they will move to the sally port outside the affected block. The PL or SOG will brief the ERF on the situation in the affected block. The camera operator will ensure he is following the ERF camera operator checklist and each step is completed. The PL and or SOG must ensure that the camera operator captures the imagery and information he is required to for each step. The recording will start with the PL or SOG stating the detainee's SNES, block number S, reason S for the use of the ERF, a brief description of the events leading up to the ERF, who authorized the use of the ERF team, and the current date and time. The ERF team will then line up in front of the cameraman by position, starting with the ERF team leader, and the will at a minimum state their name, rank, position on the ERF team, their duties and responsibilities, and that they will use the minimum amount of force necessary to complete the mission. The ERF team members that have equipment will show the equipment to the camera to ensure that it is in working order and not damaged. Prior to the use of the ERF team, an interpreter will be used to tell the detainee of the discipline measures to be taken against him and ask whether he intends to resist. Regardless of his answer, his recent behavior and demeanor should be taken into account in determining the validity of his answer. The detainee will be moved by the on-site escort team if he agrees to cooperate. If the detainee does not comply, the PL or SOG will tell the detainee to face the back of the cell, get on its knees and place his hands on top of his head. The PL or SOG will restate their orders if the detainee continues not to comply. The PL or SOG will show the detainee his canevok as a show of force and restate his orders, and tell the detainee that if he does not comply, that he will be sprayed and removed from the cell by the ERF team. Unclassified/for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 03 Unclassified/for official use only 24.3 G. The PL or SOG will administer a 1 to 3 second burst of into the face of the detainee. If the detainee still fails to comply, the detainee will be asked to comply again after a short period of time 15 to 30 seconds that will allow the to work. If he fails to comply, the PL or SOG may administer another burst of into the face of the detainee. The detainee will be asked to comply again after a short period of time 15 to 30 seconds that will allow the to work. If he fails to comply, the block and co will open the cell door to allow the ERF team entry into the cell. Upon entry into the cell, the ERF team will use the minimum amount of force necessary to subdue the detainee and order the detainee to stop resisting. Once the detainee is shackled, he will be brought to the recreation area of the affected block or taken to the decontamination location and decontaminated. The medical personnel on site will conduct a medical evaluation of the detainee to check for any injuries sustained during the ERF. Once decontamination is complete and medical personnel clear the detainee, he will be moved to his new block or placed into his previous cell. Prior to movement back into the previous cell, the MPs on that block will decontaminate that cell of any residual effects of the spray by using the hose. Section E Documentation 24-8. Verbal reporting Within 15 minutes of the use of the JOC will be notified by secured telephone by dock personnel that an event is occurring. B. The CO will call the JOC after the detainee has been secured and provide all details available. C. The CO will notify the CTDOG of the incident. 24-9. Written reporting 8. The CO will initiate a spot trip to be sent up via SIPNet computer to the JOC watch officer within a half an hour of the completion of the ERF use. B. The CO will complete an unclassified serious incident report SIRI or R190-40 and submit it to the JDOG S3 The SIR will list all personnel and detainees involved, and will be forwarded within 2 hours of the completion of the fuse. C. The PL and or SOG will complete a DD Form 2823 sworn statement concerning the use of OC. The PL will also complete a DD 508 to document the discipline measures taken. D. All MPs involved in the original incident that precipitated the use of the earth will submit a completed DD Form 2823 on the incident. The PL will review these sworn statements for completeness. E. All F team members are required to submit sworn statements. F. All paperwork related to the F must be completed and turned in prior to end of shift. G. The SIR, video, checklists, and copies of all statements will be forwarded to the JDOG S3 to be kept as evidence. Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 03 Unclassified / for official use only 24.4 Intentionally left blank Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 03 Unclassified / for official use only 25.1 Chapter 25 Quick Response Force QRF Operations 25-1 Mission A company secures Camp Delta with a QRF element in order to facilitate detainment facility operations. This element has the following planning priorities. 1. Provides a show of force within the detention facility to deter all errant behavior from unruly detainees. 2. Follow and assume military police duties to control unruly detainees. 3. React to unauthorized intrusion into the compound to protect U.S. forces and detainees. 25-2. Requirements A. The QRF must be able to react to a disturbance in the detention facility within 5 minutes. B. The section will maintain a command post CP within the QRF building and must man this CP 24 hours per day. C. This QRF will maintain radio communication with the infantry SOG and the company CP. D. Either the PL or the platoon sergeant will be prepared to lead the QRF at all times. E. The DOC will contact the QRF CP via landline or runner when the QRF is required. 25-3. Notification procedures A. If deemed necessary, the detention facility DOC will notify the QRF CP to react to a threat within the compound. B. The soldier who receives this message will immediately notify the PL or platoon sergeant and then alert the QRF element. C. The PL or the platoon sergeant, whomever is not leading the reaction squad, will immediately report to the company CP that the QRF has been alerted. D. Once notified to react, the QRF reaction squad will don the riot control gear and secure assigned weapons for non-lethal delivery. E. Once prepared, the QRF squad will stand in formation and prepare to enter the detention facility. F. The MPF representative will provide the QRF element a sit-rep of the disturbance before entering the compound. G. Once the disturbance is quelled, the QRF will relinquish command back to the MPF team and redeploy to the QRF building to conduct a back brief. 25-4. Ammunition numbers and accountability A. The platoon sergeant of the QRF will visually inspect and count for the following ammunition prior to his element assuming duty as the QRF. B. The platoon sergeant will also conduct a physical count of all ammunition daily while assigned to the QRF. C. The QRF will have the following ammunition on hand at all times: 1 48 12-gauge area non-lethal rounds, 2 48 40mm point non-lethal rounds, 3 48 40mm area non-lethal rounds, 4 48 M84 stun grenades. 25-5. Uniform A. Kevlar, body armor, protective mask carried, assigned weapon if designated, camelback, IT card and dog tags, JTF Gitmo IT card, and the row card in left breast pocket dated 13 November 02. B. In addition, QRF soldiers will don right control gear consisting of face shields attached to the Kevlar, non-ballistic shin guards, a shield, and a baton. Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 03 Unclassified / for official use only 25.2 Intentionally left blank Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 03 Unclassified / for official use only 26.1 Chapter 26 Military Working Dogs MWD 26-1 Responsibilities 8. The dog is responsible for ensuring MWD are used to enhance physical security and as a psychological deterrence. B. The MWD section kennel master is responsible for the following 1 recommendations for the deployment and proper use of MWD teams to assisting in planning and deployment of MWD teams and planning/conducting proficiency training. 3 personnel needs and maintenance of MWD section 4 ensuring MWD teams are properly cared for. 26-2 Operations 8. The dog currently has 3 MWD teams. Each team is composed of a dog handler and 1 dog. The 3 MWD teams consist of an explosive detection / patrol dog, narcotics detection / patrol dog, and a single-purpose patrol dog. The Joint Manning Document JMD for future rotations authorizes 5 MWD teams. The teams 1 per shift will be employed as follows. 1 Psychological deterrence. MWD will walk Main Street in Camp Delta during shift to demonstrate physical presence to detainees. MWD will not be walked through the blocks unless directed by the dog. 2 Dismounted patrols. MWD will augment infantry dismounted patrols during hours of limited visibility and at higher frequencies. Additionally, patrols will include the following areas: a detention hospital, B Camp Delta fence perimeter, C contractor worksites, D Camp bulkily, E Camp America. 3 Explosives detection. MWD will be used at Sallyport 1 and Kittery Beach checkpoint in conjunction with random anti-terrorist measures to aid in explosives detection. 4 Detainee transfer missions. MWD team will accompany detainee transfer missions from Leeward Airfield or JTF 160 Frago. B shift requirements. MWD teams are an asset available 24 hours / 7 days per week. The MWD teams are option to the dog while in Camp Delta. When outside Camp Delta, movements will be coordinated with the TOC of the unit responsible for the security of the exterior area of the camp. 1 Check on the status of each team on duty twice per shift via visitation or telephonically. MWD is overall responsible to ensure the team is equipped for the day's mission. B. Ensure that MWD on shift maintain a DAR 1594 staff duty / PL journal. Will be responsible for maintaining a record of each shift. Ensures coordination for each mission or change of mission is planned, resourced, and executed. C. Ensure handlers utilize and maximize training time and document the same. D. Report any significant or serious incidents to higher. E. Will report to dog operations when a MWD team is down due to illness, injury, etc. Will maintain an internal tracking report and forward to dog operations on the status of each MWD team. 2 MWD team will not escort detainees unless specified by the CO. B. Assist immediate reaction force with detainees upon the request of the CO. CMWDs can be used to scout for escaped, missing, or lost detainees. DMWD handlers are overall responsible for the proper use of their assigned MWD while on duty and ensuring all military police / personnel are aware of the capabilities of their MWD. Draw weapon for external perimeter patrols from their firearmory at Camp America. The weapon will be maintained with the QRF weapons while MWD are within Camp Delta perimeter. F. Report to the dock to draw a SABE radio battery. G. Confirm call sign and conduct communication check. H. Coordinate movements with CO. and infantry took high conduct 4-hour checks on MWDJ. MWDs will only be released to pursue, attack, and hold detainees attempting to escape. See safety procedures. All personnel are responsible for ensuring that all safety procedures and rules are followed at all times. 1. While on duty, no person is to feed or be allowed to befriend a MWD. 2. Whenever entering or leaving a site with a MWD, a loud verbal warning will be made. Dog coming in / out. 3. All running and or playing are strictly prohibited in or near the kennel areas. 4. Dog teams always have the right of way. 5. When staking out a dog, a collar and stakeout chain will be used. 6. Only the dog handler will be permitted to work with their assigned dog. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 03. Unclassified / for official use only. 26.27. Each handler will learn to recognize the warning signs that a dog has the intent to attack / bite. 8. Loose dog procedures. A first person to notice a loose dog will call out loose dog. B. Everyone in the area will stop movement and remain still. C. The assigned handler will attempt to take control of their dog. D. In the absence of the assigned handler, the person nearest the dog will attempt to restrain it. E. When the dog is secured, the handler that does so will call out dog secured. 26-3. Training. A training will habitually be conducted with nav-based security forces MWD. Both an explosives kit and narcotics kit are available to nav-base MWD on Guantanamo Bay. BMWD Kennel Master will coordinate training schedules with nav-base MWD personnel for submission to dog operations. Training schedules will reflect, at a minimum 160 days out, required proficiency training to maintain qualification to weekly training conducted with nav-base. 3 Suggested RAMs for monthly implementation. 4 Transition training for follow-on MWD teams. 26-4. Logistics abiliting. Both handlers and MWDs are housed at TK-89 until a permanent MWD facility is completed. B. Support facilities. MWD teams work out of office space in BLDG8 at Camp Delta until completion of the proposed kennel facility. Support facility and kennel requirements are as follows. 1. Net computer access to refrigerator for med/food. 3. Food storage area. 4. Sink. 5. 6. Dog kennel. C. Transportation. MWD teams will be provided vehicle support. 1 vehicle for the team on shift from J4. The vehicle must be dispatched I or J4 dispatching procedures. D. Supplies. All supplies must be requested through the JDOG S4. E. Weapons and ammo. Weapons will be stored in the firearmory at Camp America when not in use. During shift, weapons can be maintained with the QRF weapons inside Camp Delta. While conducting perimeter patrols outside the fence line, weapons will be worn. Ammunition will be provided by JDOG and stored inside the firearmory. During shift, 2 10-round magazines will be drawn. The ammunition and weapon will be maintained with the QRF weapons while inside Camp Delta. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 03. Unclassified / for official use only. 27.1 Chapter 27 Operation Security OPSIC and Deceptive Lighting Plan. 27-1. Purpose A. To prohibit conduct that is prejudicial to the good order and discipline of JTF Gitmo that may threaten the national security of the United States or its allies, and is of a nature likely to bring discredit upon the armed forces. B. To establish a standard operation procedure to follow in the event of a threat either by sea or air that requires the need for extinguishing all lights and power for Camp Delta. 27-2. Responsibilities. A. Subordinate unit commanders and costs. The commander will ensure that 1. All personnel are briefed on the contents of this SOP and JTF Gitmo General Order No. 2. 2. Personnel understand that they have a duty to report any violations of this SOP or JTF Gitmo General Order No. 2 to their supervisor or to the staff judge advocate. 3. JTF Gitmo General Order Number 2 is posted on red boards in common areas throughout the unit. B. All personnel entering Camp Delta, all military and civilian personnel assigned to, having access to, or working at the camp 1 are required to read and adhere to the standards set forth in this policy. 2. Shall avoid action, whether or not specifically prohibited in this sub or general order number 2, which might result in or reasonably be expected to create the appearance of a violation of this sub general order number 2 or other law, or which by its very nature might compromise the OPSIC of JTF Gitmo. 27-3. Punitive action. A person subject to the UPNJ who violate this sub or general order number 2 either negligently or intentionally may be punished under Article 92 UPNJ for violating a lawful general order, or receive adverse administrative actions or both. B. Civilians serving with, employed by, or accompanying the U.S. Armed Forces in the JTF area of operation are not only subject to all applicable federal laws, but may also face adverse administrative actions for violation of General Order Number 2. 27-4. Essential elements of friendly information IFE. Per JTF Gitmo Policy Memorandum Number 11, the following is considered IFE, regardless of classification or lack thereof. B. Any information on size, disposition, strength, specific capabilities, and limitations of all friendly units providing fires or sensors for defensive operations. C. Any information on detainee operations affecting JTF Gitmo mission accomplishment. 1. Any information pertaining to the movement of detainees to and from Gitmo. 2. Any information pertaining to the movement of detainees while at Gitmo. 3. Any reference to the identification of a detainee other than their internment serial number is. 4. Any reference to specific detainee interrogations. 5. Any reference to detainee activities and detainee conversations. 6. Any reference to a detainee's medical condition including, but not limited, to medical treatment received and given, diagnosis, and status of health. 7. Any detail written or pictorial concerning the construction, design, and function of any detainee confinement facility including, but not limited to Camp Delta, Naval Station Guantanamo Naval Brig, and the detention hospital. 8. Unauthorized pictures of detainees. 9. Any pictures of coastline from Windmill Beach to Camps Delta and America to the Cuban/American fence line. D. Task Force information affecting JTF Gitmo mission accomplishment. 1. Compiled rosters of personnel data or deployment information. 2. JTF Gitmo information operations, capabilities, connectivity, and passwords. 3. Disclosure of travel information and itineraries for JTF Gitmo commanders and visiting flag and/or general officers. 4. Disclosure of travel information and itineraries for distinguished visitors, foreign delegations, and members of joint interagency task force personnel. 5. Schedule of deployment overseas to support detainee operations. 6. Anti-terrorism and force protection measures, and rules of engagement of all units assigned, attached, and/or opcon to JTF Gitmo. 27-5. Prohibited activity. A General 1. Leaving any tools, keys, weapons or other work-related materials necessary to perform your mission unattended, or within the reach of persons unauthorized to possess them, or bringing any unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOP 28 March 03 Unclassified / for official use only. 27.2 Materials not necessary for the performance of the mission into a sensitive area or detainee area. 2. Discussing classified matters, work-related matters or JTF operational matters with anyone who does not have either the appropriate clearance or the need to know said information, or in the presence of anyone that does not have the appropriate clearance. Failing to immediately disclose to the chain of command any information concerning sabotage, terrorist activity, subversive activities that may pose a direct threat to U.S. personnel, requests by anyone for illegal or unauthorized access to classified or sensitive information, Contact with an individual whom you have reason to believe is targeting you for exploitation or other OPSIC violations. 3. Taking a person to any area for which they do not possess the required clearance without authorization or a mission-related purpose, or leaving a person unattended in any area where they are not authorized to be unattended. B. Detainee operations. 1. Communicating with detainees verbal or non-verbal, or assisting others and or allowing others to communicate with detainees without the proper authorization. 2. Discussing matters of a personal or operational nature in the presence of detainees that need not be discussed in their presence. 3. Failing to report unauthorized communications or attempted communications with a detainee, or failing to report a detainee's attempts to improperly communicate with a person subject to this order. 4. Wearing unsanitized uniforms in the presence of detainees. 5. Taking visual or audio recordings or drawings of the detainees, camp facilities, or detainee operations. 6. Discussing any information or details concerning the JIF and any activity, conversation, or technique used during interrogation. See electronic communication/recording 1. Using non-secure means to discuss classified information or other information related to JTF-Gitmo operations. 2. Transferring classified information or disks to lower classified or unclassified medium, network or computer. 3. Transporting classified information without the proper locking containers or covers, leaving computer terminals or classified material unattended and unlocked. 4. The improper marking of information, taking classified materials to a housing unit, sharing or revealing computer usernames and passwords. 5. Misplacing or leaving personnel rosters, access badges, or computer access usernames and passwords, and classified materials unattended. 6. Accessing, downloading, installing, or storing unauthorized internet sites or other unauthorized materials, software, or programs on any ADP, Gitmo, or MW computer without the express written approval of the J6. 7. Leaving your computer system logged in and unattended without properly locking the terminal, using a private computer to process government-related work, or plugging any private computer non-government computer into the JTF-Gitmo or MWR networks without the express prior written authorization of the J6. 8. Forwarding chain mail. 9. Forwarding virus warnings or failing to immediately report the discovery of a virus or virus warning to JTF-Gitmo, J6. 10. The improper use of another person's identity or computer account, masking or attempting to hide a user's identity while using the JTF-Gitmo computer network systems. 11. Connecting to or allowing the connection of both a network interface card and modem to a Gitmo computer at the same time. Connecting to or allowing the connection of any hardware or software not provided or authorized by JTF-Gitmo, J6. 12. Taking visual or audio recordings or drawings of camp facilities or personnel working in and around Camp Delta, Camp X-Ray, or any other part of the nav base that is a photography prohibited area. This prohibition also includes taking photographs or video recordings of personnel movements or operations at nav base Gitmo without the appropriate authorization, and transmitting or displaying any information relating to JTF-Gitmo operations on any website or other shared medium without the proper written authorization. 27-6. Deceptive lighting Plan A. All military and civilian personnel working in Camp Delta will be familiar with and conform to the procedure prescribed by this policy. Unit leaders and shift OICs and NCOICs are responsible for ensuring that their personnel are familiar with and comply with this procedure. Personnel may be held accountable under the UPNJ for failing to follow the guidelines set forth under the SOP. B. In the event of a threat either by sea or air, the following procedure will be followed. 1. The JOC will notify the Camp Delta DOC of an impending threat in 2 stages. The first notification occurs when a potential threat has been identified. Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 03 Unclassified / for official use only 27.3b The second notification occurs when the threat is confirmed and the decision is made to turn off all lights in the Camp Delta area. 2. When JOC calls with the first notification, a Camp Delta CO will have one of the administrative NCOs working in Camp 1, using whatever means available, i.e. golf cart, HMMWV, moved to the power substation adjacent to the water tanks by Camp bulkily. Admin CO will carry a SABE radio. B. Upon arrival will enter the gate by entering the number 1998 in the combination lock. C. Proceed to the junction box with the number 7012-83 breaker box and open the box. The number for the lock on the breaker box is 224. D. Call power station number 4 and advise them that they are getting ready to shut down power to radio range. All phone numbers are posted inside the door of the phone box. E. Call the JOC 5010/5038 from the phone box located on the end of the substation and await the second notification. F. CO/O will detail the SOG for each camp to stand by the generators, to be prepared to shut down the generators when directed. 3. When JOC issues the second notification, Admin CO will go to the breaker box and turn the switch that is labeled with trip/closed. The switch will be turned in the direction of trip. This will shut down all the power to all of Camp Delta. B. The Admin CO will then notify the JOC 5010/5038 and confirm that the power is out, noting the time. C. The Admin CO will ensure that all locks are locked prior to leaving the area. D. Generator shut-off personnel will shut down the generators when directed by the CO/OIC. 4. Camp Delta personnel will evacuate Camp Delta Right or the Camp Delta Evacuation SOP. 5. Camp America personnel will evacuate Camp America Right or the Camp America Evacuation SOP. Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 03 Unclassified / for official use only 27.4 Intentionally left blank. Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 03 Unclassified / for official use only 28.1 Chapter 28 Public Affairs 28-1 Operations 8. When possible and properly requested through JTF Gitmo Public Affairs Office POW, the facility commander will grant access within the facility to representatives of the media. B. Press/media will not photograph, videotape, or interview any detainee. Rights to privacy will be preserved at all times. C. Safety/security and order must be obtained at all times. The facility commander or senior cadre member in the facility may terminate any media visit if it is determined to jeopardize custody and control. D. POW will accompany all media/press tours, as well as a JTF Gitmo and Watchdog Command designated personnel. E. No detainee information, records, or files will be released. The facility commander must authorize any release to the media. F. All press releases for both emergency and non-emergency situations will be done through JTF Gitmo POW. News will not be released from the facility to any media agency. The JTF Gitmo POW will release all information in accordance with their policies and regulations. G. The facility commander and camp superintendent are the only individuals authorized to speak with media on behalf of the facility, unless designated by JTF Gitmo and Watchdog. 28-2 Themes for Global War on Terrorism GWAT A. We are making progress in the GWAT through concerted effort with our coalition partners. B. The US will use all elements of national power and international influence to defeat global terrorism. C. Southcom remains committed to working with our partner nations to support democracy, military professionalism, and the observance of human rights. D. The US respects all religions. Our enemies are terrorists and the states and organizations that support them. E. the US will take all necessary steps to ensure that operations target global terrorist networks while protecting innocent lives. 28-3. Detainee international public information themes. Detaining these people in Guantanamo Bay supports the smooth transition to a stable and secure environment in Afghanistan. B. Guantanamo Bay affords a safe facility to secure and provide appropriate care for detainees. C. All detainees will be treated humanely and consistent with the principles of the Geneva Conventions. D. These detainees are the most dangerous of the Al-Qaeda and Taliban. They continue to pose a threat and must be under tight control. E. Guantanamo Bay and the detention facilities are secure and well defended. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 03. Unclassified / for official use only. 28.2 Intentionally left blank. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 03. Unclassified / for official use only. 29.1 Chapter 29 Transitions Section I to Camp IV 29-1. Preparation A. The transition procedure from Camp I to Camp IV will allow the detainee over a period of time to acclimatize to a different security environment with its own set of rules and operating procedures. B. The detainees to be moved from Camp I to Camp IV will be those detainees that have no violent history. Detainees that will move will be from the eligibility list compiled by the JIG and the JDOG. C. The detainees will have a block, bay, and bed assigned to them by JIG. This assignment will be based on such factors as ethnic background, language, religion, etc. Those with active TB will not be considered for selection. D. The JDOG S4 will be given warning regarding food requirement changes for Camp I and Camp IV. E. Medical personnel will identify any detainee with special needs. F. If the block is currently not active, block supplies such as toilet paper, liquid soap and bedding material will be placed on the block. G. A storage container will be obtained for each detainee and will be marked with the detainee's ISN. 29-2. Process A. Detainee will be moved to the location for the announcement in handcuffs and a waist belt. B. No earlier than 7 days prior to movement, interrogators will advise the detainee of his selection to be moved to Camp IV. C. Detainee will be returned to his cell using handcuffs and waist belt. D. A storage tub with the detainee's ISN on it will be delivered to the detainee's block. E. The detainee will be returned to his cell, where he will pack his items in the tub, except for the mattress and isomat. F. The detainee will be shackled using handcuffs and waist belt. G. The detainee, the tub, the mattress, and isomat will be taken to Tango Block. H. Combat camera will film the transition from the detainee's current cell to his cell in Tango Block. I. During the transition phase, the following activities will occur. 1. An increase in food portions. 2. 1 shower allowed per day. 3. Longer recreation periods allowed. 4. Group recreation time with up to 3 detainees. 5. Isomats placed in the recreation yard to facilitate board games and prayer time. 6. Classes on camp, even its associated rules and privileges. 7. A tour of Camp IV and description of the facilities. 29-3. Movement to Camp IV. On the movement day, the detainee will have his comfort items inventoried and packed in the storage tub. The green mattress will stay in the cell. B. The detainee will be placed in handcuffs. C. The detainee, tub, and isomat will be loaded onto a gator. D. The detainee will be transported to Camp IV and his block. E. The detainee's items will be placed inside the block compound under the shelter. F. The detainee will be escorted into the block compound. G. The detainee will have the handcuffs removed through the bean-hole of the block gate. H. The detainee will get his tub and isomat, and then enter his bay. Section I for transfers 29-4. Preparation A. The transition procedure from Camp I or Camp IV to another nation will allow the detainee over a period of time to acclimatize to a different security environment with its own set of rules and operating procedures. B. The detainees to be moved from his current camp will be those detainees that have been identified by both JDOG and JIG for transfer to another nation. C. The JDOG S4 will obtain a new set of civilian clothes for these detainees. This set of clothes will consist of the following items: 1 shoes, 2 socks, 3 underclothes consisting of boxers and undershirt, 4 pants, 5 shirt, 6 belt, 7 jacket, if applicable 8 small duffel bag, 9 wallet. D. A camp-wide announcement will be developed by the JIG, approved, and translated. 29-5. Process A. A camp-wide announcement will be read to the camp announcing that detainees are in the process of being transferred. B. The detainee will be moved to the location for the announcement of his transfer in a 3-piece suit. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 03. Unclassified / for official use only. 29.2 C. Interrogators will advise the detainee of his selection to be transferred. D. Detainee will be returned to his cell using handcuffs and waist belt. A storage tub with the detainee's ISIN on it will be delivered to the detainee's block. F. Detainee will pack his items in the tub. The detainee will change from his Camp Delta clothing into his new clothing. The Camp Delta clothing will be retained to sleep in and for when daily clothing is being washed. G. Detainee will be placed in handcuffs and waist belt and placed in a van to be transported to the transition location. 2 escorts will be utilized for this movement. 1 will stand behind the detainee, and the second one will stand beside the detainee. A JIG representative will drive and an interpreter will ride in the passenger seat. H. Upon arrival at the transition location, the detainee will meet with the designated representatives. JDOG, chaplain, medical, etc. JDOG/JIG will give an overview of the transition location along with rules to follow during transition. JJIG will be responsible to provide all comfort items to the detainee as D-Day approaches. K. Detainee will utilize this time to adjust himself to a more lenient lifestyle, including such items as follows: 1 more recreation, 2 more showers, 3 different meals, 4 items provided by the JIG. 29-6. Transition location rules. Designated detainees will follow the following guidelines: 1. Follow all directions given to them by staff to keep their area clean. 3. Will request use of the latrine and 1 at a time. 4. Will not be allowed in the areas that are outlined in AP. 5. Will not touch electrical outlets or telephone outlets. 6. Will not touch the fire alarm system. 7. Will not gamble. 8. Will not throw any item. 9. Will clean the common room daily. 10. Will clean the latrine daily. 11. Will sit in at the table area to eat. 12. Will not damage anything. 29-7. Standing Orders A. The transition location is designated for those detainees identified for pending transfer from U.S. custody. The detainee hospital's former physical therapy room is designated as the current transition location. Detainees identified for transfer will be given a period of decompression and will have increased privileges as they prepare for their transfer. B. These detainees will be moved from their current cells to the transition location in waist belt and handcuffs only. Unless the detainee exhibits behavior that would require increased restraints, they will only be moved with the use of the waist belt and handcuffs. There will be an MP stationed outside the entry to the transition location and in a position to observe the room and control access to the transition location. C. The door leading outside will be secured utilizing a padlock and hasp. D. There will be 2 MPs stationed inside the room near the latrine area. This position will be by the entry door leading to the detainee hospital. E. The middle doors leading into the dental area will always remain secured, except for emergency situations. There will an MP at this location in order to observe the detainees. F. The door leading into the hospital area will be secured. If there is only one MP there, that one MP will stand on the detainee hospital side of the door and observe the detainees through the window of the door until the second MP returns. G. Inspections will be performed daily on the detainees area by the day shift. H. Shakedowns will be performed as designated. IMPs will ensure that the latrine and shower area are cleaned at least once per shift on days and swings. JMPs will ensure that the detainees area is cleaned each morning and also at any other time during the day as needed. K. Detainees may stack up their mattresses or beds for storage. If this is done, bedding will be neatly placed on their storage bin. L. Detainees will not be allowed in prohibited areas, taped areas without authorization. MMPs will notify the DOC via the phone any counts that are conducted. MMPs will monitor all foot traffic from detainee hospital to the transition location utilizing the latrine. O. If one of the MPs stationed by the latrine area needs to take a break, the roving MP will replace that MP until that MP returns. PMPs at the transition location need to coordinate with the detainee hospital MPs for getting meals for both detainees and themselves. QMPs on duty will remain vigilant. RMPs will not have any unauthorized items while in the performance of their duties. SMPs will wear latex gloves while performing searches. Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 03 Unclassified / for official use only 29.3 TMPs will wear sanitized uniforms with their names covered up. UMPs will document in a logbook all significant events that would include, but not limited to, the following: shift change, chow times, authorized and unauthorized visitors, medical staff, interrogators, translators, and count times. VMPs will perform preventive measures and accountability on all equipment. W whistles are provided to each MP for duress. MPs will keep whistles with lanyards on their person at all times while on duty. The whistles will be transferred from MPs coming off shift to those coming on shift. Ex-detainees will be provided the opportunity to participate with recreation per the schedule provided. Showers will be allowed after recreation or as authorized. While recreation schedule 1 MP will escort the detainee utilizing the hospital entrance doorway of the transition location by the latrine. The detainee, along with the escort, will exit out the rear entrance to the designated recreation location. The remaining 3 MPs will observe the other detainees from 3 points: 1 outside the access door looking in, 2 at the middle doors looking in from the physical training room, 3 sitting at the table by the latrine. Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 03 Unclassified / for official use only 29.4 Intentionally left blank. Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 03 Unclassified / for official use only 30.1 Chapter 30 Delta Block Mental Health Facility MHF 30-1 Operations 8. Any attempt at self-harm will cause the cell to be considered a crime scene. This cell will be sealed and not used until JDOG S3 gives the approval. B. No detainee is to be moved from this section to for behavioral reasons. C. Any move for temporary reasons, the Quran must follow the detainee. D. All blankets in use in this section will be of the self-harm prevention type. This blanket will stay in the assigned cell. Periodically check all seams of the blanket. If any seam has been chewed or otherwise compromised, the blanket should be repaired before use. Use of this blanket is not a substitute for careful monitoring of individuals on self-harm watch. E. All security aspects with this section of Delta Block must be coordinated with the psychologists. Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 03 Unclassified / for official use only 30.2 Intentionally left blank Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 03 Unclassified / for official use only 31.1 Chapter 31 Supply Operations 31-1 Waste disposal Lake Venner is scheduled to pick up trash 7 days a week. Dumpsters for Camps 1 and 2 are located next to Sallyport 7. Dumpsters for Camp IV are located near the detention hospital. If trash is not picked up according to schedule, report it to the JDOG S4 or call the contractor help desk or text 4424. B. In the event that dumpsters become full before scheduled pickup, utilize another dumpster within the camp. If the camp dumpsters are full, utilize the dumpsters in the north parking lot. If all dumpsters are full, report it to the JDOG S3 for coordination of corrective action. C. Trash placed outside of the dumpster will not be picked up by the contractor. All boxes must be broken down to maximize space. D. No hazmat or biohazard materials will be placed in the dumpsters. Contact the JDOG S4 for assistance, or call the following numbers X47-7 or X4220 for additional instructions. Metal and wood are to be placed in designated containers labeled for metal and wood items only. For safety and recycling purposes, do not mix these items with regular trash. FMPs are responsible for daily police call around the dumpsters to collect any trash that may have fallen during pickup by contractor. 31-2. Camp supply rooms AMRs and laundry will be issued from Camp Delta supply room between 0900 and 1100 hours, and between 1400 and 1630 hours on Mondays through Wednesdays. MRs only will be issued between 0900 and 1000 hours on Thursdays through Saturdays. BMRs and laundry will be issued from Camp I supply room between 0900 and 1100 hours, and between 1400 and 1630 hours on Thursdays through Saturdays. MRs only will be issued between 0900 and 1000 hours on Mondays through Wednesdays. C. Sundays will be as follows: 0900 1000 for CP1 and 1100 for CP2. The unused clean laundry needs to be returned to the supply room during regular duty hours, or placed in the clean laundry storage shed after normal duty hours. Dirty laundry must be placed in white mesh laundry bags, placed in garbage bags, and then returned to the dirty laundry storage shed. F. Blankets will be issued as needed from the clean laundry storage shed at Camp I, and from the supply room at Camp I utilizing the same hours as above. Contact the supply person in the camp for any additional assistance. G. All detainee supplies will be issued in accordance with the above schedule. H. The SOG or a designated soldier of each camp will control the keys to the supply rooms. The SOG or designated soldier will be the only one authorized access to the supply room after duty hours. The SOG or designated soldier must document all items taken from the supply room after hours. 31-3. Supply requests. Each staff section will submit supply requests to the JDOG S4 for their section. Supply requests for the blocks or the dock will be filled out by the dock and submitted to the detainee services branch, who will forward the request on to the JDOG S4. B. The OIC of each section must sign each request before it is submitted to the JDOG S4. C. When a supply request is filled for the JDOG S3, the supplies will be brought to the Camp Delta supply room. The detention services branch will be notified when the supplies are delivered. 31-4. Computer requests. All requests for computers will follow the same process as supplies. unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 03 unclassified / for official use only 31.2 intentionally left blank unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 03 unclassified / for official use only 32.1 Chapter 32 Emergency Action Plan ZIPS 32-1 attempted / actual suicide. Detainees who exhibit behavior that is or could be harmful to them will be classified by medical staff as having one of the following: 1. Self-injurious behaviors that would clearly be non-lethal, or behaviors that are aimed at daunting or manipulating security or medical staff. 2. Suicidal ideation behavior, thoughts of harming oneself, ranging from vague ideation to having a plan. Intent, means, and mental state are all factors commonly considered by mental health personnel in classifying suicidal ideation from manipulation and daunting behavior. 3. Suicidal self-harm behaviors that are potentially fatal and only prevented secondary to intervention or happenstance, e.g. the rope broke. Occasionally, some detainees will require a higher level of control and observation, since they are believed to be a danger to themselves. The following guidelines will be utilized in conjunction with efforts made by detention hospital to protect the detainee. C. When a block guard suspects that a detainee may pose a danger to himself, the block guard will notify the doc, who will contact medical and request an evaluation. If a medical emergency exists, the block guard will take appropriate immediate action in accordance with use of force policy and contact medical directly. The ERF team is utilized for the extraction of a detainee who is combative or resistive to being removed from the cell. If a detainee attempts self-harm and his condition is or will imminently become life-threatening, and the detainee is otherwise not combative or a threat to the safety of MP personnel, 3 MPs assigned to the block will enter the cell to immediately secure and attend to the detainee. The MPs will not wait for a NERF team to respond under these conditions, but will take immediate action to protect the detainee from death or serious bodily injury. D. Medical will conduct an evaluation of the detainee and decide if he is indeed a risk to himself. Action based on this determination will be coordinated through JDOG options, or in their absence, the doc. Once a detainee has been identified as a risk, he will be placed on either self-harm watch or suicide watch. Items in his cell that he could use to harm himself will be removed by the block guard's sheet, blanket, etc. These items will be returned to the detainee once he is believed to no longer pose a danger to himself. The detainee will be given a self-harm blanket and smock or Section 20-11, self-harm blankets and smocks. Detainees classified as on self-harm watch will be moved to either cell number 1 or cell number 48 on a non-MSU block. Only one self-harm watch detainee will be on each block. Block guards will constantly watch the detainee during the self-harm watch period. This is in addition to the block guard walking the block. The block table will be moved so it will face the front of the block, and the MP will face and observe the self-harm cell when sitting behind it. F guards will complete an observation of self-injurious behavior form on all detainees on suicide watch. When this form is completed, it will be turned into the doc for filing in the detainee's file. A block guard will continuously monitor an individual on self-harm watch and document activity every 15 minutes. G. Detainees who are deemed to be in need of self-harm procedures should not be placed in MSU only for their protection. They can be in MSU for disciplinary reasons, but should not be placed in MSU only for self-harm procedures. HCOS will make required notifications in the event of an incident involving either self-injurious behavior or suicide attempts. Documentation will be made of the event, whether self-injurious behavior or incident report. This documentation will include the name and rank of the medical personnel determining whether the incident is a self-injurious behavior or suicide attempt, and the notifications made by the CO. I refer to Section 20-1 for further guidance on restraint procedures. J. The doc will contact the combat stress team and provide them with the unit of the soldiers involved in the unit POC. The combat stress team will conduct a session with the soldiers within 72 hours of the incident. Upon completion of the session, the combat stress team will notify the doc. K. The doc will maintain a list of detainees that have a self-harm history. Prior to each shift change, doc personnel will highlight these individuals on the Block Alpha rosters. 32-2. Mass disturbance. In the event of any type of disorder, immediately lock down the facility. No one will exit the facility until the situation is resolved, or unless ordered to do so by the Co. B. The uniform for response personnel will be blue, right helmet with face shield, protective mask, Kevlar vest, elbow, knee, and shin pads, right baton, and radio. In extreme situations, selected marksmen will be armed with M16 or M4 rifles and M12 shotguns by order of the CTDOG only. Weapons will not enter the facility exterior fence line under any circumstances. C. The primary staging area for response personnel is Camp of Main Sally Portgate Causeway. D. During tests of the mass disturbance emergency plan, all procedures herein will be followed, except for the use of detainees or the actual notification of outside agencies, unless previously coordinated by the commander or his representative. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 03. Unclassified / for official use only. 32.2 Minor disturbances. 1. Upon detection or notification of a disturbance, the senior block guard present will take the following actions using all available guard personnel in the area of the disturbance or initiate an immediate facility lockdown. B. Notify the doc and request assistance. C. Segregate the non-participants from the participants. D. Identify and segregate the leaders and principal participants. If all beanhole doors are closed, open a beanhole door for each participant in the disturbance. If all beanhole doors are open, close the beanhole doors for each non-participant. Open beanhole doors will signify participants, and closed ones will signify non-participants. Use only the force necessary and practical under the circumstances to disperse the participants. Guards should not enter a situation that they do not have the force available to resolve. When in doubt, wait for backup. 2. Guard personnel in other areas will secure their area, notify the SOG, and remain at their posts, unless otherwise directed by the SOG. 3. The SOG will take the following immediate actions and notify all personnel. Guards will not leave their assigned posts upon receiving the alert, unless specifically ordered to do so. B. Proceed directly to the area of the disturbance, estimate the situation, and take appropriate measures to end the disturbance and restore order. C. Initiate a head count as soon as the situation permits. D. As soon as possible, notify the PL, CO, and the JDOG deputy commander. For in the event that a single detainee becomes unruly or fails to comply with orders, the SOG will take the following action: isolate the detainee and clear all other detainees from the area. B. Attempt to counsel and reason with the detainee. If this fails, inform the detainee that necessary force will be used to control him or her. Procedures for using the UF team can be found in Chapter 25 of this SOP. The CO must authorize this. Guards will use the minimum amount of force necessary to subdue the detainee. Once the detainee has been subdued, he will be placed in an individual cell. All items that might be used by the detainee to cause damage to property, themselves, or others will be removed. F. Major disturbances. 1. In the event of an attempted group or mass breakout, riot, or other general disorder, the block guard discovering or receiving notification of the incident will immediately notify all other members of the guard force. 2. The doctor will immediately notify the chain of command, and, on order, initiate a recall of all guard personnel. 3. Guards will move all non-participating detainees to their cells, or away from the scene of the disturbance, segregating the rioters from the other detainees. 4 guards will immediately secure all gates and ensure detainees under their supervision are secure and cannot join the area of the disturbance. 5 The SOG will immediately ensure that all doors, gates, exits, and detainees are secured. B. Proceed to the area of the disorder and evaluate the situation. Attempt to determine the number of detainees involved, number and type of any weapons involved, names of staff personnel held by detainees, and general temperament of the detainees. C. Remove detainees not involved in the disturbance to a secure location. D. Attempt to isolate or remove ringleaders. If this cannot be accomplished, the SOG will attempt to reason with the detainees involved and inform them that order will be restored using force if necessary. 6. Sally Port Gates 1 and 8 will stop all inbound vehicle and personnel. B. Upon visual sight of the emergency vehicles, open both the interior and exterior Sally Port gates. Upon arrival, make an expeditious visual check. Do not detain emergency personnel. Secure the gates after the vehicles have cleared the inner gate. 7. Upon arrival, the CO will proceed to the area of the disturbance and estimate the situation. B. Assemble key personnel, brief them on the situation and plan to restore order. C. If deemed necessary, order the issue of weapons and non-lethal munitions to the riot team. D. Inform the participating detainees that authority will prevail, that order will be restored, and that means are available to restore order by sufficient application of force. Inform the detainees that they can avoid the consequences of forceful measures if they promptly desist from further resistance and surrender or disperse. If reasoning has failed, a final direct order will be given to the detainees to terminate the disturbance. This order will not be given until it can be backed up by sufficient application of force. If the detainees refuse to obey this order, the CO will immediately order the use of force to restore order. The degree of force applied will be limited to that force which is deemed reasonable and necessary under the circumstances. Authorized force will be used in unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOP 28 March 03 unclassified / for official use only 32.3 accordance with the Chapter 1 of this SOP and the Delegation of Authority Policy Letter approved by the Commanding General, JTF Gitmo. 8 CO may authorize show of force and the use of the riot team. 9 SDOG Deputy Commander may authorize use of high-pressure water and physical force, other than weapons fire. 10 SDOG may authorize presentation and use of deadly force. 11 Guards will not touch a detainee except in self-defense, to prevent an escape, to prevent injury to persons or property, or to quell a disturbance. 12 Once order has been restored, and the head count has been cleared, an investigation will be conducted. A full report of the incident will include, at a minimum, the following: the reason for the incident, and names of the leaders, B. Injuries, C. Size of the force used to restore order, the amount of force used, and how the force was applied. D. Estimated damages, E. Chronology of events, F. Recommendations to preclude reoccurrence of similar events. 13 Following any disturbance, the CO will prepare and submit a serious incident report, sir. G. Disturbances outside the facility. 1. If a disturbance occurs outside the facility, while detainees are under guard, the guards will make verbal efforts including persuasion, warnings, and direct orders. 2. The guard will immediately contact the facility for assistance. 3. The doc will gain radio contact with the infantry and request assistance. 4. If a detainee attempts to escape, the guard will not leave other detainees unsecured in order to pursue the fleeing detainee. He or she will note the direction of travel and notify the facility. 5. Once order is restored, all detainees will be immediately returned to the facility. H. Additional procedures for hostage situation. 1. In the event that a hostage or hostages are taken, the same procedures as outlined above will be followed. Additionally, the following will occur. The doc will notify the CTDOG that the situation involves 1 or more hostages. B. The CO will arrange for a hostage negotiator To proceed to the facility, C. The CO and the senior naval or enforcement officer present will coordinate the use of the negotiator as well as any physical action that will be used to resolve the situation. I. Post-disturbance procedures 1. The SOG will initiate a special count and conduct shakedowns in all affected areas to ensure all contraband/weapons have been removed. 2. The SOG will conduct a shakedown, inspection, and accountability of all equipment in all affected areas. 3. The SOG will remove or repair all damaged furnishings. 4. The SOG will ensure that all reports are written, collected, and processed through appropriate sections. 32-3. Power outage A. The SOG will go to the generator shed and find the power breaker labeled main, which is located to the rear of the shed. B. Verify the loss of shore power by checking the voltage indicator on the main breaker panel. If shore power has been lost, the indicator will register 0/C. Check the main breaker switch. It should be open. If it is not open, press the green open button. This will open the circuit and prevent the paralleling of the system with shore power. D. Bus coupler panel. 1. Campi look at the bus coupler breaker. If it is open, press the green on button to shut the breaker. 2. Campi carefully open the door of the bus coupler panel and check the breaker. If the breaker is open, shut the panel door and press the bus coupler manual close button to shut the breaker. E. Generator selector switch 1. Campi turn the switch to select the generator that is to be used. 2. Campi turn the switch to select the generator that is to be used. Then, turn the day/night control switch to the 2-night manual F. The generator control panel is located on the front of the generator. To start the generator, press the manual button twice. Allow 30 seconds for the generator to come up to speed and voltage. G. Press the button twice to close the generator breaker. Allow 40 seconds for the breaker to close. If the breaker fails to close, press the green close button on the breaker for the generator control panel. H. Verify power has been restored to the facility. I. If the generator fails to start automatically or power is not restored to the facility, place an emergency work order with RANDU and conduct operations with flashlights and lanterns. 32-4. Hostage situation A. During duty hours, the CO will direct all hostage operations. The PL and SOG will conduct all operations unclassified/for official use only. Camp Delta SOP 28 March 03 unclassified/for official use only. 32.4b. The DOC will make notification to outside agencies and supply support to the CO when needed. C. Staff will route all information through the Active Operations Center. D. CO will maintain DOC of situation while keeping in contact with all JTF staff. E. Staff will 1. Notify DOC by telephone or messenger when a hostage/barricaded subject incident occurs. 2. Isolate the area. Evacuate non-participating. Monitor detainees that cannot be evacuated due to the hostage situation. 3. Keep the hostage taker and hostage under observation from a safe area if it does not jeopardize the hostage's safety. 4. Verification of the presence of all assigned present for duty staff and or volunteers/visitors for personnel accountability will be critical. FDOC will 1. Open a journal. 2. Notify the SOG/PL by telephone or messenger. 3. Notify the guard force by telephone or messenger. 4. Dispatch an initial response force to help isolate the area. 5. Notify the CO. 6. Notify the ERF team via a brevity code. 7. Cease all detainee movement. 8. Instruct all Sally Port staff to implement secondary form of checks and deny entry and exit if it would breach perimeter security. Gate personnel must not allow hostage takers to enter or depart the facility with the hostages unless authorized by the CO. 9. Instruct tower guards to stand ready for instructions. 10. If possible, monitor the hostage taker and hostage from an adjacent block. 11. Implement special count procedures as directed. 12. Notify the DOG. 13. Upon direction of the duty operations notify key personnel by SAB radio. G. The SOG/PL will 1. Evaluate the situation. 2. Isolate the site. Evacuate and post perimeter security around the immediate area and secure crash gates. Initiate an institutional lockdown and a special count. 3. Ensure crime scenes are preserved. H. The PL will make a recommendation on implementing the F to the CO. 32-5. Death A. The initial requirements for Camp Delta includes, but are not limited to 1. Block and Co. The block and Co may be the first to observe a detainee in a potentially life-threatening condition. The block and Co will contact the doc and medical immediately. B. The block and Co will isolate the scene by locking all detainees down and requesting additional security as necessary. C. The block and Co will protect the scene, i.e. from unnecessary foot traffic and touching that could change the form of the evidence or destroy it. D. Protect any evidence from the elements, which if not protected, would cause it to lose its evidentiary value. E. Identify persons related to the incident or present at the scene. Provide this information and facts pertaining to the incident to CO and or any investigating officer. B. In the event a detainee death is confirmed by the camp medical officer, the doc will immediately contact the following leaders for recall to Camp Delta. 1. CTDOG 2. Camp Commandant 3. Deputy CTDOG 4. CTDOG S3 5. Chaplain 6. CTDOG S3 SGMC. The doc will consider all detainee casualty information as sensitive and classified. D. If a detainee death occurs, the CO will be responsible for submitting a cert to CTDOG. E. The CTDOG S3 oversees Camp Delta's entire detainee casualty response effort under the direction of CTDOG. 1. Ensures the CTDOG is notified as soon as possible. 2. Will send spot report. 3. Will notify Deputy CTDOG, Chaplain, CTDOG S1, CTDOG S2, and CTDOG S4 and key staff leaders. 4. Will notify the JTF Gitmo Mortuary Affairs Officer J4. 5. Will arrange for an initial coordination meeting to brief details of the situation and to coordinate the detainee casualty response effort. 6. Will coordinate with camp medical staff to contact Naval Hospital NAV-based Gitmo and morgue for mortuary services support. 7. Will coordinate with camp medical staff for travel and movement of the deceased to Naval Hospital/morgue. 8. Coordinates with camp medical staff for a post-medical evaluation. 9. In coordination with JTF Gitmo Mortuary Affairs Officer request through a SINC-SOCAC pathologist from the Armed Forces Institute of Pathology. The pathologist arrives to perform an unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOP 28 March 03 unclassified / for official use only 32.5 autopsy to document the cause of detainee death. CTDOG S3 in coordination with JTF Gitmo Mortuary Affairs Officer sends a copy of detainee death certificate to a SINC-SOCAC surgeon. 10. Will coordinate with CTDOG S1 to provide the following information to the JTF Gitmo Mortuary Affairs Officer: a full name of detainee, B. Detainee is number, C. Date of birth, D. Fingerprint, C. Date and place of death, F. Date and place of burial, G. Any particulars necessary to identify the grave. 11. In coordination with JTF Gitmo Mortuary Affairs Officer for Naval Hospital Mortician Department support for burial ground preparation. CTDOG S3 awaits guidance from JTF Gitmo Mortuary Affairs Officer on determination of detainee remains disposition, as well as disposition of detainee personal effects. F. Camp medical staff and detention hospital. In the event of a detainee death, medical personnel or the detention hospital staff will contact the camp medical officer, the command mortician, and other designated personnel in the chain of command as appropriate. G. The processing of detainee remains shall be handled by the command mortician and head patient administration, including the preparation of all associated paperwork such as death certificates, reports to higher authorities, and accident records keeping. The command mortician shall ensure that 1 remains have been identified. 2 remains shall be wrapped in a sheet and placed in a body bag for transfer to the morgue in an appropriate vehicle. 3 he or she or a designated patient or administration representative along with camp personnel shall escort remains to morgue for placement in remains refrigerator. Disposition of remains shall be carried out in accordance with the above referenced instruction and or as directed by cognizant authorities. If the medical officer declares a detainee as deceased, he will contact the doc and CTDOG immediately. Camp medical staff will coordinate to ensure a post-death medical evaluation is conducted. CTDOG S1 will coordinate with CTDOG S3 for the release of detainee personal records to JTF Gitmo Mortuary Affairs Officer. 2 will coordinate with CTDOG S3 to ensure retrieval of detainee's identification bracelet. 3 will coordinate with JFD Gitmo Mortuary Affairs Officer to ensure location of detainee grave is recorded with the Graves Registration Service. CTDOG S4 1 will coordinate the disposition, collection, and inventory of any personal property, to include any seized during detainee capture. 2 will coordinate with CTDOG S3 for travel and movement of remains to place of burial. 3 will coordinate with chaplain for necessary funeral and burial supplies. Chaplain 1 will provide guidance to the CTDOG commander to ensure the deceased detainee is honorably buried, and if possible according to the rites of the religion to which they belong. 2 will perform or provide for the honorable burial of a deceased detainee in a manner consistent with Article 120 of the Geneva Convention to the extent allowed by military necessity. NSJA will provide advice to CTDOG. 32-6 Medical emergency. A medical emergency is any condition likely to result in lasting bodily harm if treatment is delayed until sick call the next day. Some examples of emergencies are severe cuts, burns, broken bones, unconsciousness or injuries resulting in temporary unconsciousness, asthmatic attacks, repeated vomiting, high fever or sudden changes in long-standing conditions causing intolerable discomfort. B. An medical emergency condition does not exist when an individual has a cold, flu, headache, single episode of vomiting, missed medication call, upset stomach or muscle aches not caused by traumacy. The detention hospital will be consulted for medical emergencies during all shifts. A first responder bag. Staff supervising detainees will possess a CPR physical barrier for mouth-to-mouth resuscitation and a pair of rubber gloves. Staff will immediately notify DOC when a detainee is in need of medical care. 2 render first aid within their trained capability. FDOC will notify the detention hospital and medical personnel. 2 notify the SOG/PL. 3 send a response force to the medical emergency. 4 notify the CO. 5 if the medical officer indicates the detainee requires transportation to a medical facility or call 911. Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 03 Unclassified / for official use only 32.6 B retrieve the detainee profile card for the detainee who will be transported. C make a copy of the detainee profile card. Provide the senior escort card with a copy of the detainee profile card and any information pertinent to the detainee escort. D. Determine the detainee's custody grade. E. Determine if the detainee is on the high-risk list. F. Determine the number of guards, weapons, type of restraints etc. required to escort the detainee in accordance with our or Camp Delta SOP. G. Notify Sallyport 1 of movement. H. Notify key personnel. I make a blotter entry of the medical emergency and any contributing circumstances. G. The medical officer or corpsman will 1 respond to all medical emergencies within 4 minutes of notification. 2 make a medical evaluation of the detainee's condition. 3 inform the SOG/PL of the detainee's condition and the instructions prescribed by the medical officer. Clearly state the urgency and type of medical care necessary to treat the detainee's condition. 4. Provide emergency medical care and check on detainee the next scheduled call, or upon return from a medical facility. 5. Report any suspicious detainee injury/illness to the doc. H. The SOG will 1. Immediately coordinate with doc to determine appropriate medical care while maintaining custody. 2. Coordinate transportation when warranted. 3. The SOG/PL will ensure appropriate escort for all medical emergencies or Camp Delta SOP. Ensure cautions are in place based on custody grade, high-risk status, medical condition, and circumstances surrounding the medical emergency. Select the guards needed to escort the detainee to the medical facility. Inform doc which guards were selected. 4. Notify the camp commander before any detainee is taken outside the facility. 5. Ensure that all security procedures are used. Camp Delta SOPs. Sallyport 1 will contact doc and verify the authorization for any detainee to depart the facility for a medical emergency/transport. This will be done before the detainee is allowed through the gate. 32-7. Fratricide A. If the incident involves infantry personnel or infantry and non-MPs, the infantry unit will conduct all actions. If the incident involves MPs or MP and non-infantry personnel, the MPs will conduct all actions. If the incident involves both MPs and infantry and the injured or shooter are inside the wire, the MPs will take lead on all actions and coordinate with their infantry counterparts. If the incident involves both MPs and infantry and the injured and shooter are outside the wire, the infantry will take lead on all actions and coordinate with their MP counterparts. A. The infantry will perform the following steps. 1. Unit on the scene will perform the following once the situation is under control. Contact higher headquarters and report that weapons have been discharged and individuals have been wounded or killed. Provide the number of casualties, types of wounds, names and social security numbers. B. Conduct a 9-line medevac request directly with the medical unit. C. Evacuate the casualties, ensuring wounded and killed are not transported together. D. Secure the scene as a crime scene. E. Conduct a change of guard with the incoming unit. F. Move to a location designated for debriefing. 2. The infantry company will perform the following: report the incident to battalion. Provide the number of casualties, types of wounds, names and social security numbers. B. Prepare a down report. C. Once the situation is under control at the scene and casualties have been evacuated, replace the unit on duty. D. Move the unit involved with the incident to a location separate from the remainder of the company. E. Each soldier in the unit will complete a sworn statement of Form 2823. F. Provide to the battalion a copy of the risk assessment for the mission. G. Provide the number of rounds of ammunition by type that were expended. 3. The infantry battalion will perform the following: report the incident to JTF. B. Forward the down report to JTF. C. Prepare and submit a serious incident report set to the JOC NLT 30 minutes after receipt of the report. D. The JDOG S1 will track the status of the casualties. E. Supervise the T unit replace the unit involved in the situation. F. Prepare a U.S. Army accident report in accordance with R15-6, R385-40, and R pamphlet 385-40. Used R Form 285AR as a checklist. Unclassified/for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 03. Unclassified/for official use only. 32.7G request guidance from JTF with regard to responding to the media. B. The MPs perform the following steps. 1. Unit on the scene will perform the following once the situation is under control. Contact the doc and report that weapons have been discharged and individuals have been wounded or killed. Provide the number of casualties, types of wounds, names and social security numbers. B. Conduct a 9-line medevac request directly with the medical unit. C. Evacuate the casualties, ensuring wounded and killed are not transported together. D. Secure the scene as a crime scene. E. Conduct a change of guard with the incoming unit. F. Move to a location designated for debriefing. To the dock will perform the following or report the incident to JDOG. Provide the number of casualties, types of wounds, names and social security numbers. B. Prepare a down report. C. Once the situation is under control at the scene and casualties have been evacuated, replace the unit on duty. D. Move the unit involved with the incident to a location separate from the remainder of the company. E. Each soldier in the unit will complete a sworn statement of Form 2823. F. Provide to the JDOG a copy of the risk assessment for the mission. G. Provide the number of rounds of ammunition by type that were expended. H. Send a spot trip to JTF. I. Forward the down report to JTF. C. Prepare and submit a serious incident report set to the JOC NLT 30 minutes after receipt of the report. 3. The JDOG will perform the following. The JDOG S1 will track the status of the casualties. B. Supervise the T unit replace the unit involved in the situation. C. Prepare a U.S. Army accident report in accordance with R15-6, R385-40, and R pamphlet 385-40. Used R Form 285AR as a checklist. D. Request guidance from JTF with regard to responding to the media. 32-8. Fire 8 fire alarms. 1. A person discovering a fire, regardless of type or size, will immediately alert, or cause to be alerted, all personnel in the building and adjacent buildings, and then report the fire to the dock. To the dock will then notify the Gitmo fire department by telephone. 3. Smoke alarms going off shall cause an immediate evacuation of the building and reporting to the Gitmo fire department the same as if a fire were discovered. B. Action after giving a fire alarm. 1. Alert all personnel in the involved and adjacent buildings, if not already done. Close all doors and windows and shut off all fans and electric circuits. Doors and windows will not be reopened until after the Gitmo fire department has departed, except by specific instructions from the Gitmo fire department's officer in charge of the fire scene. 2. During the time the alarm is being turned in or immediately afterward, available personnel will exert every effort to extinguish the fire with fire extinguisher except as provided in paragraph 32-8b3. 3. If the fire is in a closed or locked building, room, or compartment, no attempt will be made to enter or open the fire area, except for the rescue of trapped personnel. C. Evacuation. The decision to evacuate the building will be made by anyone that determines that staying within the area would be unsafe. When directed to evacuate, 1. Pass the word. 2. Make sure that everyone leaves the danger area. Pay close attention for incapacitated or sleeping personnel. 3. Classified material will be secured or retrieved only if it can be done so safely. 4. Use the designated evacuation route and meet at the designated assembly area. Camp Delta assembly areas are shown in Annex F. Camp Delta evacuation procedures are listed in Section 31-11. 5. Conduct headcount at the designated assembly area. 6. Report headcount to dock/dock. 7. No one will be permitted to re-enter the building without permission from the proper authority. D. If a fire presents itself in a block, perform the following steps. 1. Alert the dock to shut off power to the block. 3. Roving Sally will bring fire extinguishers to the block gate for use. 4. 2. Block personnel will use a hose and fire extinguishers to fight the fire. 5. 2. Block personnel will start moving detainees from affected areas to the showers and recreation yards as a temporary holding area if needed. 6. All available escort teams will respond to the block to help evacuate detainees if needed. 7. Medical will respond to the block to treat any injuries. Unclassified//for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 03. Unclassified//for official use only. 32.88 SOG or PL, depending on the size of the fire, may activate the UF team to assist in removing detainees and moving them to empty cells, in adjoining blocks or the shower and recreation areas. 32-9. Bomb threat / discovery / explosion. A telephonic bomb threat. Staff members who receive a telephonic bomb threat will 1. Cease all radio communications. 2. Without alerting the caller, signal another staff member about the telephonic bomb threat. Have him or her notify Doc. 3. Keep the caller on the line as long as possible so the call may be traced. For complete JTF Gitmo bomb threat data card Annex A, obtain as much information as possible on the caller and the bomb. 5. Discuss the incident only with personnel who have need to know, e.g., bomb scene officer, investigator, etc. Be written or verbal bomb threat. Staff who receive a written or verbal bomb threat will 1. Cease all radio communication. 2. Immediately notify Doc. 3. Protect any written note and or detain the messenger. 4. Discuss the incident only with personnel who have need to know, e.g., bomb scene officer, investigator, etc. See Doc. The Doc uses command post response to bomb threat / incident checklist Annex B to coordinate Camp Delta's response. The evacuation. PSO will determine if an evacuation is warranted. 1. If an evacuation is not ordered, the DO will direct the guard force to cease all detainee movement. 2. If an evacuation is ordered, the staff will evacuate or emergency evacuation procedures. Section 31-11 Evacuation routes. B. Conduct a preliminary search in their immediate area before leaving. C. Leave drawers and cabinets unlocked so they can be searched. D. Remove and safeguard classified material. Evacuate to J3 Section, JTFHQ, Building AV29, for temporary safekeeping. E-searches. The DO will determine if a supervisor search or a search team search will be conducted. The method of search and the areas to be searched are determined by the available information and time. The DO will coordinate all search efforts. Staff will 1. Search from the most accessible areas to the most inaccessible areas, i.e., outside to inside, low to high, common areas to individual rooms / cells. 2. Mark each area after it has been searched. 3. Immediately notify the Doc by runner and landline telephone if anything suspicious is found. 4. Notify the Doc when search of an area is completed and that area is clear. F. Bomb located. 1. Staff will ensure that the bomb is not disturbed. B. Remove items that might result in secondary explosions. C. Open doors and windows to lessen the impact of a blast. D. Secure the bomb site and move to a safe area. E. Report the location of the bomb to the Doc by runner. F. Evacuate the area and keep unauthorized personnel away from the site. G. Mark the route from the bomb to the nearest exit or safe area. H. Assume that there is more than one bomb. 2. Doc will initiate the bomb located section to the Doc response to bomb threat / incident checklist Annex B. 3. The DO will make a recommendation on implementing the evacuation plan. Section 31X Evacuation routes and the extent of Camp Delta evacuation through the chain of command. G. Bomb detonation. 1. Staff will give first aid to injured. B. Evacuate the area injured have priority. C. Help control fires or any damage that was created by the detonation. D. If possible, remove important administrative files from the area. E. Secure the area and do not allow anyone to disturb the debris / crime scene. F. Assume that there is more than one bomb. 2. The DO will not allow anyone to re-enter an evacuated area without his approval. 32-10. Mass casualty incident MSI. In the event of a mass casualty incident MSI in or around Camp Delta involving members of the Joint Task Force or detainees, the following will apply. Camp Delta detention operations and Doc will be notified immediately on Sabre Channel 3. B. Incident location. 1. Inform company commander / platoon leader / sergeant of the guard that they have a mass casualty incident. To the company commander, platoon leader or senior dog representative will have Doc initiate MSI procedures. C.1 The narrator will announce that a missile has occurred over the radio in the following format: unclassified / for official use only, Camp Delta SOP 28 March 03, unclassified / for official use only 32.9 attention Camp Delta, and mass casualty incident has occurred location, initiate missile procedures. All non-emergency communication will be by landline. This announcement will be repeated 2 times. This will be attention Camp Delta, a training mass casualty incident has occurred location, initiate missile procedures. All non-emergency communication will be by landline during a training missile. The narrator will activate the primary Earth team for the camp affected for an immediate response to the missile location by using the Earth brevity code. Depending upon the type of missile, the Camp Delta Company commander will make the determination to activate the primary Earth team in the other camp. If the situation warrants a larger response, the alternate Earth teams in both camps may also be activated. 3. The Doc and Co will use the mass casualty checklist in Appendix B. 4. The TO will order a lockdown and head count over the radio. All head counts will be phoned in. 5. The Doc and Co will initiate a DAR Form 1594 Staff General to record all activities during the missile. 6. The Doc and Co will issue a warning to the nearest standby unit. The phone numbers for the unit CP, CDR, or 1SG will be called. If no contact is made, move on to the next unit. If contact is made, tell the unit a mass casualty incident has occurred. Begin preparations to respond. Do not respond to Camp Delta until contacted. The unit called will be based on the following: a unit in training at Camp America B, unit off duty at Camp America C, unit in training D, unit off duty at Tierra K7. Ensure interpreter work is notified and provides enough interpreter support. D. The Admin Co. 1. The Admin Co. will take the video camera, 2 discs, and power cord to the missile location. 2. The Admin Co. will state his name, last 4, unit, date, time, site of missile, and beginning of recording. 3. The Admin Co. will capture as best as possible the following scenes of detainees at the missile site. BMPs assisting victims. C. Initial medical evaluations of detainees. D. Transport of detainees to triage. E. Triage location. 4. The Admin Co. will only leave the missile location and film the transport of detainees and the triage location after all detainees involved are shackled. If the disc is nearing the ends, it will be flipped over and reinserted to continue filming. Another disc will also be requested from the dock. 5. At the conclusion of the video, the Admin Co. will state end of recording. 6. Turn in the discs to the Detention Services branch. E. Company Commander 1 will make the mass casualty incident determination. 2. Will pick up red guard vest labeled on scene CDR and the green light from dock and will respond to missile site. 3. Will assume role as the on-scene commander and will coordinate with the medical commander MC. 4. At the missile site, coordinate with block and cook, platoon leader PL and sergeant of the guard SOG. 5. Company commander will request temporary assistance at missile site in following order: a primary Earth team from camp affected. B. Primary Earth team from camp not affected. Each member will bring a 3-piece suit. C. Alternate Earth team from camp affected. Each member will bring a 3-piece suit. D. Alternate Earth team from camp not affected. Each member will bring a 3-piece suit. 6. Determine additional manpower requirements if needed. Notify the dock of the requirements and have the dock forward to the alerted standby company. F. Platoon leaders. 1. The platoon leader of the unaffected camp will assume command and control for their respective camps for all areas not affected by the missile. 2. The platoon leader will pick up red guard vest labeled traffic coordinator and respond to the allocation as to best direct emergency traffic. The platoon leader of the affected camp will control and direct all incoming and outgoing emergency vehicle traffic. G. Sergeants of the Guard 1. The SOG from camp affected by missile will report to MSI location and assume control until the company commander arrives. A. Go to the Block & Co. and get a briefing. B. Monitor the activities of the Block & Co. and F team leader. C. Brief the company commander and all other personnel as they arrive on the scene. D. Ensure additional F teams, if required, are integrated into 3-man teams. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 03. Unclassified / for official use only. 32.102. The SOG from the camp not affected by MSI will continue to monitor and exercise command and control of his or her camp. H. Block & Co. 1 will ensure bean holes are closed and secured on non-MSU blocks, and bean holes are secured on MSU blocks. 2 will ensure the block gate is open and stays open. 3 will ensure the F team leader gets the alpha roster. 4 will unlock the cell door for 3-man entry teams. 5 will relock the lock and drop on the floor next to the cell. 6 will relock all cells after all detainees are removed from their cells. 7 will tag each cell as do not enter from which a detainee was removed. 8 will ensure block paperwork is completed after all detainees are removed. 9 will ensure all block personnel will write sworn statements after all detainees are removed. 10 will account for all locks and keys after all detainees are removed. I. Block personnel 1 will form their own 3-man team to enter and secure detainees. 2 will follow the same procedure as the F team. 3 if there are not sufficient people on the block to make a 3-man team, they will be supplemented by F team personnel. 4 will write sworn statements after all detainees are removed. J. Escort Control 1 will ensure all escort teams utilize Channel 3. 2 will contact all JIF escorts to halt escorts and prepare to support an MSI. 3 will direct JIF escorts with a detainee to move that detainee to nearest open cell, their assigned cell, or open interview room dependent on distance and MSI location. For if Sally Portate is not currently manned, we'll send the first available escort team to man it. It must be manned within 5 minutes of the MSI announcement. On midnight shift, platoon leader 2 must take the Sally Portate key to the Sally Port for the escort team that is going to man it. 5 will contact all contractor escorts to escort contractors out of Camp Delta through Sally Port 1. 6 will contact all 2-manic escorts to escort it out of Camp Delta through Sally Port 1, or move the escorted detainee to nearest open cell, their assigned cell, or open interview room dependent on distance and MSI location. 7 will contact Juliet Block and have the IC monitor escorting personnel out of Camp Delta through Sally Port 1. 8 will contact all medical escorts to return any detainee en route to the detainee clinic or en route to the detainee hospital to their assigned cell or the nearest open cell, dependent on distance and MSI location. Any detainee currently being treated at the detainee clinic or detainee hospital will return to their cell if the medical staff approves of it based on the detainee's condition. 9 will coordinate with the dock to ensure golf carts and gators are available to move personnel and equipment to the MSI site. 10 will coordinate the consolidation or movement of detainees in JIF buildings to minimize guard force required. The first non-JIF escort team with a 3-piece suit that is available will be used to perform this task. K. Escort Control Nkoik Litbear Nkoik 1 upon notification Escort Control Nkoik will halt all JIF operations and immediately notify MPs working as JIF monitors to support an MSI. 2. Obtain Litbear Nkoik Orange Vest from the dock. 3. Report to the manpower pool to act as Litbear Nkoik and coordinate the use of MP Litbearers with the medical transportation UIC and medical Litbearer team leader. LJIF escorts Litbearers 1 will ensure all detainees in interrogation are secured with 3-piece suit to eye-bolt in floor. 2 will respond to the manpower pool location with 3-piece suits. If they do not have a 3-piece suit, they will get one from escort control. 3 will work as Litbearers and provide security for the triage locations as directed by the Litbearer Nkoik. 4 will mark their headgear with a white label from medical staff to identify them as a litter bearer. Medical personnel will provide the labels. 5 will search detainee prior to removal from the cell. 6 when moving a detainee out of their cell, they will ensure he is identified by worn wristband or his cell and is now clearly marked on forehead. They will also note the cell number he was taken from. 7 prior to leaving the block, the escort team will obtain the key for the shackle from the ERF team leader. 8 after arriving at the triage location, they will give the hospital escort cook the key for the shackle along with his and cell number. MGIF monitors ambulance escorts unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOP 28 March 03 unclassified / for official use only 32.111 to GIF monitors in each large GIF building will act as security for the remaining detainees. 2 each pair of GIF monitors will draw a canavo /C will be drawn from the dock. 3 each pair of GIF monitors will report to manpower pool for duty as ambulance escorts. 4 will ensure they receive shackle keys from the hospital escort cook when detainee is loaded into the ambulance. ENIC escorts. If available, litter bearers 1-2 personnel will move detainee to locations as directed by escort control, while 1 MP will escort IC personnel out of Camp Delta through Sallyport 1. 2 will respond to the manpower pool location with 3-piece suits. 3 will work as litter bearers and provide security for the triage locations as directed by the litter bearer and cook escort control cook. 4 will mark their headgear with a white label from medical staff to identify them as a litter bearer. Medical personnel will provide the labels. 5 will search detainee prior to removal from the cell. 6 when moving a detainee out of their cell, they will ensure he is identified by worn wristband or his cell and is now clearly marked on forehead. They will also note the cell number he was taken from. 7 prior to leaving the block, the escort team will obtain the key for the shackle from the ERF team leader. 8 after arriving at the triage location, they will give the hospital escort Coulter and ERF team leader the key for the shackle along with his and cell number. OIC monitor. If available, 1 will escort IC personnel as quickly as possible out of Camp Delta through Sallyport 1. 2 will assist the hospital escort Coulter and ERF team leader as required. P General escorts ambulance escorts 1 will escort all contractor personnel as quickly as possible out of Camp Delta through Sallyport 1. 2 each pair of general escorts will draw a canavo /C will be drawn from the dock. 3 each pair of general escorts will report to manpower pool for duty as ambulance escorts or additional security as directed by the hospital escort and cook escort control and cook. 4 will ensure they receive shackle keys from the hospital escort and cook Coulter and ERF team leader when detainee is loaded into the ambulance. Q medical escorts ambulance escorts 1 will move detainees to locations as directed by escort control. 2 will respond to the manpower pool location with 3-piece suits. 3 will work as litter bearers and provide security for the triage locations as directed by the litter bearer and cook escort control and cook. 4 will mark their headgear with a white label to identify them as a litter bearer. Medical personnel will provide the labels. 5 will search detainee prior to removal from the cell. 6 when moving a detainee out of their cell, they will ensure he is identified by wearing a wristband or his cell and is now clearly marked on forehead. They will also note the cell number he was taken from. 7 prior to leaving the block, the escort team will obtain the key for the shackle from the ERF team leader. 8 after arriving at the triage location, they will give the hospital escort Coulter and ERF team leader the key for the shackle along with his and cell number. Our ERF team leader of affected Camp 1 will obtain the alpha roster for the cell block from block personnel. 2 will track which shackle key belongs to which detainee on the alpha roster. 3 will track initial triage category given by that on alpha roster. 4 will hold all shackle keys and give them to the litter bearer teams as they move detainees from the block. 5 will direct the litter bearer teams based on triage category. Immediate first, followed by delayed, then minimal, and finally expectant. Military casualties will be transferred before detainees with the same triage category. 6 will ensure no detainee leaves his cell without wristband or SNN cell written clearly on the forehead. 7 will ensure no detainee leaves his cell without the litter-bearer team searching him. 8 will monitor detainees while in their three-piece suits in their cells. 9 will track which detainees leave the block with what key and what time on Alpha roster. SFMPs 1 upon notification. Each primary ERF team member from the camp affected by the MSI will secure one three-piece suit with key from the block that they are responding from. 2 ERF team members will respond to the affected blockers without putting on any ERF equipment. 3 number 4 men will get the two-piece suits from the ERF equipment box. Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 03 Unclassified / for official use only 32.123 ERF team members will report to the block and cook or SOG of the affected block. 4 ERF team members will enter and secure detainees in 3-man teams. 5 after each detainee is shackled will ensure all cuffs are double locked and will close the door and secure it by sliding the bolt to latch the door. A door will not be locked. 6 will give the shackle key to the ERF team leader. 7 the number 1, 2, and 3 man will form an entry team. 8 the number 4 man will act as a third team member for the block personnel. If there is already enough block personnel not including the block and cook to make up a 3-man team, the number 4 man will be security at the block gate. Alternate ERF team leader of affected camp hospital escort and cook 1 will track which detainees and ambulance escorts are leaving Camp Delta by ISN and the medical victim tag number. 2 will receive all keys for detainees brought into the triage location and track which key belongs to which detainee. 3 will ensure ambulance escorts have the keys they are required to have. Use Sally Port cards 1 upon notification of an MSI. Sally Port 8 will open both of the outer Sally Port gates. The inner Sally Port gate will be opened only as required. Emergency vehicles will only be allowed entry into Camp Delta through Sally Port 8. No vehicles may exit through Sally Port 8. 2 upon notification of an MSI, Sally Port 1 will open both of the inner Sally Port gates. All emergency vehicles will exit Camp Delta through Sally Port 1. No vehicles may enter through Sally Port 1. 3 if the affected camp is Camp 1, Sally Port 3 and Sally Port 4 will completely open both of the Sally Port gates. If the affected camp is Camp 2, Sally Port 9 and Sally Port 10 will completely open both of the Sally Port gates. 4 soldiers assigned to Sally Ports will remain at position. Roving Sally 1 priority is to get all ERF team members off of their blocks. 1 roving Sally will be stationed next to the affected block's gate. That roving Sally will not leave the affected block's gate until the MSI is complete. The roving Sally will ensure their gate is closed, and less personnel need to enter or exit the block. 3 the other roving Sally will collect three-piece suits from non-affected blocks as directed by the SOG, and take them to the affected block. Interpreter ROIC 1 upon notification of an MSI, the interpreter ROIC will have all interpreters from every available language respond to the manpower pool. 2 interpreters will report to the on-scene commander or SOG for further instructions. 3 interpreters will be required at the Naval Hospital and will ride in the ambulance taking the detainees to the Naval Base Hospital as needed. 4 initiate recall of interpreters as determined by on-scene commander. 5 interpreters will be required at the detainee hospital. Ex-infantry support 1 upon notification. Infantry QRF will respond to the MSI site to enhance security. Air infantry SOG will report to the on-scene commander for further instructions. BQRF will provide additional security at Sally Port 1 and Sally Port 8 until relieved by mobile patrols. C once relieved will return to the QRF location. 2. Lexington DCP will facilitate emergency vehicle traffic. All emergency vehicles leaving Camp Delta and heading towards NAC Base Hospital have priority of passage through the TCP. B. All emergency vehicles traveling toward Camp Delta have the next highest priority. C. All other vehicles will proceed through the orange barricades from either end, one vehicle at a time under the direction of TCP personnel. The stop/go sign will not be used to direct traffic. D. If any emergency vehicle approaches Lexington DCP from either direction, and a non-emergency vehicle is in the orange barricade zone, the vehicle will be stopped next to the guard shack. The emergency vehicle directed around to the opposite side of the guard shack, and then the non-emergency vehicle may proceed. 3. Infantry mobile patrols will respond to help direct traffic. Array mobile patrol will respond to Lexington DCP to assist in handling traffic. BA mobile patrol will take up position outside of Sallyport 8. They will ensure all traffic is stopped only when an emergency vehicle is arriving to enter Camp Delta. CA mobile patrol will take up position outside of Sallyport 1. They will ensure all traffic is stopped only when an emergency vehicle is leaving Camp Delta. Y guards on unaffected blocks 1 will ensure all detainees are put back into their cells. Any shower and recreation will end, and those detainees will be moved to their cell. Unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 03. Unclassified / for official use only. 32.132 head count will be conducted and reported via landline to the dock. 3. Any detainee additions to block Dutum Psi will be reported by ISN via landline. For increased presence on block to 2 MPs walking the block at all times for the duration of the Psi, or until directed otherwise. Z. Critical locations. See Annex E for Map 1. Sallyport 8 will be used as the entrance for all emergency vehicles responding to a Psi at Camp Delta. 2. Sallyport 1 will be used as the exit for all emergency vehicles leaving Camp Delta. 3. Camp 1 triage area will be in the area between the fence line running east from Sallyport 2 and the fence line running east from Sallyport 3. Military triage will be on the south side running from Sallyport 3 and east towards where the golf cart parking is located. Detainee triage will be on the north side running from Sallyport 2 and east towards the detainee clinic gate. It will be marked by an orange flag. For Camp 1, immediate patients will be located along the orange barricades around Building 4 starting at the easternmost corner and going west. It will be marked by a red flag. 5. Camp 1 lead patients will be located along the orange barricades around Building 4 starting where the immediate patients end and continuing west. Will be marked by a yellow flag. 6. Camp 1 minimal patients will be placed in the in-process holding area to the east of Building 5. Will be marked by a green flag. 7. Ambulances responding to Camp 1 will park just to the north of the immediate patient area at a 45-degree angle with the front pointing towards Sallyport 1. 8. If no fire is present, fire trucks responding to Camp 1 will park in the area between the Camp 1 generators and the Building 5 holding area. 9. Camp 2 military triage will be located to the south of Building 7. It will be marked with an orange flag. 10. Camp 2 detainee triage will be located at the base of the west steps of Building 7. It will be marked with an orange flag. 11. Camp 2 immediate patients will be placed near the Connex located near Sallyport 9. It will be marked with a red flag. 12. Camp 2 delayed patients will be placed to the west of Sallyport 9. It will be marked with a yellow flag. 13. Camp 2 minimal patients will be placed to the west of Building 9 within the fence enclosing Building 9. It will be marked by green flag. 14. Ambulances responding to Camp 2 will park side by side starting at the northwest corner of the mess tent and moving out towards Sallyport 8. The front of the vehicle will face Sallyport 7. 15. If no fire is present, Fire trucks responding to Camp 2 will park in the area between the Camp 2 generators and the mess tent. 16 military expectant patients from any camp will be placed in the mess tent. 17 detainee expectant patients from any camp will be placed under the tree located near the flagpole. R. Medical personnel will 1. Perform initial triage at the scene and send victims by letter to the triage area marked by an orange flag, where the triage officer wearing an orange vest will triage each victim into one of the 4 categories: immediate, delayed, minimal, expectant. To the duty Delta officer DO will send out the emergency response team ERT, consisting of 2 corpsmen and a response bag. The ERT will not enter any cell until the detainee is secured by the MPs. 3. The ERT will assess the situation and provide immediate feedback to the DO regarding the number of military/detainee casualties and their status. 4. The on-scene corpsman or ERT will coordinate casualty transport to designated triage area based on location of MSI. 5. Should the emergency response team ERT find multiple casualties, or 1 casualty in imminent danger of losing life or limb, they will report this immediately to the DO at Delta Medical Clinic. 6. The DO will, if less than 5 casualties, contact the docket number 3239, the detention hospital OIC, and the detention hospital senior medical officer SMO. If greater than 5 casualties, contact docket number 3239 and the detention hospital command duty officer CDO by dialing their home phone number, or by pager by dialing 7-2090 and entering pager number 062. Important 1. The CDO must be contacted. If contact cannot be made with the CDO, the OIC should then be notified. 2. The DO will coordinate all emergency response activities until a more senior officer arrives. 7. The DO will contact a number 911 be the Naval Hospital Emergency Department number 3200 and state this is the command duty officer for the detention hospital at Camp Delta. We have had a mass casualty incident beyond the scope of our capabilities and require Naval Hospital assistance. Please activate your mass casualty recall roster. Provide as much information as possible such as the number of suspected deaths, wounded, etc. COIC, detention hospital pager number 068. Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 03 Unclassified / for official use only 32.14 Gitmo to have them to report immediately pager number 038. Detention hospital duty driver pager number 937. F. Activate the mass casualty recall roster. 8. Recalled personnel. Arriving recalled personnel will muster in Delta Medical Clinic and report to the duty Delta officer DO for assignment until a on scene. 9. Medical personnel at Camp Delta will perform initial triage at the scene and send victims by letter to the triage area based on the location of the MSI, where the triage officer will triage each victim into one of the 4 categories: immediate, delayed, minimal, or expectant. After being triaged, the victims will be moved to one of 4 areas to await transport. The immediate area will be marked with a red flag, and the immediate category leader will be wearing a red vest. The delayed area will be marked with a yellow flag, and the delayed category leader will be wearing a yellow vest. The minimal area will be marked with a green flag, and the minimal category leader will be wearing a green vest. The expectant area will be marked with a black flag, and the chaplain will be in this area. B1 triaged. Designated treatment teams, locations and transportation modes are outlined as follows. Military immediate casualties will be sent to the Naval Hospital Gitmo via Naval Hospital Gitmo ambulance. Military delayed casualties will be sent to the Naval Hospital Gitmo via Naval Hospital Gitmo ambulance. Military minimal casualties will be sent to the Camp America Joint Aid Station via any available military vehicle. Military expectant casualties will be sent to the Camp Delta Mess Hall via litter bearer or detention hospital ambulance. Detainee immediate casualties will be sent to the Naval Hospital Gitmo for the first 6, and the balance will be sent to the detention hospital via detention hospital ambulance or litter bus. Detainee delayed casualties will be sent to the detention hospital via detention hospital ambulance or little bus. Detainee minimal casualties will be sent to the Delta Medical Clinic via walked MP escort or available carts. Detainee expectant casualties will be sent to the tree near the Camp Delta Mess Hall via detention hospital ambulance or litter bearer. 10 ambulance transportation are after triage by the triage officer. Victims are tagged with their corresponding category and tracked by the medical regulator. The litter bearer and transportation coordinator then direct transportation to treatment team locations as indicated in the chart above. B. The medical regulator then radios command and control with the victim's category, detainee or military. C2 detention hospital ambulances will be pre-positioned outside of Delta Medical Clinic. D. All immediate victims will take precedence over delayed, minimal, or expectant. Initial triage is conducted as the emergency response team removes victims from the incident scene, and then litter bearers take casualties to the triage area. 11 litter teams or additional litter bearer support can be obtained through escort control. B. The litter bearer team leader will coordinate all litter teams to and from triage with the MP litter bearer and cook. The litter bearer team leader will communicate directly with the transportation coordinator to keep casualty flow uninterrupted. C. MPs during initial triage. MPs will act as litter bearers and assist the triage officer as required. 12 staging areas. The staging areas for an occurring in Camp Delta 1 are located on the north side of to the east of Sallyport 1 along the north perimeter fence for Delta 1. B. Staging areas for an occurring in Delta 2 are located adjacent to the triage area at Delta 2. 13 responsibilities. Job action sheets will be found in the mass casualty admin box. These sheets are designed to be used by responding personnel as a quick reference or checklist of primary duties for a specific mass casualty job, but are not all-inclusive of the duties/actions that will be required during a mass casualty incident. 14 teams. A command and control team will consist of 1 officer and 1 administration assistant. B. Medical commander MC will wear a blue vest and consist of 1 officer. If an administration assistant is available, they will assist the MC. C. Emergency response team will consist of 2 corpsman responders and corpsman ambulance drivers. D. Triage team will consist of 1 triage officer MD/IT/PAR first to arrive, 1 medical regulator, 1 litter bearer team leader, 1 transportation coordinator, 1 transportation administration corpsman. E. Staging team for military and detainee immediate casualties will consist of 2 nurses and 2 corpsmen. Casualties in this staging area are unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOP 28 March 03 unclassified / for official use only. 32.15 awaiting transportation. Team to be supplemented by MD/IT/PA if needed as they arrive from Gitmo. F. Staging team for military and detainee delayed casualties will consist of 2 nurses and 2 corpsmen. Casualties in this staging area are awaiting transportation. Team to be supplemented by MD/IT/PA if needed as they arrive from Gitmo. G. Staging team for military and detainee minimal casualties will consist of 1 nurse. H. Transportation to the Naval Hospital Gitmo will consist of Naval Hospital drivers using Naval Hospital ambulances, and detention hospital drivers using detention ambulance litter bus for the first 6 immediate detainees. Transportation to the detention hospital will consist of detention hospital drivers, corpsmen, MPs, and other available personnel using detention hospital ambulances, pickups, gators, golf carts, and other vehicles. I. Detention hospital teams will consist of an immediate team with 1 MD, 2 nurses, and 4 corpsmen including RATEC, RT, and a delayed team with 1 MD, 2 nurses, and 4 corpsmen. J. Staging team for military and detainee expectant casualties will consist of the Muslim chaplain and 1 corpsman in the detainee area, and at least 1 chaplain and 1 corpsman in the military area. K-litter-bearer team will consist of one corpsman as the team leader. Bearers will be designated MP escort teams. L manpower coordinator will be a corpsman or any detention hospital staff member. M traffic coordinator will be any available personnel. 15 psychiatric services. During the event of a mass casualty, all personnel who are assigned to psychiatric services, detention hospital, will be contacted and expected to report to the Delta Medical Clinic immediately for muster. They will be utilized for their medical expertise initially until otherwise directed. These personnel include 1 psychologist, 2 psychiatric nurse corps officers and 6 psychiatric techs. B mental health/psychiatric providers will also be available after initial emergency response and treatment. 16 supply. A immediate mass casualty kit. 1 kit staged in mass casualty Connex box at Delta Medical Clinic for use at the Camp 1 Messiah scene and 1 kit staged in mass casualty Connex box near Sally Port 9 for use at the Camp 2 Messiah scene. B delayed mass casualty kit. 1 kit staged in mass casualty Connex box at Delta Medical Clinic for use at the Camp 1 Messiah scene and 1 kit staged in mass casualty Connex box near Sally Port 9 for use at the Camp 2 Messiah scene. C minimal mass casualty kit. 1 kit staged in mass casualty Connex box at Delta Medical Clinic for use at the Camp 1 Messiah scene and 1 kit staged in mass casualty Connex box near Sally Port 9 for use at the Camp 2 Messiah scene. D staging area mass casualty kit. 1 kit staged in mass casualty Connex box at Delta Medical Clinic for use at the Camp 1 Messiah scene and 1 kit staged in mass casualty Connex box near Sally Port 9 for use at the Camp 2 Messiah scene. E admin mass casualty box. 1 kit staged inside the supply room at Delta Medical Equipment. This kit contains triage signs/flags, bullhorns, patient tracking forms, flashlights, additional triage tags, job action sheets, identification vests of additional emergency response supplies. Additional emergency response supplies are located in a Connex box designated for bulk mass casualty supplies. 17 colored mass casualty boxes/signs/flags. If any predetermined site is determined unsafe, the MC and the on-scene commander will designate an alternate safe site. Triage category sites will be marked by color-coded medical response boxes. The boxes are colored as follows: a triage, orange B immediate, red C delayed, yellow D minimal, green E expectant, black 18 radios. Radios will be utilized to facilitate communication between all team leaders. Heroic B at C triage team medical regulator D litter-bearer team leader E transportation coordinator F immediate category leader G delayed category leader 19 bullhorns. Bullhorns can also be utilized by team leaders to facilitate communication between team leaders and team members. 20 telephones. Telephones will be used to relay information between Delta Medical Clinic, Joint Aid Station, Detention Hospital and Naval Hospital Gitmo, and to communicate to any other appropriate facility. Use of phones for purposes other than immediate victim/patient care is highly discouraged during the incident. Unclassified/for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 03 Unclassified/for official use only. 32.1621 Safety. Safety is the priority, whether it be during an actual mass casualty response or a practice exercise. Prior to any mass casualty exercise, a safety officer must be appointed and has the authority to stop the drill if they feel that unsafe conditions exist. Additionally, any personnel or observer can stop the exercise if they determine an unsafe environment exists. 22 Additional resources. In the event that the resources of the Naval Hospital Gitmo are overcome, the wine cellar can be used to house up to 8 additional victims. The local fire department maintains 4 additional mass casualty medical supply boxes that can be utilized as necessary. 32-11. Evacuation routes. A. the detention operations officer, and in his absence, the on-duty co will direct an evacuation of US personnel and detainees, when he believes that to be the most prudent course of action given the known situation. The evacuations will be made only to those areas required to assure the safety of US personnel and detainees. CDOC will remain manned, unless absolutely required to provide for the safety of US personnel. 1 Campi SOG Office BLEG 7. Room 7 serves as alternate dock if dock is evacuated. 2 In the event that Camp Delta must be completely evacuated, dock operations will be established on the north side of Sallyport 1. D. Depending upon time available and seriousness, it may not be possible to adhere to the normal detainee movement security procedures. Security of detainees and safety of US personnel remains the top concern when it becomes necessary to contravene established procedures because of the necessity of the situation. 1. The following categories of detainees warrant high security precautions: Level 4, Level 5, and detainees with a past history for violence or mental illness. 2. If evacuated from Camp Delta to another location, detainees will be shackled with 3-piece suits and have an escort of at least 2 MPs each. 3. Detainees will be moved to the closest assembly area from their block, consistent with a minimum standoff distance of 300 feet from any suspected explosive device. Evacuation routes and assembly areas. 1 Campi Admin Buildings JIG, SIF, Medical/in Processing, CTC, DOC, JIF. US personnel will evacuate through Sallyport 1 to RAT. B. Any detainees being interrogated will be escorted to Iguana. Once all detainees are evacuated, MP escort will remain at Iguana to provide additional security. C. Dock personnel will remain at dock until directed to evacuate by the DO. 2 Campi Detainee Blocks AI. Detainees will be evacuated through Sallyport 6 to Buzzard. B. Block MPs and roving Sallyport MPs will move with their detainees through Sallyport 6 and provide security at a Buzzard. C. During an isolated incident involving one of more blocks in Campi, but not blocks A, E, or I, detainees can be evacuated to our Snake, which is located in Block J. 3 Campi and DE Admin Buildings Dog Intel/Interpreters, and Chive. US personnel will evacuate through Sallyport 9 to our Mouse. B. Any detainees being interrogated will be escorted to our Ant. Once all detainees are evacuated, MP escort will remain at our Ant to provide additional security. 4 Campi and DE Detainee Blocks Katie. Detainees will be evacuated through Sallyport 10 then Sallyport 9 to our Ant. B. Block MPs and roving Sallyport MPs will move with their detainees through Sallyport 10 then Sallyport 9 to our Ant. Block and roving Sallyport MPs will provide security at our Ant. 5 Campiv Detainee Blocks UI. Detainees will be evacuated through Sallyport 14, Sallyport 12, and Sallyport 5 to our Iguana. B. Block and roving patrol MPs will provide for security en route, and will remain with their detainees at our Iguana to provide security. F. Evacuation of Camp Delta. The destructive weather plan case-PAM buildings located at Camp Bulkeley will be used for temporary housing in event that Camp Delta must be completely evacuated. Detainees will be staged moving from their blocks to an intermediate assembly area, where they will be prepared for movement, then to a departure assembly area for movement. 1 Campi Admin areas not directly in contact with detainees. Evacuate through Sallyport 1 to RAT. Personnel will be given assignments to assist in detainee evacuation from Camp Delta. 2 Campi Blocks AI. Blocks will be evacuated 1 block at a time to our Snake. Detainees will be prepared for movement. Detainees will then be moved to our Iguana. Detainees will be loaded into vehicles for movement to Camp Bulkeley. 3 Campi and DE Admin areas not directly in contact with detainees. Evacuate through Sallyport 1 unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOP 28 March 03 unclassified / for official use only 32.172 ARAT. Personnel will be given assignments to assist in detainee evacuation from Camp Delta. 4 Camp I&D blocks KT. Blocks will be evacuated 1 block at a time to ARANT. Detainees will be prepared for movement. Detainees will then be moved to our mouse. Detainees will be loaded into vehicles for movement to Camp Bulkily. 5 Camp IV blocks UI. Blocks will be evacuated to the Camp IV recreation area 1 block at a time. Detainees will be prepared for movement. Detainees will then be moved to our Iguana, where they will be loaded into vehicles for movement to Camp Bulkily. 32-12. Destructive weather A. This emergency action plan will be effective unless updated or revised. B. The destructive weather DXWX plan is divided into 6 phases. 1. Development to establish detainee DXWX accommodations. 3. Implement DXWX operations. 4. Movement. 5. Redeployment. 6. Return to pre-DXWX operational status. C. Development will entail the informational gathering process of what is required to support the relocation of detainees in the event of DXWX. This cycle must be continuous as detainee population and special detainees may change that will alter existing plans. The phase will be handled at the JDOG level and higher. De-establish detainee DXWX accommodations. Currently case bands and magazines will be used to house detainees. Special case detainees will be given a separate location to be placed. Supplies will also be pre-staged and or checked for usability. Implement DXWX operations. This phase will entail JDOG will work in 12-hour shifts. Camp America preparing for movement and the preparation for detainee movement. 1 at H120. With H being the hour of landfall, a Frago will be issued by the J3. 2 at H96, a pre-hurricane conference / key leader rehearsal will be held. 3 at H72, an alternate dock will be established at Bulkily Hall. Leave will be cancelled. The breakdown of detention hospital, as required, will commence. A complete accountability of all personnel will occur. 4. Begin the lockdown of Camp America. All loose items in Camp America, Camp Delta, and all other parts of JTF Gitmo will be secured to prevent them from becoming projectile weapons. 5. All soldiers in Camp America will prepare an A-bag. F. Movement. 1. When winds of 64 knots, or greater within 48 hours H48, commence the movement of detainees from detention hospital. All interrogations will cease. Camp America will be evacuated to the case pans 2 at H36. Internal and external security will be established at the shelters. The JDOG dock will be established. The QRF at the shelters will be established. 3 at H24. All detainees will be moved from the detention hospital to the wine cellar. 4 at H21. All vehicles to be used in the transfer will be staged inside Camp Delta next to the detainee clinic. All vehicles will have been filled and PMCS will have been completed. Any mechanical problems will have been corrected. A contingency bus, ambulance, and QRF will stage at a central location, accessible to both the case bands and magazines. Key leaders and key drivers will perform a route recon. 5. Each escort will have 36 minutes to complete one transfer of 30 detainees. 6 at H18. Detainee transport will commence. Transfer will consist of 2 escort teams of infantry in M1025 and 2 buses each containing 15 detainees, 6 MPs, 1 driver, and an interpreter. All detainees will be transported in 3-piece suits and secured to the eye bolts in the floor of the case bands or magazines. 7 at H12. Detainee transfer will be complete. Command and control will be transferred from the Camp Delta dock to the Camp Bulkily dock. 8 at H6. The last shift rotation will occur. The QRF will be in place in the case bands and magazines. Camp Delta and all TCPs and docks will be secured. 9 at H+8, a recon will be conducted of Camp America and Camp Delta. All items requiring repair will be identified. 10 at H+12, begin to clear transportation routes and initiate repairs of facilities. Stand up Camp Delta. 11 at H+24, Camp Delta will become operational. 12 at H+30, begin transfer of detainees back to Camp Delta. 13 at H+48, transfer detainees from the wine cellar back to detention hospital. 14 at H+54, reopen Camp America and begin the resupply and repair of the DXWX sites. Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 03 Unclassified / for official use only 32.18 Intentionally left blank Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 03 Unclassified / for official use only A1 Appendix A References Section I Required Publications Geneva Conventions for the Protection of War Victims 12 August 1949 Military Order of November 13, 2001 Detention, treatment, and trial of certain non-citizens in the War Against Terrorism Federal Register, Volume 66, Number 222, pages 57,833 57,836 R190-8 Enemy prisoner of war, retained personnel, civilian internees and other detainees, 01 OC 97. R190-11 Physical security of arms, ammunition, and explosives, 12 Feb 98 R190-12 Military working dogs, 30 Sep 93 R190-13 The Army Physical Security Program, 30 Sep 93 R190-14 Carrying of firearms and use of force for law enforcement and security duties, 12 Mar 93 R190-16 Physical Security, 31 May 91 R190-22 Searches, seizures, and disposition of property, 1 Jan 83. R190-30 Military Police Investigations, 1 Jan 78 R190-40 Serious Incident Report, 13 of 93 R190-45 Law Enforcement Reporting, 20 Oct 00 R190-47 The Army Corrections System, 15 Aug 96 R190-51 Security of Unclassified Army Property, 30 Sep 93 R195-5 Criminal Investigations, Evidence Procedures, 28 Aug 92 R210-174 Accounting Procedures for Prisoners' Personal Property and Funds, 17 Sep 86 R385-64 Ammunition and Explosive Safety Standards, 1 Feb 00 R700-81 Dog Program, 5 May 71 FM 27-10 The Law of Land Warfare, 18 Jul 1956, Change 1, 15 Jul 76 FM 3-19.40 Military Police Internment/Resettlement Operations, 01 Aug 01 DARPAM 190-12 Military Working Dog Program, 30 Sep 93 JTF Gitmo/RUF 13 of 02 Opnavinst 5530.13b Department of the Navy Physical Security Instruction for Conventional Arms, Ammunition, and Explosives, 05 Jul 90 FACDA 5 April 25 Feb 99 STP 19-95 C14 SMTG MOS 95C Internment/Resettlement Specialist 26 March 99 Messages, CDA, Demo Odl 14 Deck 94 Subject Review for Legal Review/Opinion Use of oleoris and capsicum pepper spray for correctional purposes. MOOC concerning the U.S. Naval Brigade Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, 7 Ma 02. Detention Hospital Care of the detainee with self-injurious behavior SOP Fleet Hospital 20 SOP for hunger strikes, drinking strikes, and refeeding 27 May 02. Enclosure 1 FUFCON Alpha Delta to Tab D Random Anti-Terrorism Measures to Appendix to Anti-Terrorism to Annex C Operations to JTF Gitmo Anti-Terrorism Force Protection Plan @FPP. Email from JDOG CDRE Policy Guidance. Procedures for use of aerosol restrain olearis and capsicum 21 Jan 02. Map Series Cuba 125,000 Guantanamo. TPC Series E824s. Sheet 3025 I. Edition 1 Dma Guantanamo Naval Hospital Gitmo Mass Casualty Plan. Nav Hospitmoints 3440.1 C Madigan Army Medical Center Emergency Preparedness Management Plan. Current Arizona Triage System, responding to MSIM's Guide Section I prescribed forms to Form 508 report of / or recommendation for disciplinary action to Form 509 inspection record of prisoner in segregation to Form 1594 daily staff journal or duty officers log to Form 2062 hand receipt to Form 2823 sworn statement unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOP 28 March 03 unclassified / for official use only A2 DAR Form 3997 Military Police Desk blotted DAR Form 4137 Evidence / Property Custody Document Form 5513 Key Control Register and Inventory CDRU 01 Repair and Utility Work Order CDS 201 Significant Activities Sheet CDS 301 Detainee Behavioral Tracking CD S302 Chaplain Requests CDS 303 Detainee Confiscated Items CDS 304 Detainee Inventory Form CDS 305 Camp Delta Contractor Escort CDS 306 Detainee Discipline History CDS 307 Camp Delta Head Count CDS 308 Checklist CDS 309 Interview Request CDS 310 Band or Card Request Form CDS 311 India Block Max Security Log CDS 312 November Block Max Security Log CDS 313 Oscar Block Max Security Log CDS 314 Medical Appointment CDS 315 Detainee Daily Medical Requests / Complaint Form CDS 316 Permanent Movement Sheet CDS 317 Reservation Checklist CDS 318 Reservation Requests CDS 319 Observation of Self-Injurious Behavior Form CDS 320 Individual Detainee Status Record Gitmo Form 508-1 Notification of Status for Positive Behavior Reward Program CDS 321 Fire Checklist CDS 322 Fire Notification CDS 323 Code Checklist CDS 324 Immediate Response for Surf Checklist CDS 325 Authorized Activities CDS 326 Authorized Items CDS 327 List of Offenses CDS 328 Discipline Matrix CDS 329 Damage to Property Discipline Matrix CDS 330 Guard Mount Information Message CDS 331 Mass Casualty Checklist CDS 332 Triage Checklist CDS 333 Shower and Recreation Schedule Linen and Uniform Exchange Schedule CDS 334 Individual Detainee Refusal Tracking Record CDS 335 Daily Detainee Medical Requests / Complaint CDS 336 Weekly and Monthly Due Out CDS 337 Block and Go Checklist CDS 338 Level 5 and Medical Entitlement Form CDS 339 Notification Matrix CDS 340 Guard Mount Manning Roster CDS 341 Inspection Record of Prisoner in Segregation JTF Gitmo Bomb Threat Data Card Camp Delta Guard Force Shift After Action Review Standard Intelligence Reporting Form J4/JLSG Warehouse Expendable / Consumable Request Form Non-Expendable / Consumable Request Form Section E Abbreviations are After Action Review Comfort Items Counterintelligence Sync Commander-in-Chief Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOP 28 March 03 Unclassified / for official use only A3 SIT Criminal Investigation Task Force Dog Commander Joint Detention Operations Group ComSec Communications Security CTC Counterterrorism Cell C2 Command and Control Desolators Detainee Library DMPC Detainee Mail Processing Center Duty Officer DOSEX Document Exploitation DRS Detainee Reporting System DTF DOSEX Template Format DTG Daytime Group DV Distinguished Visitor Evidence Custodian EFI Essential Elements of Friendly Information ETER Estimated Time of Arrival by Federal Bureau of Investigation FPCON Force Protection Condition GWAT Global War on Terrorism HMMWV High Mobility Multi-Purpose Wheeled Vehicle CDA Headquarters Department of the Army or in accordance with ICE Interrogation Control Element IC International Committee of the Red Cross Identity IMD Internet Management Database Intrip Intelligence Report INSUM Intelligence Summary of Immediate Reaction Forces Internment Serial Number JDOG Joint Detention Operations Group JIVE Joint Interagency Interrogation Facility JIG Joint Intelligence Group JA Joint Operational Area JOC Joint Operations Center JTF Joint Task Force JTF Gitmo Joint Task Force Guantanamo Bay Cuba JPRC Joint Personnel Readiness Center Milligrams Machine Gun MMS Mail Management System Military Intelligence MMS Mail Management System Mod Medical Officer of the Day miles per hour meals ready to eat MSU Maximum Security Unit Mountains Mail Transmittal Sheet MWD Military Working Dog Named Areas of Interest Nav Base Naval Base Navstra Naval Station CAR National Command Authority NSIS Naval Criminal Investigation Service NCO Non-Commissioned Officer NCOIC Non-Commissioned Officer in Charge Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOP 28 March 03 Unclassified / for official use only A for NDRC National Detainee Record Center NLW Non-Lethal Weapons Order of Merit List Colliaricent / Capsicum Pepper Spray OIC Officer in Charge OPID Operations Order Par Physician's Assistant Bow Property Book Officer PMCS Preventive Maintenance Checks and Services BOC Point of Contact PS Processing Section Support Security Unit QRF Quick Reaction Force RAM Random Anti-Terrorism Measure ROI Rules of Interaction RO Rules of Engagement RUF Rules for Use of Force R and U Repair and Utility SBF Support by Fire Sectif Secretary of Defense SIGACT Significant Activity Serious Incident Report Serve Standard Intelligence Reporting Form SOG Spot Report So Special Security Officers to Secure Telephone Unit 3 Contract Condition TR Transmittal Record SIF Top Secret Compartmented Information Facility UPMG Uniform Code of Military Justice Use of United States Air Force VIP Very Important Person Section of Index Additional Equipment Page 24.1 Alert Roster / Recall Roster Page 21.7 Ammunition Handling Page 23.5 Ammunition Numbers and Accountability Page 25.1 Applying Restraints Shackling Page 6.2 Attempted / Actual Suicide Page 32.1 Authorized Personnel Page 12.1 Barber Page 6.4 Behavior Management Plan Page 4.3 Block Documentation Page 6.5 Block Operations Page 9.1 Bodily Fluids Page 19.4 Bomb Threat / Discovery / Explosion Page 32.8 Brevity Code Page 24.2 Brevity Codes for Implementation of PCON Levels Page 21.7 Camp Delta Operations Page 2.1 15.1 Camp Rules Station 10 Page 4.3 Camp Rules Page 5.2 Camp Supply Rooms Page 31.1 Cavity Search Station 3 Page 4.2 Cell Block Operations Page 6.1 Cell Block Report Page 6.7 Cell / Block Cleaning Page 6.7 Chain of Command Page 2.1 Change in FPCON Page 21.1 Change of Shift Procedures Page 5.3 Chaplain Requests Page 16.1 Chaplain Page 16.1 Christian holidays. Page 16.4 Cleared mail. Page 13.3 Clothing removal Rome Station 1. Page 4.2 Combat lifesavers. Page 19.3 Comfort items. Page 8.2 Command and control. Page 2.1 Communication matrix and link diagram. Page 14.1 Communications. Page 11.4 Computer requests. Page 31.1 Conduct of infantry soldiers. Page 23.1 Confiscation of items. Page 8.5 Cultural considerations. Page 16.3 Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 03 Unclassified / for official use only A5 Daily Reports. Page 5.1 Death. Page 32.4 Debrief format. Page 23.2 Deceptive Light Plan. Page 27.2 Delta Block Mental Health Facility MHF. Page 30.1 Destructive Weather. Page 32.17 Detainee Behavioral Management. Page 8.1 Detainee Classification System. Page 8.2 Detainee Identification Band. Page 6.8 Detainee in Processing Operations. Page 15.2 Detainee International Public Information Themes. Page 28.1 Detainee Library. Page 15.3 Detainee Mail Operations. Page 13.1 Detainee Mail Screening. Page 14.1 Detainee Medical Clinic Gate. Page 7.5 Detainee Mess Operations. Page 6.3 Detainee Processing Reception / Transfer / Release. Page 4.1 Detainee Property. Page 12.1 Detainee Reception Operations. Page 3.1 Detainee Standard of Conduct. Page 6.7 Detainees in Isolation. Page 13.5 Detainees passing mail between cells. Page 13.5 Detainees with more than 12 items of mail. Page 13.5 Detention Facility Operations. Page 5.1 Detention Hospital. Page 19.6 Detention Operations Branch. Page 2.1 Detention Operations Center Dock. Page 2.2 Detention Services Branch. Page 2.2 Dietary Practices. Page 16.3 Discipline Process. Page 8.1 Discipline Records. Page 5.3 Dispensing of Medications. Page 19.1 Distinguished Visitors. Page 11.4 Disturbance Matrix. Page 14.1 NAR Sample Station 5. Page 4.2 DOSEX Quality Control. Page 15.3 DOSEX Translation Guidelines. Page 15.3 Document Exploitation DOSEX. Page 15.2 Documents. Page 4.1 Dressing / Shackle Exchange Station 4. Page 4.2 DRS in Processing Station 7. Page 4.3 Duress Condition. Page 21.7 Duties. Page 14.2. 18.1 Emergency Action Plans EAPS. Page 32.1 Emergency Condition Responses. Page 19.2 Emergency Procedures. Page 22.2 Emergency Sick Call. Page 19.2 Equipment Shit System. Page 5.4 Equipment Maintenance. Page 11.4 Equipment Maintenance. Page 6.7 Escort Control. Page 11.1 Escort Operations. Page 11.1 Escort Teams. Page 11.1 Essential Elements of Friendly Information IFI. Page 27.1 Evacuation Routes. Page 32.16 Evidence and Contraband Procedures. Page 5.4 Explanation of Abbreviations and Terms. Page 1.1 External Positions. Page 23.2 External Security Operations. Page 23.1 Fasting Requests. Page 16.1 Fingerprint Station 9. Page 4.35 Prevention Precautions. Page 21.1 Fire. Page 32.7 Food Service. Page 18.1 Food Tray Slot Bean Hole Covers. Page 6.2 Force Protection. Page 14.1 21.1 Fratricide. Page 32.6 Friday Prayer Service. Page 16.2 General Protection Policy. Page 1.3 General. Page 11.1 14.1 15.1 Gitmo Form 508-1, page 8.4 Guard Mount, page 5.3 Harrisonburg TCP, page 23.7 Head Counts, page 6. 1 Heat Category Measure, page 19.5 Height and Weight Station 6, page 4.2 Held Male, page 13.3 Hostage Situation, page 32.3 Hunger Strike, page 19.4 IC Male, page 13.2 IC Visitation Rules, page 17.1 IT Wristband/Dossier Station 8, page 4.3 Inbound and Outbound Operations, page 3.4 Incident Reports, page 5.2 Incoming Mail, page 13.1 Incorrectly Addressed Mail, page 13.5 Infantry FPCON Actions, page 23.1 Infantry Support Force, page 3.1 Infantry Support Operations, page 3.1 Initial Processing, page 4.1 Initial Reaction Force of Operations, page 24.1 In Processing and Documentation, page 9.1 In Processing Procedures, page 4.1 In Processing Security, page 3.2 Inspections and Inventories, page 6.7 Intelligence Operations, page 14.1 Intelligence Reference Guide for Linguists, page 15.5 International Committee of the Red Cross IC, page 17.1 Introduction, page 1.1 Investigations, page 5.5 Earth Team Equipment, page 24.1 Earth Team Guidelines, page 24.2 Earth Team Use, page 24.2 Items of Intelligence Value, page 14.1 Dog Mission and Commander's Intent, page 1.1 Jive Gate, page 7.6 Jive MP Personnel, page 14.2 Unclassified//for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 03 Unclassified//for official use only A6 Key Access Roster, page 22.1 Key and Lock Accountability, page 22.1 Key Control Register, page 22.1 Key Control, page 22.1 Key Custodian, page 22.1 Key Issue Procedures, page 22.1 Keys, page 6.2 Land Movement, page 3.2 Laundry/Linen, page 6.4 Leadership Matrices, page 14.1 Level 5 Blocks, page 8.4 Levels of Visitation, page 17.1 Lexington DCP, page 23.5 Library Books, page 6.5 Linguist Operations, page 15.1 Linguist Support, page 3.4 Listening Posts LP/Observation Post-op, page 23.5 Logistics, page 26.2 Loss of Hot Meals, page 8.2 Loss of Recreation, page 8.2 Mail for detainees held at locations other than Gitmo, page 13.4 Mail for released detainees, page 13.5 Mail screening, page 13.3 Mail sent directly to detainees, page 13.4 Mail transmittal records, page 13.4 Mass Casualty Incident MSI, page 32.8 Mass Disturbance, page 32.1 Maximum Security Unit Operations, page 9.1 Meals, page 10.1 Medical Appointments, page 6.5 Medical Emergency, page 32.5 Medical Practices, page 16.3 Medical Support Requirements, page 10.1 Medical, page 19.1 Military Working Dogs MWD, page 26.1 Minor SOC Modifications, page 1.1 Mission, page 25.1 Mounted Patrols, page 23.4 Movement to Campiv, page 29.1 Movement to Campiv, page 29.2 MPS Court Responsibilities, page 4.2 Muslim Fasting, page 16.2 Muslim Funeral and Burial Rites, page 16.5 Muslim Holiday, Eid, page 16.2 Nav Base Hospital Escorts, page 11.4 Nav Base Siren System, page 21.8 Navstabrig Operations, page 10.1 Notification Procedures, page 25.1 Oli Orison Capsicum Occuse, Page 5.3 Operational Intelligence. Page 14.2 Operational Security OPSEC and Deceptive Lighting Plan. Page 27.1 Operations. Page 17.1, 18.1, 26.1, 28.1, 30.1 Organization. Page 15.1 Other Personnel. Page 6.4 Outgoing Mail. Page 13.1 Overview. Page 3.1, 6.1, 22.1 Passive collection of psi information. Page 15.5 Passive collection. Page 6.7 Personal hygiene and appearance. Page 6.8 Personnel requirements. Page 4.1 Personnel support requirements. Page 10.1 Personnel. Page 17.1 Physical plant. Page 2.1 Placement for intelligence purposes. Page 9.1 Post-processing. Page 4.3 Power outage. Page 32.3 Preparation for processing. Page 4.1 Preparation. Page 29.1 Priority of escorts. Page 11.1 Procedures for the burial. Page 16.6 Process. Page 29.1 Prohibited activity. Page 27.1 Property handling. Page 12.1 Provision of basic needs. Page 8.1 Public address system. Page 5.4 Public affairs. Page 28.1 Punitive action. Page 27.1 Purpose. Page 1.1, 4.1, 8.1, 10.1, 27.1 Quick response force QRF operations. Page 25.1 Radio discipline. Page 5.4 Record keeping. Page 2.3 Recreation. Page 10.1 Redacted mail. Page 13.3 References. Page 1.1 Religious items. Page 16.3, 16.5 Religious practices. Page 16.1 Religious support. Page 16.1 Repair and utility. Page 20.1 Reporting. Page 4.3 Requirements. Page 25.1 Responsibilities. Page 1.1, 18.1, 26.1, 27.1 Restraint procedures. Page 19.1 Roles and responsibilities. Page 15.1 Roving Sally. Page 7.6 Rules of engagement RO and rules for the use of force RUF. Page 5.1 Sally Port operations. Page 7.1 Sally Ports 1 and 8. Page 7.1 Sally Ports 3 and 9. Page 7.4 Sally Ports 4 and 10. Page 7.5 Sally Ports. Page 7.1 SIS Security. Page 14.3 Searches. Page 6.1, 21.1 Searching the Quran. Page 6.1 Security Considerations. Page 15.5 Security Inspections and Vulnerability Assessments. Page 21.1 Self-harm blankets and smocks. Page 19.1 Serious incident reports. Page 5.3 Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 03 Unclassified / for official use only A7 Shower Station 2. Page 4.2 Shower and recreation. Page 6.3 Showers and hygiene. Page 16.3 Showers and laundry. Page 10.1 Shrouding the body. Page 16.5 Sick call. Page 19.2 Significant activity report. Page 14.1 Source operations and reports. Page 14.2 Special instructions. Page 23.3 Special orders for guard staff. Page 10.2 Special rewards. Page 8.7 Spot reports. Page 5.2 Standing orders. Page 29.2 Staunton blocking position BP. Page 23.8 Supply operations. Page 31.1 Supplier requests. Page 31.1 Task organization. Page 23.1 Team organization. Page 24.1 The Christian prayer. Page 16.4 The Muslim prayer. Page 16.2 Themes for Global War on Terrorism GWAT. Page 28.1 Tool accountability. Page 20.2 Tower operations. Page 23.1 Training. Page 24.1, 26.2 Transitions. Page 29.1 Transport to Navstabrig. Page 10.1 Types of mail. Page 13.1 U.S. Personnel Standards of Conduct. Page 1.2 Uniform and Dress Rules. Page 6.8 Uniform. Page 25.1 Use of the television. Page 10.3 Vehicle usage. Page 11.3 Verbal reporting. Page 24.3 Visitation. Page 10.2 Washing the body. Page 16.5 Waste disposal. Page 31.1 Weapon boxes. Page 7.6 Weapon conditions. Page 21.8 Weapons and ammunition storage facility. Page 21.8 Wear and appearance of clothing. Page 16.3 Work orders. Page 20.1 Written reporting. Page 24.3 DRFD unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOP 28 March 03 unclassified / for official use only 8 intentionally left blank repair and utilities work order request form date 23 Dec 02 contract work order number. Date submitted emergency 021/2 hours response priority requester unit / office date time POC name / rank location of work camp number 1 camp number 2 remarks detailed description of work to be done diagram of work to be done sizes distances etc. use reverse side if needed R and use only other camp number 3 camp number 4 1-5 days. This form must be completed to ensure a prompt and accurate response. Provide as much detail as possible POC phone R and work order number routine 01 shift days swings mids 1 2 3 4 5 and cell privileges gain / loss speaks English cooperative hostile aggressive spits / throws at MP failure to comply threatens MP derogatory demonstrates LDRS PPT incel refused medication refused shower refused rec self-harm watch psych issues seeks med attention return comfort item cross block ignores prayer call 123,456,789 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 32 33 34 35 36 37 38 39 40 41 42 43 44 45 46 47 48 Detainee Behavioral Tracking CDS 301-28 MA 03 Previous editions of this form are obsolete. Behavior Assessment Block Level Tierncoig Name Date / Time Group Datus and Block Cell Request Chaplain Notes Chaplain Requests CDS 302-28 MA 03 Previous editions of this form are obsolete. Tile linen blanket sheet towels t-shirt turn in if moving off a level 1 block t-shirt turn in if moving off a level 1 block washcloth religious items turn into librarian Qurans religious items turn into librarian Qurans perfume / oil prayer beads prayer cap library turn into librarian the following items library turn into librarian the following items books / magazines from detainee librarian /a books / magazines from detainee librarian /a supplies bar soap small bar soap regular keep in cell comb and shower finger toothbrush isomat mail mask surgical type mattress salt packets straw from cups toothpaste travel type or regular toothbrush travel type or regular toothbrush water bottle no squirt up water bottle with top water bottle with top block keep on block the following items games and /a games and /a playing cards and /a playing cards and /a intel turn into intel inventoried by print clearly date CDS 303-28 Ma 03 CDS 30328 Ma 03 Personal items detainee confiscated items personal items Isnam tam 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 CP4 L1 L2 L3 L4 linen blanket 22211 orange suit top and bottom size N/A1111 white suit top and bottom size 1N/AN/AN/AN/APT shorts size 11111 sheet 1111 N/A towels 22211 t-shirt size 11N/AN/AN/A washcloth 1111 N/A religious items Quran 11111 perfume/oil 3321 N/A prayer beads 1111 N/A prayer cap 1111 N/A library books magazines from Detainee Library 6642 N/A supplies bar soap small N/A/N/A11 N/A bar soap regular keep in cell 11 N/A/N/A bucket for double amputees 11111 camp rules language 11111 common shower 11 N/A/N/A finger toothbrush N/A/N/A111 flip flops N/A1111 isomat 11111 male 2020 15 12 N/A mask surgical type 1111 N/A mattress 1111 N/A salt packets 5543 N/A shoes size 1 N/A storage dub 1 N/A styrofoam cups 2211 N/A toothpaste 11111 travel type or regular toothbrush 11 N/A water bottle no squirt top N/A1 N/A water bottle with top 11 N/A block other approved games 11 limited N/A playing cards 111 N/A privileges additional toilet paper yes no yes no intel directed reading material ad has confiscated items date CDS 30428 MAR 03 previous editions of this form are obsolete personal items detainee inventory form paper and pencil upon request does not apply to a company name start date end date activity est number perso Nel escort unit /JTF BOC location by overlay remarks Camp Delta contractor escort CDS 30528 MA 03 previous editions of this form are obsolete date block cell reason for disciplinary action length of discipline authorized by detainee discipline history for ISN CDS 30628 MA 03 previous editions of this form are obsolete Alpha Bravo Charlie Delta Echo Foxtrot Golf Hotel India total uniform total assigned 1 present 2 Brig 3 Fleet 4 Medical Victor total Chief 1 up 2 Photo 3 total 4 Kilo Lima Mike November Oscar Papa Quebec Romeo Sierra Tango total Whiskey total assigned 1 present 2 Brig 3 Fleet 4 Medical X-ray total Chief 1 up 2 Photo 3 total 4 CDS 30728 MAR 03 previous editions of this form are obsolete Camp Delta head count Camp Ivison block cell time left time return notes checklist CDS 30828 MA 03 previous editions of this form are obsolete interview update ISN block cell access restriction results interview request CDS 30928 MA 03 previous editions of this form are obsolete unit shift reason it banned unit date ISN detainee from to for change or card requesting completed name signatures CDS 31028 MA 03 previous editions of this form are obsolete cell doc pocket band or card request form ISN reason for assignment approving authority arrival date departure date I1 I2 I3 I4 I5 I6 I7 I8 I9 I10 I11 I12 I13 I14 I15 I16 I17 I18 I19 I20 I-21, I-22, I-23, I-24 India Block Max Security Log CDS 311-28 Ma-03 Previous editions of this form are obsolete. Selection reason for assignment approving authority arrival date departure date N1 N2 N3 N4 N5 N6 N7 N8 N9 N10 N11 N12 N13 N14 N15 N16 N17 N18 N19 N20 N21 N22 N23 N24 November Block Max Security Log CDS 312-28 MAR-03 Previous editions of this form are obsolete. Selection reason for assignment approving authority arrival date departure data 102 03 04 05 06 07 08 09 010 011 012 013 014 015 016 017 018 019 020 021 022 023 024 025 026 027 028 029 030 031 032 033 034 035 036 Oscar Block Max Security Log CDS 313-28 MAR-03 Previous editions of this form are obsolete. Block cell appointment time left time returned medical appointment CDS 314-28 MAR-03 Previous editions of this form are obsolete. Date time block cell complaint medically to detainee daily medical requests / complaint form CDS 315-28 MAR-03 Previous editions of this form are obsolete. For standard sick call only. All urgent or emergency problems should be called in immediately. Log same date in pass on book. From to CDS 316-28 MAR-03 Previous editions of this form are obsolete. Block / cell permanent movement sheet incident date nature of offense self-harm date approved by days in MSU complete block cell time left time return notes reservation checklist CDS 317-28 MAR-03 Previous editions of this form are obsolete. Time block cell forwarded notes reservation requests CDS 318-28 MAR-03 Previous editions of this form are obsolete. Example detainee is 888-00-0000 cells Z50 date 01 September 2002 23:45 self-harm precaution started. Yelling, cursing, hitting head on wall. I'm going to kill myself. 2400 shackled and helmeted. Fighting shackles. Yelling and cursing, I'm going to kill myself. 001502 September 2002 quiet, but still struggling against shackles. 0030 sleeping. Completed forms will be picked up by psychiatry. 0015 30 45 0015 30 45 0015 30 45 0015 30 45 0015 30 45 0015 30 45 0015 30 45 0015 30 45 0015 30 45 0015 30 45 Observation of self-injurious behavior. Form detainee is in cell directions. All detainees who are suicide watch or self-harm precautions will have their behavior documented every 15 minutes. Record what the detainee is doing and or saying in the space provided. Continue on the back if needed. Be sure to indicate date and time. CDS 319-28 MAR plus A113-03 Previous editions of this form are obsolete. Page 1 of 2 0015 30 45 0015 30 45 0015 30 45 0015 30 45 0015 30 45 0015 30 45 0015 30 45 0015 30 45 0015 30 45 0015 30 45 0015 30 45 0015 30 45 0015 30 45 CDS 319-28 MAR-03 Previous editions of this form are obsolete. Page 2 of 2 Detainee is in cell date. Observation of self-injurious behavior. Form 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 meal BLD shower rec 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 meal BLD shower rec 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 meal BLD shower rec 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 meal BLD shower XEDS 320 28 MAR 03. Previous editions of this form are obsolete. Individual detainee status record ISN number block cell item description yes/no/NAR1 are up to date. Inspections posted in each building. Y/N/NAR2 are evacuation routes clearly posted. Y/N/NAR3 are installed fire extinguishers visually inspected daily. Y/N/NAR4 are the primary and secondary evacuation routes clear of obstruction. Y/N/NAR5 are combustible and flammable supplies stored in the proper manner. Y/N/NAR6 are no smoking signs posted. Y/N/NAR7 is the no smoking regulation enforced. Y/N/NAR8 is there any accumulation of trash, litter, or rubbish inside or outside of the building. Y/N/NAR9 have all LUST personnel been instructed in the use of fire extinguishers. Y/N/NAR10 are all LUST personnel familiar with the evacuation routes. Y/N/NAR11 are all occupants familiar with the fire alarm process. Y/N/NAR12 inspection conducted using this checklist, and the checklist found in R420-90. Y/N/NAR13 is emergency lighting operational. Y/N/NAR1 isolate area by closing all doors and windows. 2. Locate and detain nearest fire extinguisher. 3. Locate and detain nearest fire extinguisher. 4. Notify Detention Operations Center. 5. Extinguish fire if possible. 1. Pass the word. 2. Coordinate with security force to move detainees to assembly areas. 3. Take accurate muster. 4. Report muster to Detention Operations Center. Fire checklist CDS 321-28 MAR 03. Previous editions of this form are obsolete. Fire prevention shift leader checklist in event of a fire. If evacuation is ordered, event remarks status notify 911 notify emergency services of situation and request fire department and have base tie if required. Notify medical 3030/3037 request for medical and ambulance. Initiate the Form 1594 Staff Journal N/Initiate Staff Journal to record all actions associated with fire. Lockdown of Camp Delta Sabre. No further radio traffic from this point. Notify Company Commander. Sabre responds to fire scene and determines the need to evacuate. All contractors and DIC members are escorted out of the facility. Once completed, all escort EMS report to dock for assignments. Notify SOG of camp affected. Verbal or telephone evaluate the situation and determine if evacuation is required. Sabre notify Sally Ports. Sabre call Sally Ports and advise them about incoming emergency vehicles. Notify SOG of camps not affected. Verbal or telephone provides personnel. If required, notify infantry SOG 3267 or on air additional security as needed. WH-8037 verbal or home teal. Notify Joint Operations Center JOC 5010/5037/5038. Notify JOC of situation and request additional emergency services. If needed W5223H8213C8-8408 W3132H8007C8-4402 W3577H8109 W3242H3138 Receive and compile accurate accountability of all personnel from the affected area Sabre. When buildings have been evacuated, request and receive muster of personnel. Reconcile muster with battle rosters to verify that all personnel are accounted for. Fire notification CDS 32228 03 Previous editions of this form are obsolete. Notification method: notify escort control verbal from doc, notify interpreter heroic request for additional interpreter support. If needed, notify detainee opens office, notified dog CDR, notified dog deputy CDR, notify camp superintendent, notified dog guest 3 name date initials remarks conduct guard mount block checks ABCDEFGHIKLMNOPQRSTUVWX inspect shower and rec time, inspect key control register fleet hospital check review sub blocks DDFM 509 review DD form 508 says DAR Form 4137, DAR Form 2823 for Turninet end of shift. Review blot review CP pass on book inspect perimeter fence include no man's land gate Sally Port check 1 2 3 4 5 6 Causeway Camp 1 Fleet Sally Port 7 8 9 10 11 Causeway Camp 2 Mess operations check medical escorts check company commander checklist CDS 32328 MAR 03 Previous editions of this form are obsolete. Go time rank unit remarks CDS 32428 MAR 03 Previous editions of this form are obsolete. PL briefs go and prepares to utilize ERF team name soldiers training on ERF team Murtaugh dispatches at least 2 personnel with shackles and a gurney to PL's location. 2 personnel with shackles and gurney arrives. PL brief serving Cohen support personnel on situation. ERF is videotaped during briefing scenario. ERF soldiers brief their respective roles in sequence. Admin Co brings video camera to PL or alerts combat camera. Camera operator arrives. Interpreter per second arrive. Company commander arrives. ERF team arrives. PL or SOG requests at least 2 medical personnel with at least 2 crash bags. PL or SOG requests an interpreter based on language of detainee. Medical personnel arrives. PL arrives. SOG arrives. PL alerts ERF and company commander simultaneously through use of a brevity code. All movement stops upon brevity code being given. Immediate response for serve checklist. ERF checklist soldier in affected area notifies PL or SOG of incident ASAP. Date unit first offense, second offense, any additional offenses. Days cup film other 3510 toothbrush 355 toothpaste 355 towel 3510 washcloth 3510 water bottle 3530 blanket 10 days per blanket 15 days per blanket 20 days per blanket isomat 510 20 sheet 510 20 mattress 510 20 toothbrush regular 510 10 playing cards 510 10 games 510 10 t-shirt 510 15 PT shorts 510 15 item damage to property discipline matrix CDS 329 28 MAR 03 Previous editions of this form are obsolete. DTG effective through suspense subject specific instructions distribution message authority guard mount information message CDS 330 28 MAR 03 Previous editions of this form are obsolete. Number event notification method remark status 1 announced to all Camp Delta of Msi Sabre to initiate the Form 1594 Staff Journal and /A initiate Staff Journal to record all actions associated with Msi 3 lockdown Camp Sabre 4 notify company commander verbal or Sabre from doc on scene commander 5 notify Camp Delta Medical 3251/3261 notify medical of situation and request assistance 6 notify 911 emergency services 911 request fire department support. Inform them if there is or is not a fire. 7. Notify GIF inchoic verbal from CP GIF inchoic must stop all GIF activities. 8. Notify SOGCAMP affected verbal or SABE from doc MSI site inchoic. 9. Notify SOGCAMP not affected verbal or SABE from doc traffic control. 10. Notify infantry SOG 3267 or SABE channel. 10. Additional security at MSI site. 11. Notify escorts medical and normal SABE must respond immediately. I or the SOP. 12. Notify interpreter verbal or SABE must provide interpreter support. 13. Notify Joint Opens Center JOC 5010/5038. Notify JOC. Request additional emergency services if needed. 14. Notify Chaplains 8-4408-8660 Muslim Chaplain Camp America Chaplains Office. 15. Notified Dog Opens Officer W3577H8659. 16. Notified Dog Commander W3521 H8213 C8-4208 Report Status. 17. Notify Superintendent W3132 H8007 C8-440218 Record of detainees leaving camp. Note in MSI Implemented Staff Journal Mass Casualty Checklist CDS 331-28 MA 03. Previous editions of this form are obsolete. Sent to this treatment team. Location Naval Hospital Gitmo Ambulance Naval Hospital Gitmo Ambulance. Any available military vehicle Litubera/Detention Hospital Ambulance. First 6 to Naval Hospital Gitmo. All remainders to detention. Detainee delayed detention hospital ambulance or litubus walked by MP escort or available carts Litubera/Detention Hospital Ambulance Delta Medical Clinic Triage Checklist Group Triage Category Military Delayed Naval Hospital Gitmo Military Minimal Joint Aid Station Military Expectant Mode of Transportation Military Immediate Naval Hospital Gitmo Chow Hall Tent Detention Hospital Ambulance or Litubus Detainee CDS 332-28 MAR 03. Previous editions of this form are obsolete. Detainee Expectant Tree beside Chow Hall Tent Detainee Immediate Minimal Shift Day Swing Swing Cell Block Cell Number A Block 1-1011-2122- 31-32-41-42-44-45-44-45-44-48/1-38-17-18-2728-3738-48 B Block 1-1011-21-22-34-35-44-45-48/1-38-17-18-27 28-3738-48 C Block 1-1011-21-22-34-25-34-35-44-45-48/1-78-17-18-27 28-3738-48 D Block 1-1011-21-22-31-32-41-42-48/1-34-14-15-24 25-3435-4445-48/1-78-17-18-27 28-3738-48 E Block 1-1011-21-22-31-32-48/1-34-14-15-24 25-3435-4445-48/1-78-17-18-27 28-3738-48 F Block 1-89- 16 17 24 25 32 33 40 41 48 1 89 16 17 24 25 32 33 40 41 48 G block 1 10 11 21 22 31 32 41 42 48 /1 34 14 15 24 25 34 35 44 45 48 /1 78 17 18 27 28 37 38 to 48 H block 1 10 11 21 22 31 32 41 42 48 /1 34 14 15 24 25 34 35 44 45 48 /1 78 17 18 27 28 37 38 48 I block 1 8 9 16 17 24 1 8 9 16 17 24 shift day swing 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 cell block cell number 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 block 1 8 9 16 17 24 25 32 33 40 41 48 B block 1 8 9 16 17 24 25 32 33 40 41 48 C block 1 8 9 16 17 24 25 32 33 40 41 48 D block 1 8 9 16 17 24 25 32 33 40 41 48 E block 1 8 9 16 17 24 25 32 33 40 41 48 F block 1 8 9 16 17 24 25 32 33 40 41 48 G block 1 8 9 16 17 24 25 32 33 40 41 to 48 H block 1 8 9 16 17 24 25 32 33 40 41 48 I block 1 8 9 16 17 24 For Delta block, only level 1 detainees in the patient medical section are authorized 3 showers per week. Do not shower detainees with a level 2, 3, or 4 discipline level on Friday and Saturday. Shower and recreation schedule linen and uniform exchange schedule SAT CDS 333-28 Ma 03 Previous editions of this form are obsolete. Sun Montu Wed Thu Fry Shift Day Swing 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 Cell block cell number 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 K block 1 8 9 16 17 24 25 32 33 40 41 48 1 8 9 16 17 24 25 32 33 40 41 to 48 L block 1 8 9 16 17 24 25 32 33 40 41 48 1 8 9 16 17 24 25 32 33 40 41 to 48 M block 1 8 9 16 17 24 25 32 33 40 41 48 1 8 9 16 17 24 25 32 33 40 41 48 N block 1 8 9 16 17 24 1 8 9 16 17 24 O block 1 8 9 16 17 24 25 32 33 36 1 8 9 16 17 24 25 32 33-36P Block 1-89-1617-2041-89-1617-2045-32-33-4041-4041-4041-4041-48 Block 1-89-1617-2045-32-33-4041-48 1-89-1617-2425-32-33-4041-48 R Block 1-89-1617-24 25-32-33-4041-48 1-89-1617-2425-32-33-4041-48 S Block 1-89-1617-2425-32-33-36 1-89-1617-2425-32-33-36 Block 1-89-1617-24 1-89-1617-24 Shift day swing 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 cell block cell number 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 K Block 1-89-1617-2425-32-33-4041-48 L Block 1-89-1617-2425-32-33-4041-48 M Block 1-89-1617-2425-32-33-4041-48 N Block 1-89-1617-24 O Block 1-89-1617-2425-32-33-36 P Block 1-89-1617-24 25-32-33-4041-48 Q Block 1-89-1617-2425-32-33-4041-48 R Block 1-89-1617-2425-32-33-4041-48 S Block 1-89-1617-2425-32-33-36 Block 1-89-1617-24 for Kilo, Lima, and Mike blocks. The level 5 blocks may contain detainees with level 1 benefits. Their third shower must be worked into the schedule and tracked by the block. H. Shower and recreation schedule linen and uniform exchange schedule sat thu fry sun mon tu wed isnate block / cell breakfast lunch dinner shower recreation haircut reason for refusal individual detainee refusal tracking record mark X inappropriate box CDS 334-28 Mar 31 previous editions of this form are obsolete is name time block / cell request / complaint medical remarks date time CDS 335-28 Mar 03 previous editions of this form are obsolete daily detainee medical requests / complaints for standards call. All urgent or emergency problems should be called in immediately. Time Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, first Monday 0800 cell roster jigsaw roster jigsaw roster jigsaw roster jigsaw roster jigsaw roster jigsaw roster jig 0900 email report J10900 SARS rollup J2 jig 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 1000 alert roster update jock plus hunger strike DH 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 1100 detaineeden brief jig 1000 1400 1100 per stat dog 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 1500 Muslim fact sheet dog outgoing email jif 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 2000 section brag report dog CDR brag report 1200 1300 delta citrip jock plus 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 insomes 2 1400 isna slash nsu 30 plus rptj 3 plus 1500 insomes 3 1600 3 current ops bullets SGS decision brief slide DJ to open issued bullets. Draft intrip S3 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 1700 DRS upload NDRS 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 demailer PTJ1 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 unit TNGSCHJ3 root project status dog plus supply status dog plus insum J2 plus 1800 intrip S to 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 1900 intrip jig plus 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 linguist thrust arrest CJ2 plus 3x current ops bullets S3 1x decision slide S3 2x open issued bullets S3 monthly due out CDS 336 28 Mar 03 previous editions of this form are obsolete weekly due outs block checklist version 3 last printed 4/1/2003 5:40 p.m. block and go checklist block enter your block letter shift check the appropriate shift block and co enter your rank name unit enter your company DTG end date DDM ID swings midst task check the block in the right column once you have completed the task check key control log serial numbers receive initial brief from offgoing block and co upon assuming post conduct account by cell number and alpha roster ensure empty cells are empty block and co verifies detainee tracking. Book against sheet received from CP conduct physical security check of cell block, showers, recreation yard looking for contraband ensure all equipment is accounted for on the block. Ensure block is in order according to SOP schematic release offgoing shift once block is in order and head count is correct. Begin to 1594 daily staff journal log inventory supplies. Send soldiers to draw shortages conduct shower and recreation time for detainees in accordance with schedule notify CP of start and ending times. If detainee refuses shower and recreation their cell must still be searched conduct inventory of comfort items conduct linen exchange on assigned days. Report missing / short items detainee must exchange linen serve detainee meals verify all spoons are returned that are passed out and notify CP of start and ending times account for every piece of meal and wrappers from meal. Fruit cannot be kept after meals keep a log and notify CP of any detainee movement to reservation, medical, EC, and requests for same. Conduct at least 2 head counts during shift excluding change of shift counts conduct at least 2 random cell searches during shift log all visitors to your block conduct sworn statements immediately after any detainee misconduct be aware of your surroundings and fill out SIGACT reports and turn in at the end of shift police call interior and exterior before shift change complete all necessary paperwork sworn statements SIGACT sheets insured out 2823, DD 508s, and of 4137s are turned into CPASAP to enforce discipline conduct final head count with oncoming block and co conduct out brief to incoming block and co review significant events / activities / behavioral forms 8 setter inventory keys and sign over cell block to oncoming block and co complete detainee behavioral tracking sheet turn and block and co checklist to DFC or GC after completing shift inspect inventory account physical security of cells, bean holes, shackle doors, recreation and shower areas inside/outside of block, clean 2 sets -3 PC suits with lock and keys, key control log, confiscated property, DA 4137 evidence/property, custody document, detainee files, detainee incorrect cell, physical head count out, brief from offgoing block, checklist version 3, last printed 4/1/2003, 5:40 p.m. block, SIGAX sheet instructions. Be sure to collect as much info as possible. Document the following key items: block leaders, block lieutenants, prayer leaders, lookouts, instigators, time, enter the time of the event, CELL number, enter detainee cell number, ISN number, enter detainee's 3-digit IS number, activity or action for each entry. Describe what happened. Be as thorough as you can. Use multiple lines as necessary to capture the info. Incident: detainee attempted suicide and/or suicide, actual attempt made, I, J, B, Sir detainee gesture of attempted suicide, statements, tide sheets, I, J, B, detainee attempted escape and/or escape, I, J, B, Sir detainee death, I, J, B, Sir weapon discharges including accidental, I, J, B, detainee riot attempt/uprising 6 or more than 2 hours in duration and/or damage to government property, I, B, use of spray, I, B, forced cell extraction of detainee, S, I, B, Sir intelligence of detainee S planning uprising or escape, I, B, deliberate destruction of facility area by detainee affecting security, I, B, accidental destruction of facility equipment/or affecting security, I, B, detainee transported out of Camp Delta to Gitmo Bay Naval Hospital, I, B, detainee admitted to detainee hospital, Fleet Hospital for serious or life-threatening condition, I, B, major malfunction of security lighting or equipment, no lights at all, I, B, loss of sensitive items, I, J, B, Sir vehicle accident involving military personnel injury, I, J, B, or any military member including military working dog requiring visit to Gitmo Bay Naval Hospital on or off duty, I, J, B, Sir any military member including military working dog death on or off duty, I, J, B, Sir any possible facility security breaches, I, J, B, or injury of military contracted employee inside Camp Delta, right, B, or unannounced arrival of media or VIPs, general officer equivalent, I, J, B, any agency wishing to question detainee off facility, I, J, be found lethal contraband, shank, 8 B, detainee cell transfer to general population, B, detainee cell transfer to maximum population, B, any unusual circumstance not covered. If in doubt, notify JI, immediate notification required, C, reporting mechanism flowchart, B, blotter entry required, J, jock watch office notification required, Sir, requires a serious incident reporter, requires an incident report 1700 to 0800 daily. Dog in the event dog is unavailable, the JTF CDR will be notified. Note: all suicide incidents will be called into the JOC CDS 339/28/03. Previous editions of this form are obsolete. Notification matrix: any incident requiring immediate notification will be annotated on the blotter and called in by the company commander as follows: 0800-1700 daily. Dog operations in the event dog operations is unavailable, the dog will be notified. Note: all suicide incidents will be called into the JOC inspection record of prisoner in segregation and at arrived to MSU. Block date scheduled to leave MSU block part I, daily inspection record part I, discipline imposed, signature of company our commander, signature of platoon A, time conduct, signature of block and co our leader, CDS 341/28/03. Previous editions of this form are obsolete. Party E, guard inspection record. Inspections will be made at irregular intervals. Supervisors or guards will initial and complete our columns 2300, 2400, 1900, 2000, 1100, 1200, 1200, 1300, 1300, 1400, 1400, 1500, 0700, 08000800 0900 2000 2100 2100 2200 2200 2300 1500 1600 1600 1700 1700 1800 1800 1900 0900 1000 1000 1100 0300 0400 400 050005 00 0600 0600 0700 2400 0100 0100 0200 0200 0300 date go date print sign remarks CDS 342 Ma 03 previous editions of this form are obsolete. Name/rank camera operator will film the return or transport to cell of detainee after the deacon process and medical check. Camera operator will state the filming is complete. Camera operator turns in this form with video disc to detention services branch. Camera operator will film the medical check of the detainee and deacon process. Camera operator will film medical's opinion of the condition of the detainee. Camera operator will film the removal from the cell and the entire trip to the deacon site if deacon is required. Camera operator coordinates with CC/PL/SOG to ensure adequate light will be available in the cell. Camera operator positions himself near the cell door so he can capture all communication with detainee and that the detainee is seen on film. Camera operator prompts those individuals talking to speak louder if he can't hear them, so that the video captures all communication. Camera operator will ensure that non-essential personnel do not step in front of the camera. Camera operator will ensure when the team enters the cell, as much of the cell area is captured on film as possible, not zoomed in on one individual. Camera operator puts in a blank disc for an on-relief. Camera operator starts recording session by being videotaped stating his or her name, last four of SSN, unit. Camera operator films CC/PL/SOG name, last four of SSN, and unit and their brief to the ERF team. Camera operator films ERF team individuals as they step forward one by one giving name, unit, last four of SSN, position on ERF team, and responsibilities during ERF. Camera operator ensures all verbal statements are in English while videotaping immediate response for SERV. Camera operator checklist ERF checklist. Camera operator alerted date unit shift art checklist V1.p 1 of 2 and 1/3/03 Camp Delta Guard Force shift after action review date shift days swings mids 1. Summary of significant events 2. Problems encountered 3. Recommended solutions 4. Other comments over Department of Defense Joint Task Force Guantanamo Headquarters Joint Detention Operation Group JDOG Guantanamo Bay Cube Rapo A09360 Shift Art Checklist V1.doc page 2 of 2 and 1/3/035 Number of visits, inspections, walkthroughs leave blank any blocks not visited. Camp 1 blocks A B C D E F G H I J C D R P L T L Teamcook 1 SG. Camp 2 blocks K L M N O C D R P L T L Teamcook 1 SG. Camp 3 blocks B Q R S D C D R P L T L Teamcook 1 SG. Camp 4 blocks U V W X C D R P L T L Teamcook 1 SG. CDR's printed name CDR's signatures Standard Intelligence Reporting Form Standard Intelligence Reporting Form NAT Interpreter Name Block Number Time and Timeout Narrative Block Number Time and Timeout Narrative Detainees is NAT Reason for Notification Type of Notification Discipline JDOG Verbal Reward Positive Behavior JDOG Written Attach Copy Reward Given JIG Audio Tape Provide Location of tape in Remarks Reward Taken JIG Other Explain in Remarks Interpreter Used Yes No remarks rank/full name witness rank/full name individual notifying detainee notification of status for positive behavior reward program. The information provided below supports positive or negative rewards for discipline or intelligence in relation to a detainee's behavior. Gitmo Form 508-128 Ma03. Previous editions of this form are obsolete. Offense category: provoking words and gestures. I possession of contraband food. 8. I unauthorized communications. I flooding cell block. I failure to follow camp rules. I clothing shirt and pants. I failure to follow MP instructions. I damage to property or failure to return property. I tampering with locks and or restraint. Ce possession of a key. Throwing water at / on U.S. personnel or another detainee. Throw / spit body fluids at / on another person. Non-medical 1. Exposure of sexual organs for sexual gratification. Assault, hostile act / threat of battery of use of property in an offensive. Possession of dangerous contraband. Shank, club, other dangerous item of attempted escape. Of bribery / attempted bribery of U.S. personnel. Of sexual relations. Of fighting. If throw / spit body fluids at / on another person. Medical. To the aggravated assault object or weapon used. V escape. V indecent assault. V battery. Aggravated or otherwise. V note 1 denotes detainees without infectious conditions such as hepatitis or tuberculosis. Note 2 denotes detainees diagnosed with hepatitis, tuberculosis, or other infectious condition. List of offences. Table 8-1. If last offence was 31 or more days ago. If last offence was between 15-29 days ago. If last offence was 14 or less days ago. Category I offence. Move the detainee to a level 2 block. Not applicable. Not applicable. Category I offence. Move the detainee to a level 3 block. Not applicable. Not applicable. Category E offence. Move the detainee to a level 4 block. Not applicable. Not applicable. Category of offence. Move the detainee to a level 4 block. Not applicable. Not applicable. Category of offence. Move the detainee to a level 4 block. Not applicable. Not applicable. Category I offence. Move the detainee to a level 3 block. Move the detainee to a level 3 block. Change to level 4 size / activities. Move the detainee to a level 4 block. Category I offence. Move the detainee to a level 3 block. Change to level 4 size / activities. Move the detainee to a level 4 block. Move the detainee to a level 4 block. Category E offence. Move the detainee to a level 4 block. Move the detainee to a level 4 block. Move the detainee to a level 4 block. Category of offence. Move the detainee to a level 4 block. Move the detainee to a level 4 block. Move the detainee to a level 4 block. Category of offence. Move the detainee to a level 4 block. Move the detainee to a level 4 block. Move the detainee to a level 4 block. Category I offence. Remain on level 3 block. Change to level 4 size / activities. Remain on level 3 block. Change to level 4 size / activities. Move the detainee to a level 4 block. Category I offence. Remain on level 3 block. Change to level 4 size / activities. Move the detainee to a level 4 block. Move the detainee to a level 4 block. Category E offence. Move the detainee to a level 4 block. Move the detainee to a level 4 block. Move the detainee to a level 4 block. Category Eve offence. Move the detainee to a level 4 block. Move the detainee to a level 4 block. Move the detainee to a level 4 block. Category V offence. Move the detainee to a level 4 block. Move the detainee to a level 4 block. Move the detainee to a level 4 block. Category I offence. Loss of rec 3 periods. Loss of psi 3 days. Loss of rec 4 periods. Loss of psi 4 days. Loss of rec 5 periods. Loss of psi 5 days. Category I offence. Loss of rec 4 periods. Loss of psi 4 days. Loss of rec 5 periods. Loss of psi 5 days. MSU 5 days. Loss of rec 5 periods. Loss of psi 5 days. Category E offence. Loss of rec 5 periods. Loss of psi 5 days. MSU 5 days. Loss of rec 5 periods. Loss of psi 5 days. MSU 10 days. Loss of rec 5 periods. Loss of psi 10 A. Category of offence. Loss of rec 5 periods. Loss of psi 5 days. MSU 10 days. Loss of rec 5 periods. Loss of psi 10 days. MSU 15 days. Loss of rec 6 periods. Loss of psi 15 day. Category V offence. Loss of rec 5 periods. Loss of psi 10 days. MSU 15 days. Loss of rec 6 periods. Loss of psi 15 days. MSU 20 days. Loss of rec 6 periods. Loss of psi 20 day. Notes 2. Any discipline requiring an increased use of force, spray or earth will be immediately reported or the notification matrix. 3. The President's military order dated 19 November 2001 states that humane treatment means a detainee will be afforded adequate food, drinking water, shelter, clothing, and medical treatment. The detainees will also be allowed the free exercise of religion consistent with the requirements of detention, and detained or such other conditions as the sective prescribes. 4. Medical personnel are responsible for detainees if basic issue items must be removed from a detainee's cell to ensure the health, safety, and security of any detainee. 5. Basic issue items: blanket, amputee bucket, flip-flops, mat, detainee uniform shirt and pants, boxer shorts are not considered comfort items and will not be taken for disciplinary reasons. Detainee movement and discipline matrix 1. If the detainee commits multiple offences, and 2 or more of those offences require MSU time, add 5 days to loss of signed MSU days for each additional offence. Table 8-2 Movement for Level 1 Detainees DISCIPLI Anyone Movement for Level 2 Detainees Movement for Level 3 Detainees Level -1 Level -2 Level -3 Level -4 Level -5 Intel Blanket 22111 Bucket for Amputees 11111 Flip-Flops 11111 Isomat 11111 Koran 11111 Clothing Shirt and pants 11111 PT shorts / underwear 11111 level -1 level -2 level -3 level -4 level -5 Intel as determined by JIG1 additional toilet paper upon request yes no note to bar soap regular keep in cell 1000 note to bar soap small 0111 note to chess / checker type games 10000 comb in shower 10000 finger toothbrush 01111 travel type or regular toothbrush 100. Note to jig directed reading material or pictures as required male number of pieces allowed to keep in cell 2015 12 Note to mask surgical type used to cradle Quran 1111 Note to mattress 1110 Note to religious or other book / magazine from detainee library 6420 Note to paper and pencil to be returned at end of shift does not apply to IC visits yes no Note to perfume / oil from chaplain 32100 playing cards 11000 prayer beads 1110 Note to prayer cap 1110 Note to salt packet 5430 Note to shampoo small keep in cell 1100 Note to sheet 1110 Note to styrofoam cup 2110 Note to toothpaste 11111 towel 22111 t-shirt 1000 Note to washcloth 1110 Note to water bottle no squirt top 0100 Note to water bottle with top 1000 Note to table 8-4 basic issue items table 8-3 comfort items authorized for detainee possession as a reward for positive behavior required items for detainee possession unless taken for medical / psychology reasons must be approved for removal by medical officer or psychologist. Note 1 The JIG commander determines quantities above the minimum level. However, at no time will level 5 detainees receive less than level 4 detainees, unless requested by JIG commander and approved by CJTF or his designee. Note 2 Detainees housed in level 5 blocks will have varying quantities of comfort items which are determined by the JIG commander. Each level 5 detainee's authorized PSI will be documented on Gitmo form 508-1. Level -1 level -2 level -3 level -4 level -5 Intel is determined by JIG3 reading Quran yes reading other authorized material yes no Note for eating at authorized meal times yes allowed to save MRI to eat LATERT yes no Note for performing prayers yes authorized playing cards yes no Note for authorized other games yes no Note for authorized unauthorized soccer ball in recreation yard. Yes, yes, no, no. Note for talking with detainees in adjacent cells without yelling. Yes, 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 yes. Talking with detainees in adjacent recreation yard without yelling. Yes, 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 yes. Performing personal hygiene in cell with authorized/issued items. Yes, 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 yes. Showers authorized per week. 32222. Performing approved exercises in cell. Yes, 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 yes. Authorized periods in recreation yard per week, 20 minutes each. Period 32222. Drying clothing/towels/washcloths by hanging in cell window. Must not block view and must be removed when dry. Yes, 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 yes. Sheets or blankets may be used for privacy while a detainee is using the toilet. It may not, however, be tied more than halfway up the cell height. Yes, 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 yes. Hanging of towel in cell to block sun or light at night when sleeping. No, 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 no. Note 4. Wear prayer cap on head. Towel may be worn on head. If prayer cap not available, towel will be removed if detainee is removed from cell. Yes, 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 no. Note for hanging of Quran in surgical mask on side or rear of cell. Detainee provided a surgical mask if needed. Yes, 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 no. Note for removal of shirt due to heat or cleaning. Shirt will be on when detainee is removed from his cell. Yes, 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 yes. Blanket exchange monthly. Yes, 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 yes. Mirror and shower for shaving. Yes, yes, no, no. Note for cold water after/during recreation. Yes, no, no, no. Note for table 8-5. Note 2. If authorized based on level, detainee is allowed to keep unopened items after meal time, but must consume within 24 hours. Note 1. This figure indicates the maximum/minimum activities authorized based on the classification level of the detainee. In individual cases, activities not authorized for a detainee can be requested using Form 508-1 on behalf of that detainee for exhibiting extraordinarily positive behavior such as assisting guards during a disturbance. All such requests must be approved by the JDOG S3. Note for detainees housed in Level 5 blocks will have varying degrees of authorized activities, which are determined by the JIG commander. Each Level 5 detainee's authorized activities will be documented on Gitmo Form 508-1. Note 3. The JIG commander determines activities above the minimum level. However, at no time will Level 5 detainees receive less than Level 4 detainees, unless requested by JIG commander and approved by CJTF or his designee. Note 5. Detainees are not allowed to yell or talk to detainees in other blocks. Detainees in recreation yards are not allowed to talk or yell to detainees in non-adjacent recreation yards or in other blocks. Authorized/unauthorized activities 1. Detainee activities authorized as a reward for positive behavior unclassified/for official use only. Camp Delta SOP 28 March 2003 unclassified/for official use only. B50 intentionally left blank. New JTF/nav base bad legend JTF Gitmo X31 Deck 02M5 rank last name first name title personnel code civilian M military D C contractor R ICH hospital security clearance/BG color U uncleared white 3 secret red 5 TSI green admin fleet hospital GIF detainee units orange UU yellow UUE blue UUE purple EEX gray XXXX legend X equals no access E equals escorted access U equals unescorted access detention facility access color unclassified / for official use only. Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003 unclassified / for official use only. C2 intentionally left blank unclassified / for official use only. SP1 SP5 SP3 SP2 SP4 SP6 SP7 SP8 SP9 SP10 SP11 SP12 SP13 SP14 SP15 Doc Jive Jixes Med /NPRC Intel /int jive dhegficej bureau knlmtpsqrctcuvwyr area detainee hospital admit 7060 45 d3 to 91 2 to 14 to 13 to 15 to 16 to 8 to 10 camp 1 camp 3 camp 2 generators camp 4 generators cp3 mess 10 to 12 camp Delta unclassified / for official use only BLD7 Camp Delta Assembly Areas SP1 SP5 SP3 SP2 SP4 SP6 SP7 SP8 SP9 SP10 SP11 SP12 SP13 SP14 SP15 Doc Jive Jigsaw Med /NPRC Intel /int BLD7 Jive DHEGFICJ Bureau KNLMDPSQRCTCUVW Wire area detainee hospital admit 7060 45 to 3 to 91 2 to 14 to 13 to 15 to 16 to 8 to 10 camp 1 camp 3 camp 2 camp 4 generators cp3 mess 10 to 12 R buzzard R snake R atom mouse R iguana R ant unclassified / for official use only fire Department references SP1, SP5, SP3, SP2, SP4, SP6, SP7, SP8, SP9, SP10, SP11, SP12, SP13, SP14, SP15 Building 1, Building 2, Building 3, Building 6, Building 4, Building 5, Building 8, Building 7, Building 12 DHEGFICJ Bureau KNLMDPSQR BLD 9,10,11 UVW Wire area detainee hospital admit 7060 45 to 3 T 11 to 91 2 to 14 to 13 to 15 to 16 to 8 to 10 camp 1 camp 3 camp 2 camp 4 generators cp3 mess 10 to 12 camp delta run classified / for official use only camp 1 and 4 entrance / exit fire only camp 2 entrance / exit fire only detainee clinic fire hydrant to stand fire hydrant unclassified / for official use only GIF building locations SP1 SP5 SP3 SP2 SP4 SP6 SP7 SP8 SP9 SP10 SP11 SP12 SP13 SP14 SP15 Doc Brown Yellow Jigsaw Med /NPRC Intel /int BLD7 Gold DHEGFICJ Bureau KNLMDPSQRCTCUVW Wire area detainee hospital admit 7060 45 to 3 to 91 2 to 14 to 13 to 15 to 16 to 8 to 10 camp 1 camp 3 camp 2 generators camp 4 generators cp3 mess 10 to 12 camp delta run classified / 4 official use only blue gray orange unclassified / for official use only mass casualty incident triage sites SP1 SP5 SP3 SP2 SP4 SP6 SP7 SP8 SP9 SP10 SP11 SP12 SP13 SP14 SP15 Building 1 Building 2 Building 3 Building 6 Building 4 Building 5 Building 8 Building 7 Building 12 DHEGFICJ Bureau KNLMD PSQR BLD 9,10,11 UVW Wire area detainee hospital admit 7060 45 to 3 to 91 2 to 14 to 13 to 15 to 16 to 8 to 10 camp 1 camp 3 camp 2 camp 4 generators cp3 mess 10 to 12 camp delta run classified / 4 official use only detainee expectant military triage detainee triage immediate delayed minimal fire truck parking ambulance parking manpower pool fire truck parking manpower pool minimal immediate delayed ambulance parking detainee triage military triage vehicle exit vehicle entrance detainee clinic unclassified / for official use only camp delta SOP 28 March 2003 unclassified / for official use only D6 intentionally left blank unclassified / for official use only camp delta SOP 28 March 2003 unclassified / for official use only E1 Appendix E detainee transfer operations. This annex is classified and available to those individuals that have a requirement to have it. All requests for copies of this annex are to be submitted to JDOG Operations. Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003 Unclassified / for official use only E to intentionally left blank Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003 Unclassified / for official use only F1 Appendix F Military Commissions. This annex is classified and available to those individuals that have a requirement to have it. All requests for copies of this annex are to be submitted to JDOG Operations. Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003 Unclassified / for official use only F to intentionally left blank Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003 Unclassified / for official use only G1 Appendix G Camp Echo. This annex is classified and available to those individuals that have a requirement to have it. All requests for copies of this annex are to be submitted to JDOG Operations. Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003 Unclassified / for official use only G to intentionally left blank Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003 Unclassified / for official use only H1 Appendix H General's Cottage. This annex is classified and available to those individuals that have a requirement to have it. All requests for copies of this annex are to be submitted to JDOG Operations. Unclassified / for official use only Camp Delta SOC 28 March 2003 Unclassified / for official use only H to intentionally left blank